After everyone went in, Anita casually found a place to sit, looking as if she was resting, but she always kept her energy-forged bow in hand. "We're finally here. This is the treasury," Luya called out happily, then looked back to find there was no one behind her, and the secret passage that should have brought her here had disappeared. A sense of foreboding rose in Luya's heart. She actually regretted it a little. She knew the illusory realm's main target would be her, yet she'd impulsively rushed ahead. "You must be really worried about me now, Yui." "Sigh, if I'd known, I wouldn't have come in first." "Now I'm just a burden," Luya pouted, but she wasn't actually that scared, because she was very familiar with this illusory realm. The reason she knew about the secret door was because the eldest prince had brought her here to play when she was a child. They would play here all day, sometimes even forgetting to leave. There were lots of things in the treasury, so for her as a child, there were plenty of treasures to explore. Once, she and her brother didn't come out for 3 days straight, making everyone in the palace frantic. In the end, it was the fifth elder who, after hearing from the treasury's mere folk guards about strange noises inside, finally found them. "It's such a pity. The treasury has been dismantled and needs to be rebuilt," Luya said regretfully, running her hand over the bed of purple coral stone where she used to sit and lie as a child. She also touched the sea crystal fruit she and her eldest brother used to sneak when they were hungry while hiding in the treasury. She waited here for a while, but since Suyu and the others never showed up, she guessed that she must have been separated from them. After thinking it over, Luya finally decided to find the exit on her own. She carefully made her way through the treasury, which was piled high with all sorts of rare materials. Surrounded by such familiar sights, she couldn't help but let her guard down a little. Even though she knew deep down that this wasn't the real treasury, but just an illusion conjured by the environment, she still found herself getting lost in it. "No, I can't let myself get distracted by these things." Luya wasn't stupid. When she realized she couldn't seem to focus her thoughts, she guessed that the illusion must be affecting her mind. She squeezed her eyes shut, steeled herself, and when she opened them again, she unleashed a massive waterball spell, blasting through the entire treasury. The neatly arranged treasures were scattered all over the floor by the powerful impact. The more fragile ones were smashed to pieces. With all the things that could trigger her memories gone, Luya felt much calmer inside, and her mind became clearer. The exit should be around here, she muttered to herself, and relying on her memory, she made her way to the main entrance of the treasury. Luya hesitated for a moment, then decided to give the door a try. She didn't expect the illusion to let her leave so easily, but to her surprise, the door swung open effortlessly, as if it hadn't been properly closed at all. Luya stared in disbelief at the scene before her, her eyes wide. She glanced back. Behind her was still the aftermath of her destruction. Turning to look ahead, she saw that the world outside the door was just the area outside the treasury. Nothing seemed out of place. As Luya hesitated over whether or not to step out, she suddenly heard a familiar voice from outside the treasury. The voice was so familiar and unique that, for a moment, she forgot to think and rushed out of the treasury without a second thought. Following the source of the voice, Luya saw a figure both familiar and strange. She gasped in surprise. The other person, having heard her footsteps, quickly finished off a few illusion spirits before spinning around. The coldness on his face melted away, replaced by doting joy and a hint of worry. "Xiaoya, what are you doing here?" "Say second brother." Luya stared at the living second prince before her, tears streaming down her face. Because of what had happened before, she had already prepared herself for the possibility that her second brother was dead. The other princes and princesses were just as unwilling to accept it, but they had to admit it was likely the truth. But now, seeing her second brother alive and standing before her, and seeing that familiar gentle smile on his face, Luya couldn't hold back any longer. She rushed forward and threw herself into the second prince's arms. The second prince was stunned for a moment, then gently patted her back. "Why are you crying?" "Don't cry. Tell me, why are you here?" "Did you accidentally get caught in this illusion too?" he asked, comforting Luya as he skillfully wiped away her tears. No, I came in here with some others. Second brother, why are you here? Did you never leave the merfolk tribe and instead accidentally got trapped in this illusion? Overwhelmed with joy at seeing her brother alive, Luya's rationality was swept away. For the moment, she forgot everything else. Her whole world was filled with the merfolk before her. Xiaoya, you're so clever. The second prince patted her head, then began to explain what had happened after he left. There wasn't much to tell, and it was just as Luya had guessed. The second prince had indeed planned to leave the merfolk tribe because of Madame Sang, but as he was packing up to go, he noticed someone sneaking into the water prison. Worried about being discovered and afraid the person would slip away if he looked for help, the second prince decided to follow alone. He entered the water prison and saw the person doing something. Then a passage appeared in the floor, leading downward. The person went in, and as the second prince approached the entrance, he was suddenly pulled into the illusion by a powerful force. As Luya listened to his explanation, all her doubts were gradually dispelled. The illusion was indeed in the water prison, and the entrance was on the left wall of the underground passage. The person the second prince saw was probably a fishman. They must have discovered another way into the forbidden area and snuck in, planning to do something there. Everything made sense and matched the information she already had. Second brother. After hearing his understated account of what he'd been through, Luya didn't know whether to be relieved he was alive or to feel sorry for how long he'd been trapped in the illusion. Unlike Miliel, who was also alone in the forbidden area, but at least safe and undisturbed, the second prince had to fight for his life. When they met, Luya had seen him dispatch illusion spirits with practiced ease, skills that couldn't be gained overnight. That meant, while trapped here, he not only had to endure loneliness, but also stay on constant alert, fighting off enemies at any moment. Don't worry, Xiaoya. See? I'm fine now, aren't I? The second prince understood what she was thinking and felt a warmth in his heart. But knowing that Luya had also entered the illusion meant she was now trapped as well. You shouldn't have come here. The second prince sighed. Though he was happy to see his sister, he felt even more despair and helplessness. If he was the only one trapped here, so be it, he'd already gotten used to this life. But how could he let his Xiaoya suffer here too? I remember you said you came in with others. Since they brought you in, do they have a way out? The second prince didn't care much about leaving himself. He'd already resigned himself to staying here forever. But Luya was different. No matter what it took, he had to get her out. That's right. Yuri. With his reminder, Luya finally remembered something else. Yuri definitely has a way to get us out. But I was too impulsive just now and got separated from them. Sorry for worrying you. Doya wiped the sweat from her forehead, trying hard to calm the emotions stirred up by the illusion. As long as you're all right. Come sit here and rest for a bit. There are still 2 people over there who haven't come out of the illusion yet. Siu took out a freshly made bench from her portable work table and set it down nearby. Doya nodded and sat down beside her. Since it was a long bench, Doya only took up less than half the space. Seeing this, Vivian immediately moved over from her original seat. Do you need desensitization therapy? As soon as she sat down, Vivian asked Doya something she didn't understand. Duh, what therapy? What's that? Doya had just come out of the illusion, her mind still a mess. She hadn't even clearly heard what Vivian said, let alone noticed when she sat down. It's called desensitization therapy, a new term Lord taught me. Vivian gave a simple explanation. Basically, whatever you fear or dread, you gradually expose yourself to it through a series of steps until you can accept it. That process is called desensitization therapy. Just now, they had followed Luya into the secret passage and safely reached the treasury, but each of them found themselves in a familiar place upon entering, which was, in fact, an illusion woven by the dungeon. Most people's illusions took the form of their own homes, since that's the place they know best, feel most relaxed, and are most easily tempted to lose themselves in. Even if someone wakes up within the illusion and realizes all the beauty is fake, there are still those who'd rather remain lost in the pleasant illusion than face reality. Others might successfully see through the illusion and choose to leave, but even after escaping, they can't shake off the emotional impact they suffered inside. Simply put, most people are easily ensnared by their emotions and desires, and the illusion exploits exactly that, weakening their fighting spirit. Take Doya's current state, for example. It's not good. Even though she knew everything she just saw was fabricated by the illusion to deceive and torment her, she still couldn't escape the pain of watching her father be torn apart by wolves while she stood by helplessly, like a puppet under someone else's control. She watched as the wolves devoured her father's body bit by bit, until not even the bones remained, scattered and incomplete. Even if it wasn't her own father, even if it was just a stranger, anyone with average mental fortitude would be left traumatized by witnessing something like that. And for Doya, who already had psychological scars in this area, the fact that the victim was her father made it all the worse. So she couldn't break free, forced to relive the nightmare over and over, 16 times in total. That's the most terrifying thing about the illusion. Once it identifies your deepest fear, it replays it endlessly, forcibly breaking down your will. Doya. Vivian noticed the blank look in Doya's eyes and realized something was wrong. She shook her gently while pulling out a freshly made clarity potion from her spatial bag. As the name suggests, the potion's main effect is to clear the mind. It's quite useful against illusions, but it can't fully erase the negative effects. After all, it can't wipe memories or grant courage to face fear. It's just an ordinary potion. A cool, invigorating scent wafted over. Doya closed her eyes for a moment, and when she opened them again, they were clear and focused. Thank you. Can we start the therapy now? Doya tried hard not to recall the terrifying scene, but she knew she couldn't do it alone. Even if she forced herself not to think about it, the illusion would deliberately trigger her memories. For example, she'd just noticed that in the treasury, there was a bow wrapped in tattered cloth lying in a corner. That bow was exactly the same as the one her father had in the illusion. But obviously, how could such a shabby bow end up in the merfolk's treasury? So it was something the illusion had deliberately placed there. Of course. Is that by your trigger? Doya was the third to last to escape the illusion, so Vivian had already helped others with the same therapy. She was used to seeing odd, out-of-place items in the treasury that held significant meaning for the group. Yes. Doya nodded, her breathing still a little ragged from suppressed fear. But soon, with Vivian's help, she gradually broke free from the nightmare's grip. She watched as the negative status icon beneath Doya's name finally disappeared and let out a quiet sigh of relief. Although the negative status only existed within the dungeon and would disappear upon leaving, no one could guarantee they'd be able to clear the dungeon smoothly while affected by it. Worse still, the negative status could stack. If it exceeded their tolerance, it would deepen into a permanent status, meaning the negative effect would persist even after leaving the dungeon, becoming a lasting shadow in their lives. To avoid that, she would rather spend more time here, having Vivian treat everyone one by one before moving on. Luckily, Vivian really did have a skill to dispel such effects. Otherwise, she was prepared to quit the dungeon altogether. That's right, the so-called desensitization therapy was really just a formality. The real effect came from a skill Vivian, as a healer, had learned to dispel negative mental states. As for why she made a simple skill sound so complicated, anyone who knew Vivian's personality could probably guess. Take Doya, for example. She'd been too caught up in her negative state to notice anything odd, but once she recovered, she realized there were plenty of holes in Vivian's words and actions. She didn't mind, though. Vivian hadn't done anything inappropriate otherwise. Even if Doya herself didn't get angry, Lord certainly wouldn't have allowed such nonsense at a time like this. Half an hour had passed since Doya escaped the illusion. The group looked at the two people still trapped in their bewitched state on the open ground, worry written all over their faces. The illusion here wasn't that their entire bodies entered it, but rather that their consciousnesses were drawn into illusions woven by the dungeon. So, they could still see the physical bodies of the two people. However, since it was a consciousness-based illusion, and they couldn't actually enter someone else's mind, they had no way of knowing what the two were experiencing inside the illusion, or why it was taking them so long to come out. Lord, I have 2 suggestions, Dillo said, realizing they couldn't keep waiting like this, and immediately offered 2 ideas. It's fine, go ahead. In truth, even if Dillo hadn't spoken, Siyu wasn't planning to wait any longer. Aside from the threat of the illusion, their biggest problem right now was that they still hadn't found the missing Luya. To put it bluntly, even if something happened to these two today, Luya absolutely could not be lost. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Of course, unless it was a desperate situation, Siyu generally wouldn't abandon anyone. But in a true crisis, refusing to give up a few people would only lead to greater losses. The first method is to forcibly wake them up, Dillo said, watching Suyu's expression carefully, as she needed to judge whether to mention the second suggestion based on Suyu's reaction. But no matter how she looked, Siyu showed no reaction at all. To put it simply, if Siyu hadn't verbally acknowledged her, Dillo would have wondered if she'd even heard her. Siyu knew Dillo must have her reasons for connecting the two consciousness worlds instead of tackling them one by one, so she didn't waste time asking. The consciousness world, though self-contained, was formed around the fears of these two people. That made it easy for them to find the two consciousnesses and also to see the root of the fears that tightly bound them. The two were named Jelly and Guwu, and neither of their consciousnesses was in good shape. Jelly was surrounded by darkness. Even though the place was a world of pure white, only the area around him was shrouded in black. He lay at the center of this darkness, eyes tightly shut, his condition unclear. Is he afraid of the dark? Someone, seeing this, instinctively guessed that Jelly's fear was darkness. But this darkness wasn't the kind associated with dark creatures, just the simple absence of light. It can't be that simple. If it were just a fear of the dark, a normal person wouldn't stay unconscious for so long. Dillo shook her head. Then let's save Guwu first. I think I know what he's afraid of. The speaker gestured for everyone to look at the dense red spots on Guwu's body. If I'm not mistaken, this is caused by a poisonous plant called red star blot. Whether a human eats or touches it, red spots will appear. If it's just contact, and you wash it off in time, you'll only have itchy skin for a few days. But if you eat it, the itching will come from deep inside your organs, and then, the speaker hesitated, perhaps finding the next part too gruesome, and rephrased, they'll be driven to scratch, but can't reach the itch, so they'll try to take them out. Everyone fell silent. Itching in the internal organs is impossible to scratch, and as for taking them out, well, everyone could imagine what that meant. Is there an antidote for red star blot? Vivian asked. She'd never heard of such a thing, but maybe that was because it wasn't a common herb, or perhaps it was a specialty of some remote region. The continent was vast, she couldn't possibly know everything. The person who recognized the red star blot scratched his head awkwardly. I don't know if there's an antidote. I just know what it is. If you don't know, then it's as good as not having one. Without an antidote, how do we save him? Even before Vivian could speak, someone else asked the question. Should we try destroying all the red star blot? Destroying the object of fear was indeed a way to wake someone from an illusion. But this method wouldn't work for Guwu. It's useless. He's already poisoned by red star blot. Whether he touched it or ate it, unless the poison is cured, he won't wake up, Dillo said, pouring cold water on everyone's hopes. While everyone was at a loss over the two's predicament, the ground suddenly began to shake, and everyone noticed their surroundings becoming blurry and indistinct. Everyone instinctively thought there must be something wrong with their eyes, but even after reaching out and rubbing them repeatedly, their vision still wouldn't return to normal. Not good. Dillo's expression changed. She quickly pulled out something that looked like a bundle of silk threads. No one saw exactly what she did, but once she finished her actions, the dizziness vanished. The situation just now means the consciousness world is starting to become unstable. We don't have much time. We have to rescue them as quickly as possible. An unstable consciousness world meant two things. First, they had to leave as soon as possible, or else they too would be trapped here forever. Second, they had to rescue the others quickly. If the consciousness world sealed itself off in its unstable state, those who couldn't leave even with help would have no hope of escaping on their own. Then let's hurry and get them out. Siyu looked at Vivian. I know you actually have a way to save Guwu, but your method is rather special and risky. Vivian was a little surprised. She hadn't expected Siyu to actually notice the fleeting change in her expression just now. You're right. I do have a way that might solve the red star mark problem, but it's a fight poison with poison approach. If it fails, there's nothing more to say. Even if it succeeds, he'll likely end up with a new shadow in his heart. In other words, it would just replace what Guwu feared with something else. It could only solve the immediate problem, not the root cause. After all, the fear would still be there. If you think you can do it, give it a try. After all, doing nothing basically meant certain death. If they tried, at least there was a chance of survival. Having a psychological shadow was nothing compared to staying alive. I understand. For once, Vivian's face lost its usual smile. She took her things and went over to Guwu, beginning her so-called fight poison with poison treatment. Everyone saw her feed Guwu something, and immediately after, he let out a miserable howl, writhing on the ground as if in unbearable pain. Those present were either residents of the territory or had lived there for some time, so they'd all heard of Vivian, the eccentric healer mage. But reputation was one thing. Meeting her in person, she just seemed like a mischievous young girl, not at all as fearsome as the rumors suggested. Yet, after witnessing this scene, their impressions were clearly shaken. It's done. After about 3 minutes of Guwu's howling, Vivian had someone hold him down, then stuff something else into his mouth. Guwu instantly deflated like a punctured ball and lay flat on the ground. Meanwhile, on Jelly's side, Ningxia tried to dispel the darkness. When that failed, Siyu quickly crafted a bunch of lamps for illumination and tried to drive out the darkness physically. It looked a bit unorthodox, but it worked. When the lamps were placed in the dark area, the darkness didn't disappear, but was forced to retreat from Jelly's side by the light. The darkness was squeezed out like toothpaste, and finally, as if enraged, it condensed into a monster almost identical in size and shape to Jelly, except its entire body was translucent. So that's it. This isn't a dark creature, it's a shadow. Ningxia suddenly realized. It wasn't clear why someone's psychological shadow would literally be their own shadow, but wherever there's light, there's a shadow. Shadows aren't physical. They can be seen but not touched, so they couldn't attack it. All they could do was watch helplessly as the shadow bared its fangs, unable to do anything. But at the same time, since there was so much light around Jelly, the shadow couldn't get close to him either. The two sides were locked in a stalemate until Jelly woke up. You guys, why are you all here? When Jelly woke up, he was clearly confused. He couldn't figure out what was going on or why he was surrounded by so many lamps. At first glance, someone might even think they were performing some strange, creepy ritual. Someone explained the situation to Jelly. Once he understood, he immediately drew his weapon and slashed at the shadow. But obviously, the shadow wasn't physical, so his attacks did nothing. Still, he didn't give up and kept attacking his shadow. That won't work. As long as there's light, it won't disappear, Siyu said, seeming to realize something. She pointed at the shadow. That's your shadow. Why are you attacking it? Why are you afraid of it? You should control it because you're the master. It only exists because of you. Thank you, Lord Su. I understand now. Jelly tossed his weapon aside and charged straight at his shadow. The shadow, which had been menacingly trying to envelop and devour Jelly, was startled and bolted away. What followed was a bizarre and almost comical scene of a man chasing his own shadow. In the end, Jelly won. The others couldn't help him catch the shadow, but they could use the lights to trap it in one place. Once Jelly finally took control of his shadow, Guwu also woke up. As soon as he opened his eyes, the entire consciousness world began to fade, and everyone returned to reality. The two who had been raving and flailing like lunatics regained consciousness, their minds still foggy. Knowing time was tight, Vivian didn't bother with her usual teasing. With a flick of her hand, she cast a spell that cleared their heads considerably. Since everyone's all right, then before Siyu could finish, a loud boom echoed from the other side of the treasury. Everyone jumped in shock, then immediately followed Siyu toward the source of the noise. Luya. The reason Siyu rushed over without hesitation was because the boom sounded like one of Luya's attacks. But when she arrived and saw the bedraggled, red-eyed young mermaid princess, She fell silent for a moment. She quickly regained her composure and hurried forward to calm and stabilize Luya. But right now, Luya seemed completely overwhelmed by emotion. She probably didn't even recognize the person in front of her, and without hesitation, she prepared to attack Suyu. Lord Su. Seeing Luya's actions, everyone was startled. Duoya, in particular, didn't hesitate at all and was about to rush over to pull Suyu away, not caring in the slightest that she might get caught up in the chaos herself. But Suyu, the person at the center of it all, remained remarkably calm. How could she, a lord with no combat ability whatsoever, possibly enter such a dangerous dungeon without any preparation? The greatest advantage of being a lord was the ability to recruit talented people, possess a wealth of items and tools, and personally learn any skills related to production. For example, the runes she'd used earlier were all crafted by her own hand. So, Suyu was currently equipped with 5 defensive runes, high-level ones at that. While they certainly couldn't withstand attacks on the level of someone like Anita, they were more than enough to block attacks from high-level mages. The only catch was that each rune could only block 1 attack. With 5 runes, Suyu could only withstand 5 attacks. 5 might not sound like much, but it was enough for her to subdue Luya. "Vivian," Suyu called out. Vivian immediately came over to check on Luya, then tried to dispel the negative mental state affecting her, just as she had done for the others. But she failed. Fortunately, after Suyu had restrained her, Luya no longer had any desire to attack. Though her eyes were still vacant and dazed, she now stood motionless, like a puppet. "I'll try a few more times. If it still doesn't work, I might need to use a magic amplification potion." The so-called magic amplification potion could temporarily boost a mage's skill level. For example, Vivian was currently a high-level mage, so her skills were also high-level. After using the amplification potion, her skill strength would rise to master level, and if it was a simple spell, it might even reach grandmaster level. Of course, nothing comes without a price. The amplification potion was powerful, but it had side effects. After using it, the mage couldn't cast much magic for a while, or they'd fall into a weakened state. Luckily, things didn't turn out so badly. Perhaps because Luya's level wasn't much higher than Vivian's, after 3 more attempts, Vivian finally managed to dispel all the negative mental effects on her. Thank goodness, I didn't need to use the potion. It wasn't that Vivian was afraid to use the potion. She just hated to waste it. The side effect was only that magic would cost more for a while, but since Vivian had plenty of mana recovery potions, that wasn't a big deal. But the amplification potion itself was rare. She only had 2 bottles, so she wanted to save them if she could. Now that Luya had been found, she wasn't in a hurry to leave anymore. After the negative effects were dispelled, Luya didn't wake up right away. Instead, she fell into a deep sleep. Suyu had already checked her condition and found nothing seriously wrong, so she relaxed, letting everyone rest in place while they waited for Luya to wake up. About 10 minutes later, Luya's eyelids fluttered, and she slowly opened her eyes, looking at Suyu in confusion, as if she'd forgotten everything that had just happened. "Why, Yuyi?" She stammered, calling out to Suyu. Then, as if suddenly remembering that she'd attacked her, her face went pale. Suyu immediately realized what Luya was thinking and quickly tried to comfort her. "I'm fine. You know I have plenty of runes on me. Besides, you were under the influence of the illusion just now. None of that was really your intention." But Suyu's reassurance didn't make Luya feel any better. Tears welled up in her eyes, and she suddenly threw herself into Suyu's arms. "Yuri, I killed second brother." Suyu had thought Luya was blaming herself for attacking her, but hearing this, her mind went blank, and all the comforting words she'd prepared vanished. But why did Luya say she killed the second prince? Wasn't the second prince already dead? Could it be that she just saw the second prince? Since this was an illusion, the second prince she saw must have been fake, something the illusion conjured up to confuse her. So Luya killed the fake second prince, but couldn't accept that she'd attacked him, which left her in this state. That was the only explanation Suyu could think of. "Luya, didn't we already know the second prince was missing? There's no way he could be here." Luya seemed convinced by her words. She looked up at Suyu. Fake? But he really looked like second brother, exactly like him. I tested him so many times, but he never slipped up. But you still attacked him, so there must have been something that made you suspicious. If there really hadn't been any flaws, how could Luya have had the courage to attack someone who seemed to be her own brother? So Suyu believes that this so-called second prince must have had some flaw, however small. Maybe after killing the illusion, Luya regretted it, and with the influence of the illusion, her subconscious convinced her she'd killed the real second prince. That's just it, I'm not sure. He said he'd been trapped here for a long time and couldn't find a way out. But I remember you said this secret realm only opened recently. Luya's thinking was simple. Even though the person in front of her was her second brother, she couldn't be sure he was real, so she trusted Suyu more. And Suyu had said this secret realm had nothing to do with the merfolk and only appeared after she arrived, so it was unlikely the second prince could have entered before her. Especially since Suyu had already tested it, only she could see this illusion dungeon, which proved it was designed for players like her and had nothing to do with natives like Luya. So that's why you figured out he was fake? Suyu thought this line of reasoning made sense, but it still felt a bit thin. Just her own words shouldn't have been enough to make Luya doubt the second prince. No, that's not it. Luya shook her head, rubbing her temples, her tone strained. He said that today, he suddenly sensed a powerful force entering the illusion, a force strong enough to destroy it. I think he was talking about Miss Anita. Then second brother even asked me if I knew who possessed this powerful force. In fact, this was what really made Luya suspicious of the second prince. Under normal circumstances, if the second prince was truly the caring older brother he appeared to be, then upon sensing an unknown and powerful force, his first reaction should have been to worry about Luya, to warn her to be careful and not to approach that power. After all, from his perspective, he wouldn't know whether this force was friend or foe, and this was a dangerous illusionary realm where caution was needed at every turn. But in reality, the second prince's attitude seemed to assume that Luya knew the owner of this powerful force. Although he phrased it as a question, the way he asked revealed his true understanding. This is just my suspicion. I'm not sure if I'm overthinking it. Of course, Luya hoped she was just overthinking, because that would at least mean her second brother was genuine. Even though she had killed him, she knew she hadn't gone for a fatal blow. Her attack had missed a vital spot by a hair's breadth. Luya, all along you've been doubting the second prince from your own perspective, but have you ever tried to see things from his point of view? After carefully considering Luya's experiences, Suyu was now 100% certain that this so-called second prince was a fake. Not only because this was an illusion constructed by the system for the players, and no other NPC should be able to enter, but more importantly, the second prince's behavior was never quite right. He didn't act like someone who had been trapped in an illusion for so many years. The illusion creates visions based on your weaknesses to confuse you, just like how you saw the second prince. If he really was the second prince, what do you think he would have experienced in all this time trapped in the illusion? Luya didn't even need to think about it. She had already been through the same thing herself. If the second prince was real, he would have experienced countless illusions over the years, filled with all his loved ones, and perhaps even those he hated. But no matter who it was, after going through so many illusions, if he could still act and think normally, he definitely wouldn't trust anyone easily, not even his own family. Because from the second prince's perspective, Luya could also be just another illusion meant to deceive him. His real flaw was trying too hard to show affection and closeness to you. But someone who had survived in the illusion for so long wouldn't trust anyone. Unfortunately, the illusion itself couldn't understand such emotions, so it could only use Luya's memories to recreate what she thought the second prince should be like. But that image was only idealized, not realistic. After hearing Suyu's explanation, Luya was finally convinced. Her mood gradually improved, though she was still a bit downcast. Suyu knew that for Luya to recover this much was already quite good. After all, she had just hurt someone she cared about with her own hands. Even knowing it was fake, it was impossible not to feel upset. Faced with this situation, Suyu could only try to change the subject. Did that illusion reveal any extra information to you? From what Luya had just said, it was obvious that her illusion was different from theirs. Their illusions kept replaying their worst fears, while Luya's illusion had fabricated a scenario and, acting normally, tried to guide her into certain actions. In this case, the illusion might have contained a bit of the realm's own consciousness. If Luya was clever enough, she could try to trick it and see if she could get the illusion itself to reveal the location of the core. I'm not sure if this counts, but the illusion disguised as my second brother kept trying to take me to the water prison. After I realized something was off, I didn't agree. I told him I wanted to check out the trial tower, since I suspected there might be an exit there. He didn't seem to mind, just warned me the trial tower was dangerous and full of illusion monsters. Luya carefully recalled her conversation with the illusion, trying to dig out any useful information. In the process, she seemed to have forgotten what had happened before, which made Siu breathe a sigh of relief. She was glad Luya had recovered so quickly and could even provide so many clues. There are two possibilities for the illusion's attitude. One, the core really isn't in the trial tower, so it didn't care whether you went or not, or two, it was deliberately pretending the trial tower was nothing special. Yeah, that's what I thought too. Luya nodded, her thoughts successfully redirected, no longer dwelling on what had upset her. You mentioned the water prison just now? The illusion really wanted you to go there. The water prison was a very special place, since in reality, it was the entrance to the illusion dungeon. There really might be something unusual there. Yes, it said the water prison was the safest place, that no monsters would go near it. At this, Luya paused, then shared her own thoughts. I don't think it was lying. You mean, you also feel the water prison is safe? So you thought it was possible as well. Here, safe just meant there were no illusion monsters. If the water prison had no monsters, then it was indeed safe, but if there was something else there, that was another story. If there's nothing else here, let's head out and meet up with Anita. As for whether we go to the trial tower or the water prison first, we can decide together. They had been in the treasury for over 2 hours by now. If Siu was worried about Anita's safety, it wasn't really necessary. She was more concerned that Anita might think something had happened to them and do something drastic to the illusion. After confirming there were no clues left in the treasury, Siu and the others left and returned to the spot where they had entered through the secret door. There, a beautiful elf was leaning against the wall. Hearing them approach, she turned, her pale eyes lighting up. If you hadn't come out soon, I was about to tear this treasury apart, Anita said calmly, words that could make the entire illusion tremble. She might have been exaggerating, but she really had been about to go in and look for them. Sorry to worry you. Siu smiled, then briefly recounted what had happened inside. When she finished, she asked Anita for her opinion on what to do next. Anita, do you think we should go to the trial tower or the water prison next? If it were up to me, I'd choose the trial tower. Siu and Anita were surprisingly of one mind. They both felt they should head to the trial tower first, since that was the choice they originally made before the illusion had any influence on them. They wouldn't change their decision lightly just because of what Luya experienced in the illusion. Of course, this wasn't to say Luya had lied to them, but rather that the illusion might be trying to mislead them through Luya. When faced with uncertain clues, sticking to your initial instincts is, in theory, the best choice. So, the group made their way to the merfolk's trial tower. Along the way, they still encountered quite a few monsters trying to block their path. Some were the familiar phantom spirits and water elementals, while others were entirely new creatures they hadn't seen before. However, these monsters' combat abilities were only mediocre at best. At most, they just sapped a bit of the group's stamina and supplies. But since they weren't short on resources, and resources meant plenty of energy, these monsters only managed to slow them down a little. This is the trial tower. That direction is the entrance. The tower has 7 floors, but the 7th floor seems to be sealed off. No one can enter, though I'm not sure exactly why. Luya shared all she knew about the trial tower. After what had happened in the treasury, everyone was on high alert toward this seemingly ordinary tower. They were all worried that, upon entering, they'd once again fall into an illusion and have to endure pain before waking up. Even though their negative statuses had been cleared, the memories remained. None of them wanted to recall those unpleasant experiences. Anita, are you coming in with us this time? So you had everyone prepare themselves and also asked the elven princess beside her if she'd be joining them. Anita thought for a moment, then nodded slightly. I can hold back. So you had expected some kind of magical formation locking the way to the 7th floor. But in reality, the seal was physical. A note with "Do Not Enter" written on it was stuck to the door, and there were 2 long strips of paper crossed over the entrance. The whole scene looked eerily familiar. Seeing that Siyu didn't object, Duoya stepped forward and gave the door a tentative push. It opens. It's not locked. Before Duoya could ask if they should go in, Siyu simply pushed the door open. If it were locked or truly sealed, we'd have to rack our brains to find a way in. But since there's nothing stopping us, there's no reason to hesitate. Whether it was a trap or a bluff, Siyu wasn't afraid. They'd come this far, whatever they had to face, it was time to face it. And so they came face to face with the guardian beast of the illusion. Illusory Realm Guardian Beast, Deep Sea Kraken. HP 5,000/5,000,000. Attack 2000. Defense 1000. Description: a creature that has lived in the deep sea for who knows how long. During one expedition, it accidentally entered the illusion and was eventually devoured by it, becoming the guardian beast of the realm. Skills: Shapeshifter. As the guardian beast of the illusion, the deep sea kraken can change its form and attack style according to the situation. Each form has different attributes. True deep sea form, passive. In its original form, the kraken's HP is reduced, but all damage it takes is doubled. Its own attacks are also doubled, and its attacks can be dodged. Frenzied Roar. True deep sea form only. The kraken summons surging undercurrents from the seafloor, dealing impact damage to enemies. Bloodthirst. True deep sea form only. For the next 10 seconds, all damage dealt by the kraken heals it for the same amount. After the skill ends, it gains a shield equal to the total healing received. Illusory Spirit Form, passive. In its guardian beast form within the illusion, the kraken's HP increases, all damage taken is halved, and its own attack is halved. Summon Spirits. Illusory Spirit Form only. The kraken conjures tangible minions that will prioritize attacking the nearest creature. Drain. When attacked by someone stronger than itself, the kraken absorbs the energy of the stronger being and creates an illusion with the same power. This was the first time Siyu had ever seen a monster with so many skills, or such a massive health pool. Before this, the only monster Siyu had seen with over 1,000,000 HP was the Dark Bear Chief from the time the dark creatures attacked their territory. That bear had 1,000,000 HP, with high attack and defense, but compared to the Deep Sea Kraken, those numbers were nothing. One Deep Sea Kraken was worth 5 Dark Bear Chiefs. Even though it could change forms and its HP might drop after switching, for now, its HP was a whopping 5,000,000. Anita, this monster can absorb attacks from being stronger than itself, and then create an illusion with equivalent power. Just as Siyu had guessed, the system had set up restrictions to prevent Anita from helping them too easily. Of everyone present, only Anita was stronger than the Kraken, so this skill was clearly aimed at her. Plus, it was a passive skill, the only one that applied in both forms, making it clear to Siyu that relying on Anita for an easy win was out of the question. So, I can't attack it? Anita had already guessed as much, but she was still a bit disappointed. Ever since she'd recovered, she hadn't had a chance to stretch her muscles. Now, faced with such a big opponent, even if it wasn't quite on her level, it would have been a good opportunity to warm up. It's not that you can't do it, as long as you can handle an illusion equal to your own strength. Siyu was skeptical that the illusion realm could manifest an illusion as powerful as Anita, but she also felt that some risks simply weren't worth taking. Forget it, I'd rather not cause you all any trouble. Anita shook her head, ultimately giving up the chance to stretch her muscles. Anita herself didn't really believe that a secret realm of this level could create an opponent on par with her own strength. If she were alone, that would be one thing. But with Suyu and the others here, Even if she could easily deal with such an opponent, if it turned on the others while she was distracted, and she failed to notice, that would be a disaster. After discussing with Anita, Siu explained the deep-sea kraken's abilities to the rest of the group. So far, it seemed to be just a monster that could switch forms. There wasn't anything especially difficult about it. In its deep-sea true form, its attacks could be dodged, and it took more damage, meaning they needed to deal as much damage as possible during this phase. In its illusory spirit form, its damage output decreased, but it also took less damage, and its normal attacks became unavoidable. So Siu needed to quickly figure out the conditions for the kraken's form changes, and try to keep it in its deep-sea true form as much as possible. Do as I say. You two focus on drawing its attention. Dodge its attacks if you can. If you get hurt, just drink a potion right away. Don't try to save them. Facing the most powerful enemy they'd ever encountered, Siu didn't dare let her guard down for a moment. She stuffed the two tanks with all kinds of potions and defensive items, repeating her instructions again and again. After all, the Dark Bear before had only 1,000,000 HP, and that was with the whole city fighting it together. But this deep-sea kraken, perhaps because Anita's strength was factored in, had stats 5 times higher, and they had fewer than 20 fighters. It was clear this would be a drawn-out battle, and as things stood, a victory seemed almost impossible. Still, even if the system's last-minute rule change was a bit underhanded, Siu believed it wouldn't create a truly unwinnable situation. There had to be some other mechanic in the fight that would help them defeat the kraken more quickly or easily. But all of that was still unknown. They'd just have to try and see. As the two warriors launched their attacks, the deep-sea kraken, which had seemed to be sleeping like a mountain, slowly stirred. The next second, without giving anyone a chance to react, it unleashed its frenzied roar skill. Suddenly, strange undercurrents surged, forcing the two warriors to scramble to dodge the rushing water. Fortunately, they'd already been briefed by Siu on the kraken's attack patterns, so they were somewhat prepared. Even so, they still took some damage, but because they dodged quickly, it wasn't too severe. Each downed a potion, and their health bars returned to full. The first wave of skills is over. Start attacking. Once she was sure aggro was secure, Siu signaled the others to attack freely, while she herself kept checking the kraken's status over and over. Since the kraken opened with frenzied roar, that meant it was currently in its deep-sea true form. In this form, it still hadn't used its bloodlust skill, so Siu quickly warned those closest to the kraken to keep a close eye on its status and back off immediately if anything seemed off. If the kraken just healed itself, that would be one thing, but its skills usually got stronger, and they might not be able to withstand that. After using its first frenzied roar, the kraken settled down a bit. In its deep-sea true form, it was a pitch-black, tentacled sea monster, somewhat similar to that giant octopus from before, but not quite like any sea creature they knew. It seemed more like a natural mutation. Its normal attacks were tentacle whips aimed at the enemies in front of it. The tentacle strikes weren't especially fast, which gave them time to react and dodge. After steadily chipping away about 100,000 HP, the kraken roared again, unleashing a second frenzied roar. With the experience from last time, this time no one was injured, though their formation got a bit scattered as they dodged the surging currents. But just then, the kraken's eyes suddenly turned blood red, and its tentacle attacks sped up. The change was so obvious that Siu didn't even need to say anything. Everyone guessed the kraken had activated its second skill, bloodlust. With its attack speed increased, dodging became much harder. The ranged fighters were fine. They could just step back out of range, but the melee fighters were in trouble. They'd just dodged the undercurrents, and now they had to deal with a dozen frenzied tentacles lashing out. Even after chugging agility potions, some still got hit. Each hit took off 300 HP. Fortunately, Vivian was quick to heal one of them. Otherwise, with only about 500 HP left, he'd have lost half his health or even been knocked out. After 10 seconds, bloodlust hadn't healed the kraken much, since there were few people and even fewer getting hit, but the damage was enough to make everyone sweat. Melee, attack from behind. It can't hit you with its tentacles from there. Even though bloodlust was tough to deal with, Siu quickly figured out a countermeasure. The two tanks stayed in front, since they held aggro and couldn't switch positions. If they also moved to the back, the tentacles would just follow and attack there. With the right strategy, their fight against the Kraken went much more smoothly. During the battle, they gradually figured out the Kraken's attack and skill patterns. For example, every time its HP dropped by about 3%, it would use Frenzied Roar. And if no one was hit by Frenzied Roar, the Kraken would get enraged and immediately use Bloodlust. After some testing, they found that the damage from the Howl skill was much higher than that of Bloodthirst. Plus, since they had already found a safe zone to avoid the tentacle attacks, so you didn't have anyone deliberately take the hit from Howl just to avoid triggering Bloodthirst. More importantly, so you discovered that after the deep-sea Kraken used its Bloodthirst skill, it would fall into a brief period of weakness. Although this only lasted about 10 seconds, during that time, all damage it received would be doubled, and their critical hit rate against it would also increase. And the critical hits could also be doubled. As long as they made the most of those 10 seconds and saved up all their burst skills for that window, the damage they could deal in those 10 seconds would be equivalent to what they could normally do in 10 minutes of hard fighting. In this way, they slowly whittled down the deep-sea Kraken over the course of about 2 hours. Thanks to their ample supplies, no one felt tired, but repeating the same attack pattern so many times inevitably made them a bit numb. Soon, when the Kraken's HP dropped to 70%, which should have triggered the 11th howl, the expected undercurrents didn't appear. The deep-sea Kraken, seemingly driven mad by their steady, relentless attacks, suddenly leaped into the air. Without hesitation, Siu ordered everyone to fall back, and since they were already prepared, everyone immediately turned and ran. With a loud boom, the deep-sea Kraken landed again. Its once pitch-black body had turned a dark gray, semi-transparent form. It looks just like a phantom spirit, someone couldn't help but remark, and everyone quickly agreed. Phantom spirits were also semi-transparent, only differing in color from the deep-sea Kraken. With such an obvious change, they could easily guess that the Kraken had entered another form. The illusory spirit form. In this form, the deep-sea Kraken only had one active skill, but that skill allowed it to summon minions to attack the group. Summoner-type bosses were always the most troublesome, everyone agreed on that. So even though the Kraken didn't look as terrifying as before, no one dared to let their guard down. Don't go over yet. Let's see how it attacks. While waiting for the Kraken to fully transform, Siu opened its info panel. When she saw the new stats, she couldn't help but frown. Guardian Beast of the Illusory Realm, Deep-Sea Kraken. HP, 6,435,947/8 million. Attack, 1,000. Defense, 2,000. Just as described in the passive skill for illusory spirit form, the Kraken's HP had increased by a full 3 million. They had already whittled its HP down to 70%, which was about 3.4 million left. But with the form change, its max HP shot up by 3 million, and its current HP also instantly increased by 3 million. Additionally, its attack stat was halved, but its defense increased. A defense stat of 1,000 was already high. For the team, whose average attack was only a bit over 800, if it weren't for Gong Yu's Zither buffs and a series of rune potions and other boosts, they wouldn't even be able to break through the Kraken's defense. Now that its defense had doubled, no matter how many items or buffs they stacked, there was no way they could push their attack up to 2,000. So if they wanted to keep attacking the Kraken, at most they could only deal the deep-sea original form's forced minimum damage, but most of their attacks would just be immune and do nothing. While Siu was analyzing the Kraken's illusory spirit form, the Kraken also noticed the humans trying to escape. It immediately stretched out its long tentacles to chase and attack them, forcing them back into combat. Because of this, even those who couldn't see the numbers could clearly tell that their attacks were doing absolutely no damage to the Kraken. Lord, what should we do now? Duoya was one of the few who could still hurt the Kraken, because she was still wearing the Fire Demon armor set that Siu had given her early on. Although the other basic stats of the set were now outdated, its second attribute provided a passive percentage-based HP burn effect that was simply overpowered. So in terms of DPS, it still far outclassed any other archer gear. With a 10% chance to trigger a 10-second burn that dealt 1% of max HP per second as fire damage, ignoring all defense and level suppression, as long as Duoya could trigger the burn. She could reliably deal about 300 fire damage per second to the Kraken. Compared to everyone else, who couldn't even break through its defense, Duoya's output was crushing. But obviously, they couldn't rely on Duoya alone. If they tried to burn down the Kraken at just 300 damage per second, it would take them another 6 hours. Not to mention what other accidents might happen during those 6 hours, Duoya herself couldn't possibly keep up that kind of output for nearly 10 hours straight. It's fine if we can't break its defense. Everyone keep attacking, but since we can't hurt it, don't go all out. Focus mainly on dodging its attacks. Wait until the Kraken uses a skill, then we'll see what happens. In its original form, the Kraken would enter a weakened state after using Bloodthirst, which indirectly boosted their combat power. So there should be a similar mechanic in illusory spirit form. So you didn't have a better plan for now, so she could only wait and see. While waiting for the Kraken to use its skill, so you also had everyone try attacking different parts of its body, testing for any weak spots. Usually, hitting a weak point would deal true damage that bypassed defense, often with double or critical damage. Unfortunately, in this illusory spirit form, the Kraken was like a turtle hiding in its shell, completely impervious to blades, bullets, fire, or water. It looked invincible, with no weaknesses at all. Soon, the spirit summon skill Siu had been waiting for finally appeared. The Kraken suddenly stopped attacking, raised all its tentacles high, and, in a pose reminiscent of a human mage chanting, began summoning illusory minions. Thud, asterisk. Thud, asterisk. Too heavy, muffled thuds drew everyone's attention. They all looked toward the source of the sound, only to witness a surprising scene. The deep-sea behemoth's massive tentacle suddenly broke off by itself, and the commotion they'd just heard was caused by the severed tentacle crashing to the ground. Before they could even begin to wonder why the deep-sea behemoth would inflict such self-harm, they saw the tentacle on the ground start to squirm. Then, like a lump of highly malleable clay, it transformed itself into a brand new little monster. And this monster looked almost identical to the illusory realm creatures they'd encountered before. Deep Sea Tentacle. HP 100 000/100 000. Attack 800. Defense 300. Description: a tentacle dropped from the deep sea behemoth, possessing self-awareness and capable of transforming into various forms. Lord, look over there. Some of the tentacles didn't come to life, but before the person could finish, Siu had already noticed what was happening over there. Unlike the tentacles here, which transformed into monsters, the tentacles over there simply dissolved into a pool of viscous, swamp-like liquid after breaking off. This sticky fluid oozed across the ground, looking both bizarre and disgusting, and seemed harmless at first. But then, they saw pairs of pale, translucent hands crawling out from this tentacle swamp. If she guessed correctly, these were the real illusory monsters summoned by the deep-sea behemoth. If that was the case, then what exactly were those two tentacles that had come to life earlier? So you quickly calculated the damage, compared the attack patterns of the tentacles and the monsters, and decisively assigned the ranged attackers to target the tentacles, while the melee fighters focused on killing the monsters. The tentacles had semi-ranged attacks, making them easier for ranged fighters to handle, while the monsters were melee attackers with low HP and defense, allowing melee fighters to dispatch them quickly. Although the illusory form of the behemoth was tough and durable, neither its severed tentacles nor the monsters it summoned seemed to inherit its high defense, making cleanup surprisingly easy. The monsters disappeared immediately upon defeat, leaving nothing behind. The tentacles, however, didn't vanish right away when killed. Instead, they simply lost all vitality, turning into ordinary, limp, harmless objects lying on the ground. So you had a hunch and checked the info on the dead tentacles, and to her surprise, she found something interesting. Deep sea tentacle. Quality: purple. Category: special. Description: a tentacle from the deep sea behemoth. Can be used as a weapon. When attacking the deep sea behemoth, it deals extra damage. After a certain number of attacks, it can enrage the behemoth, causing it to revert to its original form. Extra damage. Revert to original form. These were exactly what they'd been hoping for. Unfortunately, there were only 2 tentacles. Sighing that heaven never bars one's way, Siu instructed 2 warriors to pick up the tentacles as weapons. Warriors were among the few classes suited to wielding 2 weapons in combat, one as their main weapon for attacking and the other as a shield for defense. Most of the time, warriors' damage output was minimal, so their main weapon could be swapped out as needed, as long as their shield remained unchanged for tanking. This allowed them to fulfill their primary role as warriors. As for other DPS classes, that wouldn't work. They were specialized and could only use their own weapons, or their combat effectiveness would drop drastically. With the tentacles equipped, the 2 warriors found it odd to fight with such weapons, but they quickly adapted and got into the right fighting rhythm. Just as the item description said, while the tentacle wasn't a real weapon, it could still deal about 50 points of damage to the deep-sea behemoth. Not as effective as Duoya's fire burn, but far better than doing no damage at all. Still, even with the extra 100 points of damage from the 2 tentacles, the rest of the group couldn't break through the behemoth's defenses, so its HP was dropping painfully slowly. Especially for Duoya, the main DPS, perhaps because the behemoth's water attribute naturally countered her fire armor's burning effect, the supposed 10% trigger rate was actually less than 5% in practice. After more than 10 minutes, they'd barely scratched the surface of the deep-sea behemoth. Even so, everyone grew more and more motivated because as they attacked, they noticed the previously transparent behemoth slowly filling in with patches of black, like a coloring game. They had a hunch. Once it turned completely black, it would revert to its original deep-sea form, and then they could attack it properly again. But before the behemoth could fully revert, it unleashed its spirit summon skill for the second time. Just like before, 2 tentacles broke off. The first transformed into a tentacle monster, the second became an illusory spirit that attacked them. But the moment the 2 warriors heard Siu announce that their rewards for this run would be doubled, and that they'd be allowed to each pick an item from the deep-sea kraken's loot as an extra bonus, their fatigue vanished. Their backs stopped aching, their legs stopped hurting, and their arms wielding the shields suddenly felt stronger than ever. The others looked on with envy, but that was all it was, envy. No one thought it was unfair. After all, those 2 had been tanking hits for over 3 hours straight, and if all went as expected, they'd have to keep taking hits for another 6 or 7 hours. During this 10-hour-long battle, they had to stay alert at every moment, dodging attacks and risking their lives every second to shield the rest. Double rewards and extra bonuses were only fair. These were well-earned. High risk, high reward. It made perfect sense. After witnessing both forms of the deep-sea kraken and figuring out the boss's mechanics, the fight went smoothly. Aside from the sheer length of the battle, which left everyone physically and mentally exhausted, there weren't any other real difficulties. But being able to endure a 10-hour battle was impressive in itself, especially when you had to stay mistake-free. That made it even harder. Yet, they managed to avoid any major errors. A few minor mishaps weren't enough to stop their march toward victory. Several hours later, with a final unwilling roar, the deep-sea kraken lost its last bit of health and crashed to the ground. As it fell, a shower of golden loot appeared on the ground, along with a huge golden treasure chest. But at that moment, no one had the energy to care about any of it. Even Siu, after 10 hours of unblinking command, felt dizzy from exhaustion, let alone the fighters who had to use both brain and brawn. The first thing everyone did after the kraken fell was collapse where they stood. Even Vivian, who usually cared about her image, just curled up wherever she could. Duoya weakly moved her numb arms and leaned against Vivian to rest. Everyone else was in much the same half-dead state. Even the 2 warriors who'd been promised extra loot couldn't be bothered to check their rewards, they just flopped to the ground, closed their eyes, and fell asleep instantly. If it weren't for their thunderous snores, the others might have been scared by how lifeless they looked. Even though Luya was a mermaid and a bit tougher than humans, she could only sit on the ground gasping for breath, her limbs too weak to move. Congratulations, A1-16, for successfully leading your team to defeat the deep-sea kraken and clear the underwater illusory realm. Relevant rewards have been sent to the quest hall. With the loss of its guardian beast, the underwater illusory realm will close in 5 minutes. Please leave as soon as possible. So you would have liked to let everyone rest, but with only 5 minutes left before the instance closed, she and Anita quickly gathered up all the loot and led everyone out of the illusory realm dungeon. Once outside, those who had been lying or sitting on the ground now found themselves sprawled in the ruins of the water prison. So you called over a few non-combatants who still had some energy left and had them carry everyone back to the glazed palace. As for herself, she went with Luya and Anita to meet with Elder 5 and Elder Baiko. After all, she'd abducted the princesses of 2 clans for over 10 hours. Now that they were back, she had to return them safe and sound to put everyone's minds at ease. The next day, after everyone had rested, the 2 warriors who had worked so hard the day before eagerly picked out 2 items from Suyu as their extra rewards. Although Suyu said they could pick anything, neither of them was greedy. Each chose something they needed, rather than the most valuable items. One picked a fine piece of purple grade ore, saying he'd have it forged into the best shield. The other chose a skill book for warriors. After learning it, his defense would reach a new level. Although skill books were priceless, this one was only blue grade, so its value wasn't much higher than the purple ore. Once they'd made their choices, the merfolk's business here was basically done. So you had them and the others use return stones to go back to Sunset Territory, leaving only Ningxue and UAI by her side. Ningxue stayed because the merfolk still had some issues with dark creatures that needed her help. UAI stayed because he was a water mage, the most suitable for operating here, and water magic was versatile for both offense and defense. So you herself stayed to learn about the merfolk's situation going forward. Although the merfolk's immediate crisis was resolved, there were still many secrets. After a day or 2 of investigation, so you finally understood part of the truth. This part of the truth was related to the Grand Elder. She'd always thought it odd that the Grand Elder insisted on seeking atonement from the sea god. The Grand Elder was stubborn, yes, but he'd always put the merfolk first. He'd done both good and bad, but his merits far outweighed his faults. Becoming a sinner seemed far too extreme. It wasn't until Sue learned that Kayena's death was also connected to the Grand Elder that she sighed in complicated understanding. Back then, when the merfolk king left and gave the fishmen a chance to attack, the Grand Elder didn't know about it. If he had, he wouldn't have left with the king. If he hadn't left, Kayena wouldn't have had to sacrifice herself. But when the fishmen attacked and Elder 5 sent word to the king, not only did the king refuse to return out of selfishness, but the Grand Elder also didn't come back. The reason was simple, so simple it was almost laughable. He believed that since Kayena was blessed by the sea god, she should contribute to protecting the merfolk. Of course, more importantly, he knew Kayena was as strong as he was and could handle things. So he thought neither he nor the king needed to return, they had their own duties to attend to. Patrolling the seas was extremely important for the merfolk. It couldn't be interrupted lightly, as it was crucial for establishing their authority and elevating their status to something truly unique. At that time, the Grand Elder had become almost obsessed with the development of the merfolk. He believed that the merfolk should be the rulers of the seas, and he was determined to do whatever it took to achieve that goal. But Kayena's strength, which surpassed everyone else's, was based on her having 2 mermaid pearls. Back then, in order to save Melior, Kayena had already dug out one of her pearls. With only one left, her power was nowhere near enough to easily protect the merfolk. So, she chose to sacrifice herself. Actually, Anna always felt that protecting the merfolk was her duty. Her whole life revolved around this, and even when she sacrificed herself, she never blamed the Grand Elder. Even though so much time had passed, The fifth elder couldn't help but show a trace of resentment when she brought it up again. Kayena truly didn't blame the Grand Elder, but the fifth elder felt differently. After all, Kayena wasn't just the merfolk's child of two pearls, she was also her junior apprentice, someone she had watched grow up like a real little sister. At first, the fifth elder thought the merfolk king and the Grand Elder were just caught up with other matters and couldn't return. She never imagined that one simply didn't want to come back, and the other thought there was no need. So, when she learned the truth, the fifth elder hated the Grand Elder with all her heart. Because of this, two people who might have ended up together became completely estranged. Back then, there had been some feelings between the fifth elder and the Grand Elder, but after this, whatever was there vanished completely. So that's how it was, so you could understand what Kayena was thinking at the time. She truly had no complaints or regrets about her sacrifice. Because, from her perspective, protecting the merfolk was her responsibility. She had to take this desperate step because she wasn't strong enough, and her lack of strength was because she had dug out her own pearl to save someone. A life for a life, it was all her own choice. It was just that Melior must never find out about this, or she would surely blame herself for Kayena's death. As an outsider looking back on the drama from more than a decade ago, so you could see things clearly. She certainly didn't think Melior was at fault. After all, it was Kayena's own choice to save her, and her sacrifice was her own decision. But for someone who survived at the cost of a dear friend's life, it might not feel that way. After agreeing with the fifth elder to keep all of this from Melior, Siu prepared to leave. She had learned almost everything about the merfolk's past. The only missing pieces were from Kayena herself, how she survived, what she had been doing all these years. Kayena had said she would give her a gift before she left, so Siu figured she'd get her answers then. There was no reason to stay with the merfolk any longer. Miss Siu, wait. Just as Siu was about to leave, the fifth elder suddenly called out to her. Siu paused, sensing something was off. She turned to see the fifth elder's changing expression, and her eyelids started twitching uncontrollably. It didn't stop until the fifth elder finally spoke. Tell me, is she living well now? Sai, I really wish I could go to your territory with Yuyi and have a look. Hearing that Siu was leaving, Luya was full of reluctance, but there was nothing she could do. After all, Siu wasn't a mermaid and couldn't live underwater, and she had her own responsibilities. The purpose of this trip had been to help the merfolk, and now that everything was resolved, what remained was their private business. It was time for her to go. If you get the chance, you're welcome to come and stay at my territory for a few days, Siu said with a smile. After chatting with Luya for a bit, Siu left the Crystal Palace with Ningshi and Yuai. Outside, Anita waved to her. You're heading back? Anita guessed from her appearance. The merfolk's crisis is over, so there's no reason for me to stay. Besides, I've been away from my territory for days now, and I'm worried about how things are going there. Counting from the day she arrived among the merfolk, this was the 5th day. Siu had never been away from her territory for so long before. Not only was she worried about her territory, the people there would be worried about her too. I'll stay here a few more days, until things are completely stable, then head back, Anita said with a smile. Since that's the case, I won't hold you up. Oh, by the way, when I came over, a merfolk asked me to give you this as thanks for saving her. Siu took the small box Anita handed her without saying much, put it away, and said her goodbyes. Then the three of them took out their teleportation stones and left the merfolk. The stones were set to teleport them to the gates of the city lord's mansion, a place few people visited, especially since Siu had been away these past few days. So, for now, no one knew they had returned. Siu told Ningshi and Yuai to go rest. After checking on the territory's operations herself, she headed to Yao Guang's place. On the way, Siu sorted through the pile of supplies in her backpack, handing things out to the appropriate people. As for things she couldn't find a use for yet, and the still unopened golden treasure chest, she left them all with Dolly to organize. Because of this, Dolly and the others quickly learned that Siu was back. Seeing their lord safe and sound, everyone finally relaxed after days of worry. I need to go see Yao Guang, so I'll leave these with you, Siu said, dropping everything off at the tailor shop and dashing off like she was slacking, leaving Dolly and the others staring at the pile of priceless items. Arriving at Yao Guang's door, Siu saw it was slightly ajar. Unfazed, she pushed it open and walked in. Inside, Yao Guang was sitting at the table. Unlike before, the table was now neatly covered with papers. "Congratulations on your safe return, my lord," Yao Guang said first. Then, as if she already knew what Siu wanted to ask, she answered directly. "Yesterday, I saw that the elves' star had regained its brightness. I believe the elves have weathered their crisis." Siu wasn't surprised that Yao Guang guessed her thoughts, but she was happy to hear it. What about the merfolk? The elves were safe now, and with their queen's special status, they likely wouldn't face trouble again anytime soon. So Suyu's main concern was still the merfolk. The merfolk. Yao Guang pulled out a sheet of paper, glanced over it quickly, and then spoke slowly. "My lord, you've already helped them resolve their greatest crisis and even secured aid from the elves for them. From here on, their fate is no longer your concern." Siu frowned slightly. From Yao Guang's words, she could tell the merfolk still had unresolved dangers, but these were problems she couldn't help with. Whatever the outcome, it would be up to the merfolk themselves. As Siu was still worrying about the merfolk, she noticed something seemed off with Yao Guang. "Rather than worrying about other races, I think you'd best pay attention to the situation in your own territory." Yao Guang pressed a hand to her faintly aching chest and sighed helplessly. "After you leave, please have that skilled healing mage come see me." Siu understood that Yao Guang had probably just overexerted herself talking, so she didn't linger. After calling Vivian over to help Yao Guang, Siu returned to the Lord's manor. Back at the manor, Siu followed Yao Guang's advice and opened the territory information panel. 5 days had passed, and aside from some numerical changes, there were no obvious differences on the territory panel. But from Yao Guang's tone, Siu could tell that wasn't the whole story, so she decided to keep a close eye on the territory for the time being. With that in mind, she took out the item Annetta had delivered to her, a delicate red box, just palm-sized, with no lock, so Siu could open it directly. Upon opening it, she heard a few system prompts. Obtained, Kiena's notebook *1. Obtained, incomplete map, part 3 *1. Obtained, incomplete map, part 7 *1. Looking at the items in her hands, Siu set the 2 map fragments aside and began to carefully read through the notebook. The notebook was thick, but only 4 or 5 pages were actually written on, so Siu finished reading it quickly. Afterwards, following the hint Kiina had left on the last page, she dismantled the notebook. A few minutes later. Obtained, Aura Skill, Song of the Ocean *1. Obtained, Array Notes *1. An aura skill. Siu stared in surprise at the skill book she'd extracted, her eyes full of astonishment. There was no need to explain how powerful aura skills were. Take the recent underwater illusion, for example. If it hadn't been for the Lingxi aura, they would have spent at least twice as much time defeating the guardian beast. Although she didn't know exactly what Song of the Ocean did, she could guess it wouldn't be weak. Even though she'd prepared herself, Siu was still startled when she saw the actual effect of the aura skill. Song of the Ocean Skill Book, Territory Blessing Aura. Category, Other. Quality, Red. Description: after use, the territory gains the Song of the Ocean aura, blessing all residents of the territory. Song of the Ocean has 3 levels. As the territory's relationship level with the merfolk rises, the aura's level will automatically increase. Song of the Ocean I, unlocked at acquaintance, with the merfolk aura holders gain a 5% stat boost when acting by the sea, and have a 5% chance to double any resource or battle drops, plus a 1% chance for higher tier bonus drops. Song of the Ocean II, unlocked at friendly, with the merfolk aura holders gain a 10% stat boost when acting by the sea, and have a 10% chance to double any resource or battle drops, plus a 3% chance for higher tier bonus drops. Song of the Ocean III, unlocked at intimate, with the merfolk unlocks social events with the merfolk. Periodically, merfolk or other oceanic races will visit the territory. What a great gift. So you stroked the aura skill book, then used it without hesitation. After using it, she checked the current territory relationship status. Sunset Territory's relationship with the merfolk was at 75 points, a decent number, but only enough for the acquaintance level. To reach friendly, she needed to raise it to 80, and for intimate, all the way to 90. Too bad personal relationships barely affect territory relations. After checking the territory stats, C looked at her own personal relationship panel. Personal relations: elves, respect; merfolk, respect; beastmen, friendly; dragons, neutral; goblins, neutral. She had helped both the elves and the merfolk through their greatest crises, so her favorability with both was at respect, just below worship. But as she just noted, personal relations had little impact on territory relations. Even if these races respected her, since the territory as a whole had little contact with them, the territory's relationship wouldn't improve just because of her. And that was already a good scenario. If C weren't the Lord, but just an ordinary resident, even if those races worshipped her, the territory's relationship with them wouldn't change at all. C read over the aura's effects twice more, reluctant to miss out on the level 2 bonus. So she went to the warehouse and took out the favor gift box she'd obtained long ago. Favor gift box. Quality: purple. Category: special. Description: can be given as a gift to others to greatly increase favorability. Each person can receive up to 5 favor gift boxes. If given to another race's faction for territory relations, increases relationship by 3 points. Each faction can receive up to 2 favor gift boxes. She had 3 favor gift boxes in total, and could give a maximum of 2 to a single faction, for a total of 6 points, just enough, as she was 5 points short of the next level. So Sue used 2 favor gift boxes on the merfolk. Congratulations! Sunset Territory's relationship with the merfolk has reached friendly. With the system prompt, Song of the Ocean 2 was now unlocked. After that, Sue studied Keena's array notes. The notebook recorded many arrays, some Sue recognized, some she didn't, including the 2 she'd seen in the water prison and the one that could copy another forbidden area. At the end of the notebook, Sue also saw a line that Keena had specially left. Thank you for taking care of Luya. 3 days had passed since Sue returned from the merfolk tribe. During these 3 days, she mainly focused on 3 things. The first was using the resources she brought back from the merfolk tribe and the illusion realm instance to level up various aspects of her territory, including, but not limited to, building levels, territory level, and resident levels. During the 5 days she was away, the territory continued to operate as usual, people who were supposed to arrive still came, and no talent recruitment was missed. In fact, after the last territory upgrade, there wasn't much left to fulfill for the next level. So when Sue checked this time, she found that the territory already met the requirements to level up twice in a row. With the building levels up to standard, Sue directly upgraded her territory by 2 levels. Congratulations! Sunset Territory has met the upgrade requirements and has been successfully upgraded to a medium town. Upgrade rewards have been sent to the Quest Hall's treasure chest. Congratulations! Sunset Territory has met the upgrade requirements and has been successfully upgraded to a large town. Upgrade rewards have been sent to the Quest Hall's treasure chest. Sunset Territory. Lord Suyu. Territory level: large town, can be upgraded to small city when population reaches 1,500, prosperity reaches 30,000, and building levels meet requirements. Territory status: open. Open territories can attract visitors from everywhere. Public security: 91. Social relations: elves, intimate, 97/100, merfolk, acquainted, 81/100, dragons, neutral, 12/100, beastmen, neutral, 8 out of 100. Happiness: satisfied. Prosperity: 19,563. Reputation: 3,958. Population: 1,098. Territory auras: Blessing of Life 3, from the statue Doris, Treasure-Seeking Bloodline 3, from Guardian Beast Laying Vow, Battle Bloodline 3, from Guardian Beast Lingbao, Harvest Aura 3, from Aura Pouch, Song of the Ocean I, Song of the Ocean 2. Territory events. I. Dark Creature Invasion event, omitted. 2. Nature's Favor event, omitted. 3. Pollution has harmed the forest, causing great suffering to its creatures. As the saviors of the forest, you will receive their gratitude. About to disappear. 4. Merfolk event, omitted, resolved, about to disappear. V. The surrounding environment has deteriorated faster due to pollution. Despite your efforts, some irreversible effects remain. Soon, a new natural crisis will arise, about to refresh. After upgrading the territory, so you notice that some events now had extra notes as hints. For example, Event 3 had about to disappear, Event 4 had resolved, and Event V had about to refresh. These notes might seem trivial, but they allowed you to anticipate more. Event 3 was about to disappear, which meant the beasts in the forest could finally return to their peaceful lives. There wasn't much to say about Event 4, the merfolk issue had been resolved, so it made sense for this event to end. However, this event hadn't disappeared immediately after Siu left the merfolk tribe. It lingered until today. Siu suspected there might have been lingering pollution in the merfolk tribe, so the ocean was still affected. That's why the event wasn't considered fully resolved and hadn't disappeared yet. But now that it's marked as about to disappear, it indicated the merfolk had likely dealt with all the pollution. Then there was Event V. The about to refresh note made Siu suspect another natural disaster was imminent. Refresh and disappear were different. Disappearance meant the event was over, while refresh meant the event persisted, but had changed in some way. Recalling what Yao Guang had told her before, Siu guessed this upcoming disaster wouldn't be simple. Could it be another double disaster? She had no way of knowing. But since she knew a disaster was coming, she had to prepare in advance. So the second thing she did over these days was send people to scout the surrounding changes, try to predict the type of disaster, and frantically stockpile resources. This second task couldn't be completed in a short time, so after assigning the without Suyu's help, the merfolk would still have suffered heavy losses, but Kayena's freedom of action far surpassed the queen's. Suyu couldn't figure out the answer for now. However, as for why Kayena had memories and not the merfolk king, Suyu could understand. After all, Kayena was the rightful heir to the merfolk throne, the child of two pearls, the sea god's favorite, and the most special existence among the merfolk. So it wasn't strange that she was the one with memories. How does she know about things from another world? Could it be that she, besides not understanding why Kayena could move about so freely, Siu also couldn't figure out how she could so confidently say something as dangerous as, "We are people from two different worlds." The queen, although she had memories and knew Siu was different from them, would never have guessed that Siu was from another world. She certainly couldn't have imagined that this world was originally just a game, and Siu was merely a player who had joined in. Kayena's act of breaking the fourth wall had truly given Siu quite a scare. But since she knew Kayena seemed to harbor goodwill toward her, Siu wasn't exactly afraid of her because of this. Still, it made her harbor even more dangerous suspicions about the origins of this data-driven world. For example, the awakening of artificial intelligence, or perhaps a familiar sense of mental blockage swept over her, and Suyu realized she couldn't keep thinking about this issue. At the same time, she also knew that she had probably guessed something close to the truth, which was why the system was preventing her from thinking further. This feeling of being controlled by someone else was unpleasant, but she was powerless to resist. "She's seen me before." Since she wasn't allowed to dwell on the first matter, Siu began to ponder the meaning behind Kayena's second statement. It made sense that the queen recognized her, since the queen had memories. But Kayena also had memories and recognized her, which Suyu couldn't understand, because during her previous gameplay, she had never met Kayena, nor had she even heard of her. If Kayena had said, "She's seen me before," Suyu could have explained it as a chance encounter during the game that she simply hadn't noticed. But Kayena's words clearly implied that the two of them had met under circumstances where they both knew each other, or at the very least, they had seen each other face to face. Yet, Suyu had absolutely no memory of anything like that. If Kayena had seen her, and she had seen Kayena, that could only have happened either in the game or in the real world. Could it be that Kiina is also from the real world and they met there? Siu was startled by her own thought, but quickly dismissed it. After all, Kiina herself had said they were from two different worlds, so she couldn't possibly be from the real world. There's one more possibility. Siu recalled the earlier feeling of mental blockage and her heart grew heavy. A few seconds later, she let out a self-mocking laugh and began putting away everything on her desk. Since something didn't want her to discover the truth so soon, dwelling on it would only be a waste of time. She might as well use the time to rest or take a stroll around her territory. As it happened, there were still 2 tavern recruitments she hadn't dealt with yet. Now that she had the time, she could finally take care of them. Before heading to the Merfolk, Siu had realized she wouldn't be able to return to her territory right away, which would waste the tavern recruitment refresh time. So, before leaving, she used her available resources and 2 building upgrade cards to raise the tavern to level 9. At level 9, not only did the tavern increase the stats of recruited residents, boost the chance of recruiting top-tier and special residents, and offer more choices, but it also unlocked a very special feature, the ability to accumulate recruitment attempts. Before level 9, Siu had to manually recruit or dismiss residents before the tavern would start the timer to refresh the next batch. If she forgot or didn't have time to recruit, the refresh time would be wasted, and the recruitment screen would remain stuck. But after reaching level 9, even if Siu didn't recruit residents in time, the refresh timer would keep running. When the countdown ended, the next batch of residents would continue to accumulate. Currently, the maximum number of accumulated batches was 3, meaning Siu could go up to half a month without recruiting and then recruit all 3 batches at once. But there wasn't much need for that. Unless she was truly unable to recruit in time due to being away, Siu would still prefer to recruit each batch as soon as it refreshed. That way, she could get top-tier residents faster and have them join and contribute to the territory sooner. When Siu arrived at the tavern, it was in business as usual. She picked an inconspicuous seat, as always, and began reviewing the 2 accumulated batches of residents. Besides the previous benefits, the upgraded tavern also gave Siu more choices. For example, with each refresh, she could now pick 3 out of 10 candidates, greatly increasing her options. In the first batch, Siu spotted an orc and a goblin. A 20% chance was much higher than before, but unfortunately, the orc didn't have any valuable strengths, and while the goblin was a high-level mechanic, his traits were unremarkable compared to the other 8, so Siu didn't choose him. After some deliberation, Siu selected a mid-level wood mage, a master-level physician, and a high-level administrator. Enluo. Gender, male. Age, young adult. Loyalty, 75. Affection, 30. Talent, magic, 85. Formation, 70. Skills, intermediate wood mage, bottleneck, beginner formation master. Traits, affinity, special affinity has unique effects on animals and plants, allergy, locked. Lonjo. Gender, female. Age, middle-aged. Loyalty, 70. Affection, 35. Talent, medicine, 90. Skills, master physician, bottleneck. Traits, mastery, masters a skill, but can only focus on one skill in a lifetime. Obsessed with medicine, medical skill proficiency increases faster, but pays little attention to anything outside of medicine. Qi Jin. Gender, female. Age, young adult. Loyalty, 65. Affection, 30. Talent, management, 90. Business, 85. Skills, advanced management, intermediate business planning. Traits, business mind, adept at business, with unique market analysis, independent thinking, has her own independent thought, perfectionist, strives for perfection, cannot tolerate flaws. Ever since the tavern was upgraded, each recruitment became more difficult for Siu. Every candidate was excellent, and she agonized over her choices each time. However, with the looming threat of unknown disasters, Siu wasn't completely at a loss when making her selections this time. The reason for recruiting in Luo and Lanzhou was to prepare for natural disasters. Wood-type mages provide a huge boost to farming. As long as agriculture is secured, it essentially means food is secured. Most natural disasters restrict going outdoors, but they are time-limited. No matter how terrifying a disaster is, as long as there's enough food, you can just hole up in your territory and ride it out safely. Of course, Siu was never the type to just sit and wait for death, but it's still necessary to be prepared, hence, she recruited in Luo. Once in Luo arrived in the territory, even if he didn't immediately join, Siu could simply offer him some compensation and still have him work for the territory. Sunset Territory was no longer the poor, tiny patch of land it used to be. Not to mention the wealth of resources in the warehouse, just the haul they brought back from the merfolk was enough to attract a flood of talent. As for Lanzhao, she was an outstanding physician. With her dual traits of medical mastery and obsession, she was a top-tier talent, no less than a grandmaster. Even if there were no disasters, Siu would have chosen to recruit her. Disasters bring danger, and the more dangerous it is, the more likely people are to get hurt. So aside from food reserves, medical resources are essential. Clearly, Vivi alone wasn't enough. Just like within Luo, Siu's approach to Lanzhao was, if you won't join, I'll lure you in with sweet offers and get you to work anyway. In any case, she wouldn't let their skills go to waste. Interestingly, when she went to the merfolk before, there was also someone named Lanzhao involved in the operation. But these two Lanzhaos were clearly not the same person. Their ages, talents, and skills were all different. As for Qi Jin, Siu recruited her partly for her talents, skills, and traits, and partly because she wanted a capable assistant. Qi Jin was a senior manager. She could help Siu handle territory affairs, and if Siu had to leave for several days, Qi Jin could manage things independently, so everything wouldn't pile up waiting for Suyu's return. If it weren't for the backlog of work, Siu wouldn't have only just made it to the tavern today. Recruitment at the tavern could be put off for a few days, but the accumulated tasks couldn't wait any longer. With the first round of recruitment finished, Siu was fairly satisfied. But when she saw the second batch of candidates, her mood soured. Although there were 3 special residents from other races in the second batch, their qualifications were mediocre, worse than the orc and goblin from the first batch. It felt like 3 slots were wasted. Of the remaining 7, there was a high-level metal mage, but Siu was still dissatisfied. Based on his background and talents, she could tell something was off about him. First, his magical talent was only 50, even lower than Yu's 55. Without some extraordinary stroke of luck, it would have been a miracle for him to become a mage at all. Even if, like you, he'd gotten a rare class change item, he'd be capped at junior mage, maybe intermediate at best. Yet not only did he become a mage, he'd reached high level. Though he was older than you had been trained with massive resources and personal effort, so his achievements made sense. But this metal mage was different. His background showed he wasn't particularly hardworking, nor did he seem to have had any lucky encounters. So how did he reach high-level mage? Assuming the system's information was accurate, the only possible problem was with the mage himself. After noticing this, Siu carefully checked the other candidates and found 2 more whose skill levels didn't match their talents and traits. One was a high-level witch, the other was a high-level spirit seer at a bottleneck. The witch's talent was only 60, higher than the mage's, but she was about the same age as you, so that was suspicious. The spirit seer's talent wasn't high but not low either, 75, but he had 2 negative traits that hindered skill advancement, and he wasn't that old either, so that was another red flag. Honestly, if Siu hadn't noticed these issues, she might have picked at least one of these 3 for recruitment, maybe even 2, since their levels were so high. High-level talent, especially in rare professions, could make a huge contribution to the territory. But since she'd spotted these problems, Siu absolutely wouldn't recruit them. So, 10 candidates instantly became 4. Picking 3 out of 4 wasn't much of a choice, especially since none of the 4 were particularly outstanding. Siu just picked the one with the best talent and level for combat, and saved the other 2 recruitment slots for next time. Her good mood from the first round was dampened by the unexpected issues in the second. After thinking for a while, Siu couldn't help but recall someone, Shauna. Shauna also had low talent, but became a god-level mage thanks to an inheritance. Through her, Siyu learned that an unknown organization was conducting ability transfers. That made her wonder, were these three also beneficiaries of ability transfers? If so, did that mean they were undercover agents the organization wanted to plant? No, the tavern recruitment was arranged by the system, so actually, it was the system trying to plant undercover agents. In other words, the whole data-driven world was created by the system, and the plot was all orchestrated by it, so whatever it wanted to do was reasonable. But Siyu wasn't about to fall for it. She left the tavern and immediately went to find the gate guards. Even though she hadn't recruited those three, the fact that the system had generated them meant they existed. There was no guarantee the system wouldn't try to get them into the territory by other means, so Siyu had to warn the guards in advance. Fortunately, after the tavern was upgraded, not only were the residents' attributes better, but Siyu could see more information, like their names, ages, and even portraits. She made copies of the three's portraits and gave one set to the gate guards and another to Lyle. After repeatedly reminding them, Siyu went back to the territory's ongoing upgrades and renovations. 2 more days passed, and Siyu successfully upgraded the average level of all the buildings in her territory to level 9. She also added many new structures. After that, she used her available resources to give the territory's residents a major upgrade. Those who needed to change classes did so, and those who needed new equipment got it. The overall combat strength of Sunset Territory improved significantly. Meanwhile, the 4 people Siyu had recruited arrived at the territory one after another yesterday. The only combatant among the second batch of recruits immediately chose to join the territory upon arrival. He was an advanced martial artist, skilled in close combat. So when he expressed his willingness to contribute more deeply to the territory, Siyu simply handed him over to Lyle for assignment. As for the other 3, Luo was lured into farming by Siyu with a high-grade wood element gem. He's getting along well with Yusin, and the two have reached a consensus on farming. In just one day, their cooperation has had a huge impact on the territory's agriculture. To put it simply, the territory's food supply increased by 20%, and this figure will continue to rise for some time. At the current rate, the upper limit should be around 50%. With this, food was no longer a concern. With plenty of raw ingredients, Siyu recruited a few more cooks and had them work overtime to process all the food into filling, long-lasting products. As for Mike, he was only interested in making gourmet food. He had no desire to take on the assembly line work of preparing food for storage. Siyu didn't care whether he wanted to or not, she didn't need him for this job anyway. As long as he managed his own restaurant and didn't mess around with strange things, she was already grateful. Next were Lanzhao and Qi Jin. Originally, Siyu thought Lanzhao would be the first to join the territory. After all, someone like her, whose weaknesses were basically out in the open, should be the easiest to recruit. Mike was the most typical example. No need for anything fancy, a single secret recipe, a warehouse full of herbs, and Lanzhao would be hooked. But things turned out differently than Siyu expected. The person she thought would be the easiest to recruit actually refused her offer outright when she laid out the terms. The reason was simple: Lanzhao was willing to cooperate with the territory, but she didn't want to join and be restricted by it in everything. From her words, Siyu vaguely sensed that Lanzhao must have had an unpleasant experience in her previous territory, making her unwilling to rush into joining another and risk repeating the same mistake. Faced with this, Siyu was powerless. Once bitten, twice shy, she couldn't just tell Lanzhao, "I'm not like that, and the territory won't meddle in your affairs." Whether Lanzhao believed her or not, it would be a miracle if she didn't scare her off. Still, at least Lanzhao was willing to cooperate, which was a silver lining. Time would tell. If Lanzhao stayed long enough, she'd naturally see whether the territory was worth joining. In contrast, there was Qi Jin. Siyu had thought that someone as capable and proud as Qi Jin would be hard to recruit, but after their conversation, Qi Jin agreed to join the territory without hesitation. This unexpectedly smooth recruitment left Siyu with mixed feelings. But Qi Jin's willingness to join was a good thing. Unlike the other two, Luo and Lanzhao were only responsible for the territory's production. They wouldn't have much impact on the territory even if they caused trouble. But Qi was different. As a manager, her actions would significantly affect the territory's operations. As long as she wasn't officially part of the territory, Siyu would never hand over any important decision-making to her. Instead, Siyu would only present her with problems, let Qi propose solutions, then execute them herself and wait for the results. It was troublesome, but the safest approach. Even now that Qi had joined, Siyu didn't immediately give her full management authority, just some minor permissions to let her get her feet wet. Once enough time had passed, and Qi loyalty and contributions were proven, Siyu would gradually open up more permissions. After Qi moved in, Siyu's workload noticeably lightened. Even with limited authority, Qi was bold and smart. Perhaps to prove herself, Qi not only handled her assigned tasks, but also learned more about the territory's operations from Siyu. Then, over 2 nights, Qi devised a plan to overhaul the territory's economic system based on its current situation. According to her plan, the territory's income could increase by at least 15%. Of course, reward always comes with risk. If Qi plan succeeded, it would bring stable, long-term income to the territory. But implementing it would require a lot of money and carried the risk of failure. If it succeeded, income would rise. If it failed, the investment would be lost. Although the territory could afford the investment, Qi hadn't yet shown enough ability for Siyu to take such a risk. Still, Siyu didn't reject the idea outright. The person in charge of the territory's finances is Jin Luo, the owner of the bank. If you can convince her, I'll agree to your plan. Siyu's thinking was simple. She liked the plan, but the risk remained. She could take risks, but Qi was still new, and it wouldn't be right to give her so much power so soon. Especially when there were others just as capable and even more loyal, yet still in ordinary positions. Everyone knew what kind of person Jin Luo was. She was an expert in economics and valued money highly. If Siyu approved Qi plan, she'd have to get the funds from Jin Luo. Jin Luo wouldn't refuse, nor would she question Siyu's decision, but she might hold a grudge against Qi, which could affect internal harmony and hinder the territory's future development. To avoid this, Siyu decided to let Qi negotiate with Jin Luo. Besides, Jin Luo was the expert in this field, so her opinion was crucial. If Qi could persuade Jin Luo to willingly provide the funds, it would prove her true capability. If Qi really wanted to become one of the territory's managers, she needed to prove herself and win others' respect through her own abilities. This was clearly a great opportunity. I understand. Qi wasn't stupid. Her current skills weren't just the result of theoretical study, she had hands-on experience too. She'd participated in the management of several territories before and knew how hard it was for newcomers to integrate. Since Siyu was willing to give her a chance, she was determined to seize it. Qi moved quickly. The very afternoon after Siyu mentioned Jin Luo, she went to find her. As expected, she didn't succeed. But Qi didn't give up. Over the next few days, after finishing her own work, she'd go to Jin Luo and try to persuade her to support her. Jin Luo didn't like the idea of having to fork out so much money for someone else's project, but she didn't do anything to Qi. Whenever Qi came to see her, Jin Luo would meet with her. Whenever Qi tried to persuade her, Jin Luo would listen, though her refusal remained firm. Seeing that nothing dramatic was happening between them, and that Jin Luo didn't look likely to agree anytime soon, Siyu decided to set this matter aside for now and focus on investigating the calamity. But before she could find any concrete clues, she unexpectedly ran into both Jin Luo and Qi at the city lord's mansion. You agreed. Siyu looked at Jin Luo in surprise, pinching her own ear as if to check she hadn't misheard. Jin Luo didn't look reluctant, but the thought of handing over so much money still made this money mouse wince a little inside. Even though the money wasn't technically hers, she was the one managing it. She'd made a lot by letting money make more money, and giving up a chunk of it didn't just reduce the total, it also meant she'd have less to work with in the future. But if Qi plan hadn't promised such great returns, Jin Luo wouldn't have agreed or even shown up here. She was genuinely tempted by the future Qi had mapped out. Of course I agreed. After all, this is a sure-win deal. Jean Luo's mysterious tone left Siyu a bit puzzled, but she could sense Jean Luo's confidence. That confidence probably came from herself. Later, Siyu learned that besides the plan's profitability, another reason Jean Luo agreed was that Qi Jin had given her a guarantee Jean Luo could step in and make suggestions for the project at any time. Jean Luo might not trust Qi Jin, but she definitely trusted herself. She'd always liked the plan. Her only hesitation was unfamiliarity with Qi Jin. Qi Jin understood this, so she offered Jean Luo a way in, hoping to win her trust. With things at this stage, Jean Luo felt it would be inappropriate to keep refusing. In that case, you two should work well together and discuss things between yourselves. Siyu was surprised by Qi Jin's approach, but she had to admit it was probably the only way to get Jean Luo on board. I won't let the territory lose money. If it were someone else, they might have said, I won't let you down, but Jean Luo was different. She cared about money, so for her, a promise about money was the most serious and important thing. She wasn't surprised by Jean Luo's words, but Qi Jin, unfamiliar with both Jean Luo and Siyu, found their dynamic a bit odd. Still, she didn't ask, just watched quietly. Oh, and besides this, here are the accounts for this period. Even though you trust me, you should still take a look. Jean Luo prided herself on her dedication to making money for the territory. She always aimed for safe yet profitable moves. That's how, in such a short time, she'd managed to double the territory's available funds. But her dedication was because the territory and its lord were worth it. Even while Siyu was away, she did her job diligently, and after Siyu returned, she used her spare time to compile all the recent profits into an account book for her. She knew Siyu trusted her, but she wanted to be worthy of that trust. Thank you for your hard work. Siyu didn't say anything like, I trust you, I don't need to look at the accounts. Jean Luo wasn't giving her the account book to earn her trust. She was just doing what a lord should know. She was simply fulfilling her duty. After Jean Luo and Qi Jin left, Siyu carefully reviewed the accounts. Not only did she gain a clearer understanding of the territory's available funds, but she also came up with new plans for its future development. However, before she could put those plans into action, Siyu was caught off guard by a brand new, unexpected territory event. Territory event refreshed. Please check. Woken up early before her usual schedule, Siyu was not in the best mood. She grumpily rubbed the spirit beast lying next to her, watching as it woke up in confusion. Smiling, she patted its head and soothed the marten back to sleep, then turned to check the new territory event that the system had specifically notified her about. Gale, thunderclouds, sweeping, whirling. New. 6. Frost, snow, polar night, eternal slumber. New. This is, Siyu thought for a moment, then came up with two answers she really didn't want to see. Storm season and polar night winter. Storm season was one of the wildest of all the calamities. Just from the event description gales, thunderclouds, it was clear this wasn't going to be a peaceful disaster. And that was exactly the case. The name storm season came from the storm, gale winds, sometimes even tornadoes, and the season lightning storms, no rain, just thunder and lightning, but no less destructive. Siyu had seen entire streets ruined by a single lightning strike during storm season. And since this was a natural disaster, there was no way to resist it. No matter how much people grumbled, they could only grit their teeth and swallow their complaints. There was nowhere to vent. A wild, aggressive storm season, followed by a polar night winter. Siyu seriously suspected the system was out to kill her and everyone in this city. The winter of polar night, just from the name. It's easy to understand. A polar night means the hours of darkness far exceed those of daylight, and as time goes on, the nights grow even longer, until eventually, there may be no daylight at all. Here, winter doesn't refer to the season, but to the temperature. During this disaster period, temperatures in the affected region will plummet rapidly, dropping from normal levels to below freezing in just a few days. And, because of the polar night, sunlight is almost non-existent, so the temperature will remain extremely low for a long time. Unless the disaster ends, there's no chance of it warming up. On the sunset continent, The lowest temperature ever recorded during such a disaster, as far as Siu knew, was -90 degrees. It's hard to describe just how cold that is, but it's definitely a temperature where freezing to death would be all too easy. If this weren't a game world filled with unscientific magic and other energies, ordinary people wouldn't be able to survive such conditions at all. Even with those advantages, humans still need to burn through massive resources just to survive in such extreme cold. Storm season, reinforce building structures, stockpile daily necessities, prepare tools to withstand the gales. Although Siu suspected the system was out to get her, she also understood that if the system really wanted her dead, it wouldn't bother making things so complicated. The way the system set things up was probably meant to make things difficult, but it always left a sliver of hope. So, while Siu was uneasy about whether her territory could withstand both disasters at once, she still made sure every preparation was in place. She'd been through storm season many times before, so she knew exactly what to do for that. But winter of polar night, Siu had never encountered this disaster before, but she'd heard a few things from others, and with her own understanding, she was able to put together a checklist. First, the polar night. Longer nights mean no natural light and difficulty moving around, so she needed to prepare plenty of lighting equipment and tools. That way, even in the darkness, people could still go outside if needed. Next, the low temperatures. She'd have to stockpile huge amounts of fuel for heating, or people would freeze to death in no time. And with such cold, water sources would freeze over. Even if they had reserves, it wouldn't help, since wells and reservoirs would all turn to ice. Unless Siu stored a huge amount of water in her personal inventory, they'd need fuel to melt water for drinking. But clearly, her inventory, being a separate, absolutely safe space, was better used for more important resources than water, so fuel was by far the most critical resource for this disaster, bar none. Besides fuel, there was warm clothing. The territory grew cotton and other materials for making clothes, but the temperatures of the winter of polar night were far beyond what ordinary cotton clothes could handle, so Siu needed Dolly to make higher-grade, cold-resistant garments. And, of course, food was a crucial resource. Low temperatures and no sunlight, either of these alone, would seriously impact farming or even bring it to a halt, so food had to be stockpiled in advance. But Siu wasn't too worried about that. She'd prepared well ahead of time, and while the food in the territory's warehouse wouldn't guarantee gourmet meals, it was enough to feed 3,000 people for 2 months. Currently, there were over 1,000 permanent residents, and about 3,000 people in total, including transients. Before the disaster hit, many would likely leave, and even if they didn't, Siu would issue a warning so that no more than 3,000 would stay. So, she calculated her reserves based on that number. Since the disaster hadn't started yet, Siu wasn't in a hurry to scare people into leaving. After all, the more people there were, the faster resources could be gathered, but the fewer people, the less would be consumed during the disaster. Usually, from the time a territory event is announced, there are about 10 to 15 days before it actually hits. That's enough time to boost the food reserves in the warehouse by at least a third, so by then, there should be enough food for everyone for 3 months, or 4 to 5 months if they rationed carefully. The disaster would last at most a month. As long as nothing unexpected happened, food would be more than sufficient. So rather than worrying about stockpiling even more, Siu was more concerned about how to protect what they already had. Based on real data, among those who died from disasters on the Sunset Continent, 53% starved or died of thirst due to food shortages. 29% were killed in fights over resources as panic set in. 13% died from various accidents, and only 5% died from the disaster itself. In other words, as long as there's enough food, you can avoid the first 2 causes of death. No one would starve or fight over resources, and survival rates could reach 80%. But if the system was clearly out to make things hard for her, there was no way it would let her just sit on a warehouse full of food and ride out the disaster in peace. Cellars, spatial bags. Siu wrote these 2 words in the center of a sheet of paper and marked them heavily. Cellars are underground, so disasters can't reach them, nor can they harm the food stored inside. That way, food security would be guaranteed. However, sellers can only protect against natural disasters, not human ones, so their locations had to be kept secret and known to as few people as possible. As for spatial bags, there's no need to explain. They're just like her player inventory, existing independently of the continent, so anything stored inside is absolutely safe. But each person could only carry one, so whoever was entrusted with the food-filled spatial bag had to be absolutely trustworthy. Siyu wasn't too worried about that. There were plenty of trustworthy people in her territory. She wasn't afraid of not finding the right person, only that those carrying lots of food might be put in danger. So, using spatial bags for food storage was something that needed careful consideration, not a casual decision. As for herself, she didn't mind. The system wasn't so crazy as to target players with no combat ability directly. What a hassle. Siyu sighed, but still resigned herself to filling 3 densely packed pages with plans and arrangements. When that wasn't enough, she took a brand new sheet and carefully organized and listed everything from the previous pages in order. After finalizing her plan, Siyu immediately gathered a few people and gave them some instructions. She also told a select few about the impending calamity, asking them for their advice. Siyu was aware that much of her previous decision-making had relied heavily on her past gaming experience. However, the recent string of events made her reluctant to continue depending too much on that knowledge. She could use her memories as a reference, but she couldn't trust them blindly. In this situation, aside from making her own plans, she needed to consult others' opinions as well. So, she chose a few people in the territory who were the most experienced and knowledgeable. First was Mike. His background meant he was well-informed, and he had mentioned before that he'd traveled to many territories for his culinary pursuits, including several currently suffering from calamities. So you needed to hear his insights in detail. Next was Ed, the librarian. While his personal experiences might not be as rich, his knowledge was vast, especially since the library had expanded step by step. To broaden his horizons and better manage the library, he had read every single book in the collection. The library's books weren't just those Siyu had bought from merchants, obtained from monster drops, or found in treasure chests. Many were also collected and later sold to the library by residents and others. Currently, the library's collection numbered over 5,000 books. While that was nothing compared to real-world libraries, for a territory with only 1,000 people, it was quite impressive. Of course, the quantity wasn't the point. What mattered was that Siyu suspected there might be clues about the calamity hidden in the library. More specifically, that the system might have provided information about the calamity in the form of books. So, Siyu asked Ed to carefully review the library's collection and pick out any books related to calamity or nature. This task would have been difficult for anyone else, but for a librarian who treated the library as his home, it was nothing more than a matter of time. After that, she turned to members of the bounty group the territory had recruited. Due to the nature of their profession, bounty hunters traveled far and wide, visiting many territories and gaining broad experience. The merchant caravans were similar in this respect. After consulting all these people, Siyu did manage to gather a few leads. The first clue came from Ode, the leader of the bounty group. He said that while leading a team on a mission, he'd once heard a ranger tell a story, the protagonist of which was a territory destroyed by a calamity. According to that ranger, the first day of the polar night winter seemed normal, which is exactly why everyone let their guard down. From the second day on, the length of daylight gradually shortened, first by an hour each day for the first few days, then by 2 hours a day from the 6th day onward. By the 10th day, there was no more sunlight at all. Siyu did a quick calculation and found it made sense. Currently, sunrise was at 5 a.m. and sunset at 7 p.m., 14 hours of daylight. For the first 4 days, daylight shortened by 1 hour per day. For the next 5 days, by 2 hours per day. That added up to 14 hours. It seemed like the eternal night only began on the 10th day, but in reality, over the first 9 days, as daylight dwindled, the total usable daylight was only about 80 hours, not even 3.5 days. And that wasn't all. In addition to the shortening days, the territory's temperature also dropped sharply. The day before the polar night winter arrived, temperatures were normal, but once it began, they fell by 5 degrees each day for the first 2 days, and then by 10 degrees a day from the third day on. The ranger knew all this because he'd passed through the stricken territory. By then, it was no longer a territory, but a deserted ruin. Driven by curiosity, he searched the ruins and found a diary in what looked like a former residence. Everything the ranger recounted came from this diary, whose author had perished in the polar night winter. With no daylight and freezing temperatures, the residents couldn't go outside. The diary's author could only pass the time by writing. But in the end, he didn't make it. The diary ended on the 20th day, and the 19th entry read like a final message. Most likely, he knew they wouldn't survive. So you suspected the ranger who found the diary might have exaggerated to make his story more compelling, but most of it was probably true. However, she did notice something odd in Ode's account. "You're sure the ranger found the diary in the ruins?" Siu asked seriously. Ode, though unsure why she asked, thought carefully and confirmed yes. The ranger even emphasized that his companions found quite a few good things in the ruins. By good things, he really meant the inheritance left behind by the territory's original residents. Siyu's suspicions deepened, but she wasn't sure yet, so she decided not to mention it for now, lest she alarm the others. The second clue came from a member of a merchant caravan. Her family had been itinerant merchants for generations, only settling down in her parents' time for certain reasons. Her parents weren't interested in the merchant life, but she loved it, which was why she joined a caravan as an adult. Because of her passion, she'd grown up reading travelogues left by her ancestors, some of which mentioned calamities. Sensing how seriously Siyu took the matter, and worried she might not describe things accurately, she simply handed over all the travelogues she thought might be useful. Siyu thanked her and rewarded her accordingly, then quickly read through the books, noting down the important parts before returning them. After all, these were family heirlooms, and while they might not seem valuable, they were precious in their own way and deserved careful handling. As expected from a family of traveling merchants spanning generations, the travelogues mentioned over 100 types of calamities, a third of which had been personally experienced by the writers. And since they'd survived those calamities, their understanding and coping strategies were all the more valuable. Among these 100-plus types of natural disasters, both storm season and the polar night winter were included. The storm season was recorded from first-hand experience, while the polar night winter was merely a rumor the author heard while passing through a certain territory. The travelogue's description of the polar night winter was quite similar to what the Ranger OD mentioned. The only difference was that, according to the travelogue, although the territory that suffered the polar night winter had heavy casualties, there were still survivors. However, the territory the ranger visited had suffered total annihilation. No one survived. Because there were survivors in the travelogue's account, it seemed more credible than the ranger's story. As C read the latter part of the polar night winter account, she grew more and more alarmed. By the time she finished reading, she found cold sweat beating unconsciously on her forehead. Ever since the light disappeared, everyone lived in constant fear. After just 2 days, people began hearing unsettling noises outside their homes. Some, out of curiosity, went out to investigate, but none ever returned. This was a passage from the last page describing the polar night winter. It wasn't hard to understand. In simple terms, once the polar night winter entered perpetual darkness, some kind of special creatures seemed to appear outside. Those who went out to check were most likely killed by these creatures. If Siu had read this travelogue first, she might have doubted it, wondering if the so-called survivor was lying, exaggerating, or even if they were really a survivor at all. But after hearing what OD's ranger had said, she started to believe it. After all, the question she had just asked was directly related to this. Was the territory the ranger saw truly a ruin? If so, how did it become a ruin? After all, the polar night winter only meant perpetual night and low temperatures. Deadly to humans, yes, but it shouldn't damage buildings. Only the storm season could turn an entire territory into ruins. But the ranger had said the diary didn't mention a double disaster, so their territory should have only experienced the polar night winter, yet ended up in that state. By combining the ranger's account with the travelogue, so you could deduce the answer. Besides perpetual night and low temperatures, the polar night winter also spawns some kind of monsters once the eternal night begins. Eternal night and freezing cold were already hard enough to endure. Who would have thought monsters would appear as well? Siyu opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but didn't know what to say. In the end, she rubbed her head and continued reading the part about the storm season in the travelogue. After reading, Siyu found a piece of news that wasn't exactly good, but not bad either. The storm season described here was exactly as she remembered, with no differences. The author of the travelogue had personally experienced the storm season, so the account was reliable. The storm season isn't too hard to handle, but this polar night winter. Siyu carefully examined the notes, but still couldn't find any information about the monsters. She had wondered if these monsters could be dark creatures. After all, night is the best time for dark creatures to act. But the travelogue's description made her lean toward the idea that these monsters spawn directly inside the territory. While dark creatures do spawn at night, their purpose is to destroy the city heart flame, so they would never spawn inside the territory itself. Otherwise, if they spawned right next to the city heart flame, wouldn't it be all too easy to destroy a city? Even if they didn't spawn that close, it still wouldn't make sense. After all, a territory is supposed to be an absolute safe zone as long as it hasn't been breached. How could monsters spawn in a safe zone? So, the chances of these monsters being dark creatures were very low. Siyu thought it over and finally, helplessly patted her forehead, muttering to herself, I forgot I could just ask someone else. By someone else, she didn't mean other people in her territory, but outsiders like the merfolk or the elves. She had left the merfolk less than 10 days ago, and with all the internal and external troubles they faced, Luya probably didn't have time for her. So Siyu decided not to contact the merfolk and set her sights on the elves instead. It was perfect. Contacting Anita would not only let her ask about the natural disasters, but also check up on the merfolk's current situation. Acting on her thoughts, Siyu immediately activated her communication talisman. Almost instantly, there was a response from the other side. Siyu was briefly surprised. It was as if the other person had known she would call, and Anita laughed as she explained. Anita, what a coincidence. I was just hesitating about whether to contact you, and here you are reaching out to me first. Siyu hadn't expected such a coincidence either, but that explained why her call had been answered so quickly. That really is quite the coincidence, Siyu replied with a smile, then asked Anita if there was something she wanted to discuss. Anita, it's nothing major really. It's just that the little mermaid princess you're friends with seems to have run into some minor trouble. But she can handle it herself and doesn't want anyone else to know. I only found out by accident, and she didn't want me to tell anyone. But Anita told her anyway. After all, she had only promised Luya not to tell other merfolk, and Siyu wasn't a merfolk. Siyu understood Anita's meaning right away. She thought for a moment and said, if it's something she can handle, then there's no need for me to know. I trust she can take care of it herself. But if there's any real trouble, I'd appreciate it if you could lend a hand. She had been away from the merfolk for so long, she had no idea what had happened since, or what trouble Luya might be facing. But since Luya didn't want others to know and was confident she could handle it, there was no need to pry. Besides, Sunset Territory was barely able to protect itself right now. How could she have the energy to worry about others? For your sake, Siyu, if that little princess really gets into trouble, of course I'll help. But the merfolk have more or less sorted things out now. In 2 days, I'll be heading back to the elves. If nothing unexpected happens, those 2 days should be enough for her to finish her plan. Although Anita didn't say what Luya was planning, her words piqued Suyu's curiosity, making her wonder what exactly Luya was up to. But since she'd already decided not to get involved or ask, she wouldn't go back on her word. After some idle chit-chat, Siyu steered the conversation toward the 2 upcoming calamities. When the topic turned to storm season, Anita calmly shared a wealth of relevant information. But when Siyu mentioned the eternal night winter, even though she couldn't see Anita's expression, she could sense from her tone that something was off. Her mood had become strangely complicated. Siyu, are you sure your territory is about to face the eternal night winter? Out of Suyu's sight, Anita stood up abruptly and hurriedly left her temporary residence in the Merfolk Palace. I'm sure, Siyu replied firmly. She continued, to survive the calamity, I've gathered all the information I could about the eternal night winter. But it's extremely rare, and there are very few territories that have survived it, so the information is patchy at best. Siyu didn't hold anything back, sharing all her speculations and doubts. When she finished, she noticed Anita didn't respond right away. After about 10 seconds, she heard Elder Baiko's voice on the other end. Only then did Siyu realize why she'd been hearing faint noises during their conversation. Anita must have gone to find Elder Baiko. Miss Sue, I know quite a lot about the eternal night winter, but I can't tell you everything. This is a calamity meant for human territories. Other races are forbidden from interfering. Elder Baiko's tone was tinged with helplessness, but not impatience or reluctance. So you could tell that Elder Baiko probably did know the full truth about the eternal night winter. But for human territories, these calamities were like exams. Others might know the answers, but they couldn't break the rules and just give them away, or they'd be punished, even if the exam had nothing to do with them. If not for saving Anita and forging such a good relationship with the Merfolk, Elder Baiko probably wouldn't have said a word, let alone openly admit she knew everything. Please don't force yourself, Elder. I've already gathered a fair bit of information myself. If you can give me any more clues, I'll be even more confident about keeping everyone safe. If not, that's okay too. If Sue had known earlier that they couldn't talk about it, she wouldn't have reached out. There was no need to make things difficult for others. But since she'd already made contact and Elder Baiko seemed willing to share at least a little, she certainly wouldn't refuse. Thank you for your understanding. After a few moments of silence, Elder Baiko spoke solemnly. If you want to survive the eternal night winter, the more you fear something, the more you must face it. You cannot simply run away. And remember this, fearless in ignorance. Though Elder Baiko's 2 hints seemed cryptic and impossible to decipher, Siyu still thanked her sincerely. After a few more words with Anita, she ended the call. The more you fear something, the more you must face it. Fearless in ignorance. Siyu repeated the phrases to herself several times, and a vague idea began to form in her mind. On the surface, the 2 sentences didn't seem related, but both seemed to emphasize one thing, courage. The more you fear something, the more you must face it. Facing your fears takes courage. And fearless in ignorance, originally meaning that those who know nothing are often braver because of their ignorance. First, the ignorance here isn't meant as an insult. Second, this phrase is also about courage. I understand now. Suyu's eyes brightened, and her once anxious heart felt much lighter, as if the clouds had parted to reveal the moon. In the days leading up to the calamity, Siyu set all her plans in motion, one by one, gathering fuel, reinforcing buildings, preparing the necessary supplies. Everyone in the territory performed their duties, and everything ran like clockwork. Right up until the day before the calamity, no one stopped working. A few days before the disaster struck, Siyu, just as she had last time, issued a public notice informing everyone about the double calamity. Perhaps because they'd already survived one double calamity, the people of Sunset Territory were psychologically prepared. While some still felt anxious, most seized the opportunity to take on as many tasks as possible. To them, a double calamity was not just a threat, it was also an opportunity. Many had made a fortune during the last double calamity and now lived comfortably for life. Naturally, everyone hoped to do the same. So when they saw the task hall overflowing with jobs offering double or even triple the usual rewards, they eagerly rubbed their hands together and scrambled to accept these limited time, limited quantity assignments. Those who had been scared and wanted to flee, seeing everyone else calmly going about their lives and facing the double calamity as usual, began to settle down, their fear replaced by confusion. Aren't you all afraid of the double calamity? A newcomer couldn't help but ask a local man. The man shrugged indifferently. Of course I'm afraid. But what good does fear do? Will the calamity not come just because we're scared? The newcomer was left speechless. He hadn't expected that answer. From their expressions, the man could tell these people were all newbies who hadn't experienced the previous disasters. Since you're new, let me give you some advice. Just listen to the Lord and do whatever tasks are assigned. Double calamities aren't such a big deal. As he spoke, his voice was filled with confidence and a hint of pride. The newcomers were even more confused, unable to understand where this confidence came from. But the man didn't keep them in suspense. He explained that the territory had already survived one double calamity before, and survived it perfectly, with almost no casualties. I was just like you back then. I didn't believe we could make it through a double calamity. So many territories have been wiped out by them. But we did it. At the time, he hadn't even been a member of Sunset Territory, but after the disaster, he joined without hesitation. A territory that could survive a double calamity had limitless potential. Later, they'd even faced a beast tide, mixed with dark creatures, no less, and not only did they defend perfectly, but they struck back, destroyed the dark creature's lair, and brought back a bunch of beasts to tame. The more experiences he went through, the more convinced the man became that joining this territory had been the right decision. All right, I'm done chatting with you guys. I'm off to do some tasks. If you've got nothing else to do, you should pick up a few tasks too. Don't say I didn't warn you. Whenever the Lord issues tasks before a big event, the rewards are always generous. You'll regret it if you miss out. The man waved his hand and hurried off to get started. He was in luck and managed to snatch up some of the easiest tasks, collecting fuel, transporting materials, and even a temporary gig with the construction crew. Completing these 3 tasks would earn him at least 5 or 6 silver coins, about as much as he used to make in 3 or 4 days. Earning 3 or 4 times his usual daily income in just one day, if it weren't for the fact that natural disasters were genuinely awful, he'd almost wish every day was a disaster day. After hearing what the man said, the newcomers, whether or not they believed the territory could survive the coming disaster, were at least convinced that the task hall's rewards were indeed generous. After all, there were plenty of people like that man. Nearly half the territory was scrambling to take on tasks. If only 1 or 2 people are fighting over something, it might not be a good thing. But if everyone's fighting for it, then it can't be bad. Should we go pick up some tasks too? One of the newcomers muttered, turning around, only to find that the people who'd been standing there a moment ago had already disappeared, having dashed off to grab tasks as soon as they heard the news. He cursed under his breath and dove into the crowd himself. Lord, all the buildings in the territory have now reached level 10 in structural strength. No matter how fierce the storm, it won't be able to destroy any of our buildings outright. As long as the buildings remain standing, we can repair them. The speaker was Ein, the most skilled architect in Sunset Territory. Calling him the most skilled might not be entirely accurate, but he was certainly the architect Siyu trusted most, and her only choice whenever important construction projects needed to be arranged. There were a few other architects in the territory, but most of the time, they worked as Ein's assistants, only occasionally leading their own projects. At first, when those architects joined the territory and heard they'd have to follow Ein's instructions, some were a bit dissatisfied. A couple of them were just as skilled as Ein after all. But everyone knew Ein had been with the territory since the very beginning and had earned the Lord's deep trust. So, even if they were unhappy, they didn't dare show it openly. Some thought they could use their abilities to outshine Ein in front of the Lord and take his place. But that idea changed once they got to know Ein's character. They discovered that Ein wasn't petty or narrow-minded. He didn't exclude them just because they were in the same field, nor did he use his position with the Lord to badmouth them behind their backs. On the contrary, whenever there was work to be done, Ein would share it out as much as possible, never hogging all the jobs for himself or starving others of opportunities. Ein earned everyone's respect with both his skills and his character, so the construction team was harmonious, and no one had any complaints about him. At least so far, the construction team had never had any major issues. Of course, that didn't mean they didn't want to be the territory's top architect. Everyone wanted to be number 1, but none of them could guarantee they'd do as well as Ein, nor could they be sure that if someone else became number 1, they'd treat the others as fairly as Ein did. given that it was better to maintain the status quo. After all, everyone was living well now, no need to stir up competition and risk the future. It was precisely because of the construction team's unity and harmony that they were able to complete the massive workload Siyu had assigned in such a short time. After all, this time, they'd had to upgrade every building in the territory to level 10 strength within a week. There were over 200 buildings in total, including more than 80 residential buildings of 7 or 8 stories each. But the entire construction team had fewer than 50 people, even counting temporary workers. There were only about 130. With 130 people for 200 buildings, there weren't even enough to assign one person per building. So, they had to post tasks and recruit more temporary workers. Because the workload was so huge, everyone spent the entire week working nonstop, barely even stopping to calculate how much money they'd make. All they could think about was how to finish their tasks as quickly as possible. Thanks to the team's unity, the architects helped each other, quickly drawing up plans that would save both time and materials without sacrificing quality. Once the work began, everyone pitched in wherever needed. If a team was short-handed, people were reassigned from less busy teams. If materials were lacking, they were sent over from wherever there was a surplus. When all the tasks were finally done, everyone breathed a huge sigh of relief and felt a strong sense of accomplishment. They happily reported the results to Ain, who gathered everyone's information and submitted it to Suyu. "You all did an excellent job. I'll notify Jean Luo in a bit. You can claim an extra 50% reward. The other team leaders get 40%, and the regular team members get 20%. Siyu had always trusted Ain, but she hadn't expected him to actually lead the team in upgrading every building to level 10 in just a week. So, she'd set a lower standard for him. Her minimum requirement was to upgrade all the residential buildings to level 10, since those were where people lived. If a storm knocked those down, it could be fatal. As for other buildings like the post station, restaurants, and clinics, which were used frequently and were very important, those also had to reach level 10. But for the rest, training grounds, stables, and some less important shops, level 6 would have been enough. All the residential and important buildings together totaled just over 100, which would have reduced the workload by about a quarter. But Ain had actually managed to lead hundreds of people in upgrading every single building in the territory to the maximum strength level, so it was only right for Siyu to give him extra rewards. On behalf of everyone, thank you, Lord. Ain was naturally happy to receive more money. No one ever complains about having too much. After confirming the status of the buildings, Siyu gestured for Ain to continue. Ain composed himself, then carefully took a piece of paper from a hidden pocket in his clothes and handed it to Siyu. "The cellar and basement you instructed us to build have both been completed, my lord. Each day, I personally blindfolded the workers and led them to the site, then brought them back the same way when the work was done. At present, aside from you and me, no one else in the entire territory knows the locations of these two places." Siyu had already guessed that this disaster might try to make things harder for her by destroying everything on the surface. So, to protect her supplies, she naturally had to turn her attention underground. No matter how dangerous the storm season or the polar night winter became, they would never be able to reach underground. After all, storms can't touch what's below the earth, and neither daylight nor temperature changes affect things stored underground. That's why she decided to build a cellar and a basement. The cellar was for storing food, while the basement was for storing valuable goods. Because of the importance of these two places, their locations couldn't be revealed to anyone else, especially not to outsiders or people whose loyalty wasn't absolute. So she entrusted this task to Ain and repeatedly emphasized the need for secrecy. Having followed Siyu for so long, Ain could guess what was at stake, so he made sure to keep things as secret as possible. For starters, when it came to choosing workers, he didn't pick the trusted, long-term, and more professional members of his own team as one might expect. The very reason he didn't choose them was because of their trustworthiness and expertise. Normally, people would assume that important tasks would be given to those closest to you. So, if anyone ever learned about the cellar and basement and wanted to find their locations, their first instinct would be to start with Ain's own people. In this situation, using temporary workers was actually the safer choice. Of course, to make such secretive actions seem reasonable, Ian put in a lot of extra effort. He instructed several construction team leaders to also build a few secret defensive structures. Whether or not these defenses would ever be needed didn't matter. Their main purpose was to serve as a cover. With these decoys in place, Ian's own secret construction activities wouldn't attract attention. Another reason for not using familiar people was precisely because they were too familiar. Even though they were just ordinary workers, they all had some construction knowledge and could easily deduce the locations of the cellar and basement from certain details. That might sound exaggerated, but Ian himself knew he could do it. As long as he was within the territory, even underground, he could tell where he was just by the soil and terrain. Few people knew Sunset territory as well as he did, but he couldn't afford to take any chances. Besides, building a cellar and a basement didn't require any special skill. Anyone with enough strength could do it, so picking people wasn't difficult for Ian. So far, neither location had been exposed, and Siyu could safely store her resources there. Ian, you've done very well. Siyu smiled and then took something out of her backpack. This is a deed to a shop. The location is decent, and it's valid for 1 year. You can keep it for yourself or give it to someone else. At first, Ian didn't know what the paper was, but after hearing Siyu's explanation, he looked puzzled for a moment. Then his eyes widened in surprise as he realized what it was. Thank you, my lord. Ian took the valuable document with trembling hands and carefully put it away. If his affection and loyalty hadn't already been maxed out, this would have boosted them by dozens of points. They chatted for a bit longer, but seeing how eager he was, Siyu didn't keep him any longer and let him go. Strictly speaking, as the territory's architect, Ian was responsible for all construction matters. Unlike Dory and the others, he didn't actually need a shop. But if he truly didn't need it, why would Siyu give it to him for no reason? And why would he be so excited? In reality, he didn't need it himself, but someone close to him did. That person was the one he admired, a talented tea master. Tea masters, like brewers, were production-based professions. But since most people on the continent preferred alcohol, few chose to become tea masters, making it a rather rare profession. This tea master originally ran a tea house in the territory. She and Ian first met there. Unfortunately, the tea house wasn't solely hers. She had partnered with a friend to run it. The friend provided the money, she provided the skill. Thanks to her exceptional craft, her tea had special effects. The tea house was also one of the earliest businesses in the territory, so it had a good reputation and made decent profits. But, infuriatingly, as the tea house became more profitable, her partner grew resentful. All he could do was comfort the disheartened tea master and then arrange for the construction crew to try her tea. Because of Ian's character, everyone was happy to oblige, and after all, who would turn down free tea? What started as a favor turned into a revelation. After tasting her tea, everyone was amazed. Construction work is physically demanding, and workers burn through more energy than most people every day. It just so happened that the tea master's tea had two special effects. One increased maximum stamina, the other sped up stamina recovery. Both were exactly what the workers needed. So after leaving the tea house, the tea master started working with the construction crew through Ian, selling her tea to them. Although it seemed like they were spending more money, once everyone had tea, they were able to get more done each day. The more they accomplished, the more they earned, so they were happy to buy tea from the tea master. It's no exaggeration to say that the tea master's brews played a part in how smoothly they completed their task this time. Siyu had wanted to recruit the tea master for a while, but since she had just left the tea house, Siyu couldn't act too eagerly. If the territory snatched her up right away, people might think the territory was competing with outside businesses, which could hurt future commercial development. So Siyu had to put the idea on hold for now. Luckily, Ian managed to keep the tea master around and didn't let her leave. Otherwise, Siyu would have had to recruit her, even at the risk of damaging the territory's reputation. While stamina potions can also restore energy, their effects are limited. Plus, since they're made from medicinal ingredients, they have cooldown times and aren't cheap, ordinary people can't afford to use them daily. Stamina potions are best for instant recovery in emergencies. Tea, on the other hand, restores stamina gradually, is affordable, and is perfect for daily use. The tea master stayed, but since she hadn't made any particular contributions yet, and because Suyu had already stopped leasing out shops to outsiders, now that the territory had plenty of foot traffic and a budding commercial system, she wanted to save the remaining spaces for when the territory upgraded. She couldn't just give the tea master a shop for no reason. Not only would that break the rules, but unfair treatment would also cause resentment. Once you make an exception, it's hard to maintain standards. But now that Ian had made a contribution, granting them a 1-year shop lease wasn't unreasonable. How they arranged things between themselves was up to them. "You can start packing up," Siu said, narrowing her eyes, then personally started working. In the past, she would have called for help. She had plenty of trustworthy people around her, but this time was different. She didn't plan to involve anyone else in this particular task. Even Ian, who knew the locations of the cellars and basements, didn't know exactly what Siu would store where. After all, there was more than one cellar and basement. Some were for actual use, others were just for show. It took her a whole day, but by shuttling back and forth about 30 times with her own backpack and a level 4 spatial bag, Siu finally managed to move 70% of the food supplies and some rare materials and items into the cellars and basements. Now, only 30% of the easily stored food remained in the territory's above-ground warehouses, but that was still enough to feed everyone in the territory for a month. If they included the unused ingredients, it could last another month. Natural disasters would last at most a month. If the visible warehouses weren't destroyed, the food would be enough to get them through. But if something unexpected happened, it would be time to dip into the emergency reserves. As for materials, all purple quality and above were moved to the basement, along with some rare blue quality materials. Finished items that had already been crafted, unless obviously useless, were left in the visible warehouses. This was because finished items took up too much space, unlike materials, which could be stacked by the hundreds in a single slot. Equipment could only be stored 1 per slot, and most finished items could only be stacked 10 or 20 at a time. The temporary basements simply didn't have enough space for everything, so they stayed in the warehouse. "I'll use the remaining space for fuel," Siu muttered, then divided all the fuel everyone had collected over the past few days into several batches. One batch went into the territory's warehouse, another into several spatial bags, and the last was piled into the empty basements that were just for show. Even though those basements were just for show, they were still safer than the above-ground warehouses. Fuel wasn't particularly valuable compared to other things, so even if it was lost, it wouldn't be a huge blow. In the above-ground warehouse, Siu stored a full warehouse of processed, ready-to-use high-quality fuel, over 100,000 units. 100,000 units of fuel sounds like a lot, but in truly harsh cold, it gets used up fast. For daily cooking and heating, 1 unit of ordinary fuel could burn for about 2 hours. High-quality fuel, made from several ordinary units, could burn for more than 10 hours. But in winter, with the temperature dropping and fuel consumption spiking, they'd need 4 or 5 units of high-quality fuel per day, meaning each unit would only last 5 or 6 hours, half the usual time. With 3,000 people, even if each person only used 4 units a day, that's 12,000 units, so 100,000 units wouldn't even last 10 days. And that's not even considering the even colder temperatures during the polar night, when daily consumption would be much higher. That warehouse of fuel might only last a week, or in a worst-case scenario, a single day. Of course, the territory's total fuel reserves were much higher than that. Siu had set up more than a dozen such warehouses, all packed to the brim, most of which had now been moved underground. With over 1 million units of fuel, they'd definitely have enough for a month. Plus, with Suyu's help, Chen Shuang, the rune master, had made cold resistance runes. Since these runes were low-level, easy to make, and inexpensive, everyone could buy them to ward off the cold. They wouldn't have to rely solely on burning fuel. But time was tight and Qianshuang couldn't make too many runes alone, so for efficiency, she only made basic and intermediate cold resistance runes. These runes could only handle normal low temperatures. Once it dropped below -40 degrees, everyone would have to rely on both runes and fuel to stay warm. Still, that was already a big help. After finishing the preparations, Siu finally breathed a sigh of relief. The biggest weight on her mind was gone. With ample supplies and strong defenses, she was confident she could get through this crisis. The 100th day of the digitized world, a special day. Disaster season has arrived. This season's disaster, double disaster. Disaster details, storm season, polar night winter. Duration, 30 days. Random disaster events, 0/3. She woke up and checked her system messages. She stared at the newly appeared disaster event indicator for a few seconds, then closed it. The so-called big numbers really do have some power. She couldn't help but sigh as she gazed out the window at the obviously abnormal sky. She'd heard before about the significance of certain big numbers and small numbers related to the passage of days. Today marked her 100th day in this world, a big number, and the first such milestone she and the Sunset Territory were about to experience together. Just yesterday, the weather had been clear and sunny, and last night the sky was bright with stars and a shining moon. Yet after just a single night, just a few hours, the sky was suddenly covered in thick clouds, as if someone had poured a bucket of ink into the blue, staining it with a heavy, oppressive gray-black. It was clearly daytime, and the sun was still up there, but the light around her was noticeably dimmer than before. Out on the streets, people looked up at the clouds, recalling the hectic days of the past week or so. Many of them seemed to have guessed what was coming. Isn't this a sign of a natural disaster? Isn't it obvious? The weather was perfectly fine last night. How did it suddenly turn like this today? I know what this is. It's the sign that storm season is about to start. Everyone, be careful today. Don't let yourselves get swept away by the storm. Hundreds of people were talking at once, their voices loud and chaotic. Bad weather always put people on edge, and the noise only made their anxiety worse. But none of them had the time to worry about the noise now. All eyes were fixed on the sky, where thick clouds seemed to blanket the heavens. So many people gathering in one place was obviously not a good idea. Even though the patrol guards knew they weren't causing trouble on purpose, they still came over to disperse the crowd. As they did, the patrol guards also spread the word from the Lord. Today is the first day of storm season. The storm won't be too strong, but everyone should travel in groups, avoid open areas, and stick to places with lots of trees as much as possible. Storm season is dangerous, but it also brings opportunities. The storms come from far away, and they're very powerful. They often bring things from distant places. As long as you stay safe, you can collect whatever the storm brings. As the patrol guards explained, the mood of the crowd shifted. From tension to fear and finally to caution, excitement, and even anticipation. They weren't stupid. Most people understood what the patrol guards were hinting at. The most dangerous thing about storm season was that the storms could sweep people away. But in dense forests, the storms couldn't penetrate easily. Even if they tried, they'd have to tear down the trees first, which would give people time to escape. But in open areas, with nothing to block the wind, how could anyone outrun a storm? So, they all knew to avoid those dangerous places. Then there was the opportunity the storms brought. Wherever the storm passed, nothing was left behind. Countless things would be swept up into the storm, and as more and more things accumulated inside, the storm would eventually collapse under its own weight. When the storm finally died down, whatever it had picked up would be left behind. If you were lucky, you might just find some treasure that had literally fallen from the sky. Just like the previous forest festival, storm season was a disaster that brought both danger and opportunity. For those without strength, all they could do was hide from the storm. But for those with power and courage, this was a golden opportunity to strike it rich. Not everyone present had the ability or the nerve to snatch things from the storm, but none of them had ever actually seen a storm before. Without first-hand experience, they couldn't truly grasp the danger, but they could certainly imagine the rewards. Almost everyone's first reaction after hearing the patrol guard's words was to call their friends, form groups, and then head out of the territory to search for the treasures brought by the storm. As they left, the once crowded streets emptied in an instant. A few patrol guards let out a sigh of relief, exchanged glances, and then continued their rounds. Today was only the first day of storm season. Thanks to the experience with the previous double disaster, Siu knew that two disasters wouldn't strike at the same time, but would come a few days apart, one after the other. If both disasters hit at once, the difficulty would be overwhelming, no time to catch your breath at all. That would be just too much. While the eternal night of winter hadn't arrived yet, Siu was eager for everyone to go out and gather as much as they could. Once the eternal night came, the cold would make it hard to move, and with the days so much shorter, people would have even less time to go outside. While everyone was busy treasure hunting outside, Siu did two things. First, she organized her own team to head out. The team included Lake, Duoya, Dillo, Yu, and Chanwet, the strongest members of the territory, who all knew each other well and worked together smoothly. Because of her recent trip to the merfolk, Ningshi seemed to have taken an interest in the Sunset territory, so when she heard about this, she wanted to join too. With a powerful light magic user who could both fight and heal, Siu certainly wasn't going to refuse. With Ningshi joining, the team's combat strength rose to a whole new level. Siu gave them three main tasks. First, keep a close watch on the forest and the storm. If anything unusual happened, report back immediately. Second, if they encountered anyone in danger while out and could help without risking themselves, they should do so. Third, just like everyone else, go out treasure hunting. There was one difference. This time, they brought along a special companion, the territory's guardian beast, Lingbao. As the territory leveled up, Lingbao's power had grown too, and the buffs it provided were getting stronger and stronger. But Siu suddenly realized that Lingbao had never really shown off its true abilities. She'd almost forgotten that the little guy was actually a treasure-hunting beast. Once she remembered, she immediately handed Lingbao to Duoya, telling her to take it out to search for treasures during this special storm season. Lingbao was a bit reluctant to leave her side, but ever since it woke up that morning, the little marten had been itching to go, its mood shifting in ways it couldn't control, almost as if it could sense all the treasures waiting outside for it to discover. In the end, driven by instinct and Suyu's wishes, Lingbao went out with Duoya. After sending them off, Siu turned to her second task. The second matter at hand was distributing supplies to all the shops under the territory's control. These supplies were mainly intended to help everyone get through the polar night winter. Taking a few things into consideration, Siu hadn't put these items up for sale before the disaster struck. But now that the calamity had arrived, she needed to make sure everything that had been prepared was stocked on the shelves as quickly as possible, so people wouldn't miss their chance to buy what they needed. The tailoring shop, cotton coats, cotton pants, cotton shoes, cotton gloves, windproof hats, quilts, etc. The tavern, blazing fire wine, slows down body temperature loss, spirit wind wine, reduces the chance of numbness and stiffness from the cold, and more. The restaurant, spicy dishes, slows down body temperature loss, hot pot dishes, slows down body temperature loss. The clinic, dear blood pills, grants cold resistance status, making you immune to the cold for a period, warming potion, instantly raises body temperature, and so on. The furniture shop, fireplaces, heated brick beds, heaters, night lamps, etc. The blacksmith, hand warmers, warming cauldrons, portable lanterns, and more. The fuel shop, regular fuel, premium fuel, coal, etc. The rune shop, cold resistance runes, basic, intermediate, light runes, basic, intermediate, wind resistance runes, basic, can withstand mild storms, and so on. More than 20 shops, dozens of products, all gradually being put on the shelves. Since most people in the territory were out treasure hunting, the streets were sparsely populated. Those who stayed behind were busy with their own affairs and weren't paying much attention to whether the shops had new stock, so hardly anyone noticed the new items for now. But by noon, People began returning from their treasure hunts, excitedly bringing back their spoils to exchange for money and points at the quest hall, which they could then use to buy things. Most combatants spent their money on equipment and medicine, so after cashing in their loot, they would head straight to either the blacksmith or the clinic. Everyone had different needs, so the order in which they visited the shops varied, but regardless, their reactions were the same when they saw the new signs in the blacksmith and clinic. Boss sang, "I know what a portable lantern is, but what's this hand warmer and warming cauldron?" asked a regular customer at the blacksmith, otherwise, he wouldn't have known Songlan's name. Seeing that quite a few people had gathered in her shop, Songlan took a small, exquisitely crafted object from the shelf that looked a bit like a teapot, but even more delicate and compact. "This is a hand warmer," Songlan explained, holding it up for everyone to see. Then she picked up a piece of coal, no bigger than a fingernail, lit it, and placed it inside the hand warmer. This hand warmer is for the upcoming polar night winter. Its purpose is to provide continuous warmth. It's made from refined iron alloy, so it's durable and won't deform from the heat. As she spoke, her hands never left the surface of the hand warmer. After less than a minute, she handed the now-fueled hand warmer to the person closest to her, the same customer who had just asked the question. He took the little gadget, which felt novel to him, and the instant warmth made him shiver pleasantly. Although the temperature hadn't dropped to freezing yet, it was noticeably colder than the day before, as if nature itself was preparing for the polar night winter. Still, it was within everyone's tolerance. Touching something warm with chilly hands always made you want to soak up more of that heat. But before he could enjoy it for long, he felt a little embarrassed under the curious and expectant gazes of those around him. This little thing feels really nice to hold. Want to give it a try?" As soon as he spoke, someone next to him eagerly thanked him and took the hand warmer from his hands. Losing that warmth, he felt a bit disgruntled. But he knew the hand warmer wasn't his, and the other person had thanked him. Wait a minute. If it's so useful, why not just buy one himself? He might not need it right now, but in a few days he definitely would. Having enjoyed the hand warmer first, the customer immediately approached Songlan and said he wanted to buy one. The price was clearly marked on the sign along with the product name, so he simply placed the money on the counter. "Here are 6 silver coins, I'll take 2. One hand warmer would be enough for himself, but he had a frail younger sister at home. He trusted the Lord would get them through this double disaster, just like last time. But his sister's health was poor, and what was just a slight chill for most people could leave her bedridden. Now, with this hand warmer, he wouldn't have to spend the next few days worrying about the cold. There's limited stock. Normally, each person can only buy one, but I know your situation. If you write a note, you can buy a second one for your sister," Sanglan said. Because time was tight, supplies were limited, everyone could get one, but no more. But since he was a familiar customer and a resident of the territory, Singlan was willing to make an exception. She knew about his sickly sister and couldn't expect her to come to the shop herself, so she let him write a note stating that he was buying 2 hand warmers, one for himself, one for his sister. From then on, unless there were special circumstances, neither he nor his sister could buy a 3rd hand warmer from the shop. "Thank you, Boss Tseng." The customer hadn't known about the purchase limit, but he could guess the reason. He and his sister had suffered before, seeing others hoard essential supplies and sell them at high prices, forcing people to beg for the chance to buy. During the coming polar night winter, demand for anything related to warmth would skyrocket. If there were no limits and some people bought up everything to resell during the disaster, others would suffer. "Here's the note." He quickly wrote it out and stamped it with his fingerprint. Kanglin read over the note carefully. After confirming there were no issues, she put it away. "Oh right, Boss Tseng, you've only told us about the hand warmer, but you haven't introduced the warming cauldron yet." Having successfully bought 2 hand warmers, he was quite pleased. But when his gaze swept over the sign, he suddenly remembered there was still a new item he hadn't seen. His voice wasn't quiet, and the blacksmith shop wasn't very big, so the others who had been gathered around fiddling with the hand warmer for a while were also drawn over by his question. "The warming cauldron is over there." Kanglin pointed to a bronze cauldron sitting in the corner. Everyone followed her finger and saw a big metal lump about a meter tall. As before, Kanglin demonstrated how to use it in front of everyone. Since it was more than 10 times larger, it naturally required much more fuel. The hand warmer only needed a coal piece the size of a fingernail to work, but for the warming cauldron, Kanglin put in 3 fist-sized chunks of coal. Seeing how much fuel it used, some people started to hesitate. They thought it would be enough to just buy a hand warmer. Not to mention that a hand warmer only cost 3 silver coins, while the warming cauldron was more than 10 times that, 50 silver coins. If both served the same purpose, of course they'd go for the cheaper option. And the warming cauldron's fuel consumption was no joke either. Those 3 big chunks of coal would be enough for dozens of uses in a hand warmer. But soon, someone changed their mind. In about a minute, everyone could feel the temperature in the room rising rapidly. Unlike the hand warmer, which only warmed your hands, the warming cauldron radiated heat that could envelop your whole body. Clearly, these were 2 very different experiences. If you had to say which was more comfortable, it was definitely the latter. Still, the price and fuel consumption of the warming cauldron made many people hesitate. But soon enough, someone decided to buy one. "Boss, the 5 of us want to chip in together to buy a warming cauldron. Is that allowed?" As soon as he said this, everyone's eyes lit up. Of course! They'd only been thinking about buying a warming cauldron for themselves, forgetting the biggest difference between it and the hand warmer. The cauldron radiates heat and can warm several people at once, while the hand warmer is for one person only. Since it could be used by multiple people, all they had to do was pool together with a few friends and split the cost of the cauldron and the fuel. Problem solved. While everyone was thinking this over, Kanglin gave her answer. Of course you can. But just like before, each person can only buy one warming cauldron. If you're buying together, you'll have to decide among yourselves who will use up their purchase quota. The quota doesn't affect ownership of the cauldron. Even though the cauldron could be bought and used by a group, it wouldn't be fair to use up everyone's quota. Otherwise, if something happened to the cauldron, none of them would be able to buy another one in the future. That clearly wouldn't make sense. Kanglin's words made the 5 hesitate for a moment, but they quickly came to an agreement. "The 5 of us will chip in, each paying 10 silver coins, and I'll use my purchase quota," said a short-haired man in blue, handing over the 50 silver coins they'd pooled together. Kanglin didn't ask why he was the one using his quota and also paying, since her job was just to sell the goods and remind them about the quota. The rest was none of her business. She handed him a purchase certificate for the warming cauldron, and after the man filled it out, she brought out a brand new cauldron for the 5 of them. As the 5 left carrying the cauldron, others interested in pooling together couldn't help but ask them how they planned to divide things up, hoping to get some tips. "The quota is mine, and I paid my share. The cauldron will be kept at my place, and the other 4 will cover all the fuel costs during the disaster period," the blue-clad man explained openly after discussing it with his friends. Although they'd bought the cauldron together, since he'd used his quota, if the cauldron was lost, the other 4 could still buy another one, but he couldn't. So the cauldron had to be kept at his house. If it was lost or broken, he'd have no one to blame but himself. And to make up for this, the other 4 would cover all the fuel costs during the disaster period. He'd paid his share and used his quota, and after that, he could just sit back and enjoy the warmth. As for who would keep the cauldron after the disaster, they'd decide that later. It had to be said, this was a pretty good arrangement, and quite a few people were tempted. But what really tempted them was the hope that they could be the one to contribute the quota. It might look like a loss, but in reality, if you just paid your share and used your quota, you didn't have to pay for any fuel after that. Most people knew that while the cauldron itself was expensive, once the weather really turned cold, the fuel costs would be the real burden. According to Suyu's earlier calculations, one piece of quality fuel cost 50 copper coins. The temperature during the long night winter would keep dropping. Early on, you'd use little or even no fuel, but later you'd use a lot. On average, you'd burn 7 pieces a day, which was 350 copper coins. With about 20 days of low temperatures, that was 7,000 copper coins. Split among 4 people, that was more than 17 silver coins each. That was more than the cost of buying a cauldron. In other words, just by contributing a quota, you could save more than a dozen silver coins. Isn't that a great deal? Seeing everyone's reactions, the blue-clad man glanced at his companions and couldn't help but offer a reminder. I know you all think using your quota is a good deal, but the 5 of us are brothers who've been through thick and thin together. We don't care about a bit of money. If you're pooling with strangers, what if someone backs out later? He wasn't kidding. The 5 of them had been close friends since childhood, risking their lives together many times. Any one of them could have bought a cauldron on their own, but they all wanted to be the one to buy it and let the others enjoy it, so they couldn't agree and decided to pool together. He knew he was getting a good deal, but that was only because they trusted each other completely. If it were strangers, he'd never use his quota. What if he used his quota and later on, they had a falling out and someone wanted to back out of the deal? You have to understand, the total amount of fuel costs is fixed. The more people there are, the less each person has to pay. Likewise, every time someone drops out, those who remain have to pay a bit more. Who would willingly accept that? In the end, everyone might end up quitting, and there would be endless arguments over who gets to keep the warming cauldron. Anyone who gives up their spot must leave the warming cauldron behind. Otherwise, they'll be at a disadvantage later, since they won't be able to buy another one. So, when the time comes, they'll have no choice but to pay the full price, dozens of silver coins for the cauldron. At that point, someone is bound to regret not just buying the cauldron outright themselves in the first place. And if someone keeps arguing and demands even more money, it'll just turn into an even bigger headache. All in all, on the surface, the person giving up their spot seems to be getting a good deal, but in reality, they're the one in the most passive position. That's all I have to say. You guys can discuss the rest among yourselves. In fact, there are plenty of downsides to giving up your spot, though there are benefits too. But there's no need to go into too much detail. He'd already said more than enough out of kindness. With those 5 people leaving, the others who had been tempted by the idea felt as if a bucket of cold water had been dumped over their heads. Still, no one blamed the man in blue. After all, he was genuinely trying to help. They all thought of themselves as honest, but you can never be too careful. Of course, Xinglan was well aware of what was happening outside, but she didn't care. No matter what they thought, it wouldn't affect her sales. In just a few minutes, a few more people gathered around, saying they wanted to pool their money to buy a warming cauldron. Xinglan checked their numbers and their money, and, just like before, didn't ask any further questions. She handed over the cauldron and left them to it. Later, several more groups came to buy cauldrons together, but most people still chose to buy just a small hand warmer for now. After buying a hand warmer, one person didn't leave right away, but instead asked Xinglan a question. "Boss Tsang, do you know if there are any other shops selling things to keep warm?" The one asking was a young girl in a rabbit fur hat. Xinglan recognized her. She often came by to deliver equipment her older sister needed repaired. This wasn't exactly a secret. Sooner or later, everyone would find out, so Xinglan didn't hide anything. Most shops in the territory have stocked new items. Personally, I recommend checking out the tailor shop first. If you have the time and enough money, the clinic, tavern, and rune shop also have some good things. As for fuel, you can buy that at the charcoal shop. Xinglan didn't specify what each place sold, but her attitude made a few things clear. The girl in the rabbit fur hat smiled at Xinglan. "Thank you, Boss Tsang. I'll have my sister take me shopping later." Xinglan nodded and went back to her work. Although her answer was directed at the girl, plenty of people nearby overheard. So, those who had some free time decided to follow Xinglan's guide and check out the other shops. Meanwhile, at the tailor shop, whether people were just passing by or had come specifically because of Xinglan's advice, they all understood immediately when they saw the new product signs hanging on the shop's wall. "Boss, I want a full set." "No, make that 3 sets of cotton clothes." Someone did the math and realized that a full set, hat, coat, pants, shoes, and gloves, cost just over 200 copper coins, which was even cheaper than a hand warmer. It seemed like a great deal, so they didn't hold back. After all, these are clothes you need to wear every day. One set definitely isn't enough. You need at least 2 to change into. And with the weather being what it is, the polar night winter has no daytime, so there's no way to dry clothes outside. That's why he wanted 3 sets, to extend the laundry cycle. Hats and gloves are limited to 2 sets per person. The other 3 items are limited to 3 sets per person. Although the stock was just put out today, Dory knew exactly how much they had, since they made everything themselves. Even though Sue hadn't specifically mentioned it, she knew how much to limit each item. Hats and gloves don't need to be changed often, so 2 per person is enough. Coats and pants are essential and wear out more quickly, so 3 per person. As for shoes, considering the extra wear and tear from going out during disasters, 3 pairs per person as well. In that case, I'll buy as many as I can. Not being able to buy 3 sets of everything was a bit disappointing, but since hats and gloves really weren't needed in such quantity, he didn't mind. The most important things were the coat and pants. So long as he could get those, he was satisfied. After you pay, pick up your items over there. Anticipating that people would want to buy full sets, Dory had already had the cotton clothes packaged in complete sets. If you wanted to buy individual items, you could just take them from the shelves. I'll take 3 sets too, just 1 set of hats and gloves. Quite a few people noticed that both shops were limiting purchases and started to feel uneasy. Usually, purchase limits are either to create artificial scarcity and drive up prices, or because there isn't enough stock to go around, so limiting purchases ensures more people can buy what they need. Clearly, things like hand warmers, warming cauldrons, and cotton clothes aren't rare or expensive, so it had to be the latter. Realizing that supplies for surviving the disaster might be limited, everyone who thought of this possibility started to panic. Still, since the polar night winter hadn't started yet and no one was in real trouble, everyone managed to keep their nerves in check and maintain order. Even so, the unusual atmosphere didn't escape Dory's notice. She thought for a moment, looked at the growing crowd, did a quick head count, and then had someone bring out another 300 sets of cotton clothes from the tailor shop's storage. Some people were drawn over by the commotion. When they saw the mountain of cotton clothes piled up, they were first shocked, then overjoyed, and even felt a subtle sense of relief. Everyone knows the Lord has long been aware of the coming disaster and has prepared plenty of supplies. The purchase limits are just to prevent hoarding and protect everyone's interests. There's definitely enough for all. Dory didn't bother telling people not to crowd or fight, but her words had the same calming effect. After all, the reason everyone was crowding in was because they were afraid they wouldn't be able to buy anything. But now that everything had been explained clearly, everyone would be able to buy what they needed, regardless of whether they truly believed it or not. At least the tension had eased compared to before. There were only a few dozen people in the shop. Even if every single one of them bought the maximum allowed, it wouldn't exceed 300 sets. But with the large amount of winter clothing Dolly had just had brought out, there was more than enough to supply everyone inside the store. So once they were sure they'd be able to buy what they needed, they lined up obediently, just like usual. Seeing this, Dolly let out a sigh of relief. She quickly called over a few of the shop assistants to help with the payments, then, after giving a few instructions, hurriedly left the tailor shop. Fortunately, Chiou had already completed her apprenticeship, and Lan Zhou, whom Siyu had recruited earlier, was now working at the clinic as well. That allowed Vivian to steal a bit of rest for herself, lying back in her chair whenever things got busy. Even though the rest of the clinic staff were rushing around nonstop, no one dared to approach the rocking chair. It wasn't just because they were afraid of being disciplined by this eccentric mage. More importantly, they'd all heard from Chiou that the potions they'd bought were the result of Vivian's several days and nights of sleepless research. People on the continent already tended to idolize mages, and now, with Vivian's dedication, they were all the more grateful no one would dream of disturbing her. Vivian lay in her chair, resting all the way until dusk before finally opening her eyes, still sprawled out lazily, unwilling to move an inch. At the clinic entrance, Chiou returned from the restaurant with food and, seeing Vivian awake, happily set the meal box on the table. "Master, you're awake. I bought your favorite dishes, and there's a new boiled set meal from Master Mech." Everyone says it's delicious. Chiyoyu had always been a bit introverted and reserved because of her background, but ever since she started working under Vivian, she'd received care from all sides. Plus, treating patients required her to interact with people, so her personality had gradually become more cheerful. At first, she was terrified that saying the wrong thing would get her kicked out, but now she could chatter away for minutes on end, completely ignoring Vivian's frown. All this change was thanks to a certain someone who refused to admit how much she doted on her. "I told you, don't call me master or teacher." "I don't take students," Vivian said, frowning. She really didn't want an apprentice. Having that kind of relationship meant taking on responsibility, and she didn't want to be tied down. Even so, she'd already done more for Chiyoyu than most teachers ever would. That's not important. You should eat first, don't go hungry," Chiyoyu replied, already used to Vivian's protests. She knew that as long as she didn't push the issue, she could call her master again next time and Vivian wouldn't really mind. Vivian knew Chiyoyu wouldn't change, but she was too tired to argue about it, so she just dragged her weary body to the table to eat. Just as Chiyoyu had said, the food on the table was all to her taste, and the new boiled set meal looked especially good: bright red oil, a colorful mix of ingredients, and a mouth-watering aroma. Doesn't taste like Mech's cooking, but it's still pretty good. Vivian wasn't picky, but she had a discerning palate. With just one bite, she could tell this dish hadn't been made by Mech himself, probably one of his other chefs. The other chefs at the restaurant weren't as skilled as Mech, so their food naturally didn't taste quite as good. Especially since Mech used his own fire magic in his cooking, which imbued the dishes with a trace of magical energy. Ordinary people might just feel inexplicably comfortable after eating it, without knowing why, but if a mage ate it, they'd notice their magical energy circulating faster. This discovery had only come after Mech's powers were restored, so everyone guessed that the special effect was the result of a high-level fire mage combining magic with culinary skills. It was similar to Dolly's situation. Is there a difference? "I think it's all delicious," Chiyoyu said. Her palate wasn't as sensitive, she just thought it tasted great. But since it was spicy, she had to drink water with every bite. Even though her whole face turned red from the heat, she couldn't stop herself from wanting more. But before she could pick up her chopsticks, Vivian slid the spicy dish over to herself. "If you can't handle spicy food, eat less of it. Otherwise, you'll be taking medicine tomorrow," Vivian said, placing the dish in front of herself and ignoring Chiyoyu's longing gaze as she slowly finished it off. Chiyoyu was still craving it, but she knew she couldn't handle spicy food and would only end up with an upset stomach, so she didn't insist. But then she remembered something she'd seen at the restaurant and asked curiously, besides the boiled dishes, the restaurant also put out a lot of spicy dishes today. Even so, Chiyoyu was still a little worried. But what if? "It's not that I don't trust the Lord, but when I went to the restaurant, the new menu board only listed spicy boiled fish and chili dishes." Vivian pushed her back into her seat and pinched her cheek. Chiyoyu didn't resist, just sat there obediently, though she still looked a little anxious. "I may not know much about cooking, but I do know you can adjust the spiciness of a dish. If you can't handle it too spicy, you can order a milder version." As Vivian spoke, she pulled out a slip of paper from beside the box of boiled dishes. You probably didn't know about this, so you just picked the default spice level." Sure enough, the slip of paper in Vivian's hand was a note about the spice levels for the dish. It clearly listed 5 levels: mild, medium, default, hot, and extra hot. Aside from people who can't eat spicy food at all, most people can handle something between medium and default. Vivian herself could handle spiciness, but Chiyoyu couldn't. After hearing this, Chiyoyu quickly grabbed the paper and glanced at it. First, she breathed a sigh of relief, amused by her needless worry, but then she felt a bit regretful. "I must not have paid attention when I ordered. If I'd known, I would have picked medium or mild. Then I wouldn't have had to stop after just a few bites." Vivian couldn't help but laugh, then tidied up the leftovers on the table and told Chiyoyu to get back to studying. Actually, there were plenty of people like Chiyoyu who hadn't noticed the spice level options. Everyone just knew the restaurant had new dishes today, and that they might be related to the upcoming disaster, so after work, they all rushed to the restaurant, eager to try them. They were starving, and the restaurant was filled with the mouth-watering aroma of spicy boiled dishes, making their mouths water. They didn't care about anything else. Plus, there were more people in line than usual today, so they didn't want to waste time and hold up the line. As a result, hardly anyone paid attention to the kind reminder about spice levels on the menu board. When asked about spice level, those who didn't know what to pick just went with the default. This led to nearly half the people being overwhelmed by the spiciness, faces red and mouths on fire, looking like dragons breathing flames. Of the remaining half, some could handle spicy food and had no problem, while the others noticed the spice level options, asked about them, and picked something they could handle, thus avoiding joining the fire-breathing army. As more people came, they saw what happened to those before them, so fewer and fewer people made the same mistake. All in all, unless someone couldn't handle even the slightest bit of spice, everyone was very satisfied with the new dishes. Even those who couldn't eat spicy food didn't think the dishes were bad, at most. They just complained that they weren't lucky enough to enjoy them. As night fell, it was clear that the first day of the disaster had barely affected anyone. In fact, most of the effects were positive. The most common story was people finding treasures. It had to be said, the storms on the first day weren't that strong, but they brought plenty of things from afar. People who went out empty-handed came back loaded with loot. There were all kinds of damaged but reparable equipment, strange-looking plants, unknown animal pelts and claws, all sorts of ores, and miscellaneous drops from wild creatures. With so much stuff, everyone made a killing. In just one day, the money spent by the quest hall to buy supplies was already 3 times what it used to be. In other words, on average, everyone's income was 3 times higher than before, at the very least, double. Even though they were buying more than before, the territory had plenty of money, so this short-term spending wasn't a problem. Besides, the money people earned from selling things would eventually be spent on goods from the territory anyway, so in the end, it all went back into Suyu's pocket. Their money just went in circles, but the things the quest hall collected were real and tangible. There was so much stuff, and it was so varied, that Chanyu couldn't sort it all by herself. So Suyu called a few people to help out, and after finishing her own work, she went to see if anything good had come in today. She hadn't expected it, but after looking through everything, Suyu couldn't help but wonder if she'd misjudged the system. Wasn't it supposed to be trying to kill her? This was more like it was sending her gifts. These are all herbs, most of them pretty rare. If you're okay with it, my lord, I'll send them over to Vivian later. These boxes are all ores, mostly common copper and iron. Gold and silver are in these 2 boxes, and rare or enchanted ores are in the smallest box. These 2 boxes are filled with damaged equipment. The box on the left has items that are only slightly damaged. I suggest giving them to Tsinglan for a quick repair, and they'll be usable again. The box on the right has equipment that's too badly damaged, but the materials are good, so they can be melted down and made into new gear. Today, besides being busy sorting items and purchasing resources, Chanwei also had to organize everything she'd bought. Because the things brought in by the storm were all random, everyone's harvest was different. With so many people selling items, Chanwei only had time to calculate each transaction's value. Once the seller took their money, she had to deal with the next person, so she had no time to properly sort the newly acquired items. She could only set them aside haphazardly, maybe putting fragile things in a separate spot to avoid damage, but that was about all she could manage. Now, she finally had a bit of free time. With no one left selling in the mission hall, she couldn't just sit idle. She still had to sort and categorize everything. By the time Siu arrived, Chanwei had already organized about 70 to 80% of the items. Since Chanwei was the one who'd collected everything, she was mainly responsible for sorting them as well. She recognized what each item was, while others could only help move things around, tidy up, or lend a hand. Seeing Siu arrive, Chanwei took a sip of water and began explaining the chaotic scene. Overall, today's haul was pretty good, but our expenses were a bit high. This afternoon, I got a message from Bugua. Jin Luo sent her to ask why there were so many large denomination money notes today. As mentioned before, ever since the bank was established, any purchase in the mission hall worth more than 5 gold coins was paid with a money note issued by Chanwei. Sellers would then take the note to the bank to collect their money. Ordinary people only earn about 1 silver coin a day. By comparison, 5 gold coins is a huge sum. Unless someone got extremely lucky and found something rare, it was almost impossible to sell something for that much. But if rare items were so easy to find, they wouldn't be rare. So, on a normal day, Chanwei might issue 1 or 2 money notes at most. If everyone had bad luck, sometimes not a single note would be issued all day, meaning no one earned more than 5 gold coins. But today was different. Chanwei wrote over 20 money notes. If each was just 5 gold coins, that would already be over 100 gold, but half of them were for 10 gold or more. There were even 3 notes for over 100 gold, and 1 for 200. With so much money involved, it was only natural for Jin Luo to send Bugua to double-check. This also showed just how much the mission hall had spent on acquisitions today. Still, as Siyu looked over the pile, she saw many valuable items, things they actually needed. So she didn't think it was a waste. Just distribute these as you see fit. No need to check with me, Siyu said. She was just here to see how Chanwei was doing, and since everything looked good, she didn't interfere. However, before leaving, Siyu took away a box of miscellaneous items. This box contained all kinds of things, basically. Anything Chanwei didn't recognize, couldn't name, or didn't know the use for ended up in there. But just because Chanwei didn't recognize them didn't mean Siyu didn't. In fact, she specifically took the box because she spotted several items she knew, and they were quite useful. As for the rest, especially the herbs, when you take them to Vivian, let her know that if she finds anything she doesn't recognize, she can come ask me. Siyu was eager to use the good stuff she'd found, so she didn't have time to go see Vivian herself, let alone write out the names and properties of all the herbs. Understood. I'll let Vivian know, Chanwei nodded, implying she'd personally deliver the herbs. Leaving the mission hall and returning to the city lord's mansion, Siyu found an empty room and took out everything she'd brought back from the hall. Purple marrow stone, and so many lava scales. Could the next unexpected event involve the dragon clan? No, wait, there are also ginseng lotus seeds, a treasure of the beast-in, and this beast-in fruit, which helps them increase their strength. That's a rare find. Muttering to herself, Siyu busied herself sorting through the box, pulling out items one by one and categorizing them. Her categories weren't the same as Chanyue's, which were based on item type. Instead, she sorted them by origin. For example, the purple marrow stone and lava scales she mentioned earlier. The former is a mineral unique to the mountains where dragons live. To dragons, it's nothing special, but thanks to the abundance of dragon energy in those mountains, the stone contains a trace of draconic power. Anyone who can get their hands on some purple marrow stone can mix it with other ores to forge top-tier equipment. Anything infused with a trace of dragon energy, if made into armor, it becomes impervious to water, fire, blades, and arrows. If made into weapons, it becomes incredibly sharp and powerful. As for lava scales, despite the name, they're not actual scales. They're a type of stone found near magma in the Dragon Mountains. Because these stones are flat and distributed in a way that resembles scales, they're called lava scales. Though they're just stones, they're extremely tough. If used in construction, even a dragon's normal attacks wouldn't do much damage to a building made from them. Of course, such precious materials wouldn't be wasted on houses. They also make excellent materials for inscribing runes. Being stones from beside magma, they're rich in fire energy, perfect for combat runes like explosion or flame runes. So far, Siyu had made many runes and taught Qianshuang a lot as well, but most were auxiliary: speed, illumination, invisibility. She'd made almost no combat runes, mainly because she lacked suitable materials. Runes require a lot of energy to function, and combat runes need even more to deal damage. Ordinary materials simply can't withstand the energy required for combat runes. They'd shatter from overload during inscription. But this time, they'd acquired a lot of lava scales, over 130 pieces. each about the size of 2 adult palms. A typical rune is only palm-sized, so each piece could be cut into 4 or 5 rune materials, not counting scraps. That's nearly 600 pieces. Qianshuang just advanced to master level recently. She should be able to use lava scales now. Although lava scales are rare, they're ultimately just stones. Their uniqueness lies in where they grow. That's why their quality is only considered blue grade, but in reality, they're closer to purple grade. This is because as long as the runes carved from lava scales are successfully made, they're considered purple grade. Only if they're damaged do they drop to blue or lower. When a master-level craftsman uses purple-grade materials, the base success rate for crafting, assuming no special bonuses, is about 70 to 80%, depending on the difficulty of the item. Combat runes are among the harder items to make, so the base success rate is probably only 75%. But since Qianshuang has improved even after reaching master level, the current success rate should be around 80%. With 400 combat runes, that's more than enough. So you carefully put away all the lava scales, planning to deliver them to the rune house soon and have Qianshuang craft the combat runes. Of course, to further increase the success rate, so you would also teach Qianshuang some techniques for making combat runes. At the same time, she'd have Kanglin hurry up and make a higher-grade rune carving knife. Sometimes, the right tool can make all the difference. As for the purple marrow stones, there weren't enough to make anything worthwhile, so she decided to store them for now. While it's possible to mix them with other materials to force out a few high-quality pieces of equipment, that would be too much of a waste. Sunset Territory isn't lacking in good equipment at the moment. What she really needs are top-tier items. Besides these 2 dragon-related items, the box also contained 2 orc-related items, ginseng lotus seeds and beast fruit. The former are round fruits about the size of lotus seeds, a rare medicinal herb. While they're not quite on the same level as the Millennium Stone Milks you obtained before, they're of similar quality to stone milk flowers. However, ginseng lotus seeds are among the few herbs whose medicinal properties increase with age. So, given enough years, they could reach the same level as Millennium Stone Milk. Siyu is lucky. This batch that Chanwei acquired contained 7 ginseng lotus seeds, all at least 100 years old, with the oldest nearly 900 years old, just shy of a millennium. If it actually reached 1,000 years, its rarity would rival that of Millennium Stone Milk, or even surpass it. After all, stone caves are hard to destroy and can last for millennia, but ginseng lotus seeds are plants, fragile and easily killed if not cared for. Surviving 1,000 years is no small feat. That's why Siyu felt she'd misjudged the system. Just these 7 ginseng lotus seeds were worth a fortune, not to mention the whole box of lava scales, a few purple marrow stones, and several beast fruits. As the name suggests, beast fruit is closely tied to orcs. Its main use is for young orcs during their awakening, helping them gain intelligence. Every orc is born in their original beast form. Awakening refers to their transformation into humanoid form. When a young orc is about to transform, the parents usually prepare beast fruit for them. The more beast fruit a young orc eats during awakening, the stronger they'll be after transforming. Most orcs can only eat 1 beast fruit anymore, and they can't handle it. Those who can eat a second are already stronger than average. If an orc can eat a 3rd beast fruit, they become a key focus for the orc tribe, as their future potential is limitless. As for those who could eat a 4th, 5th, or even more beast fruits, throughout history, there's only ever been one, the founder of the orc tribe. Legend has it that this ancestor was born eating beast fruit, consuming countless ones before transforming. That's why they became so powerful, founded the orc tribe, and stood alongside the dragons, elves, and mere folk as one of the 4 great races. But after this orc ancestor, there's never been another orc who could eat more than 3 beast fruits. Even those who could eat 3 are fewer than 100 in all of orc history, a tiny number compared to their population of several 100,000. So while beast fruit isn't exactly precious, it's still rare. The orc tribe tightly controls this resource, as it's crucial for raising the next generation. Although it's mainly for orcs, The principle is that beast fruit contains energy that can unlock potential. The more you eat, the more potential is unlocked. If you can't eat more, it means your potential is already fully awakened. Unlocking potential is age-limited, but adult orcs can still eat beast fruit. While it won't unlock potential, it can quickly restore their strength, much like a mage's mana potion. But that's too wasteful, so they usually use other methods to recover. Humans can also use beast fruit, but not by eating it directly. Otherwise, the energy that's ordinary for orcs would cause a human's body to explode. However, beast fruit combined with mild herbs can be made into a potion that enhances physical strength. This potion isn't taken orally, but used externally, added to water for a medicinal bath. After soaking for a while, the skin and muscles become tougher thanks to the energy from the beast fruit. Coincidentally, Siu not only recognized beast fruit but also knew the recipe for this potion. These 7 beast fruits could make at least 10 doses, enough to help 10 people improve their physical abilities. It might not seem like much, but Siu only needed it for a few trusted people, so 10 doses was plenty. Besides these 4 specially selected items, the miscellaneous goods included quite a few rare ores and herbs. Because they were so rare, nobody recognized them, so Chanwei bought them at a moderate price. The sellers didn't know their real value, so as long as the price seemed fair, they agreed to sell. Of course, they probably lost out, but the territory had made it clear when buying these unknown items that the price wouldn't be high. If sellers thought it was a loss or could get a better price elsewhere, they could choose not to sell. But once sold, there was no going back. Aside from materials, the box also contained several skill books. These could be copied in the skill hall. Most were fairly common, but one was a rare universal combat skill. This particular skill book could increase the recovery rate of health, mana, stamina, and other attributes. Since it's a passive skill that activates automatically without any conditions, it's quite valuable. Siu's first thought upon obtaining this skill book was to immediately take it to the skills hall for duplication, so the residents of her territory could learn it. And that's exactly what she did. Once she'd tidied up her miscellaneous items, she took the skill book, titled Law of Myriad Phenomena, to the quest hall. Duplicating the Law of Myriad Phenomena didn't require many materials. The most valuable among them was the bright moon shell. As the name suggests, it's something from the sea, and could even be considered a specialty of the merfolk. Bright moon shells are fingernail-sized shells. Once ground into powder, they can be used in medicine. Several formulas involving bright moon shells are known to boost attributes, making them a rare and valuable resource. Fortunately, Siu had just returned from the merfolk, bringing back countless specialties, including bright moon shells. Although the merfolk hadn't given her a huge amount, she still had over 100 of these little shells. It took 2 bright moon shells to duplicate one skill book, so she could make 50 copies. The others should have some too. Siu wasn't the only one who'd received gifts from the merfolk. The others had gotten a few things as well. While not everyone necessarily had bright moon shells, she still went around and asked. In the end, she managed to buy another 50 or so bright moon shells from the others at the price of 1 gold coin each, which netted her another 20-something skill books. Looking at the 80 skill books she now had, Siu still felt it wasn't enough. But soon, another batch of bright moon shells was delivered right to her door. I heard Lord Siu is buying bright moon shells. I have over 100 here, do you still want them? Ningxi's proactive visit surprised Siu a little, but since she needed them, she didn't hesitate. She paid Ningxi the same rate as the others, over 100 gold coins for the shells, bringing her total up by another 50 skill books. 130 skill books might sound like a lot, but with a territory population of over 1,000, that meant less than 1/5 of the people could get one. After some thought, Siu decided not to sell the skill books to outsiders, but only to her own people. The purchase conditions would be a mix of money and territory contribution points. Given that the synthesis materials weren't particularly expensive, the cost of each skill book was less than 5 gold coins, with 2 of those coins being the cost of the bright moon shells. So she set 2 pricing options. First option, 10 gold coins plus 1,000 territory contribution points. Second option, 2 gold coins plus 3,000 territory contribution points. The first option was for those who had money but hadn't been in the territory long enough to accumulate many contribution points. The second was for those who were short on cash but had been in the territory for a long time and made significant contributions. 1,000 contribution points wasn't much. Even putting aside people like Dolly and Doya, who joined at the very beginning, even Jing Kei, who'd only joined recently, already had over 800 points, and that was without actively trying to accumulate them, as she was busy training people. If someone did quests every day, they could easily rack up 1,000 points in a month. If there happened to be a disaster or a siege, the rate of earning points would double. Especially in the past week, with everyone stockpiling resources for the coming disaster, there were plenty of high contribution quests in the quest hall, so Siyu wasn't worried about people being unable to afford the books. After setting the prices, Siyu posted an announcement to let everyone know. Otherwise, with everyone busy treasure hunting and making money, they might not even have time to visit the skills hall. But as soon as the announcement went out, it attracted not only the territory's residents, but also many travelers and unaffiliated wanderers. Even though Siyu posted the announcement after dark, perhaps because everyone was so excited by the day's gains, no one could sleep. It was already the usual time to head home, but most people were still out on the streets. Coincidentally, to prepare for the polar night of winter, Siyu had doubled the territory's lighting facilities. This not only ensured good lighting coverage, but also meant there were backup lights in case some were damaged. At this moment, the sunset territory was as bright as day. So even though everyone knew today marked the start of the disaster season, no one felt uncomfortable at all. The streets were bustling, so Suyu's announcement was seen by many the instant it was posted. Previously, the only thing on the announcement board was Suyu's warning about the disaster, which everyone had already read. So when people noticed new activity and discussion around the board, more and more gathered to see what was going on. As the crowd gathered, those who felt a sense of urgency rushed to the skills hall, afraid that if they were even a moment late, they'd miss out on buying the Law of Myriad Phenomena. After the first group excitedly bought their copies, a second wave, drawn by the announcement, arrived at the skills hall's doors. In less than half an hour, nearly 2/3 of the 150 Law of Myriad Phenomena books were gone, meaning 100 people had already bought one. Siyu had anticipated this, so she stayed at the skills hall, checking the information of each buyer and keeping track of their situations. An hour later, the skill books were completely sold out. According to her statistics, over 80% of the buyers were combat personnel, and about 70% chose the first option, the one that cost more gold coins. It wasn't that most of them didn't have 3,000 contribution points, it was just that everyone knew contribution points were valuable in the territory. Besides skill books, they could be used to exchange for high-level equipment, items, materials, potions, all of which could only be obtained with contribution points. So, if they had enough money, they'd rather spend gold than use up their contribution points. So you didn't care which method they used. She'd set 2 options just to create a threshold, so that newcomers couldn't immediately buy a skill book. Otherwise, if a new arrival got lucky and bought one, while someone who'd been in the territory for 2 or 3 months still didn't have one, it would be unfair. Plus, newcomers weren't very loyal yet. Siyu was worried they'd just take the skill book and leave, which would be a loss for her. After all, the market price of this skill book was far more than 10 gold coins. Several times that, even. If it were put up for auction in a major territory, the price would only go higher. These few people. Looks like I'll have to find Lake and have him handle this. Siyu glanced at the list of buyers and noticed a few familiar names were missing. The current Sunset territory is nothing like it was before. Any name that Siyu recognizes now must be someone special, or someone who has made significant contributions and left a strong impression in her presence. If such people don't want to buy skill books, that's fine. But if they do, there's no reason Siyu would let them miss out. That's why she always keeps a few skill books in reserve. The Mingwei shells she acquired from Ningshi and others were just enough to make the skill books she sold, but afterwards, she traded a few rare but less practical materials at the exchange for another batch of Mingwei shells. It wasn't a lot, but enough to copy a dozen or so books, enough for her to sell to these people. That's right, even though she set aside these skill books, they still had to be bought with money or contribution points. Giving them away for free would be unfair to everyone else. So you naturally wouldn't handle this kind of backdoor deal herself, so she went to find Lake, handed him the dozen or so skill books, and gave him the list of names. For the people on this list, go ask each of them. If they want one, sell it at today's skill hall price. If they don't, maybe they have other plans, so there's no need to press. Lake immediately recognized these as the skill books that had caused a stir not long ago. He hadn't expected the Lord to still have so many on hand. But after hearing Suyu's instructions and seeing the list, as one of the earliest members of the territory, he recognized that all these people had joined later. He knew every one of them. He also knew how much these people had contributed to the territory, so he understood Suyu's intention. She was giving benefits to the meritorious contributors of the territory. Don't worry, Lord. Leave it to me. I won't let anyone else find out about this. Framed nicely, it was a reward, but if others found out, they'd inevitably feel a bit uncomfortable. That's why Suyu couldn't distribute the books in her own name, nor in the territory's name. It just wouldn't be appropriate. So, she could only have Lake handle it. With everything arranged, the day was over. Suyu returned to the city lord's mansion to rest. She had barely lain down when she felt something furry brush past her arm. She paused, then realized what it was. Reaching out, she scooped the lively, energetic dragon mink into her arms. Almost forgot you went out with Duoya and the others today, Suyu said as she checked Lingbao's condition. Although it looked lively and energetic, showing no signs of injury, Suyu still wanted to check carefully. After all, nothing is more accurate than the data. Treasure-seeking dragon mink. Affiliation: Sunset Territory. Name: Lingao. Level: 15, 124, 587/200, 000. Potential: 99. Affection: 100, maxed. Territory affection: intimate. Skills: advanced tracking, intermediate treasure seeking, activated, combat bloodline, activated. Status: slightly tired, happy. Description: a white mink that has eaten a flood dragon's inner core. Etc. HM? It leveled up. If she remembered correctly, Lingao was only level 14 when it left this morning. She hadn't expected it to come back at level 15 and already halfway to the next level. Yip. Lingbao seemed to understand what she was saying, nodding vigorously, looking adorable as if asking for praise. Suyu rubbed its head, then started checking how it had leveled up. Among the many notifications she had muted, Suyu finally found Lingbao's experience gain messages. Guardian Beast found a medicinal herb. Treasure-seeking EXP plus 100, level EXP plus 1,500. Guardian Beast found a treasure chest. Treasure-seeking EXP plus 500, level EXP plus 6,500. Guardian Beast found a trash heap. Treasure-seeking EXP plus 1, level EXP plus 5. Trash heap? After reading through the experience gains, Suyu's expression turned a bit odd. But she quickly realized why a treasure-seeking beast like Lingbao would find something like a trash heap. Yip. Oh, maybe it was because it had spent more time around humans, or perhaps because it had evolved into a dragon mink and become the territory's guardian beast, but Lingao could now understand more and more human language. At the same time, it could also sense the emotions behind certain phrases. For example, it understood Suyu's confusion about the trash heap and began waving its paws energetically to explain. Lingao might have learned to understand human speech, but Suyu still didn't understand mink speak, so the two could only stare at each other. Still, after raising it for so long, they had built up some tacit understanding. Suyu could more or less guess that Lingao was trying to say that the trash heap was unusual. As for what exactly was special about it, she'd have to ask Duoya tomorrow, or have them go back to that place to investigate further. The second day of storm season, the sky seemed even gloomier than yesterday. Anyone who stepped outside could feel the air currents swirling more fiercely than before. It felt as if invisible creatures were fighting all around them, and the resulting turbulence made the air swirl, filling it with a faint, ever-present sense of danger. So you understood well enough. This was a prelude to the coming polar night winter. The early days of storm season were less aggressive, but they used every means to warn people that danger was approaching. Once polar night winter arrived, the two calamities would rapidly and violently transform the region's weather and environment. Ling Bao yawned lazily beside her. After getting herself ready, Siu picked up Ling Ao and headed out. As she opened the door, she was met by a strong, chilly wind. She steadied the hat on her head, put on a windproof cloak, tucked Ling Bao into the cloak's wide inner pocket, and walked out onto the street as usual. Normally, dressing like this would attract attention, but today, with the strong winds, many people had also pulled out the rain cloaks they'd bought during the acid rain to use as windbreakers. So Sui's outfit didn't stand out at all. She went to Duoya's house and knocked. It was still early, and Dolly, who lived with Duoya, hadn't left yet, so she was the one who answered. "Lord, is something wrong? Are you looking for Duoya?" Dolly hadn't been outside yet, and didn't know what the weather was like, so she didn't understand why Siu was dressed this way. "It's very windy outside. When you go out later, remember to bring something to block the wind." Siu first gave a brief reminder before answering Dolly's question. "I'm here to see Doya. I wanted to ask if she saw anything unusual when she went out yesterday." As Siu entered, Doya happened to come out of her room as well. "All right, I'll leave you two to talk. I'm heading to the shop." Dolly's departure wasn't to avoid suspicion. She usually left around this time anyway, even if Siu hadn't come by today. "I remember there are still some wind-blocking items in the sewing shop storeroom. We can put them out for sale today." "Got it." Dolly smiled and left. While the two of them were talking, Doya caught Ling Ao, who had just leapt over. "Did anything unusual happen when you went out yesterday?" So you didn't beat around the bush and got straight to the point. Since it was just yesterday, Doya didn't have to think much and answered directly. "Compared to usual, we did find more than normal. But if you're asking if anything else was different, then no, not really." So you knew Doya was always careful and wouldn't lie or hide things about this sort of matter. Since she said there was nothing special, then at least from her perspective, nothing out of the ordinary had happened. "Did you come across any piles of trash when you were out yesterday?" Doya wasn't sure why she was asking this, but she nodded and added, "Yes, we did. There were quite a few storms yesterday, and several of them dissipated right in front of us. Most of the storms didn't bring anything good, so after they passed, all that was left was a mess of rubbish. Since they were out treasure hunting, they naturally didn't pay much attention to the trash. Even though they knew there might be treasures hidden in the piles, they had a treasure-seeking beast, so they didn't need to agonize over whether to dig through the trash or which pile to check. Whenever Ling Bao sensed something valuable, it would stop, and then it was their job to search. Ling Ao just had to watch from the side, or go off to find the next treasure." "All right, got it." Siu nodded, then reached out to pet Ling Ao. It must have found something, but there were probably other people around at the time, so it didn't make a fuss. "You mean Ling Ao found something extraordinary, something that would attract a lot of attention?" Doya paused, then continued, "I understand. Today, I'll make sure everyone avoids others when we go out. If it was just something ordinary, or even just rare, there'd be no need to be so cautious. But if even Ling Bao knew to keep it hidden, then it must be a treasure of the highest order. They could trust their own people, but absolutely couldn't let outsiders see." Doya's plan was simple. Have a few people stand guard nearby to keep others away while they retrieve the treasure and put it in their spatial bag. If there were already a lot of people around, or if someone else got there first, Doya would have someone lure them away. There were plenty of ways to do that, especially during storm season. There were even more tricks they could use. "If someone else has already found it," Doya asked, just in case, though she knew it wasn't likely. "Then so be it. It just means we weren't fated for it." So you would never do something like robbing or killing for treasure. There was no need. Even if there were a whole chest of mermaid pearls in front of her, she wouldn't be tempted. Otherwise, she'd have already looted the merfolk's forbidden grounds. After all, she had a teleportation stone. She could just grab and run. The merfolk were in chaos. By the time they realized, they'd have no way to track her down, and the fishmen would probably end up taking the blame. On this magical continent, everyone had to pay the price for their actions. If she ever did something truly outrageous, the law of balance would make sure she faced the consequences. What about Miss Ning? Doya wasn't surprised by Suyu's answer, so she asked about Ningshi. After all, Ningshi was the only outsider in their group. For normal treasure hunting, bringing her along was fine, but in this situation, things were different. Doya didn't want to test people's loyalty. If it worked out, there wasn't much to gain, but if it failed, the cost would be huge, the risk and reward just weren't balanced. Suyu thought for a moment. We can bring her. She's strong, but she can't take on all of you, and she's smart. If she's smart, she'll know what she should and shouldn't do. Even in the worst-case scenario, if she really wanted the treasure, she wouldn't be foolish enough to try anything in front of everyone. Besides, Doya and the others had plenty of life-saving items, including teleportation stones. As long as they got the treasure back safely, there was nothing to worry about. Of course, Suyu still believed Ningshi wouldn't do anything, just as she herself hadn't raided the merfolk's forbidden grounds. Ningshi was someone the merfolk wanted to keep. If she were truly greedy, she could have pretended to stay, then used the teleportation stones Suyu gave her to make off with the loot. The merfolk wouldn't be able to do anything about it in the short term. After discussing the matter with Doya, Suyu handed Ling Ao over to her and left empty-handed. Doya, after gathering the necessary supplies, went to the meeting spot to brief the others on today's plan. Today's target is special, so listen up. Doya summarized what Suyu had told her. Ningshi was present, but Doya didn't avoid her, since they were bringing her along anyway. She'd find out sooner or later, so it didn't matter if she knew now or later. I'll stand guard outside when the time comes, Lal volunteered. It wasn't that he didn't want to be the first to see what kind of treasure could make the treasure beast so cautious, but he knew someone had to keep watch. I'll stay with Lyle. That way, I can use magic to check if anyone else is nearby, Yue added. He had the same idea as Lyle, and he also knew their lord was generous. If there was something good, they'd get their share of the reward. They'd find out what it was sooner or later, so there was no need to rush. The most important thing now was to secure the treasure. Doya looked at the two of them and, before a third person could speak up, smiled and said, "What's the rush? I don't even know what it is or where it is yet. We'll make arrangements when we get there." After Doya finished speaking, the atmosphere eased considerably. Everyone in this group had known each other since shortly after the territory was established, so there was no need to question the level of understanding and trust between them. Since Suyu had entrusted this matter to Doya, she would definitely handle it well, and the others would help her get it done. "Miss Ning, would you like to come with us?" After discussing with the others, Doya turned to ask Ningshi for her opinion. Although Suyu had said she didn't mind Ningshi joining them, and Doya herself had no objections, she noticed that when she started talking to the others, Ningshi, after hearing the first sentence and realizing something was up, had deliberately stepped back to avoid their conversation. This action wasn't obvious, but Doya noticed it. Her impression of Ningshi improved greatly, and she took the initiative to ask if Ningshi wanted to come along. I can go." Ningshi was taken aback. Although she hadn't intentionally eavesdropped, she couldn't help but hear the first sentence. Besides, the room was so small that no matter how she tried to back away, it was pointless. If she left outright, it would have made a scene, and if they noticed, it would have been awkward. On top of that, Doya hadn't lowered her voice, so Ningshi inevitably caught some of the conversation. At the very least, she knew that Doya and the others were heading out today to collect some important resource. Although she really enjoyed the feeling of fighting side by side with companions, exploring and gathering resources together like yesterday, she knew she wasn't a member of this territory. She certainly wouldn't be so tactless as to force her way into their business. However, since Doya had asked, it clearly meant she didn't mind Ningshi joining in, which surprised Ningshi. "Of course you can. The Lord said she trusts you, and your presence will only make us feel more secure," Doya replied, not hiding Suyu's words, but also not pretending to personally trust Ningshi. After all, she and Ningshi weren't that close. If the Lord hadn't said she didn't mind, Doya would have politely refused Ningshi's company. But since the Lord had spoken, Even if Duoya didn't trust Ningxia, she would trust the Lord. It'd be a lie to say I'm not interested. I'll help keep watch and make sure no one else comes near. If possible, I hope I can find out what exactly it is that even the treasure-hunting beast is so excited about when we get back, Ningxia said, always one to follow her heart. She was touched by Si's trust and admitted her own curiosity, so she decisively chose to go along. Lingbao's identity wasn't a secret, after all. Its performance yesterday was obvious. Its ability to find rare items like a magnet was not something any ordinary little creature could do. Of course, the fact that Lingbao was actually the guardian beast hadn't been revealed. As one of the core elements of a territory, the guardian beast's fate was tied to the territories. If it was injured, all aspects of the territory would suffer. Most notably, the guardian beast auras Lingbao provided. If those disappeared, the territory's combat and resource-gathering abilities would drop dramatically. Therefore, very few people knew Lingbao was the guardian beast. Even people like Yu Ai, Tsang Lan, and Lilith didn't know. It wasn't that Siyu was deliberately hiding it, she just wouldn't bring it up on her own. If someone asked, she wouldn't deny it, nor would she refuse to answer. In that case, let's head out. In the forest, 3 people were fleeing in panic. One of them, a woman dressed in black, was bleeding profusely from her left hand and was clearly limping. Her unsteady gait showed that her foot was likely injured as well. Run! What are you standing there for? The woman in black gritted her teeth against the pain, mustering all her strength to shout at the 2 people who had stopped ahead. The 2 who had stopped were also young women, one with a long ponytail and fitted clothes, the other with short, ear-length hair in combat gear. Seeing her companion hesitate, the short-haired woman's eyes widened. Instead of running as told, she moved a few steps closer to the woman in black. No, I can't. Don't come over. We need to get help. If we hesitate now, we'll all die here. The long-haired woman didn't want to abandon her companion either, but she knew that if they stayed, it would just mean 2 more corpses. But if they left and searched nearby for other treasure hunters to help, there was a chance to save their friend. Seeing the short-haired woman still hesitate, she didn't waste any more time and dragged her away by the hand. Fei, hide for now. We'll look for help nearby. If we can't find anyone, the long-haired woman paused, then said firmly, if we can't find anyone, we'll come back for you. Watching their departing figures, Fei gave a bitter smile, then, just as the long-haired woman had said, found a spot that wasn't too conspicuous to hide in. What's the point of coming back? They should just go, she muttered, but she knew her 2 companions meant what they said. If they couldn't find help, today next year would probably be the anniversary of all 3 of their deaths. Roar! As a beast's angry roar echoed from not far away, Fei wiped the sadness from her face and returned to her usual cold expression. She used the surrounding plants to cover herself, crushing leaves and stems to try to mask the scent of blood on her body with the smell of greenery. After all, beasts have the keenest sense of smell. If you enter the forest covered in blood, it won't be long before you're tracked down and devoured. But their supplies had been left behind at the scene of the attack, so she had nothing to stop the bleeding or mask her scent. What she was doing now was little more than self-deception. Still, Fei was lucky. She happened to be in a spot where the plants were dense, and, even better, there were lots of flowers. Dense plants meant she was less likely to be seen. Lots of flowers meant their scent could help mask the smell of blood. Even so, the beast chasing them slowly made its way to her location. There was only one path from there to here. Roar! The beast's low growl sounded frighteningly close. Even though she knew it hadn't found her yet, otherwise it would have pounced already, she didn't dare move, afraid that any sound would increase the chance of the lion discovering her. That's right, the reason they'd been in such a sorry state was that, while treasure hunting, they had accidentally run into a lion in a frenzy. The wounds on her body were from desperately fighting it off to escape. If she hadn't been wearing protective gear and carrying a defensive rune, she would have died instantly under the lion's claws. Relying on her equipment and rune for defense, she managed to injure one of the lion's eyes. This only enraged the already furious beast even more. They took advantage of the lion's injury to its eye to make a desperate run for it, but how could a human possibly outrun a lion? What's more, it was storm season. Along the way, they encountered 4 or 5 storms, both large and small. Helpless, they had no choice but to wait for each storm to pass before moving on, which wasted a lot of precious time. Inevitably, the lion caught up to them by following their scent. With injuries to both her arms and legs, she was simply too weak to keep running. She had no choice but to give up and let her companions escape instead. Her 2 friends were still uninjured, and since she was the one who attacked the lion, she was its primary target. As long as she stayed behind, her companions would have a chance to get away. If they insisted on taking her with them, she would only slow them down, just as Qiao, the long-haired woman, had said earlier. If they all stayed, they'd only die together. As Fei stood frozen, lost in her memories, the massive golden beast, several meters long and powerfully built, was already closing in on her. Her expression remained calm, but no matter who you are, when death is near, fear is inevitable. Her body trembled uncontrollably. No matter how hard she tried to steady herself, it was as if her body no longer obeyed her mind. The rustling noises seemed to echo right beside her ear. It was like a thunderclap in her mind, and her already pale face, drained from blood loss, grew even whiter. She didn't know how much time had passed. With no movement for so long and nerves stretched to the breaking point, her body had gone completely rigid. The cold made her head spin, but she forced herself to turn her head slightly, wanting to see where the lion was. Why had it been so quiet for so long? Was she safe? But the moment she turned her head, she found herself staring straight into a pair of bloodshot beast eyes. In an instant, every nerve in her body screamed danger, but she had no strength left to run. Fei was frozen in place, and strangely, so was the lion. Just as she started to wonder if the lion might spare her, it suddenly bared its fangs. Its jaws opened wide, and she could smell the overwhelming stench of blood and rot on its breath. Already weak, nerves stretched to the limit, and now assaulted by that foul odor, her mind simply shut down. Her eyes rolled back and she fainted. A second later, 2 familiar figures came running. At the same time, the lion that was about to devour Fei collapsed to the ground with a crash. Fei! Fei! Qiao and Ming rushed to her side, hands trembling as they checked her breathing and pulse. Once they confirmed she was still alive, both let out a heavy sigh of relief. Behind them stood Duoya and her group. Watching the 3 of them, Ningxue couldn't help but recall some memories of her own. Her heart softened, and she stepped forward. I can heal some of her injuries for now. In fact, Ningxue could have healed Fei completely. Light magic's healing wasn't as strong as specialized healing magic, but Fei's wounds were all external, nothing too complicated. However, doing so would consume a lot of her magic. And more importantly, her magic would linger on Fei, which could interfere with Vivian's follow-up treatment. Vivian would have to remove the residual magic before applying her own healing, which would waste precious time. So, Ningxue decided to perform only basic healing, just enough to keep Fei stable, like giving a dying person a quick boost to keep her alive. Otherwise, with Fei's current state, she might not even survive the journey back. Thank you so much. Qiao and Ming didn't know Ningxue, but they understood that this group had saved them. If these people meant them harm, they would have acted already. There was no need to wait until now. Besides, they could see that Fei was in terrible shape. She was still alive, but if they tried to carry her back as she was, she'd likely die on the way. They had nothing left to help her, so they could only rely on others. No need. Ningxue walked over to the unconscious woman and chanted a spell with practiced ease. Under the astonished gazes of the other 2, she returned to her group. Qiao and Ming had only just arrived at Sunset Territory, so they knew nothing about the place, let alone that it was home to mages, and not a small number of them at that. So when they saw Ningxue use magic, their shock was like discovering a mountain of gold. But soon, their shock turned to deep gratitude. And since Ningxue was a mage, Their gratitude was even greater than if she'd simply saved their lives. Ming, you take a Fei back first. Once she was sure her friend was safe, Qiao quickly regained her composure. She told Ming to take a Fei back, while she herself needed to stay behind to clean up. Clean up here didn't just mean thanking their rescuers. She also had to go back to where they'd encountered the lion and retrieve the things they'd left behind. Of course, she knew that returning to such a dangerous place was reckless. If luck wasn't on her side, it would be suicide. But there was no choice. Their lost belongings were just too important. When their lives were at stake, they could abandon everything to survive. But once the danger had passed, they had to retrieve those things as soon as possible. Otherwise, I'll take a Fei back first, then. Ming guessed what Qiao intended, but she knew a Fei's condition was dire. She had to get her back to the territory and to the medical center immediately. She knew she couldn't talk Qiao out of it, and there was no time to waste. So, with Qiao's help, she hoisted a Fei onto her back and prepared to leave. Lyle, Chanwei, you two should head back as well. Duoya glanced at the two, both looking worse for wear, then turned to speak to the people beside her. All right, I'll head back first then. Lyle understood that Duoya was really asking them to escort the two women. After all, in the forest during storm season, bringing along an injured person meant that any accident could hardly be called unexpected. After all the trouble they went through to save someone, it would be a huge loss if that person died now. I've got a lot to do at the mission hall anyway, so I'll go back too. Chanwei nodded at Duoya, understanding her intention. Duoya smiled, handing her a box she had on her. Take these back with you as well, so we don't have to carry them around and make things more complicated. Chanwei naturally took the items, and then she and Lyle escorted the two women back. Of course, they were also escorting something else. Once they left, the only one remaining, Qiao, immediately prepared to kneel down in gratitude. Duoya hadn't even been fazed when she saw that peerless treasure earlier, but now she was startled by Qiao's sudden action. There's no need for that. We're just following the Lord's orders. The Lord said that if we see anyone in need of help while we're out, we should do our best to assist. Duoya quickly pulled her up. The others around her also hurriedly stepped aside, afraid to be on the receiving end of such a grand gesture. They all knew they hadn't really done anything. The one who truly saved Fei was Duoya, with that arrow of hers. The lion had been injured, but it was not something they could have dealt with quickly. Fei was in imminent danger, so Duoya had no choice but to take a gamble. She was an archer, carrying many arrows. In the past, due to limited resources, she could only use the most basic arrows. At first, she didn't even have proper fletching. But now, with the territory's resources abundant, not only did she craft her own arrows, but she would also take materials from the warehouse and have a batch of arrows specially made for her. Different arrows had different damage, attack speed, and range. Besides that, she also had arrows with various effects, slowing, poison, stun, and so on. At such a distance, desperate to save someone, Duoya had no choice but to take a risk. She chose 3 arrows coated with a strong sedative and fired them all at once. As it turned out, Fei was lucky. One arrow missed and hit the ground due to the rushed shot, but the other 2 struck the lion's eye and forehead. The sedative from both arrows combined, plus the fact that Duoya targeted the lion's already injured eye and its vulnerable forehead, finally knocked the beast out, allowing Fei to escape its jaws. If you really counted, the others hadn't done much at all at most. Ningshi had helped with a bit of healing. Even Duoya had refused such a grand gesture. The others were even less qualified to accept it. After some back and forth, Duoya finally managed to pull Qiao to her feet. If you really want to thank me, why not tell me what happened to you? What's the story with that lion? Did you accidentally wander into the depths of the forest? Duoya breathed a sigh of relief as Qiao finally stood up. Qiao answered without hesitation, "All right, here's what happened." She slowly recounted everything that had happened to the 3 of them. Like everyone else, we just wanted to see if we could find something valuable to sell. The 3 of us can fight, but we're not particularly strong. At the very least, we knew we couldn't handle the beasts in the deep forest, so we never planned to go exploring inside. Qiao first explained why they had gone out and answered Duoya's earlier question about whether they had entered the forest depths. Actually, we don't know where that lion came from either. About an hour ago, we found a spot where a small storm had just dissipated, so we thought we'd check if anything was left behind. Normally, everyone would want to explore the debris left by a freshly dissipated storm. Since the storm had just cleared, they would be the first to search the area. If there was any treasure, it wouldn't have been taken yet, so the chances of finding something good were higher. But the odds of running into a storm just as it dissipated were slim. That's why most people would look for less crowded, more remote storm sites, since those were less likely to have been picked over. Of course, if you were lucky enough to witness a storm dissipate right in front of you, that was a stroke of great fortune. No one would pass up the chance to explore a brand new treasure trove. Today was only the second day of storm season, and already there had been fights over the spoils left by a freshly dissipated storm. No matter the outcome, it showed just how obsessed everyone was with these storm remnants. Qiao and her friends were lucky. They saw a small storm dissipate right before their eyes, and there was no one else around. That meant they could have the spoils all to themselves. But just as they were searching through the storm debris, a lion appeared out of nowhere and set its sights on them. They became its prey. They tried to escape, dropping everything they were carrying, but were still chased down. They fought desperately and managed to injure the lion's eye, giving them a slim chance to escape. So you ran into the lion on the forest outskirts. Duoya frowned, finding this hard to believe. As a hunter, she knew the habits of every creature. Ferocious beasts like tigers, leopards, lions, and wolves usually stayed deep in the forest. Unless provoked, they almost never left their territory to chase humans. Yet Qiao and her friends had the bad luck to run into just such a situation. Duoya sympathized with their ordeal and was willing to help, but since they were strangers, she couldn't fully trust their story. Qiao seemed to sense Duoya's doubt and gave a wry smile. "It's normal for you not to believe us. Even we wondered if we were seeing things when we first saw that beast. It's like this, when we were running away, we dropped all our belongings near the storm debris site. There are some things among what we left behind that are very important to us. I need to go back and retrieve them." After saying this, Qiao glanced at the others, and finally her gaze settled on Duoya, because she realized that among these people, this woman seemed to be the captain or leader. "If you have any concerns, or if you're willing, I can take you all with me. I don't want anything from that pile except our own belongings. I just want to get back what's ours." Qiao said this partly to prove her sincerity and partly to find herself some bodyguards. Even though the lion had appeared so mysteriously, maybe they really were just unlucky and happened to run into a big one coming out of the forest. It was still very dangerous for her to act alone in the woods. If she could travel with these people, if nothing else, at least her safety would be guaranteed. As for those other things, she didn't particularly need them. She just wanted their own possessions back. "Wait a moment, let us discuss it." Seeing that Qiao had already explained herself to this extent, Duoya was inclined to believe her, but she was still puzzled as to why a lion would appear in a place like this. She was quite interested in going to check it out. After all, the Lord had said that besides using spirit treasures to search for valuables, they also needed to observe if anything unusual was happening in the forest. What happened today, while not especially bizarre and barely explainable, still fell into the category of something's not right. However, she couldn't make the decision alone. She needed to discuss it with the others. Although she was indeed the captain appointed by the Lord, the most important thing for a team was unity and cooperation. She couldn't just make all the decisions herself. Fortunately, the result of their discussion matched what she hoped for. Everyone agreed to go and take a look. Since everyone agreed, Duoya didn't hesitate. After making arrangements with Qiao, she let Qiao lead the way, while the rest of them were responsible for her safety. Once they reached the destination, Qiao only took back what belonged to them. The treasures in the pile and anything else around were left for Duoya's group to collect. "What about this lion?" You pointed at the huge beast on the ground, looking a bit helpless. First of all, this lion was clearly high level. Judging by its size, it must weigh at least 400 or 500 pounds, and every part of it was valuable. Even putting aside the beast's blood, hide, and teeth, just the meat alone would be worth 100 or 200 gold coins. Such a large fortune would be a real pity to just leave here. My arrows were only coated with a sedative. Actually, it's not dead yet. After Duoya said this, she fell silent for several seconds. Not just her, the others were silent as well. No one had expected that the lion was still alive. They had all thought Duoya's 2 arrows had killed it outright. But who would have thought the arrows were tipped with sedative? So, this means, Yu's expression twisted for a moment, not sure what to say. Duoya suddenly remembered something and turned to ask the territory's only beast tamer if she needed the lion. Lilith, does the beast taming garden still need a lion? Duoya's thinking was simple. She hadn't failed to kill the lion because she didn't want to, but because there hadn't been time. To save a fae, there were only 2 options: kill the lion on the spot, or make it lose consciousness. Although they had numbers, they were far away and time was short, so Duoya chose the second option. Now that the crisis was over, the lion could either be killed and dismantled for storage, or sent to the beast-taming garden. Duoya didn't know the current situation in the beast-taming garden, so she couldn't decide on her own. Besides, they were about to go with a Qiao to the scene of the incident, so they obviously didn't have time to take the lion back. In any case, the decision was up to Lilith. We probably don't need it. The beast-taming garden is almost full, and even if it weren't, this lion's condition isn't right. It's been injured by humans, its combat power will be diminished, and it'll likely bear a grudge against people, Lilith answered quickly, giving both her decision and her reasoning. Actually, the injury and loss of combat power were secondary. The main concern was the lion's potential hatred of humans. The other beasts in the garden had also been forcibly taken during the beast tide, but they'd been under the influence of corruption. Once they regained their senses, they could vaguely understand that they had attacked humans first, and then been captured. These humans had not only spared them, but even cared for them. To be honest, that was completely different from the lion's situation. Even someone as kind-hearted as Lilith thought this way, so clearly bringing the lion back would be a big risk. In that case, let's kill it and break it down. After hearing Lilith's words, Duoya decisively gave the order and had the others finish off the lion. The lion was fierce and high-level, so its drops would be valuable, but none of them were in the mood to examine the loot right now. Since the existence of the space pouch couldn't be revealed, especially since a Qiao was a complete stranger after the lion was killed, Duoya only had Lilith stay behind to handle it, while she took a Qiao and the others and set off. Lilith knew exactly why she was staying. Once everyone was out of sight and she'd made sure the area was clear, she quickly stowed everything in the space pouch. Then, with Xiao Hui, she followed Duoya's group at a not-too-close, not-too-distant range. Her tailing wasn't exactly subtle, since she only needed to avoid being seen by a Qiao. The others all knew she was following behind. After Duoya's group reached their destination, Lilith waited about 10 minutes before catching up and joining them. At this point, a Qiao was focused on searching for the items the 3 of them had dropped, so she didn't notice when Lilith arrived. Even if she had, she wouldn't have cared. This group was clearly not ordinary, and their business had nothing to do with her. Have you found anything around here? Duoya glanced at. Their power is so great that the forest can't withstand them at all. Medium storms are manageable. They might invade the forest quickly and leave obvious traces, but large and giant storms can outright destroy the forest. Once the forest is gone, and there are no obstacles left, these storms can sweep through unhindered. Of course, that's something for later. Right now, Jinkei had found traces of a storm not far from here. According to her, the marks left behind before the storm dissipated were quite obvious and covered a large area, definitely not something a small storm could have caused. I suspect the one that dissipated over there was a medium storm. Jink's reasoning was sound, and everyone agreed. Although medium storms are rare, that doesn't mean they never happen. But things weren't that simple. The appearance of a medium storm wasn't anything special in itself, not enough for Jinkei to bring it up specifically. The thing is, after that medium storm dissipated, it didn't leave behind any debris. This was what Jinkei found most suspicious. Logically, the stronger the storm, the more powerful its suction, and the more things it would pick up, so when it dissipates, it should leave behind even more debris. Even if the storm was unlucky and didn't pick up much along the way, it should have left something behind. Even just a chunk of ore, a medicinal herb, a scrap of cloth, or a few ordinary stones, any of these could have been left behind. But in reality, the ground was completely clean, aside from the plants and fallen petals that should have been there. Take me to see it. Duoya also found this odd, so she asked Jinkei to lead her to the spot she'd discovered. The others stayed behind to sort through the debris and look for anything valuable. Normally, Lingao could just check if there was anything left, but just like with the spatial pouch, Duoya didn't want to reveal Lingao to anyone outside the territory, especially not its abilities. So she took Lingao with her. It's right here. After less than a minute's walk, Jinkei stopped. Duoya saw the area, ravaged by the storm. Judging by the path, it came from that direction. Jinkei pointed, and Duoya looked over to see a clear, violently torn path through what should have been dense trees. Duoya carefully observed the surroundings. She seemed to notice something, and walked over to a patch of shrubs, perhaps spared by luck due to their short height. There, hidden in the bushes, Duoya found a rather unsightly, foul-smelling, unknown object. What's this? Since it was hidden in the shrubs, Jinkei had only glanced over the area before and hadn't looked closely, so she hadn't noticed it. Duoya looked at the thing, already guessing what it was. But before she could speak, Lingao, who had been quietly nestled in her arms, suddenly shuddered and began sneezing repeatedly. As Lingao sneezed, its previously smooth, glossy fur puffed up in an instant, transforming it from a sleek, elegant marten into a fluffy feather duster. Yi, Chu, Lingbao, looking aggrieved, covered its nose with its paws and burrowed into Duoya's arms, its tail and backside sticking up high. Duoya hugged it and stepped back, soothing Lingao with her other hand. What's wrong? Jinkei was baffled by the scene. Duoya moved away from the shrub and shared her guess. What you just saw was beast droppings. That's my fault. I forgot how sensitive this little one's nose is. In other words, Lingao had been overwhelmed by the smell. Duoya didn't spell it out, but Jinkei immediately understood, and her expression turned odd at the topic. But soon, another thought struck her. That's beast droppings? And that much of it? Then the beast must have been pretty big. Before Jinkei could finish, she suddenly realized something and looked at Duoya for confirmation. Looks like we're thinking the same thing. I also believe this was left by that lion. And I suspect the lion was brought here by the medium storm. That would explain why the lion appeared here, why the medium storm left nothing behind, and why the lion was in a berserk state. Storms can carry away living creatures? Jinkei frowned slightly. She didn't doubt the possibility, but realized this would make storm season even harder to handle. If a medium storm could bring in a lion, what kind of creatures could a large storm bring? And a giant storm? We have to report this to the Lord as soon as possible. Duoya had clearly thought of this too. Right now, people feared storms because they could be injured or swept away if they got too close, but everyone still looked forward to the debris left behind after a storm dissipated. They would avoid the storm itself, but not the things it left behind. Of course, that was because no one had considered that storms could leave behind dangerous things, not just be dangerous themselves. Duoya wanted to report this to the Lord immediately, so she could warn everyone and prevent what happened to Afei and the others from happening again. While Duoya and Jinkei were away, the others had already finished sorting through the debris left by the last storm and collected anything of value. At the same time, a Qiao had managed to find the belongings of the three of them. After returning to the territory, Duoya asked a Qiao where the three of them were staying. After some hesitation, a Qiao still told her. After all, these people hadn't harmed them even when they were out in the wild with no one around. Now that they were inside the territory, with its rules in place, and the three of them were staying at the inn, a busy place, it was even less likely that anything would happen. Once she got the address, Duoya took her leave and brought Lingbao to find Suyu. Lord, we discovered something today when we went out. Duoya explained her suspicions that the storm might have swept in living creatures. Just as she and Jinkei had guessed, so you couldn't help but frown when she heard this. If a medium storm can bring in a lion, then a large or giant storm will definitely bring in even more dangerous creatures. Of course, maybe just in smaller numbers. The wild creatures of Sunset Continent were generally similar to those in the real world, but there were also some that didn't exist in reality, beasts that were even stronger and fiercer. Siu alone knew of over 100 such species. For example, the windwing roc, a bird of prey that, once grown, could spread its wings wide enough to blot out the sky, or the overlord elephant, which, despite its name, looked nothing like an elephant except for its size, and others like the golden-footed blaze, thunder spider, yellow spring toad, and so on. These monsters, which didn't exist in the real world, were called exotic beasts unique to Sunset Continent. You wouldn't find such beasts in ordinary forests, and they didn't just appear in forests either. They only spawned in places with a long history, where ancient treasures had been growing for many years. But now, with the storms, anything could be swept in. So you didn't dare to hope that these rare beasts wouldn't show up. After all, she'd already experienced a double disaster twice, something that might take hundreds or even thousands of days to encounter in the game, so nothing seemed impossible anymore. I'll issue an announcement in a bit. Please also let the gate guards know to remind everyone to travel in groups for the next couple of days. Even though everyone would see the announcement, there was always a chance some people would miss it or ignore it. Some people just preferred to act alone. They might be strong, but this disaster was on a whole different level from the last one. Strength alone wouldn't be enough. Others had their own small groups and found it hard to fit in with others. Especially during this season, the value of what you could find varied so much that the more people you brought along, the less each person would get, so they weren't keen on adding more people to their team. By the way, is there anything unusual about the 3 people you rescued? So you couldn't shake the feeling that this disaster wasn't just a simple natural calamity. There must be something else, something that could be either good or bad. It was only the second day, and already the people she'd sent out had stumbled upon a good deed. That didn't seem like a coincidence. Of course, for most people, it would be, but for a system that could arrange everything, maybe this was a special setup. One of them, a Fae, is unconscious, so I don't know much about her. The one named Ming didn't seem unusual, but she appears to listen to the last person. The last one, a Qiao, the one who led the way, her abilities are average, but she's very calm. After she learned her companions were safe, I didn't see any of the emotions you'd expect from someone who'd just survived a life-threatening situation. Although they'd only met once, spent less than 2 hours together, and barely exchanged a few words, Duoya was good at reading people and managed to pick up on a few things. She hadn't noticed anything unusual about a Fae or a Ming for now, but since a Qiao had been with them the whole way, Duoya had noticed more about her. The 3 of them seem to be very close, and it doesn't feel like they're faking it. But the strange thing is, it seems like they're hiding something important. At this point, Duoya felt she might be overstepping, so she added, a Qiao was insistent about retrieving their belongings, but under normal circumstances, after such a dangerous ordeal, most people wouldn't care about things they'd left behind. If they left it behind, it probably wasn't that important. But if it wasn't important, why go back for it? Ming clearly knew what she was going to look for. She was worried, but didn't try to stop her. So whatever it is, it should belong to both of them or even all 3. To them, it's both important and not important. After saying all this, even Duoya herself felt a bit confused by the contradictions in her own words. So you understood what she meant, and it made her even more certain that there was something off about these 3. Siu was tempted to go investigate them herself, but she was obviously too busy at the moment. Besides, after such a dangerous experience, the 3 would be on high alert and in need of rest. Now would be the worst time to approach them, and she'd probably get nothing out of it. But with the disaster ongoing, anyone who didn't want to stay had already left. Those still in the territory basically couldn't leave, so there was no need to worry about them running off. Siu asked, "Do you know where the 3 of them are staying, or could you find them?" Duoya nodded. She'd already guessed there might be something up and that the Lord would want to keep an eye on them. That's why she'd specifically asked Chiao for their address. They're staying at the inn. I know exactly where. I'll go check later to confirm if it's true. Siyu nodded in satisfaction. Now that we know where they're staying, have the inn staff keep an eye on them. This keeping an eye was both for surveillance and for their protection. Siyu already had a few theories about why they'd appeared. Either they were spies, or they were key figures in some side quest, or they were related to the disaster, or, lastly, they were important leads for the main storyline. At the moment, the first possibility seemed unlikely, but the others were all possible. In any case, their safety was important. The system could deliver clues right to her, but if she didn't hold on to them, it could also destroy them. Suyu's job was to protect the clues and obtain them. After receiving Suyu's instructions, Duoya went straight to the inn to keep an eye on those 3 people, while Siyu took charge of all the loot that Duoya and her team had collected during their recent outings. Thanks to Lingbao's presence and the high combat power of Duoya's group, they dared to venture much deeper than others. Plus, with their spatial bags for storage, their efficiency far surpassed the rest. So, in just a day and a half, the value of what they brought back was 4 or 5 times greater than what others managed. Even without counting the special item they went out of their way to find today, Siyu was already looking at a haul of rare ores, gemstones, herbs, enchanting materials, and more. She sorted everything into categories, putting away anything currently useless in the basement and organizing the rest to distribute to those who needed them. With over 100 items to go through and only herself to do it, it took quite a bit of time. But once everything was sorted, Siyu was in high spirits. After all, the total value was nearly 1,000 gold. Too bad, this kind of resource windfall probably won't last much longer. As expected, Siyu suspected that the polar night of winter would arrive tomorrow or the day after. As daylight hours dwindled, everyone's window for going outside shrank too, until eventually, they wouldn't be able to go out at all. By then, even if there were mountains of gold and silver outside, it would have nothing to do with them. Still, having gathered this much was already a huge win, far better than the last double disaster. On top of all this, Siyu also received a special box from Chanyu. Chanyu had told her that what was inside the box was something Ling Ao was very interested in. To be honest, the box was quite large, bigger than Suyu's head. She'd expected something impressive inside, but when she opened it, she found only an oval, pitch-black stone. Egg of an unknown creature. Category: Other. Quality: Unknown. Description: A strange egg. That was honestly the briefest item description Siyu had ever seen. Lingbao, do you know what this is? Siyu called over the dragon ferret, who was lying around after finishing its meal, and waved the egg in front of it. Lingbao didn't say anything, but its black eyes lit up noticeably. It stretched out its arms, hugging the mysterious egg tightly, looking both delighted and affectionate. Siyu was puzzled, not quite sure what Lingbao's reaction meant. Fortunately, Lingao hadn't forgotten her question. After hugging the egg, it let go and started gesturing wildly as usual. Yee! The snow-white dragon ferret pointed at the egg. It pointed at itself. Wah! Then it hugged the egg again, this time rubbing its head against it affectionately. Suyu, if she could understand that, she'd be a ghost. She still didn't get what Lingao meant, but she could see how attached and fond it was of the egg. Given that, whatever was inside probably wouldn't harm humans, otherwise Lingbao wouldn't have been so comfortable bringing it back. Come on, let's go to the pet nursery and check on this egg. Siyu scooped up Lingbao and was about to put the egg in her backpack, only to be surprised when she found it wouldn't go in. While it was true that the system backpack couldn't store living things, unhatched eggs didn't count as alive. She'd put plenty of farm eggs in her backpack before. Why not this time? Her only explanation was that whatever was inside this egg was just too special. You didn't just bring me a huge problem, did you? Siyu looked at the utterly unremarkable egg and gave Lingbao's head a good rub. Lingbao looked confused for a moment, then slowly shook its head and continued hugging the egg. Suyu, oh well, whatever. Since she really couldn't put it in her backpack, she had no choice but to carry Lingbao in one arm and the egg in the other. Luckily, The egg looked so plain that no one on the road thought anything of it. At most, people wondered why someone was walking around hugging a big rock. "Sit, is there an open spot in the nursery at the ranch?" Siu arrived at the ranch, planning to use the incubator there to try hatching the egg. As she asked, Sit was feeding some cows. Seeing Siu, she tossed the feed into the trough and led her to a small house nearby. "My lord, you're just in time. The egg in this room is about to hatch, should be another half-hour or so." Sit pointed to one of the incubators. Sure enough, Siu saw the countdown had just over 20 minutes left. "What are you planning to hatch?" "If you're busy, you can leave it to me." Sit clearly hadn't recognized the big rock in Siu's hands and looked at her curiously, wondering what kind of egg could make the Lord come all the way to the ranch herself. Faced with Sit's question, Siu could only smile wryly. "No need, you go ahead. I'm not even sure what kind of egg this is myself, I just wanted to check on it." Since Siu said so, Sit didn't insist. She gave a quick update on the ranch's recent situation and left the nursery. Siu waited there for half an hour, keeping busy by checking and organizing the territory's data and adjusting the number and rewards of tasks in the quest hall according to the current disaster situation. Time always passes faster when you have things to do. After half an hour, Siu felt something furry nudge her hand. She snapped back to attention. Under Ling Bao's expectant gaze, she placed the utterly un-egg-like egg into the incubator. As for the little white-feathered chick that had just hatched from the incubator, Siu handed it to Sit. When she returned, Ling Ao was already pressed up against the incubator, watching intently. "Careful, don't break the incubator, or whatever's inside might die." Siu patted Ling Bao and gently pulled it back. After all, incubators weren't guaranteed to hatch every egg. Success depended on the egg's grade, the incubator's level, the nursery's level, and the external environment. Although the nursery and incubator were now both level 8, if something major happened outside, it could still affect the success rate. Ling Bao immediately took several steps back when it heard Siu's words. Since it was walking backwards, it didn't look behind and almost fell off the table. Luckily, Siu caught it just in time. Siu sighed helplessly, but at the same time, her curiosity about what kind of creature could be inside this egg enough to make Ling Bao act so out of character only grew stronger. But before that, she needed to check the condition of the egg. Egg of an unknown creature. Status: incubating. Vitality: 3 out of 100. Incubation time: unknown. Hatch probability: 1%. Incubation tip: due to the egg's low vitality, the probability of hatching is extremely low. If you wish to successfully hatch it, you must increase its vitality as soon as possible. It only has 3 points of vitality? Siu stared at the number in shock, then immediately went to Zite to ask for items that could restore the egg's vitality. "My lord, every creature requires different things to increase its vitality. If you don't know what kind of creature this is, I'd advise against using anything at random. Some embryos are especially sensitive to foreign substances," Zite said, after pulling out a variety of items for Siu, then offering this reminder. Siu understood this, but she had no other choice. "That egg's vitality is so low, I'm just trying anything at this point." With only 3 points of vitality and a 1% chance of hatching, it was barely any different from nothing at all. If she did nothing, it might just die during incubation anyway. If using the wrong item would kill it, and doing nothing would also kill it, she might as well try. In that case, there really isn't any other option, Zite said, equally helpless. Siu returned with the items she'd gathered and began to use them one by one, starting with the highest quality. After all, this was an egg Ling Ao cared about. Even if it only hatched into a chick, she had to take it seriously, or Ling Ao would be upset. Use Green Advanced Incubation Potion on egg of an unknown creature. Green Advanced Incubation Potion used on egg of an unknown creature. Vitality +0, hatch probability +0%. Suyu. Staring at the result, Siu was stunned for a moment, but quickly recovered and tried another Advanced Incubation Potion. Use Red Advanced Incubation Potion on egg of an unknown creature. Red Advanced Incubation Potion used on egg of an unknown creature. Vitality +0, hatch probability +0%. Maybe because she'd already seen this outcome once, Siu wasn't as surprised the second time. She continued switching potions: green, red, yellow, purple, white. All these potions were meant to increase vitality and hatching rate, and their colors represented different ingredients. For example, the green potion was made from a certain herb, the red from a type of ore. Different colored potions were suited to different creatures. Herbivores like cows and sheep could use the green potion. Peacocks that produced malachite or golden-tailed chickens that produced goldstone could use the red potion. There were only 9 common types of incubation potions in total, so in just a short while, she'd tried them all. Just like at the start, every time she used a potion, it was successful, but none of them had any real effect. This was undeniably strange. She'd already guessed the egg was of a very high grade, and ordinary potions might not work on it, but this result, where the use was successful but had no effect, was still unexpected. Lingao, you might want to prepare yourself. After so many potions had no effect, so you felt the odds of the egg surviving were slim to none. She was curious about what was inside, of course, but since the egg had come to her for free, she wasn't too upset about whether it hatched or not. Seeing how much Lingao cared, though, made her worry that Lingao would be heartbroken. Lingao seemed to understand something. It stared blankly at Suyu, its clear black eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Suyu, calm down, let me think of something. Though she said she'd think of something, Suyu knew she was out of options. An unhatched egg was different from a living creature. If it had already hatched, she had countless healing potions that could bring it back, or she could even have Vivian heal it with magic. But it was just an egg. What could she possibly do for an egg? What could she do for something that didn't even have a health bar? Suyu rubbed her forehead in frustration. With no solution in mind, she decided to leave Lingao here for now and go ask Zite if there were any other ways to increase the egg's vitality or hatching chance. If Zite didn't know, she'd go to the library and ask Ed if there were any books on incubation. I'm going to see what I can do. You stay here and don't run around. If anything happens, go find Zite, okay? So you knew Lingao didn't want to leave, so she didn't force it. She spoke gently, made sure Lingbao agreed, and then left. Zite, I have a question. So you asked if there was anything else that could restore the egg's vitality, but Zite's answer was disappointing. I'm sorry, my lord. I don't know of any other way to increase an egg's vitality. Zite realized from Suyu's question that none of the potions had helped. She wanted to help, but the creation of life was mysterious and delicate. To put it vaguely, whether a life that doesn't yet exist will appear in this world, whether it's allowed to exist, is up to nature, to fate. There was only so much they could do. All right, Suyu sighed. Then please help me look after Lingao. It really cares about that egg. I'll go to the library and see if I can find another way. Of course, don't worry. I'll take care of Lingbao. Zite had been curious why the Lord cared so much about an egg, but now she understood. It wasn't the Lord, but the white ermine who cared. The Lord was only trying so hard so Lingao wouldn't be sad. Lingbao? I'll be right outside. If you need anything, just come find me, I'll be right outside. After Suyu left, Zite went to the nursery to check on Lingao, greeted it, and then went back to her own work. Because Zite had previously been entrusted to look after Bai Chao, and Lingao also had a good relationship with Bai Chao, Lingbao spent a lot of time helping out in the herb garden when it was first built. As a result, Zite and Lingao became fairly familiar with each other. Although she didn't know that Lingao was a guardian beast, she was aware that Lingao was a very special white ermine, obedient, never causing trouble or making noise. So, after Lingao responded to her, she felt at ease and went about her own business. Much like Zite thought, Lingao was indeed well-behaved and obedient most of the time. After Suyu and Zite left, it quietly stayed in the little hut, the only living creature there, but didn't feel bored at all. It kept a careful distance, neither too close nor too far, constantly watching over the egg that looked just like a stone. Remembering Suyu's words, Lingbao felt increasingly sad, to the point where it couldn't help but whimper. It knew Suyu was a good person and that Suyu had done everything possible to help hatch the egg. It also knew that what Suyu said was probably true, that this egg might really not hatch safely. But it just couldn't accept that outcome. Woo, woo. With the walls blocking the sound, No one outside could hear Ling Bao's sorrowful cries, and so, no one could comfort it. No one knows how much time passed, but faint sounds of clack, clack came from inside the incubation hut. At first, Ling Ao didn't notice, but once its sadness subsided, it became aware of the noise. Looking toward the source, it saw that the stone egg, which had been quietly resting in the incubator, seemed to be moving slightly. Ling Ao let out a sound of surprise and delight. Overcome with excitement, it forgot Suyu's earlier warnings and dashed straight to the incubator. The stone egg didn't stop moving just because Ling Bao got closer. In fact, a few seconds later, it began to shake even more violently. Sensing that something was happening, Ling Bao anxiously hopped around, but there was nothing it could do. It wanted to reach out with its paw, but then remembered Suyu's words and didn't dare touch the incubator, afraid that one careless move might ruin the egg's last chance to hatch. Yeah. What's wrong? Are you still alive? Wua, can you hear me? A scene very similar to before played out again, except this time, Ling Bao's chicken talking to a duck conversation was with an egg. A few minutes later, the stone egg stopped moving. Ling Bao's heart skipped a beat. At that moment, it completely forgot everything Suyu had said earlier. Its mind was filled only with the image of the egg suddenly going still. Did it die? The question echoed in Ling Bao's mind. It rushed to the incubator and began pounding on it. Normally, with its small body, Ling Ao could never damage the incubator, which was twice its size, no matter how hard it tried. But that was assuming Ling Ao wasn't using its true strength. But don't forget, it was no longer the powerless little white ermine it once was. After accidentally ingesting a flood dragon's inner core, it had become a dragon ermine, the guardian beast of Sunset Territory. Overwhelmed by emotion, Ling Ao accidentally unleashed some of its true power, and the ordinary incubator was instantly shattered beneath its sharp claws. Since the incubator's shell was made of glass, Ling Bao inevitably cut its paws on the broken shards. Bright red blood dripped onto the stone egg, but because the egg was black, it left almost no visible trace. At the same time, the loud crash from the incubator breaking caught Zeit's attention. Startled, she guessed that something must have happened with Ling Ao. She immediately dropped what she was doing and rushed into the incubation room, only to find the place in a complete mess. Ling Bao? Are you okay? What happened here? She hurried over to Ling Bao, seeing its body stained with blood, its once snow-white fur now a shocking crimson, a frightening sight. Zeit looked at the shattered incubator and the stone egg clutched tightly in Ling Bao's arms, momentarily at a loss. Ling Bao, be good, let me take you to get bandaged, okay? Blood was still seeping from Ling Bao's paws, and because it was hugging the stone egg so tightly, the bleeding only got worse. Strangely, though, not a single drop of blood fell onto the table, aside from what had smeared onto Ling Ao itself. The rest seemed to have been wiped onto the stone egg. If Zeit had looked closely, she would have noticed that Ling Bao's blood seemed to be absorbed into the egg, vanishing from the surface. But right now, Zeit's only concern was Ling Bao, and with the egg's dark color, she didn't notice this at all. Ling Bao didn't respond to Zeit's questions. She tentatively reached out to touch Ling Bao, and it didn't resist, but it still refused to let go of the stone egg. All right, you hold on to it. I'll take you both to get treated. Zeit didn't know why the incubator had suddenly exploded, but based on her experience, she guessed the egg probably had no chance of survival now. After all, if incubation is interrupted, even an egg with a 100% hatch rate would have its chances cut in half, let alone this stone egg, which already gave the Lord headaches because of its low odds. Still, she knew how much Ling Ao cared about the egg. Even when injured, it refused to let go, so she couldn't say anything to upset it. The most important thing now was to get Ling Bao treated. Fortunately, Ling Ao was obedient. As long as it could hold the egg, it didn't resist Zeit at all. After Zeit finished cleaning Ling Bao's wounds and was about to bandage them, she returned from the library. Her first stop was the incubation hut, where she saw the mess that hadn't yet been cleaned up and immediately had a bad feeling. She asked the other ranch workers where Zeit was, then found her and saw the dragon ermine with both paws bandaged up like little balls. My lord, I'm so sorry, I didn't take good care of Ling Ao. Although, technically, Ling Bao's injury had nothing to do with Zeit. she still felt deeply guilty. After all, the Lord had specifically asked her to look after Linga before leaving, and now, because of her oversight, two serious things had happened. One was Lingbao getting injured, and the other was the death of the stone egg. After hearing the whole story from Zeit, so you didn't blame her at all. This has nothing to do with you. It's Lingbao's fault. But Zeit began to speak guiltily, but she was quickly interrupted. Lingbao isn't just some ordinary, defenseless pet. It's the guardian beast of the territory. If it really wants to do something, you wouldn't be able to stop it. She wasn't the kind of parent who indulged a spoiled child. She was well aware of Lingbao's abilities, and she also understood that Zeit didn't know Lingbao's true strength. That's why Zeit thought the problem was with the ranch's incubator, which led to the egg's death and Lingbao's injury. But Siyu knew that with Lingbao's combat power, destroying an incubator was as easy as slicing a melon. So she could guess that the tragic scene she'd just witnessed was most likely caused by Lingbao. Lingbao is a guardian beast? Zeit's mouth dropped open in surprise, but she didn't ask any more questions. She was just relieved that it wasn't her own negligence with the incubator that had caused the accident with Lingbao and the egg. Still, the outcome wasn't good, and Zeit couldn't help but blame herself for not keeping a closer eye on Lingbao. You don't need to worry. The egg is still alive. I need to have a talk with Lingbao. For now, could you please go clean up the nursery? All right, I'll head out then. If you need anything, my lord, just let me know. With that, Zeit left the room. After she was gone, Siyu pulled up a chair and sat down next to Lingbao. She pressed her thumb against her middle finger and flicked Lingbao on the forehead. Normally, when she did this, Lingbao would cover its head, but now, with both front paws injured and bandaged up like a ball, it couldn't move easily. It could only look at Siyu with a pitiful, aggrieved expression, just like a little kid who'd been scolded. Siyu couldn't help but laugh at how pitiful it looked. She flicked it again, though this time much more gently. Feeling sorry for yourself now? Do you realize how scary you looked, getting yourself hurt like this? You nearly worried everyone sick. Before coming in, Siyu had seen the nursery looking like a crime scene. It was truly frightening, but because she knew Lingbao's strength, she hadn't thought its life was in danger. Still, it was an accident, and she was definitely worried. Seeing Lingbao all bandaged up, she felt heartache too. But something like this couldn't be allowed to happen again, so she had to give it a proper lesson. Lingbao knew it was in the wrong, so it just whimpered softly, looking timid and apologetic. After scolding Lingbao, Siyu turned her gaze to the stone egg. Lingbao immediately perked up, nervously nudging Suyu's sleeve with its hind paw and looking at her, asking about the egg's condition. It's fine. Siyu wasn't lying. After making sure Lingbao was okay, she'd checked the egg's status as soon as she entered. Although she couldn't see the egg's vitality or hatching rate outside the incubator, she could still view its information. It hadn't turned into a dead egg just because it had been removed from the incubator. So, tell me, what exactly happened? When Siyu had left earlier, she hadn't found any way to restore the egg's vitality or increase its hatching rate, but she had gone to the guardian beast's shrine and upgraded a certain function. Now, she could communicate with Lingbao in a simple way. Before, she could only exchange a few basic words with Lingbao, but this situation was more complicated, and those few words weren't enough. That was why she hadn't understood what Lingbao was trying to say. Now that the shrine was upgraded, she still couldn't communicate without barriers, but at least she could get a clear idea of what had happened. Lingbao watched Suyu's expression carefully, making sure she wasn't angry before it started to explain, stammering a bit. The egg moved. Lingbao was happy, wanted to watch. Then the egg stopped moving. Lingbao got worried. Siyu understood the situation. Basically, Lingbao had been delighted to see the stone egg move, but when it stopped moving, it got worried that something was wrong. Unable to hold back, it used its strength to get the egg out of the incubator. From a human perspective, this might seem unbelievable, but for Lingbao, it was plausible. You said the egg moved? That means the life inside should still be active. Some eggs with full vitality and a 100% hatching rate don't necessarily move during incubation, not because they're unhealthy, but because they haven't awakened yet. The life inside the egg is usually in a dormant state for a long time, only occasionally waking up and, even then, not always moving. They need to conserve their strength for the final moment, when they break out of the shell. Worried about the egg, wanted to check. Ling Bao didn't understand concepts like vitality or activity, it just wanted to know how the egg was doing. Seeing how worried it was, Siyu took the egg back to the nursery. By now, the place had been cleaned up, all the broken glass gone, and Zeit had already installed a new incubator where the old one had been. The new incubator was empty, so Siyu put the stone egg inside. The information that popped up on the incubator display shocked her. Unknown creature's egg. Status: incubating. Vitality: 24 out of 100. Hatching time: unknown. Hatching probability: 9%. Hatching tip: the low vitality of this egg results in a very low hatching probability. To successfully hatch, you must quickly increase the egg's vitality. How did the stone egg's vitality suddenly increase so much? And the hatching probability had gone up too. So you quickly went to find Zeit to get more details. My lord, are you saying that the egg's vitality actually increased after the incubation was interrupted? Zeit was just as baffled and immediately assured Siyu she knew nothing about it. I didn't do anything to the egg. When I came in, I just saw Ling Bao holding the egg, its paws covered in blood. Siyu narrowed her eyes in thought, then suddenly leaned in close to the egg in the incubator, carefully examining its surface. After a moment, she asked Zeit, Ling Bao's paws were bloody, so when it was holding the egg, there should be blood on the egg too. But I don't see any. Did you clean the egg surface? Zeit shook her head firmly. No, I didn't. Zeit had never cleaned the egg, nor did Ling Ao have the ability to do so, and no one else had been involved during this time. That meant the problem could only lie with the egg itself. A bold idea suddenly flashed through Suyu's mind. She picked Ling Bao up and held it in front of her, asking seriously, when I asked you before if you knew what this egg was, what did you say? Ling Bao tilted its head, then chirped loudly. I know. Ling Bao pointed at itself. Black dragon, inner core, evolution. Then it pointed at the egg, same as Ling Ao. Suyu. Suyu's mind went blank for several seconds at Ling Bao's words. She stared at the seemingly ordinary egg, her shock not fading in the slightest. This is a dragon egg? Since Zeit had just left the incubation hut, Suyu didn't bother to hide her reaction and blurted out her answer directly. Hum. Ling Bao nodded furiously. Suyu, you really are my little troublemaker. Now Siyu finally understood why Ling Ao had been so excited when it saw this egg. The value of a dragon egg was self-evident. Ling Bao's bloodline was that of a treasure seeker, so it was only natural for it to get excited over rare and precious things. What's more, after eating the inner core, Ling Ao had evolved and gained a dragon bloodline. So, in a way, it was now part dragon, and this dragon egg was also of the dragon clan, meaning it could be considered Ling Bao's kin. It was both a precious treasure and a member of its own kind. Of course Ling Ao was excited. But clearly, Ling Ao was just happy to have found a treasure and a companion for itself. It had no idea it had brought Siyu a huge headache. Every race valued their offspring immensely. Even humans, with their strong reproductive abilities, were like this, let alone the dragons, for whom having children was extremely difficult. Because of their powerful bloodline, dragons were unmatched in combat strength, but the downside was that their bloodline was so strong it made it hard to produce the next generation. It was not uncommon for the dragon clan to go 100 years without a single new hatchling. In such circumstances, any dragon egg would be cherished by the entire clan. And now, the apple of the dragon clan's eye was in Suyu's hands. And it looked like it was on the verge of death. If the dragons found out there was a dragon egg here, and that it was about to die, regardless of whether the egg had ended up here by accident, they would absolutely take out their anger on her. The consequences would be unimaginable. So, as precious as this dragon egg was, it was a hot potato that Siyu couldn't just throw away. After all, she had already brought the egg back, and now the scent of the dragon egg lingered in her territory, and the egg itself carried the scent of her people. Even if she tossed the egg out now and let it die elsewhere, the dragons would still come after Suyu and her people. Even the dragons were notoriously protective of their own and preferred to settle things with their fists. So now Suyu had only two options. One, pray that the dragons never come to Sunset Territory and never discover that a dragon egg had ever been here. The other was to find a way to hatch the dragon egg and ensure the baby dragon inside was born healthy. As long as the hatchling survived, the dragons wouldn't care about the egg's previous fate. After all, Suyu hadn't stolen it, and they might even thank her for hatching the egg. But let's be real, how could a human easily hatch a dragon egg, when sometimes even 100 years would pass without a single hatchling? So Suyu was truly at her wit's end. On top of that, she still had to deal with the disaster situation and couldn't spare the time to research or care for the dragon egg. The headache only grew worse. Master, what's wrong? Lingao looked at Suyu worriedly, sensing from her expression that maybe it had done something wrong. This was the first time Suyu had clearly heard Lingbao call her master. She responded to its concern by patting its head. It's nothing. I'm just thinking about how to keep this dragon egg alive. To be precise, how to keep the entire territory safe. Now that she knew the egg's true identity, Suyu understood how difficult it would be to keep it alive and successfully hatch it. But at least it wasn't entirely hopeless. The egg's life force had already increased, hadn't it? Even if it was only a little, it still meant there was hope. If she was right, this increase in vitality was probably related to Lingao. Lingao was an exceptionally rare treasure-seeking beast. Its bloodline wasn't much weaker than that of the dragons. As mentioned before a treasure-seeking beast matures, countless wild beasts covet it, hoping to devour it and improve their own bloodlines. Because of this, Lingbao's blood might be able to serve as nourishment for the dragon egg's growth. The reason the dragon egg's vitality was so low was likely because it wasn't with the dragons, had no source of energy, and couldn't get enough nourishment to survive. So it could only slowly burn through its own life force to grow. But life force is limited. Once it's all used up, the egg will die for good. If she could find another suitable source of nourishment for it, the dragon egg might still have a chance to survive. Thinking of this, Suyu looked at Lingbao with a complicated expression. Lingbao, do you really want it to survive? If it was just a little blood, it probably wouldn't hurt Lingbao, but hatching a dragon egg would clearly take a long time. The longer it took, the more nourishment would be needed. As the only available source, Lingbao would probably have to bleed a lot just to barely keep the baby dragon alive. Everything on the continent is about balance. Forcing an egg that should have died to survive would come at a steep price. A life for a life wouldn't be an exaggeration. And that was just to keep the egg alive. Whether it could actually hatch was another matter. Surviving didn't mean hatching. The baby dragon would have to break out of its shell on its own. No one could help. If someone did help, even if the dragon broke out, it would think it was still inside the egg and fall back into a deep sleep. But without the shell's protection, that sleep would be permanent. Likewise, if it couldn't break the shell itself, the hatching would be considered a failure. But this was an egg that was already surviving by burning through its own life force. So you didn't expect it to use any extra power to get stronger. If it could just survive until the moment before hatching, that would already be a miracle. I do. What should Lingbao do? Hearing that the baby it had brought back might survive, Lingbao's speech became much more fluent. Lingbao, you need to think this through. If you want it to survive, you'll have to pay a heavy price. If Lingbao was truly willing to make that sacrifice, Xi wouldn't stop her. On the contrary, she would do everything in her power to help. Because this was Lingbao's own choice, and it was also the bond between Lingbao and this dragon egg. Although she herself had thought the dragon egg was doomed, it had somehow ended up being brought back by Lingbao. Maybe that meant its fate wasn't sealed after all. Perhaps Lingbao was its lifeline. If Lingbao was unwilling, Xi certainly wouldn't force her. Even though there was pressure from the dragon clan, it wasn't certain they would ever discover this egg. After all, given how much dragons valued their offspring, the fact that this egg had ended up here probably meant that even the dragon clan didn't know about its existence. And even if they did find out, Xi now had ties with both the elves and the merfolk. For their sake, as long as she explained things clearly and showed that she'd done her best, the dragon clan might be angry, but they wouldn't go so far as to actually do anything. At most, they'd just dislike her and her territory, and any future dealings with the dragons would be out of the question. But those were consequences she could accept. Sacrifice? What kind? Ling Bao asked, but before Siyu could answer, she continued, I'm willing. Ling Bao agreed before even knowing what the sacrifice was. Siyu didn't think her answer would change anything. For now, it looks like your blood can help restore its vitality, so you'll probably have to give a lot of blood going forward. Of course, this was just the current situation, so you would never just stand by and watch Ling Ao bleed herself dry. Whether it was blood-replenishing items or the blood of other beasts, Siyu would prepare them all. The former would help Ling Ao recover, while the latter could be tested as a substitute for Ling Bao's blood. If one kind of blood didn't work, they'd try another. If that didn't work, they'd look for other alternatives. Now that they basically understood what the egg needed, items containing energy, it was just a matter of finding the right one. If all else failed, they could use top-tier things like water from the Elven Spring or 1,000-year-old stone milk. Siyu had pretty much accepted Ling Bao's answer already. As it turned out, Ling Bao didn't regret her decision, even knowing the egg's growth would require her blood. If Siyu hadn't stopped her, she probably would have tried to give more blood on the spot. Don't be hasty. The egg already absorbed some of your blood just now, so it won't die that quickly. Come with me to see Vivian first. Siyu could see Ling Bao's health was still nearly full, but for any sentient creature, blood represented not just life, but also a portion of their potential strength. If a creature lost too much blood at once, their body would become weak, and their strength would drop sharply. The dragon egg was important, but to Siyu, Ling Bao was even more so. Okay. Ling Bao was still worried about the dragon egg, but she didn't know how to save it herself. Now that Siyu agreed to help, she would definitely listen to her. Since the dragon egg had already been placed in the incubator, it was best not to keep taking it out. So Siyu didn't intend to bring it along. Before leaving the ranch, she told Zite to keep a close eye on the egg. Because of her earlier negligence that led to Ling Bao getting hurt, Zite already felt guilty. This time, she took Siyu's instructions especially seriously. After Siyu left the ranch, Zite handed her own duties to others and went into the nursery cabin, prepared to stay there all afternoon. Meanwhile, Siyu brought Ling Bao to the clinic. There weren't many people there at the moment. After all, it was only the second day of the calamity, and the real threats hadn't appeared yet. Not many people were injured, and those who were mostly just bought healing potions and recovered after a short rest. Unless someone was seriously ill or badly hurt, nobody would go to a healer. The price wasn't cheap. Even though Vivian, being a mage, charged much less than other mages, only a bit more than a regular healer, it was still more than most people could afford. Lord. The first to spot Siyu was Qiuyu, and beside her was a little girl about the same age, but looking even thinner and frilier. When she heard Qiuyu speak, the little girl stammered out, Lord. Maybe she'd learned that the person in front of her was the one who'd saved her and helped both her and her sister. The fear in Xiaoling's eyes gradually turned into gratitude, and her grip on Qiuyu's clothes slowly relaxed. Siyu recognized her, after all. She was the one who'd brought her to the clinic in the first place. This timid, introverted, frail-looking child was Xiaoling, the little girl with the potential to become a god-level ice mage. She might look weak and easy to bully now, but with her current power, if she wanted to, not even 10 strong men could do anything to her. They might even be the ones in danger. Xiaoling, how have you been feeling lately? Are you comfortable here? Since bringing Xiaoling over, Siyu hadn't checked in on her much. If she hadn't run into her today, who knew when they'd have a chance to talk? I'm doing great. Xiaoling replied happily when asked about her health. Because she'd been forced to accept a legacy before, she'd gone from a carefree, playful child to a fragile, sickly one. Now, she'd finally recovered. Though she was still a bit weaker than other kids, she was much better than before. At least she could do some light exercise. Qiuyu often played with her after the clinic closed. Even the simplest games were brand new experiences for Xiaoling. Thank you, Lord. My sister said it's all thanks to you that I could recover. She was still a child, but once she understood who was good to her, she expressed her feelings honestly. Following Vivian into the inner room, Siyu explained Ling Bao's situation, earning herself a dramatic eye roll from Vivian. My lady, I'm not a veterinarian, you know. Vivian complained, but still took Ling Ao from her. When she saw Ling Bao's paws wrapped up like two little balls, the corners of her mouth twitched. So you couldn't tell if she was exasperated or trying not to laugh. Vivian unwrapped the rather haphazard bandages and glanced at the wound, which had almost completely healed. She clicked her tongue instinctively. This is quite the wound. If you'd come any later, it would have healed on its own. As she spoke, Vivian casually cast a healing spell. The already minor wound closed up instantly, leaving not even a scar. After all, Lingao was a guardian beast. Ordinary glass shards couldn't possibly do any serious harm, and with Ling Bao's healing abilities, the wound would have recovered in no time. I'm not here just for Ling Bao's injury. I also wanted to ask if you have anything that could help him recover blood. Worried Vivian might misunderstand, so you added that Lingao might need to lose a lot of blood soon. Her main purpose this time was to get something that would help Ling Bao recover quickly after a major blood loss. Vivian looked at her oddly. For a moment, she didn't know whether to complain that Siyu really did treat her like a vet, or to be curious about what could possibly require the Lord to have her guardian beast lose so much blood. If it's for humans, I have plenty of options. For animals, I can only think of some general restorative potions. If you want something more effective, I'll need some time to research. Vivian was a professional healer. She'd never treated animals before, but she was quick to adapt and simply treated Ling Bao as a person. Of course, what works for humans might not work for animals, so she'd need to research which herbs were safe for animals. Still, she had some general healing potions on hand. They weren't particularly strong, but they were safe for any creature and could be used as a temporary solution. Thank you. As she spoke, Siyu took something out of her backpack. This is beast fruit. You've probably heard of it. It's usually for bee skin, but if combined with some gentle herbs, it can also strengthen humans. Vivian's eyes lit up, and she unceremoniously took all the beast fruit from Siyu. Leave it to me. My teacher once gave me a similar recipe, and the only thing missing was beast fruit. Seeing Vivian's excitement, Siyu gave her a slightly odd smile. No, I don't need you to make it into a potion for humans. Vivian? Honestly, if it weren't Siyu in front of her, Vivian might have poisoned her on the spot for messing with her. Siyu ignored her expression and continued, I need you to use the beast fruit to make an energy potion that can be absorbed by hatchlings. Her words made her intentions clear. Obviously, the hatchling she referred to as the dragon egg, she wanted to use beast fruit as nourishment for it. If beastkin could absorb the power of beast fruit to strengthen themselves, then a dragon hatchling probably could too. But since a hatchling couldn't eat solid food, a whole beast fruit was useless. Juicing it would waste some, so it was best to turn it into a potion easy to absorb, less waste, and the effects would be maximized. Feeding it to a hatchling? What a waste, Vivian sighed, but didn't object to Suyu's decision. She knew that if the Lord had made up her mind, she must have her reasons. Vivian liked to grumble, but she always completed every task Siyu assigned her perfectly. It is a bit of a waste, but it's important. Siyu had no intention of mentioning the dragon egg. The fewer people who knew, the better. After all, even a young treasure-hunting beast like Lingao would be targeted by other wild beasts, let alone a defenseless dragon egg. Dragon bloodlines were on par with treasure-hunting beasts. Most creatures wouldn't dare provoke a dragon, but if it was a hatchling, especially an egg, there would definitely be beasts willing to risk everything for a chance. If they succeeded, their bloodline would be upgraded and their power would soar. They could run to the ends of the earth and live carefree, and their offspring would inherit the improved bloodline. If they failed, they'd die under an enraged dragon's claws. And this was a dragon egg lost in the wild, with no dragon protection. The temptation was even greater. I'll need some time. When's the earliest you need it, my lady? Vivian was always confident, but her confidence was based on her abilities, not blind arrogance. This was something she'd never tried before, so she was extra cautious and asked Siyu for a deadline to make sure she could deliver on time. Preferably before the disaster season ends, the sooner the better. Siyu gave this time frame because she was worried the system would send dragons to visit her territory as soon as the disaster season ended. During the disaster season, creatures from outside the region couldn't get in, not even dragons, so at least during this time, Siyu didn't have to worry about dragons. The disaster season won't end for at least another month, right? When she said this, Vivian raised her eyebrows, looking supremely confident. As long as you're confident, that's good. I'll leave this matter to you then. So you tossed the issue aside, then left with Ling Bao and the universal recovery potion Vivian had given her. After leaving the clinic, Xi returned to the ranch once more. This time, she was there to feed the egg. With the recovery potion in hand, Xi helped Ling Bao draw blood to nourish the dragon egg. Blood feeding successful. Vitality plus 19. Blood feeding successful. Vitality plus 17. Blood feeding successful. Vitality plus 15. Blood feeding successful. Vitality plus 14. Draw blood, stop the bleeding, drink the potion, rest, then repeat. This cycle went on about 4 times. Although Xu still had recovery potions left, she firmly refused to let Ling Bao continue giving blood. Even though the potion could restore blood, and there was no such thing as permanent drug resistance in this world, repeatedly drawing blood in a short period, even with medicine, would still take a toll on the body. The effects might not be obvious at first, but over time, the consequences could be serious. Unknown creature's egg. Status: incubating. Vitality: 89 out of 100. Incubation time: unknown. Incubation probability: 13%. Incubation note: this egg's vitality is currently in a relatively healthy state, but due to a lack of sufficient nourishment earlier, the life signs of the creature inside are extremely weak. During the rest of the incubation process, it will continue to consume vitality to make up for its energy deficit. If you want it to hatch successfully, you must provide a continuous supply of vitality. The first time Ling Bao fed the egg, its vitality increased by a full 21 points, but during the 4 recent feedings, the total increase was only 65 points, clearly less than the first time. And judging by the numbers from each feeding, it was clear that Ling Bao's blood wasn't a cure-all. The vitality it could provide was gradually decreasing. Whether it would eventually drop to 0 or stabilize at a low value was still unknown, but one thing was certain: feeding it blood alone wouldn't be enough. It's got enough nourishment for now. No need to give blood for the next few days. Xi was clearly speaking to Ling Ao. Even though Ling Ao was obedient, she worried that Ling Ao might get anxious and secretly come to feed the egg on her own. Ling Ao nodded, looking as obedient and well-behaved as ever, showing no signs of discomfort or weakness. All right, let's head back. Are you coming with me or staying here? Normally, Xi would assume Ling Ao would come back with her, but clearly, the dragon egg was Ling Bao's new favorite, so it was hard to say what she'd choose. Sure enough, Ling Ao hesitated for a moment at Xi's question, but in the end, she decided to go back with her. Can I come see it tomorrow? Ling Bao nestled against Xi's neck and asked softly. Xi hadn't expected Ling Bao to choose this way. She thought Ling Bao would want to stay with the egg a while longer. You can come see it anytime you want, but be careful not to be seen, and don't feed it blood on your own. If it needs anything, I'll know. Okay. The day finally came to an end. What Xi thought would be a day full of surprises turned out to be a roller coaster of ups and downs because of the dragon egg. Of course, in a way, discovering that the egg was actually a dragon egg stone was a huge surprise in itself. Though the egg had brought plenty of trouble so far, if she could really save it, the rewards would be limitless. Never mind all the other benefits, for the main quest alone, so you needed to visit the 4 major races. With the dragon egg as a connection, she'd have no trouble getting an audience with the dragon clan. The dragons might be protective and domineering, but they weren't ungrateful. As long as the dragon egg survived, the dragons themselves would invite Xu to visit. Of course, all of this depended on one thing: the dragon egg surviving. We'll just have to wait and see. It had only been a day, and Xu still didn't know what the outcome would be. All she could do was watch for now. She refused to believe that, with all the treasures in her warehouse, she couldn't keep a single dragon egg alive. The next day, when Xu woke up, she didn't feel the familiar furry presence by her side. After a moment's pause, she guessed that Ling Ao had gone to check on the dragon egg. She opened the map to check, and, confirming her guess, didn't think much of it. Today was the 3rd day of storm season, and the 3rd day of the natural disaster. If nothing unexpected happened, The polar night of winter would arrive either today or tomorrow. She looked out the window. The sky was still gloomy, as if a storm was about to break, but compared to the previous 2 days, there were no other changes. The temperature so far seemed normal. After getting up, Siu checked on the state of her territory as usual. Everything looked perfectly normal. Ordinarily, that would be a good thing, but Siu couldn't shake a vague sense of unease. Because of that unease, she went over everything she'd already checked a second time. And thanks to her carefulness, she really did spot a problem. Wait, the number of transient residents in the territory isn't right. On the first day of the disaster, there were about 3,200 people in the territory, slightly more than her original estimate of 3,000, but that was fine. Even without considering quality of life, the supplies in storage were enough for 3,200 people to survive for several months. Yesterday morning, the population had increased by about 20. While it was unlikely for outsiders to enter during a disaster, it wasn't impossible. Some people would randomly spawn in the area. Once they realized there was a disaster here, these people would naturally seek out the territory and settle in temporarily. Otherwise, the death rate in the wild during a disaster was nearly 100%. So, a fluctuation of 20 or so people was normal. By last night, the number had increased by less than 10 more. Those must have arrived during the day. But just now, when Siu checked the territory's information, she found that the transient population had increased by another 10 compared to last night. She couldn't remember the exact numbers, but she was certain that the current figure was definitely higher than last night's. What did this mean? It meant that about 10 people had entered the territory last night. And last night, here referred to after everyone had gone to bed, since Siu had checked the numbers right before sleeping. At that hour, there would still be guards on patrol and the city gates would be half open, but it was almost impossible for anyone to come in at that time. Realizing something was wrong, Siu immediately went to find the guards responsible for the city gate and asked if anyone had entered the territory after everyone had gone to sleep last night. "Reporting to you, my lord, no one entered the territory late last night," the guard replied with certainty. If you asked him about people coming and going during the day, he might have to think for a moment. After all, there were just too many people moving in and out during daylight hours. But Siu was asking about the night, the deep hours when everyone was fast asleep. At that time, not to mention a person, even if a mosquito flew by, they'd remember it clearly. "My lord, did something happen last night?" Although the guard answered with confidence, he knew that if the lord was asking, something must have gone wrong. Could it be that someone entered the territory through unconventional means last night? The normal way in would be through the city gates. As for unconventional means, there were many possibilities, but no matter which one, only someone with ill intentions would use them. Don't spread this around for now. Just discuss it privately among you gate guards. Keep an eye out these next few days for any unfamiliar faces in the territory. With the current natural disasters, everyone was already on edge. If word got out that someone suspicious had snuck in, it would only make things worse. So, catching these illegals had to be done in secret. No one else could know. The biggest problem right now was that Suyu and her people had no information about these intruders, not their age, gender, height, or build. Relying on the guards' eyes alone clearly wouldn't work, but for now, there was no better option. "We understand. We definitely won't tell anyone else." The guards present were all longtime residents of the territory, with full loyalty and goodwill stats, so Xi wasn't worried about betrayal. She was only concerned that one of them might accidentally let something slip, so before leaving, she reminded them again to keep it secret. As the Lord walked away, the guards' expressions turned serious. "This is important. Remember the Lord's words, no one else can know." "Don't worry, Captain. We won't tell a soul." With the Lord's repeated warnings and their direct superiors' stern reminder, even the slowest among them wouldn't dare make a mistake. Once they confirmed this was top secret, they started brainstorming ways to find the illegals. "Captain, if someone snuck in, they must be up to no good. The territory is so big, if they hide for a few days, there's nothing we can do. Plus, there are so many people here, we don't know everyone. Maybe we could have the patrols check places where people could hide." No, we can't let anyone else know about this. If we tell the patrols, how do we explain it? I think, whatever those people are planning, they'll have to show themselves eventually, right? Otherwise, how would they do anything? Maybe we just wait for them to appear. That's not a real solution. We need to find these illegals as soon as possible and stop them before they cause trouble. If we wait for them to show up, they might have already done what they came to do. After a round of discussion, no one could come up with a good plan. Just then, there was a knock at the door, a reminder that it was time to change shifts. 4 of the guards in the room left for their shift, and 4 who had just come off duty entered. Since the Lord had said this matter could be discussed privately among the gate guards, once the new group came in, the captain explained the situation to them. "Captain, I might have an idea," one of the off-duty guards said hesitantly. The captain raised his eyebrows, signaling him to go on. "Here's the thing, I've noticed that the combat teams in the territory all have special uniforms, so they can easily recognize each other. If we also hand out some kind of token like a uniform or something to everyone in the territory, then we wouldn't have to figure out who's an illegal. Anyone without it would be suspicious and could be detained for questioning." Someone slower on the uptake asked, "But not everyone would be willing to wear a uniform, right?" Before he could answer, the captain, who understood the idea, spoke up. "It doesn't have to be clothing. It could be a hat, shoes, a bracelet, a necklace." Honestly, the idea was a bit rough around the edges, but with some tweaks, it could work. It might be a hassle, but it was the simplest and most effective solution for now. "I'll report this to the Lord. She's generous, she'll definitely reward you for this idea." Now that they had a plan, the captain didn't waste time and headed straight for the Lord's mansion. But he was in such a hurry that he missed Suyu. She'd only just left and was still out inspecting the shops in the territory. With no luck, the captain wrote down the idea and left it on the Lord's desk. Meanwhile, unaware that someone had already come up with a way to find the illegals, Suyu was busy checking the registration records at each shop. These records referred to the purchase logs for limited quantity goods sold over the past couple of days. Almost every shop required buyers of such items to leave their signature as proof. But not all purchases required proof. For example, restaurants, clinics, and charcoal shops sold consumables. Once used up, people had to buy more, so even though sales were limited, it would be too much trouble to require proof for every purchase. Plus, with so many receipts, it would be hard to keep track. Only for the first purchase would the shop issue a small booklet called a Limited Purchase Record Book, stamped with the territory's official seal and a unique serial number to prevent counterfeiting. The purpose of the record book was that every time someone bought consumables, they had to bring the book. What they bought, and how much they spent would all be recorded. This way, customers could easily check their own purchase history, and shops could keep accurate records. Given the importance of the record book, to prevent people from buying extras under someone else's name, or lying about losing their book to get a new one and double up on purchases, the book itself contained many hidden features. Not only that, but everyone is only entitled to receive their first record book for free. From the second one onward, getting a replacement requires paying 1 gold coin. This is to prevent people from taking the record books lightly and privately transferring them to others. In short, to prevent issues like buying and selling, forgery, or theft, Suyu and the others put in a lot of effort to create this system. Considering that it would be inconvenient for everyone to carry a record book for each shop, each person only has 1 record book, which is accepted at all shops. To differentiate between shops, each one uses different colored pens and unique recording methods. So far, a total of 2,300 record books have been distributed across all the shops, meaning there are still about 900 people who haven't received theirs. There are many reasons for this, but at least all the residents of Sunset Territory have gotten their books, which is sufficient. As for everyone else, Suyu only considers them after ensuring the needs of the territory's residents are met, so she doesn't really care whether everyone has received a record book or not. Over the past 2 days, not much has changed within the territory, as most people have spent their time out treasure hunting. Even when they're in the territory, it's usually just to sleep. As for the new items stocked in the territory shops, it was only on the first day that everyone was particularly enthusiastic. Within less than a day, even those who had been hesitant about buying anything stopped hesitating. Over 80% of people gave up on purchasing expensive cold resistance items like warming stoves and hand warmers. Since the weather hasn't truly turned cold yet, most people probably feel they don't really need these things. Anyway, every shopkeeper has said that the territory warehouse has plenty of stock, so no matter when they buy, it won't be too late. That's what most people think. Very few are willing to spend a lot of money in advance for a disaster that hasn't happened yet. To be honest, this is exactly the situation you didn't want to see. Although it seems like it doesn't matter when people buy things as long as there's enough stock, that's not actually the case. So you put these items on the shelves early in hopes that everyone would gradually stock up on supplies. Otherwise, if a disaster really hits and everyone swarms the shops at once, it will definitely impact the territory. Not to mention how chaotic it would be with so many people. When disaster actually strikes, everyone will have their own urgent matters to attend to. These essential items really need to be prepared in advance, so people aren't caught off guard and unable to spare the time when the moment comes. Don't worry about others for now. Dory, arrange for someone to notify the territory's residents and make sure everyone has at least 3 different cold-resistant supplies ready. Just as before, when there's no perfect solution, Siu always prioritizes her own people. There are plenty of cold resistance items in the territory. Cotton clothing counts as 1, hand warmers, warming stoves, cold resistance potions, cold resistance runes, and other items and tools each count as 1. Currently, among the territory's 1,000+ residents, only half have 3 or more types of cold resistance supplies. While the other half haven't left themselves completely unprepared, their preparations are still inadequate. I'll let everyone know, Dory replied. She's among those in the territory who trust the Lord's arrangements the most, so she had already prepared everything herself. However, since Siu hadn't specifically instructed her before, she didn't feel comfortable telling everyone else. So whenever she saw someone thinking that just buying cotton clothing would be enough to get through the long night's winter, she wanted to remind them, but wasn't sure if she should. Now that the Lord has given the order, she'll definitely follow through. As one of the first shops to open in the territory, the sewing shop is well known to anyone who's spent some time here. It's the most unique shop in the territory because you can often learn a lot of territory-related news from the shopkeeper. Although it's obvious that the news shared here is only what's allowed to be shared, everyone still enjoys it. People are complicated. They might not trust official announcements, but they're happy to believe the inside information they dig up themselves. Maybe to them, this kind of news feels more reliable. That's also why Siu didn't make a public announcement telling everyone to prepare cold resistance supplies, but instead had Dory remind people. An official notice would seem too bureaucratic and impersonal. It might even cause misunderstandings, making people think the territory was forcing them to buy things. But Dory, in everyone's eyes, is just a well-informed sewing shop owner. If they hear it from her, they'll take it more seriously. Dory is always very proactive with Suyu's assignments. In just one morning, she used several methods to remind over 1,000 people to prepare more cold-resistant supplies. The news spread in the morning, and by noon, quite a few people who'd returned to the territory went to check out the cold resistance items in the shops after eating and collecting their pay. Their enthusiasm for shopping quickly influenced those around them, so even many non-residents bought extra supplies. By around 4 p.m., more than 800 territory residents had prepared at least 3 types of cold resistance items. Considering that some people live together and can share supplies, this number basically means everyone is covered. As for the non-residents, you couldn't see what each person had, but judging by the shop's sales, she estimated that out of those 2,000 people, at least 40% had prepared enough supplies. If you count shared items, the coverage rate should be over half. Seeing these results, Siu finally breathed a sigh of relief. But before she could fully relax, a string of random disaster events caught her completely off guard. Random disaster event unlocked. 1/3 ice and snowstorm. Ice and snowstorm. The coming storms will carry ice attributes. Ice and snowstorms will freeze everything around them and accelerate the drop in temperature. The stronger the storm, the faster the freezing, and the larger the volume of objects that can be frozen. Less than an hour after the random disaster event appeared, Sea received a report from Lake. Someone had encountered an ice and snow storm. According to Lake, 3 people had run into the storm together. None of them were in life-threatening danger, but all had suffered varying degrees of frostbite. If they hadn't been lucky enough to run into another group, there's no way they could have made it back to the territory on their own, not with all 4 of their limbs frozen stiff. But even though they made it back, they were basically vegetative, unable to move at all. The 3 of them had already been rushed to the clinic for emergency treatment. Hearing that they'd been sent to the clinic, Sea finally felt at ease. Since they survived, it meant the frostbite wasn't too severe. Vivian would definitely be able to handle it. If not, she'd surely ask Mike for help. It might be a bit of overkill, but at least these 3 would all make it. Originally, Sea should have gone to the clinic, not just to check on the 3 of them, but also to get first-hand information about the snowstorm from their accounts. But she had more urgent matters to attend to. She needed to inform everyone about the snowstorm as soon as possible, and also check on the territory's fuel reserves and processing situation. The first task was obvious: to prevent more people from getting hurt. As for the second, that was to prepare for the lower temperatures caused by the random event. The injuries of those 3 were a done deal. Whether she went to see them or not wouldn't change anything, and they weren't going anywhere. She could question them whenever she wanted. But with the snowstorm already here, she had to do something to mitigate its impact. Sea first went to inspect the territory's main fuel warehouse. The amount of fuel was slightly less than the day before, but the decrease matched up with daily consumption and sales, so there were no issues. After that, she headed to the fuel processing workshop. Basically, it was a room full of workbenches where fuel was synthesized. Because there was so much fuel to process, Siu had hired 3 people to help. 2 were responsible for adding raw materials, making sure the workbenches never ran out so production could continue smoothly. The 3rd was in charge of removing the finished fuel and waiting for it to be transported away. When Siu arrived, all 3 looked a bit nervous. Even though she told them to just keep working and pretend she wasn't there, they couldn't help but sneak glances at her out of the corners of their eyes. Siu understood their nerves. It was the same kind of tension employees feel when the boss comes around to inspect things. She didn't mind. Not wanting to disrupt their work, she quickly left after confirming that everything in the workshop was running smoothly. Leaving the workshop, Siu returned to the Lord's Manor to prepare an announcement about the snowstorm. But before she could post it, she saw a message left for her by the captain of the gate guards. The method suggested by the captain was actually quite similar to what Siu had been thinking. She'd been considering issuing everyone an item to prove their identity, something like an ID card in the real world, and then conducting a territory-wide check. After all, people in hiding couldn't stay hidden forever. They'd eventually have to come out for supplies. She planned to implement a policy where only those with ID cards could make purchases, effectively cutting off any black market residents. But there were some problems with this approach. Not everyone would be willing to carry their ID at all times, and since it was a personal item, it wouldn't always be visible. Checking would mean asking and inspecting each person individually, which was inconvenient. The captain's suggestion was to make the proof of identity into something wearable, like a badge or lanyard, similar to work IDs in the real world. Given some time, Siu probably would have thought of this herself, but she was just too busy and always had to prioritize the most urgent matters. If Chi-Jin hadn't already started taking over some of the mid- and lower-level economic management of the territory, Siu would have been even busier. Now that they had a method for checking for unregistered residents, Siu thought it over and decided to issue 2 announcements. Emergency notice: a mutated storm has appeared outside the territory. This mutated storm is of the ice attribute, also known as a snowstorm. Snowstorms move slowly, but wherever they pass, the temperature drops sharply and everything around is frozen. The larger the storm, the greater the damage, but the slower its speed. From now on, if you notice a significant drop in temperature while outside, leave the area immediately and alert those nearby to evacuate as well. The first announcement was to inform everyone about the snowstorm. detailing how it differed from ordinary storms. The information was very thorough. This information came from the 3 people in the clinic, so you had someone question them, offering to waive their medical fees in exchange for detailed answers, so they didn't leave out a single detail. To facilitate timely rescue for anyone who encounters an accident in the forest, everyone can collect a specially enchanted item from the mission hall tomorrow. Whether you're going out or staying within the territory, please keep the enchanted item on you at all times. That was the gist of the second announcement. The second announcement was clearly aimed at rooting out unregistered residents. Of course, it would be suspicious to suddenly hand out clothing or accessories for everyone to wear, so you needed a reasonable excuse to get everyone to wear the distributed items naturally. That's when Siyu thought of the enchanted materials Qiu Yang had used for practice before. After leaving his unreliable former teacher, Qiu Yang had spent most of his time training with Jing Quebec. Not long ago, Siyu arranged for another enchanter to teach him. Since this new enchanter was just there for the job and had no rivalry with Qiu Yang, she taught him diligently. Especially after discovering that Qiu Yang had a solid foundation and was hardworking, she grew quite fond of him. If she didn't already have a successor, and if Qiu Yang's talent for enchantment wasn't a bit lacking, she might have wanted to take him as a disciple. Even though she didn't, she still liked him enough to teach him everything except her sect's secret techniques. With a good teacher and his own diligence, Qiu Yang's enchantment skills improved by leaps and bounds. No learning is complete without practice. Even someone with perfect talent won't make progress if they only study theory. So Siyu provided Qiu Yang with plenty of low-level materials suitable for enchantment practice. Low-grade materials are plentiful and cheap, so it's no big deal if they get ruined. Still, Qiu Yang always took every enchantment seriously. Starting from the most basic defensive and offensive enchantments, he steadily improved his skills. By now, the warehouse was piled high with thousands of the lowest-level enchanted items. That might sound like a lot, but low-level enchantments are actually quite simple. As long as you have enough materials, you can finish one in just a few minutes, so it's not surprising to have so many completed. The problem was, these enchanted items were so low-level that even the smallest territory's enchantment shop wouldn't bother selling them. For now, they could only sit in storage. After all, they were the result of Qiu Yang's hard work, so Siyu wasn't about to just throw them away. There was plenty of space anyway, so she kept them. Who knew? Maybe they'd come in handy someday? In fact, even Qiu Yang himself never expected that his little scraps would actually be useful. He'd thought the Lord's words were just to comfort him. But when Siyu really came to him at night and asked for his help, he was completely stunned. "My lord, you mean you want me to overwrite all these enchantments with a different one?" This was the first time Qiu Yang had ever heard of such a thing. He'd always thought that once an enchantment was applied, it couldn't be changed unless you destroyed the original enchantment on the equipment first. Only then could you re-enchant it. But even then, destroying an enchantment could damage the equipment, since enchantments contained energy. Destroying energy would definitely cause an energy explosion. While the explosion wouldn't hurt people, it could damage the equipment. So, people were always cautious when enchanting gear, especially good gear. Once an enchantment was applied, it was basically permanent. Suyu's suggestion of overriding enchantments was completely unheard of. "Yes, I need you to change all the enchantments on these items to exposure enchantments." The so-called exposure enchantment was a bit like an old-fashioned signal flare. When used, it would release a ring of light that shot up and burst in the air. With this, if anyone was in danger, they could set it off in advance. Anyone nearby who wanted to help could use the light ring to locate them. Even those who didn't want to help could use the light ring to avoid dangerous areas, reducing casualties. Normally, the exposure enchantment wasn't very useful, but in this disaster, it was perfect. Plus, it was low-level, cheap to make, and practical, ideal for mass distribution. "I've learned the exposure enchantment, but I don't know how to override an enchantment." Qiu Yang had never heard of this method, but he would never doubt the Lord. He just assumed he was inexperienced and still had a lot to learn about enchanting. He didn't realize that even his current teacher had never mentioned enchantment overriding, so he had no idea just how groundbreaking Suyu's method was. That's fine, I'll teach you. It'll just be a bit of extra work for you tonight to overwrite all these enchanted items. The principle of overriding enchantments was to use the original enchantment's pattern on the item and modify it into a new one. The main reason the exposure enchantment was so low level was because its pattern was simple. Almost every other enchantment's pattern included it. So Choyoung just needed to wipe a few strokes on the finished enchanted items, and he could overwrite the original enchantment. Try it first. If you get stuck, just ask me. So you taught him how to modify the enchantments. Choyoung was a bit nervous at first, but the exposure enchantment was so simple that, with his solid fundamentals, it was no problem at all. He went from taking a minute to overwrite one enchantment to just over 10 seconds per item. His efficiency skyrocketed. Still, no matter how fast he was only one person. Even at 4 enchantments a minute, if everyone in the territory needed one, it would take 13 or 14 hours. Even just preparing enough for those going out would take nearly 10 hours. Because of this, Siyu called over Choyoung's current teacher to help. Normally, nobody likes working overtime at night, but Siyu had a brand new enchantment overriding technique, a discovery that could overturn the continent's belief that enchantments couldn't be changed. So the teacher agreed to help. Of course, just a few hours' help wasn't enough to master such a revolutionary technique, so Siyu promised that, besides the exposure enchantment, she'd teach the teacher a few more overriding methods. Whether the teacher could figure out the general rules of enchantment overriding from those methods was up to her. Once the deal was struck, the 2 enchanters worked through the night. By the time the 3rd day of the disaster ended, they'd finished over 3,000 exposure enchantment items. While they worked, Siyu didn't stay with them. After all, it was late and she needed her rest too. If she didn't get enough sleep, there'd be no one to handle things if something happened. Maybe it was the sense of looming crisis, but Siyu didn't sleep well that night. She woke up before dawn, her eyes still bleary. She checked the time. It wasn't even 4 o'clock yet. She thought about going back to sleep, but just then, as if the system sensed she was awake, a message popped up and jolted her fully alert. The polar night winter has arrived. Daylight hours will shorten until eternal night. Temperatures will drop until eternal sleep. Today's sunrise and sunset, longer days, shorter nights. There wasn't much to the message. Siyu finished reading it in a few minutes, and as she mulled it over, her drowsiness faded. She got up to check on the territory, but as soon as she lifted her thin blanket, the noticeably colder air made her shiver all over. Her spirit beast, who slept with her, was startled too. When Siyu lifted the blanket, the chilly air rushed into the warm bed. The spirit beast, though still asleep, instinctively curled up tighter. Seeing this, Siyu quickly tucked the blanket back around it and got out of bed herself. It was still early, but there were always early risers no matter where you were. Siyu stood on the top floor of the Lord's Manor and looked down. Under a few scattered streetlights, a handful of people were already walking the streets. Even from a distance, Siyu could see they were already bundled up in thick clothes. I thought it was just my imagination, but it turns out everyone feels the temperature dropping. On the street, a few people gathered to chat, using a bench by the roadside as their resting spot. It's not your imagination. Even someone like me, who's never been sensitive to the cold, got woken up by the chill this morning. Luckily, I bought a thick quilt in advance. Even after changing the bedding, I couldn't get back to sleep, so I just got up to clear my head. Another person chimed in. This is only the 4th day, right? How is the temperature dropping so fast? It's not unbearably cold yet, but the rate it's falling is crazy. I can't even imagine what the next 20 days will be like. Tell me about it. Still, the supplies in the territory are pretty well stocked. There's all sorts of stuff to keep warm, so I'm sure everyone will be fine. The speaker also felt the temperature was dropping a bit too quickly, but since most of the conversation had been complaints, he didn't want to add to the negativity. Instead, he tried to offer some reassurance. His words might have sounded a bit thin and unconvincing, but thanks to how well the territory had handled things over the past 3 days, his attempt at comfort actually worked. As they chatted, more and more people gathered. Some had just gotten up early to stroll around, but when they saw a crowd, they joined in too. Today was supposed to be the first day of the polar night winter, the first day of the cold snap, when people would be most likely to panic. Yet, everyone was surprisingly calm, sitting on benches, chatting in the not-yet-freezing breeze. Even though they were surrounded by strangers, nobody minded. After all, you can talk to anyone, and sometimes it's better not to know each other. It means you might hear stories you've never heard before. Time slipped by, and before they knew it, it was 5 o'clock. 5 a.m. was when most shops opened, at least those belonging to the territory. With the shops open, people drifted away. After all, why sit outside in the chilly wind when you could go somewhere warmer? At this time of day, breakfast shops were the busiest, followed by blacksmiths and rune shops selling cold-weather supplies. Although everyone seemed calm on the surface, the sudden change in weather had clearly affected them. Some who'd been hesitant before had now made up their minds to buy a few things, just in case. Everything seemed to be moving in a positive direction. Siu had been watching the group for as long as they'd been talking, and she was very pleased with the peaceful atmosphere in the territory. But her smile didn't last long. Because when she went out for her routine inspection of the fuel warehouse and the fuel processing workshop, she discovered a problem. Didn't I say that all wood must be inspected before it's brought in? Siu stared coldly at the 3 people in front of her, her tone icy. The 3 of them stood with their heads down, not daring to meet her gaze. Whether it was guilt or just fear from knowing they'd made a careless mistake, it was hard to say. Who brought in this batch of wood? Seeing their silence, Siu didn't bother waiting for them to reflect and asked directly. As soon as she finished speaking, the person on the far left timidly raised his hand. It was me. The one who raised his hand was Jiang Yi, responsible for loading materials. Besides him, there was Jiang Er, who did the same job. The third person was Ma Yi, whose job was different. He was in charge of removing the finished fuel and waiting for someone to pick it up. All 3 were residents of the territory. In fact, for any position belonging to the territory, Siu generally preferred to recruit locals. After all, compared to outsiders, residents had a stronger sense of belonging and wanted the territory to thrive. Plus, it was easier for Siu to check their information. Still, despite hiring her own people and carefully screening them for trustworthiness, something had gone wrong. Explain what happened. Siu wouldn't jump to conclusions before knowing the truth. Jiang Yi, seeing that the Lord was willing to listen, hurriedly explained everything he'd done the previous day. Lord, you have to believe me. I really don't know how this happened. I always check the materials carefully before putting them on the workbench. I remember clearly, the batch of wood delivered yesterday was perfectly fine. You can check the leftover wood in the workbench. It's all dry, there's nothing wrong with it. Jiang Yi tried his best to explain, but he knew his words sounded weak, since the problematic fuel had come from his workbench. Everyone knew that fuel had to be kept dry. Damp wood could be used to make fuel, but what you got was damp fuel. This kind of fuel not only burned for a shorter time, gave off a strong odor and produced more smoke, but most importantly, it had a shelf life just like food. Once that shelf life expired, the fuel became completely useless, good for nothing, not even burning. Properly dried fuel, on the other hand, had no shelf life and didn't produce smells or smoke. So while fuel processing seemed simple, Siu was very strict about it. Every batch of wood had to be checked thoroughly. Even one piece of damp wood would contaminate the entire batch on that workbench, turning all the fuel into damp fuel. What's more, damp fuel was contagious. If even a little got into the warehouse, within 3 days, all the fuel inside would be contaminated. Today's problem was that when Siu came to inspect the workshop, she found a few pieces of damp fuel in the pile next to one of the workbenches. Damp fuel didn't look much different from regular fuel, and with so many workbenches and so much fuel, it was hard to spot if any got mixed in. Even though Siu could check item information, which made it easier to find problems, there was just too much stuff here. The system stacked all the information together, and all she saw were labels like small fuel pile or medium fuel pile. She had to check each batch one by one to find the problematic fuel. If she hadn't happened to come by at that exact moment and checked this particular pile of fuel, she couldn't even imagine what might have happened if this faulty batch had been sent to the warehouse. My lord, both of them can vouch for me. Yesterday, before we left the workshop, all the fuel was perfectly fine. Jiang-yi looked at the lord, who remained silent, and for a moment he wasn't sure if she believed him or not. But thinking about it, if he were in her position, he wouldn't trust others so easily either. Jiang-yi knew his own words didn't carry much weight, so he could only rely on others to back him up. Do you two have anything to say? Suyu's expression was unreadable, making the three of them extra cautious as they spoke. Ma-yi, Jiang-yi is right. Every day before we leave the workshop, we check everything inside together. The three of us always do it together, and there's never been a problem. Jiang-er, my lord, there must be some misunderstanding here. I really don't believe Jiang-yi would do something like this. The three seemed united, and none of them tried to shift blame onto the others to clear their own names. What they didn't know was that Suyu had never actually suspected any of them in the first place. The reason was simple. First, all three of them had perfect loyalty scores. Second, the timing didn't add up. If they wanted to do something bad, there was no reason to do it today. Today was the very first day of the polar night winter, and precisely because it was the first day, everyone was on high alert. Only a fool would choose such an obvious time to make a move. Of course, it was possible they didn't realize today was the start of polar night winter, but that seemed unlikely. Not only had all three experienced the last disaster and gained some experience with double disasters, but Suyu had also announced that polar night winter would arrive within a day or two. That reason alone might sound a bit forced and wasn't enough for Suyu to completely rule them out. What truly convinced her was the pry marks she found on the workshop window and a footprint. Jiang-yi, Jiang-er, and Ma-yi all had keys to the workshop, so they wouldn't need to break in through the window. Plus, all three were tall, burly men, but the footprint was small, if not a woman's, then at least a slender, petite man's. It's possible for small feet to wear big shoes, but big feet in small shoes? That would be hard to move in, especially since the person had climbed in and out through the window. So it was unlikely to be deliberate. With so many factors combined, Suyu didn't believe in that many coincidences. The truth was clear, the three of them were innocent. But she wanted to draw out the real culprit, so she had to pretend not to know, and even had to detain the three of them. So, despite their earnest explanations and clear consciences, in the end, Suyu still persuaded them to go rest. With the three of them resting, the fuel workshop didn't stop. Suyu immediately recruited a few more people to take over the same work. This time, she recruited 6 people. 2 were local residents, 3 were travelers, and 1 was a wanderer. The work in the fuel workshop wasn't difficult, just required attention to detail, and the pay was good. So the 6 were happy to take the job and quickly got the hang of it. So far, they were all doing well. Seeing this, Suyu relaxed and temporarily left the workshop matters aside. While Suyu was dealing with the workshop, another matter was in full swing, the second announcement she'd made yesterday, instructing everyone to collect an exposure enchantment item from the quest hall. Since the item was free, and it was something that could protect their safety, no one would skip picking it up. Even those who rarely went out took one to keep on them. The exposure enchantment item came in the form of colorful silk-woven bracelets. The bracelets were small, not ugly, and didn't get in the way, so most people wore them on their wrists right away. In less than a day, over 80% of the territory's people were wearing the bracelets. Even those who hadn't at first, after seeing others wearing them, put theirs on too, otherwise, they felt out of place. Even those who didn't want to wear it or thought it unnecessary would usually be reminded by others. Some would put it on after being reminded, while others found it annoying and ignored what others thought. All of this was normal. But since Suyu needed to check everyone, she had to make sure everyone wore one. So a little rumor began to spread. Hey, did you guys hear? The bracelet the Lord gave out today doesn't just send signals, it has another use. In the tea house, someone whispered mysteriously. Cut the nonsense, Huishu, if you've got news, spill it. Huishu is the nickname of the previous speaker. He was quick, well-informed, as clever as a rat, and always dressed in gray, so everyone called him that. Stop dragging it out. I know you want to try the restaurant's new deluxe hot pot set. If you've got news, just say it. I'll treat you to dinner tonight. Though it was obvious he was teasing, everyone was clearly buying into it. Don't forget you promised to treat me. Otherwise, next time I have news, I won't tell you. Huishu grinned and, before anyone lost patience, hurriedly spilled everything he knew. You don't know, these bracelets were actually offered in front of the guardian beast and the statue. Not only are they enchanted, but they're also blessed by the guardian beast and the statue. Don't say I didn't warn you. If you've got nothing else to do, don't take the bracelet off. It's a blessed item. Even if you don't use the enchantment, it'll still keep you safe. Huishu seemed to be whispering, but the tea house wasn't big, and they weren't in a private room, just the main hall. Their conversation had been loud enough that anyone interested had already perked up their ears to listen in. Some people believed what Huishu said, while others didn't, and there were also those who were half convinced, half skeptical. The eavesdroppers were too embarrassed to speak up, but those who had openly invited Huishu for a meal had no such reservations. You're exaggerating a bit, aren't you? Protection, blessings, just hearing that, you know it's not some ordinary thing. If this treasure is really so powerful, why hasn't the lord of this territory mentioned it? And why would they give it to us for free? Faced with this skepticism, Huishu just chuckled calmly. Why not keep it a secret? Think about it. If something is really that good, what do you think would happen if word got out? His words made everyone fall silent for a few seconds. Even though he was clearly trying to hype things up, people couldn't help but find his reasoning plausible. If something is truly valuable, everyone will want it. Even if it's supposed to be distributed to everyone, nobody would complain about having more. If the benefits are great enough, theft, robbery, and all sorts of trouble could happen. As for why it's being given out for free, I have no idea. I'm not the Lord, after all. How could I know what she's thinking? Huishu didn't elaborate further. He could have taken this opportunity to praise the Lord, saying she was kind and generous, wanting everyone in her territory to survive safely, and that's why she was handing these out for free. But there was no need. That would have sounded too forced and over the top. Sometimes, saying half and leaving the rest for people to imagine works even better. Sure enough, after Huishu finished speaking, everyone who heard him, especially those who hadn't put on their wristbands yet, quietly touched their wrists and slipped the bands on. As for those who didn't have theirs on them, they didn't even bother finishing their tea. They hurriedly said goodbye to their friends and rushed home. In less than a day, this so-called news had spread throughout the entire territory. On the busy streets, everyone could be seen wearing brightly colored wristbands. Although today was the first day of the polar night winter, the temperature hadn't dropped much yet. Unless someone was especially sensitive to the cold, most people just wore an extra layer or two. No one had broken out the heavy coats yet, so daily life wasn't affected. Still, the drop in temperature did have some impact. The fuel shops were doing booming business, and other stores were also seeing increased sales as people started stocking up on supplies to keep warm. And so, the first day of the polar night winter passed. Aside from the incident at the fuel processing plant, nothing else noteworthy happened. Polar night winter, day 2, daylight shortens until eternal night. Temperature drops until eternal sleep. Today's sunrise and sunset, longer day, shorter night. Aside from the date, the information was identical to yesterday's. So you glanced at it and closed the notification. Yesterday was technically the start of the polar night winter, but since it was only the first day, the daylight hours hadn't actually shortened yet. Sunrise was still at 5 in the morning, and sunset was still in the evening. But today was the second day. According to what she'd heard from that ranger, today's daylight should be an hour shorter. So you checked and saw that sunrise was still at 5. Did that mean sunset would be at 6 instead of 7? She hadn't experienced this before and wasn't sure, so she decided to wait and see. Regardless of when sunset would be, one thing was clear: today was colder than yesterday. So you quietly pulled out her thick quilt and couldn't help but put on another warm layer. Walking down the street, it was obvious at a glance. Everyone looked a bit more bulky than usual. Overall, The temperature was still in the teens Celsius, bearable for now. But starting tomorrow, with a 10-degree drop each day, in less than 3 days, even stepping outside would become a challenge for everyone. On the second day of the polar night winter, nothing major happened either. There were a few minor incidents, though more and more treasure hunters encountered snowstorms, and the number of people injured by them was rising. Fortunately, even though they hadn't managed to escape the storms in time, they were able to use their wristbands to send out distress signals. According to the statistics, on the second day of the polar night winter, there were already 7 distress signals sent out. 7 signals didn't mean only 7 people. Most people traveled in groups, and to save on supplies, usually only one person in a group would send the signal. After those 7 signals were sent, a total of 39 people were rescued. They were lucky other teams happened to be nearby, so everyone was saved and sent to the clinic for treatment. Thankfully, Siu had recruited another doctor before the disaster struck. Otherwise, with just Vivian and Qiu Yue, who was only half a doctor, treating so many people at once would have been overwhelming. Most of those rescued didn't have any serious injuries, just a few scrapes and bruises from escaping the storm. The real danger was the frostbite, which wasn't visible. They needed immediate application of ointment and warming herbal soup. The ointment had been prepared in advance, and the soup was also ready to go, saving a lot of time. These people were brought in around noon and in the afternoon. Thanks to the medicine, by that evening, most had regained consciousness and could move around again. Only a few with severe frostbite needed an extra day of rest. Even though everyone was safe, the fact that dozens of people had suffered frostbite left a psychological shadow over the community. On the third day of the polar night winter, the number of people going out treasure hunting dropped noticeably. Polar night winter, day 3. Daylight shortens until eternal night. Temperature drops until eternal sleep. Today's sunrise and sunset, half day, half night. After 2 days of longer day, shorter night, it was finally half day, half night. Just as Siu had guessed, yesterday's sunset was indeed at 6, so the usual 14 hours of daylight had become 13. Today, seeing the new notification, Siu knew that daylight would shorten by another hour, leaving just 12 hours of day and 12 hours of night, exactly half and half. According to her usual biological clock, Siu would normally wake up at dawn. But today, at the same hour, 5 o'clock, when Siu opened her eyes and looked out the window, she didn't see a bright sky. Instead, the night still lingered, with a few stars twinkling overhead. Yesterday, it got dark an hour earlier, and today dawn is an hour late, Siu muttered to herself as she opened the territory's building control panel and manually turned the streetlights back on. Since dawn used to come at 5, Siu had set the automatic lights-off time for 5 as well. But now, with dawn delayed by an hour, it was still pitch black outside, so she had to turn the streetlights on herself. About 7 or 8 minutes after the streetlights came on, more people appeared on the streets. They talked among themselves and finally confirmed that sunrise was indeed later today. As they discussed, Siu also deduced the pattern behind the changes of this polar night winter. In the first 5 days of polar night winter, except for the first day when nothing changed, the second and fourth days saw nightfall come an hour earlier, while the third and fifth days saw dawn delayed by an hour. According to the ranger, starting from the 6th day, daylight would shorten by 2 hours each day. This reduction could follow the earlier pattern: one day, night falls 2 hours earlier, the next, dawn is 2 hours later, repeating for 5 days. Or it could be that both sunrise and sunset shift by 1 hour each, totaling 2 hours less of daylight. Comparing the two, Siu felt the latter was more likely, but since she couldn't be sure, she only announced what she could confirm about the polar night winter's pattern. Since it was still dark outside, no one paid much attention to the announcement. But once daylight came and everyone saw it, they were both pleasantly surprised that their lord had figured out the polar night winter's rules, and also fearful of what those rules meant. The thought that they'd only see the sun for another week left everyone feeling gloomy. Today, only half the day is daylight. Tomorrow, it'll be less than half. In another 7 or 8 days, it'll probably be eternal night, someone who understood the announcement said gloomily, his tone a mix of fear, confusion, and mostly regret. The regret seemed odd, but many people shared the feeling. So when eternal night comes, does that mean we can't go outside at all? Another person asked, eyes wide, as if he'd hit the main point, but not quite. Yeah, we can't go out at night as it is. If it's night all day, then of course we can't go out at all, someone nearby echoed, equally regretful. Isn't there any way to go out at night? As soon as this was said, almost everyone turned to look at the speaker. He paused, a little embarrassed, but still spoke up confidently. I mean, everyone's thinking the same, right? This storm season is dangerous, sure, but the profits are huge. Opportunities like this don't come often. After he finished, though no one replied, most people silently agreed. That explained their earlier regret. They were really upset that with the coming of polar night winter and longer nights, they wouldn't be able to go out and search for treasures left behind by the storms. Today was the third day of polar night winter, but the sixth day of the disaster. It was no exaggeration to say that everyone's average income had increased 4 or 5 times, some lucky ones even tenfold or more. Even the unlucky ones were earning more than usual. It was riskier, but so far no one had lost their life, or even suffered serious injuries. The work was the same, but in the past 5 days, they'd earned almost as much as they would in a month. Who wouldn't be greedy? Thinking about it, it was no wonder that when they learned the details of polar night winter, their first reaction wasn't fear of the endless night, but frustration that they wouldn't be able to go out and make money. After all, for most people, having no money or no way to make money is a truly terrifying thing. Actually, you're all overthinking it. Even if there was a way to go out at night, it wouldn't matter. Don't forget what the Lord said. Besides the endless night, the temperature will drop during polar night winter. At this rate, in a few days, you'll find it hard to even leave your house, someone pointed out, noticing a more serious problem, temperature. They could figure out how to light the darkness, but they couldn't make it warmer. Forget it, we've already made enough. There are still a few days left, so let's hurry and bring back as many valuables as we can. When the real polar night and cold come, we'll just stay in the territory and rest, someone sighed. Although regretful, everyone felt the same. Money was important, but so was life. If you lost your life, money was useless. Staying in the territory isn't so bad. It's a bit boring, sure, but there's food, drink, clothing, shelter, and heating isn't a problem. This is a double disaster after all. Surviving is already lucky enough. No need to be too greedy. Yeah, that's true. After some discussion, the crowd dispersed from the announcement board. People paired up and headed out, determined to find as many valuables as they could in these last days of light. As they left, the streets returned to calm. Yet, in places they couldn't see, a disaster not of nature was quietly approaching. That night, while everyone slept, several dark figures moved stealthily through the territory. They moved fast, their forms ghostly and elusive. If anyone had seen them, they would have noticed that although these shadows had different targets, they all had something in common. They all paused near the territory's warehouses. In other words, these mysterious figures were all targeting the warehouses packed full of supplies. Swish! With a faint scraping sound, a bright spark flared in the night, flickering in the breeze. Just as it neared a building, it suddenly went out. TCH, the shadow holding the fire starter clicked his tongue impatiently, thinking the wind had blown it out. He didn't think much of it and pulled out another fire starter. In the darkness, a faint flame appeared again. This time, luck was on his side. The flame made it to the building without going out. Strangely enough, no matter how close the flames got, the building simply refused to catch fire. Something's not right. The shadowy figure realized something was off. He quickly extinguished the flame himself and moved closer to inspect the building. Damn it! What is this? He hadn't even finished his sentence when he seemed to sense something. He darted away at lightning speed, but he was still a step too slow. To his shock and horror, as soon as he moved, roaring flames erupted around him. Although the fire didn't actually harm him, the intense heat and blinding brightness made him extremely uncomfortable. Didn't you like playing with fire? Go on, keep playing. A middle-aged man with a dark expression stepped out from the corner. At first glance, he looked like an ordinary person. He was even wearing pajamas and slippers, with empty hands and nothing that looked threatening. But anyone who'd spent time in Sunset Territory knew that this seemingly ordinary man was actually the most formidable person around. He was a mage, an advanced fire mage, to be precise. His name was Mech. Of course, few people actually knew that while Mech was officially listed as an advanced mage, his true abilities had already reached the master level. A master-level mage in his 30s was practically unheard of on the entire continent. Besides the fact that Suyu had provided him with some power-boosting items later on, the main reason was that Mech's abilities had once been suppressed. When he broke through that barrier, his understanding of magic deepened, his foundations became even more solid, and his experience far surpassed that of ordinary people. All these factors combined to create the anomaly that was Mech. But none of that mattered right now. Even if Mech was just an ordinary advanced mage, dealing with this shadowy intruder was more than enough for him. Talk. Where are the others? Mech asked coldly. He was not in a good mood. After all, he should have been sleeping at home at this hour, but thanks to these rats trying to cause trouble, he'd been forced to come out in the middle of the night to teach them a lesson. There was another reason, too, one even he wasn't fully aware of. After spending so much time in this territory, he'd grown attached to it. Maybe he didn't quite think of it as home, but it was at least a pretty nice place to live. Now that someone was trying to cause trouble where he lived, how could he possibly be happy about it? The shadowy figure said nothing in response to Mech's question. He was here on a mission, after all, and had done his homework on the territory beforehand. He knew there were several mages here, and the most famous and most powerful was an advanced fire mage. He hadn't expected his luck to be so bad as to actually run into the one person you really didn't want to mess with. Still, he had some professional pride, so he didn't give up his companion's whereabouts. Not talking? That's fine. I don't have time to listen anyway. Mech bound him with flaming chains and prepared to take him to the dungeon. The shadowy figure was momentarily stunned by Mech's odd attitude. He'd expected to be interrogated or threatened, but Mech didn't seem to care at all. Was this some kind of trick? Or something else? Mech couldn't care less what the man was thinking. He dragged him toward the dungeon, the flaming chains around the shadowy figure glowing like a beacon in the night. They were still a dozen meters from the dungeon when the guards were startled by the strange sight. In their eyes, the shadowy figure, dressed all in black and wrapped in flaming chains, looked like a ball of fire floating toward them. What the heck is that? A ghost fire? One guard yelped, nearly falling over. Another squinted and finally made out a human shape. No, wait, it's a person. No, there's another person next to him. He seemed to recognize Mech, or maybe he guessed from the fire magic, so he quickly informed his companions and went to meet them. Master Mech, what's going on here? Almost everyone respected mages, especially one as powerful as Mech. But perhaps because Mech usually worked at the restaurant and everyone ate and drank there, people didn't see him as just a chef, but also found him more approachable than most mages. So talking to him now didn't make them too nervous. Just a thief who snuck in and tried to mess with the territory's warehouse. I caught him, Mech explained simply, making it clear what the man had done. He didn't bother explaining further. The guards didn't press for details. After all, an advanced mage had no reason to lie to them, and besides, anyone sneaking around at night dressed like that was obviously up to no good. Understood. Please hand him over to us. We'll keep a close eye on him and won't let him escape. The dungeon guard didn't ask any stupid questions about what Mech planned to do. If he'd brought someone here, it was obviously to lock them up, and their job was to make sure the prisoners stayed put. Good. Thanks for your hard work. Deal with him tomorrow when the Lord arrives. Mech tossed the man forward, and once the guards had him tied up, he withdrew the flaming chains and turned to leave. As Mech walked away, the guards carefully locked the man inside the dungeon. To prevent any chance of escape, they put him in the high-security cell, triple cages, triple locks. After securing the last lock, one guard gave the shadowy figure a slightly sympathetic look. Looks like Miss Vivian has another test subject. The guard didn't bother lowering his voice, so the shadowy figure heard every word. He didn't understand what that meant or who Vivian was, but he could sense the danger in those words. Serves him right. Who told him to sneak in and mess with our territory? Another guard snorted, even spitting on the ground. It's disaster season, resources are tight everywhere. Even though the Lord stocked up ahead of time, if this guy had succeeded, how many people would have suffered? Yeah, serves him right. The first guard dropped any lingering sympathy, hardened his expression, and left with his companion. Polar night winter, day 4, daylight shortens until eternal night, and temperatures drop until eternal sleep. Today's sunrise and sunset, slightly shorter day, slightly longer night. Early the next morning, Siu learned that there was a new black household, a legal resident, in the black prison, and that it was someone Mike had caught. She had actually received word yesterday that someone had spotted strangers lurking around the warehouses in the territory. So Siu immediately arranged for Mike, Chanwei, and Jinkei to stake out several warehouses and wait for the intruders to show themselves. Mike was the strongest, basically, no one could escape from him. Chanwei was a wind mage, fast enough that, even if she couldn't catch someone, she could tail them to their hideout. Jinkei was a former assassin, the best at detecting any unusual movement, and could also help determine whether these people were connected to any assassin organizations. After a night's work, all three had results. Mike caught one person, ready for interrogation at any time. Chanwei tailed someone to an empty residential house in the territory, where she discovered a hidden underground hideout the intruders had dug out. Jinkei, though she didn't recognize their identities, managed to find some of their hidden belongings based on her knowledge of assassin habits. When Siu woke up, she sent Vivian to interrogate the captured person, had Lake lead a team to raid the hideout, and took possession of the items Jinkei had found, explosives. There was a pile of explosives nearly half as tall as a person, packed with the most powerful gunpowder. If they had managed to set it off, the territory wouldn't have been completely destroyed, but the losses would have been catastrophic. The territory had just reinforced its buildings to withstand the coming storm season. If the explosives went off, all that effort would have been for nothing. More importantly, while buildings could be reinforced to withstand a blast, people were not made of steel. With so many explosives, the potential casualties would have been the most terrifying consequence. Siu had originally told Vivian to go easy on the prisoner to avoid breaking them before they could get any information. But now, seeing that these people were clearly out to destroy the territory, she was fuming inside. She told Vivian to do whatever she wanted, as long as the prisoner was left alive. After all, they might not be able to get any information anyway. Venting her anger was the priority. Vivian was a little surprised by Suyu's attitude, but when she learned about the explosives, her face darkened, then she smiled even more wickedly than Suyu. Perfect, I just developed a new potion to counter the storm, and I was worrying about not having anyone to test it on. With that, Vivian cheerfully took her potions and headed into the black prison. Siu didn't concern herself with what happened next. At least until the natural disaster was over, she had no intention of dealing with these people. Even so, the guards at the black prison couldn't help but report the screams they heard from inside, not out of sympathy, but out of concern that the prisoners might accidentally die. After all, while they didn't know about the explosives, they had heard these people were trying to destroy the territory. Just thinking about how their peaceful home had nearly been lost and their own lives almost forfeit, they felt it was already merciful not to kill these saboteurs themselves. Sympathy was out of the question. Siu simply told them not to worry about it. Since Siu had spoken, the guards just ignored the screams, checking daily to make sure the prisoners were still alive and otherwise leaving them alone. After catching this batch of illegal infiltrators, Siu didn't let her guard down. She couldn't be sure she'd caught them all, and even if she had, there was no guarantee more wouldn't sneak in later. Still, capturing these people wasn't without benefit. Thanks to Vivian's efforts, Siu learned how they had infiltrated the territory, so she could take precautions in advance. For now, the issue of illegal infiltrators was temporarily resolved, but Siu still had to worry about the ongoing natural disaster. This morning's disaster warning was clear: the days grow shorter, the nights grow longer. That meant the daytime hours were now shorter than the night. Yesterday, there had been 12 hours of day and 12 of night. Today, it was 11 hours of day and 13 of night. Since sunrise was still at 6 a.m., it meant sunset would be at 5 p.m., or rather, 5 p.m. would already be considered night. So you posted today's sunrise and sunset times on the notice board and at the entrance to the quest hall to prevent anyone from forgetting and misjudging the time, which could leave them stranded outside the territory after dark. Besides the longer night, today's temperature had also dropped into the single digits. Most people were already wearing cotton-padded clothes. The few who hadn't bought any shivered in the cold, finally giving up their last bit of wishful thinking and heading to the tailor's with money in hand. Because she had sold cold weather gear in advance, even though the temperature had dropped suddenly, everyone was able to put on thick clothes and go out treasure hunting as usual. 11 hours of daylight wasn't short. Even accounting for lunch breaks and travel time, they still had 7 or 8 hours to search for treasure. Some, to save time, packed enough dry rations, fuel, and tents to stay out from morning until dusk. At first, some only brought food, but soon realized that while it was just above freezing inside the territory, outside, after the snowstorms, the temperature had already dropped to several degrees below zero. If there happened to be a snowstorm nearby, or if one had just passed, the temperature could be even lower, -10 or 20 degrees wouldn't be an exaggeration. In such cold, even thick cotton clothes weren't enough. They had to light fires for warmth and huddle in thick, furry tents to rest. Fortunately, the forest provided shelter from the wind. In open areas with cold winds blowing from all directions, the chill could cut to the bone. With these lessons learned, everyone was better prepared. Previously, to stockpile more food, Sue and Mike organized the production of lots of easy-to-store dry rations. Seeing the demand now, Sue had Mike release some of the stock for limited sale. Each person could buy enough dry rations for 2 adult meals per day. These dry rations actually tasted pretty good. There were breads and pastries with various jams or dried fruits, and flatbread stuffed with vegetables and meat. On top of that, Sue had even managed to create self-heating meals, with heating packs developed by an alchemist in the territory based on her recipe. These heating packs not only work better, but after finishing your meal, you can carry the pack with you to keep yourself warm. With so many diverse options, even though the food still isn't as good as what you'd get in the territory, it's still a decent meal. With good food, everyone naturally feels more motivated. Time passed to the 10th day of the calamity, which was also the 7th day of the polar night winter. Over the past few days, the temperature kept dropping, and the length of daylight shrank from the initial 14 hours to just 6 hours now. 6 hours of daylight meant that, even if people rested outside, they could only explore for less than 4 hours at most. And today, even the temperature inside the territory had dropped to more than 20 degrees below zero. In the forest, it was even colder, over 40 below. If there was a storm nearby, it could drop another 10 or 20 degrees. Normally, humans wouldn't be able to function outside in such temperatures, but this was Sunset Continent, a world with magic. Back on the 5th day of the polar night winter, when the territory's temperature first dipped below freezing, all the shops in the territory launched new products and ramped up their promotions. There were all sorts of items for keeping warm: potions, runes, enchantments, devices, alchemical tools, a dazzling variety. As long as you were willing to spend money, you could still function normally outdoors even in sub-zero temperatures. Of course, these items were much more expensive than physical heaters like hand warmers or warming stoves. At first, people were reluctant to buy them. If it got really cold, they'd just stock up on fuel, call over friends or their usual companions, and huddle at home for warmth, sometimes for an entire day. If they got bored, they could go to other shops in the territory for entertainment, since ever since the temperature dropped, all shops belonging to the territory had installed heating. No matter how bitter the wind was outside, it was as warm as spring indoors. Some people were too stingy to spend money, so they'd hang around in shops during the day to soak up the heat. Usually, as long as they didn't disrupt business, shopkeepers wouldn't kick them out. If they did get in the way, most people would leave on their own. Even the small number of shameless freeloaders would leave reluctantly, out of fear of breaking the territory's rules and being expelled. Not kicking out people who came for the heating was Suyu's idea. It wasn't out of kindness, but to save fuel. After all, the shops had to keep the heat on anyway. Whether it was for one person or 10, it was the same. If people warmed up in the shops, they wouldn't have to burn their own fuel, which meant the territory's overall fuel reserves would last longer. Even though the territory still had 4 or 5 warehouses filled with fuel and several packed basements, so you had to be cautious since no one knew what might happen next. But soon, on the 9th day of the calamity, just yesterday, a group of people returned to the territory carrying 4 huge treasure chests and 3 smaller ones. The spectacle immediately drew everyone's attention. Most people had been lazing around in the territory these past couple of days, so there were plenty of witnesses to the scene. There were about a dozen people in the group, but even they felt uneasy under the gaze of hundreds of eyes, some friendly, some not. Fearing trouble, they carried the chests straight into the quest hall. Seeing them enter the quest hall, anyone who'd been entertaining greedy thoughts quickly sobered up. They patted their faces to clear their heads, then followed the crowd into the hall to see what was happening. As soon as they entered, they saw that 2 people from the group had stayed outside the quest hall on purpose. The 2 had deliberately remained behind, knowing that bringing back so much loot would attract attention. But there was no helping it, the chests were just too big, and they didn't have any spatial bags, so they had to carry them back. After all, they couldn't just give up free money just to keep a low profile, right? To divert attention and keep people from focusing on what exactly they'd brought back, the 2 who stayed behind, both smooth talkers, started telling stories like professional storytellers, even working together in a comedic routine, half-truthfully recounting their adventures that day. Meanwhile, their companions took the treasure chests into a private room in the quest hall to find an administrator and exchange the conspicuous loot for money. All I can say is, it's a good thing our whole group went out today, or we never would have gotten such a haul. Exactly. And most importantly, we were lucky. If we hadn't run into a dissipating major storm, we never would have found so much stuff. But seriously, those big storms are still really dangerous. Look at my hand. Since the quest hall was heated, one of the storytellers promptly took off his coat and rolled up his sleeve. When everyone saw the state of his arm, there was a collective gasp. The skin, which should have been tan, was covered in blue and purple bruises, along with a dozen or so scars, some as short as a knuckle, others as long as a finger. Although the wounds had mostly healed thanks to medicine, everyone could still see how frightening they were. Not only that, the man tugged at his collar, revealing more marks similar to those on his arm. After showing everyone his injuries, he put his clothes back on and said with a wry smile, "I nearly lost my life for these treasure chests today." If he'd said that before, no one would have paid much attention, since they had no idea what he'd been through. But after seeing those wounds, anyone who'd been thinking about heading out quickly gave up on the idea. We owe it all to this guy. If he hadn't managed to break up a small storm, the rest of us probably wouldn't have made it back alive. Another man clapped the injured one on the shoulder in support. Everyone had already been intimidated by the sight of those wounds, but when they heard that they'd been caused by breaking up a storm, their expressions changed again. There was suspicion, shock, admiration, and confusion. I'm not that amazing, it was all thanks to the potion. Before anyone could ask, the man smiled and took out a bottle. I bought this at the clinic. It's a new product. They say it can resist storms. I didn't believe it at first, but I bought one to try, and it really did save my life. The potion he mentioned was actually the same one Vivian had talked about earlier, the one they planned to test on the prisoners from the Black Prison. The effect of this potion was to temporarily strengthen the skin, allowing it to withstand the impact and shredding force of a storm. But a storm is still a storm. No matter how potent the potion is, it wasn't made with any top-tier ingredients, so at best, it could only protect someone for about a minute in a small-scale storm. If it was a medium-sized storm, it could barely hold out for 10 seconds, and there would still be a risk to one's life. As for anything larger, touching it would mean instant death. The potion would be completely useless. Despite its limitations, the potion was already good enough. After all, even though large storms had started to appear more frequently this storm season, and medium storms were becoming more common, small storms still made up the majority. Moreover, medium and large storms usually couldn't penetrate dense forests and would slow down considerably. As long as you didn't do anything reckless, it was almost impossible to get hurt. Only the small storms, due to their size, could freely move through areas where the trees were a bit sparser. This potion was a new product, and every shop would advertise their new arrivals, so naturally, this potion was promoted as well. However, it wasn't cheap, and most people didn't think they'd ever get caught in a storm. Even if they did, they probably wouldn't have time to use the potion anyway. For all these reasons, the anti-storm potion barely sold at all. In fact, barely sold was an understatement. By today, the potion had been on the shelves for 3 days, but less than 5 bottles had been sold. 3 of those were bought by the same person. In other words, out of a territory of over 3,000 people, in 3 days, only 3 people bought the potion. The storyteller standing before them was the one who had bought 3 bottles. It wasn't that they knew the potion was effective, but rather, they had discovered traces of a large storm the day before. They'd also noticed signs that the storm was weakening, so they returned to the territory early, made all the necessary preparations, and waited in ambush for a day. Unfortunately, the storm didn't dissipate that day. Still, they didn't want to give up, so they left a secret marker and planned to return the next day. So, they went back today. Their luck held out. The large storm didn't disappoint. Even though they had to wait outside in the cold for a long time, they ended up with a huge haul. Of course, they would never reveal the truth to outsiders, so they made up a half-true, half-false story centered around luck. All right, we should go meet up with the others. The 2 of them waved their hands and quickly left the scene while everyone was still lost in their own thoughts. At that moment, they had no idea they were still underestimating how tempting wealth could be. Even though one of them had shown off his many wounds, plenty of people still spent the rest of the day gathering supplies and rallying companions to head out together. That night, many people returned empty-handed, not because there was nothing to be found, but because the dense storms in the forest made it nearly impossible to move. Still, there were indeed treasures to be had. Some people, just like the group from earlier, came back excitedly carrying boxes and crates filled with enviable loot. It would have been one thing if no one got anything, but the worst part was that while you came back empty-handed, others returned with a huge haul. There was no personal grudge, but people don't wish too well for others either, otherwise, it's hard not to feel a little bitter inside. And it was exactly this bitterness that fueled their motivation. After that day, even more people were willing to spend money on all sorts of gear, hoping to use it to earn greater rewards outside. Unfortunately, it was already a bit too late. With only 6 hours of daylight, there simply wasn't enough time to stay out for long, let alone find anything truly valuable. There was nothing they could do about it, especially after learning that 2 days later, the entire region would be plunged into eternal night by the polar night of winter. Everyone could only swallow their greed and resign themselves to their fate. In the blink of an eye, 2 more days passed. Today was the 12th day of the disaster, the 9th day of the polar night of winter, and the last day before the endless night began. Even though there were only 2 hours of daylight today, from 11 in the morning to 1 in the afternoon, everyone waited quietly through the long darkness. As the sky gradually brightened, everyone let out a collective sigh of relief. They put on thick cotton coats, activated their warming runes, and left their houses to spend these last 2 hours of daylight together. When the sun finally appeared after 20 hours of absence, someone couldn't help but sigh. "It's so nice to see the sun today. It's a shame this is the last day." The words were filled with both joy and regret, but no one found it strange. After all, they too had felt oppressed and lost during the previous 20 sunless hours. Now that they could see the sun, the gloom in their hearts seemed to melt away with the sunlight. But everyone knew this precious light would only last for 2 hours. No, now it was only 1 hour and 54 minutes left. For a moment, everyone's emotions were stirred, sweet, sour, bitter, and all mixed together. Forget it, let's not dwell on it. While the sun's still out, let's walk around and enjoy it. With only 2 hours, no one was planning to leave the territory. Going out now would mean coming back empty-handed at best, or courting death at worst. So, they all chose to stroll around within the settlement. Maybe because it was the last 2 hours of daylight, the heavens seemed to grant them especially abundant sunshine. The sun hung high in the sky, almost unnaturally so, as if it followed them wherever they went. As long as they were outside, they could look up at any time and see the blazing red sun shining down on them. With the sun so bright, many people felt warm all over. Even those who forgot to renew their warming runes didn't feel the slightest chill. Keep in mind, yesterday's temperature had already dropped to minus 30-something degrees, and today it had fallen another 10 degrees. That meant the current temperature was around minus 40. What does minus 40 degrees even feel like? Exposed skin would suffer mild frostbite after just 5 minutes, and the severity would only deepen with time. Even with fabric covering, the cold couldn't be completely kept at bay. Frostbite would still occur, just at a slower pace. However, under the blazing sun today, no one felt cold at all. Of course, everyone still had to wear their winter clothes, otherwise, they'd turn into ice sculptures in no time. But at least there was no need to use extra rune potions. No one knew the reason for this, but everyone believed it might be a sliver of hope granted by the heavens. People always tend to look for the silver lining in desperate times. But while the others were clueless, Siu knew exactly what was going on. At dawn, Siu saw that the territory had gained a halo effect that would last for less than 2 hours. The description of the halo was simple. It would shield everyone in the territory from the worst of the cold. This relief was limited. It didn't mean people could walk around naked and be fine. But it was enough to let everyone enjoy these final rays of sunlight a little more comfortably. In fact, Siu didn't find this halo strange. She simply saw it as a tiny, almost insignificant act of kindness from the system. After all, the halo wouldn't change the final outcome. Once night fell and the territory was plunged into the polar night, whatever was meant to happen would still happen. But at the end of the halo's duration, Siu noticed a few words that caught her attention. Blazing Sun's protection, territory halo. All people within the territory are shielded from excessive cold, bestowed by nature's favor. Nature's favor. Siu couldn't be more familiar with these 4 words. Ever since the last double calamity ended, there had been an ongoing event related to this on the territory's event board. And that event had disappeared right before the current disaster began. Siu had always been curious about what that event actually meant. After all, during that time, she hadn't noticed the territory receiving any particular favor from nature. It wasn't that she expected any special benefits, it just seemed odd that the event appeared and disappeared so mysteriously. It wasn't until today that she finally discovered the first perk of this so-called nature's favor. However, this perk didn't seem to make much of a difference. Just as Siu had thought, the halo was more or less negligible. Well, maybe not entirely negligible, Siu mused, lowering her gaze in thought before turning her attention to drafting yet another announcement. She'd lost count of how many she'd written in the past few days. 2 hours might not seem long, but for these people, it passed in the blink of an eye. Before anyone realized it, time had slipped away. When they finally came to their senses, the sun, which had been hanging high in the sky, seemed to be suppressed, slowly and reluctantly sinking. Everyone's hearts cried out to hold on to it, but the entire territory had fallen into a deathly silence. The sunset lasted a full 5 minutes, but to everyone, it felt both like the blink of an eye and an eternity. Their emotions were a tangled mess, and when the last sliver of sunlight finally disappeared, their world was plunged into endless darkness. But just then, the territory, previously shrouded in darkness, suddenly lit up. The dazzling white light was so intense that for a moment, no one could open their eyes. Once their eyes adjusted, everyone stared in a daze at the territory, now as bright as day. When they snapped out of it, they instinctively searched for the source of the light, only to be surprised to find that it wasn't just coming from the street lamps. All the buildings and decorative fixtures along the roads, things they usually ignored, were fitted with various sizes of light bulbs. Because every object had some kind of lighting device, the entire territory was so brilliantly illuminated. People who should have been lost and panicked were once again driven back by this sudden brightness. Cries of delight rang out, and then someone announced that new information had been posted at the bulletin board. Almost everyone rushed toward the bulletin board. To prevent any accidents, the patrolling guards, already prepared, quickly dispersed and separated the crowd, telling them they could also check the same information in the mission hall, and that someone would soon read out the new announcement from the Lord. Reassured, the crowd calmed down. After all, they'd find out sooner or later, and no one wanted to squeeze in with strangers. Some impatient people headed to the mission hall, but most chose to stay. Ignoring the darkness outside, it was only a little after 1 in the afternoon, still far from rest time, and with the territory so brightly lit, there was no need to worry about stumbling around in the dark. The patrol guards didn't keep them waiting long. One of them climbed onto a platform that his companions had set up and called out loudly. The restless crowd fell silent, everyone holding their breath in anticipation. Some recognized the man on the platform. It was Lake, a person of considerable status in the territory. His presence here could only mean he was acting on the Lord's orders. Lake didn't care what the people below were thinking. He had only one task: to deliver the announcement in the most rousing way possible and fill everyone with hope. I know everyone is scared and confused right now, but every territory faces disasters. This is unavoidable. But heaven never bars the way. The gods won't let us die for nothing, so every disaster comes with a way to survive. Didn't we make it through the last double calamity? Did you all feel that miraculous sun just now? Lake paused, letting everyone think for a moment, then shouted with pride and confidence, "That was nature's blessing upon us." It's because, during the last disaster, we saved the entire forest from pollution. At first, when Lake spoke, the crowd was silent. They assumed he was just there to calm their nerves on the Lord's behalf. They didn't resent this. After all, they were genuinely anxious inside. But they hadn't really taken Lake's encouraging words to heart. Until he mentioned that miraculous sun. Everyone present had experienced those 2 hours of extraordinary sunlight for themselves. There was no need for exaggeration or further explanation. Now that Lake had mentioned the sun and called it nature's blessing, everyone was half convinced, half doubtful. Still, trust outweighed suspicion. Their doubts were only because they'd never heard of such a thing before, but so what? After all, the double disaster was also something that only happened once in a century, wasn't it? And yet, they'd encountered it. Perhaps it was just their own lack of experience, but this nature's blessing didn't sound like a complete lie. Lake could see the change in everyone's expressions, which was pretty much what he'd expected, so he didn't say anything more. He'd already said enough. His goal today wasn't to make everyone stop fearing natural disasters, because that was impossible. Fear is rooted deep in every person's heart. It can't be completely eradicated. His real purpose today was to give everyone confidence. Many times, especially in moments of despair, confidence is the emotion most likely to disappear and also the most important. If everyone lost confidence because of their fear of disaster, then they'd never survive it. If they didn't believe in themselves, how could they possibly succeed? Were they really going to count on the heavens to save them? Although Lake had just used this idea to inspire hope and confidence, they couldn't truly rely on outside forces. They couldn't entrust their lives to something so mysterious and intangible. The only thing they could truly rely on was their own strength. Even though it's already dark now, the Lord has long since arranged for lighting. Everyone can go home, or you can carry on as usual within the territory, Lake said, stepping down from the stage after finishing. After he left, most people chose to return home. It wasn't because they were afraid of the darkness, but because when the sun was out just now, they hadn't felt cold. Now that the sun had vanished, a chill crept up from their feet and spread through their bodies, leaving them freezing. They needed to get home quickly and grab something to keep warm. Once everyone had gathered their things, most didn't stay at home for long. They still chose to wander around the territory. The training grounds, monster hunting tower, and library, places where they could pass the time, became popular spots. Besides that, the tavern, tea house, and bathhouse also became the best places for people to socialize now that they couldn't go outside. All in all, today was only the day before the polar night began. Thanks to abundant supplies, a good environment, and harmonious social life, everyone was in high spirits. There was no unrest at all. This peaceful scene was a huge relief to the territory soldiers who had been prepared to suppress any riots. Looks like the Lord was overthinking it. Our territory is so harmonious, and no one's lacking anything. How could there possibly be trouble? A guard muttered quietly to himself. But just then, someone happened to walk by and, hearing this, gave the guard a firm pat on the shoulder. The Lord always has his reasons for making arrangements. Don't be fooled by how calm everyone seems now. Don't forget, this is only the first day. The guard was startled by the sudden voice and the forceful pat on his shoulder. He instinctively turned to explain, only to see a familiar face. Lord Lake, he stammered, lowering his head in fear, not daring to say another word. As mentioned earlier, the brothers Lyle and Lake now each had their own responsibilities. Lyle was in charge of the combat teams and bounty groups, but most of the time he just followed Siu's orders and went out on missions. Lake, on the other hand, was responsible for the territory security. All the guards and patrols, big and small, were under his command. So it was no wonder the guard was so nervous. After all, he'd just been caught by his direct superior gossiping about the Lord. Even if it wasn't malicious, this could be a big or small matter. If he lost his promising job over a careless remark, he'd regret it for the rest of his life. Fortunately, Lake didn't seem to mind. He just gave a few routine reminders, telling him and the others to do their jobs well in the coming days, then left. The guard was stunned that things had passed so easily. He'd thought he'd at least get a scolding, but nothing happened at all. As he stood there in a daze, another person walked over, also wearing a guard's uniform, though a different one. The newcomer wore the gate guard's uniform, while he himself was in patrol attire. "What's up, brother? Why are you just standing here? On a cold night like this, if you've got nothing to do, go home and rest." The gate guard looked at him curiously. Honestly, if it weren't for the uniform, he'd have wondered if something was wrong and whether he should call someone to take him in. The patrol guard, not realizing how close he'd come to being detained, snapped out of it and shook his head. "It's nothing, just lost in thought." Seeing this, the gate guard didn't press. Everyone has their own worries. After all, he was just checking in, not looking for a heart-to-heart. "Well, if that's the case, you'd better head home." "But wait, since you're in uniform, does that mean you're on duty tonight?" The gate guard's words were a wake-up call. He really was on duty tonight, otherwise, he wouldn't be in uniform. The territory's soldiers only wore their uniforms while on the job. But Lake's appearance had rattled him so much that he'd forgotten all about it. Even though he hadn't been punished, the shock had made him momentarily forget his responsibilities. He'd almost gone straight home. "Thanks, brother," he called out, already running off into the night, leaving the other man alone in the darkness, bewildered. Where did you run off to just now? I didn't see you for ages. If you'd been any later, you'd have lost today's pay and gotten a scolding on top of it." The one called Awu was the same man who'd been caught by Lake and nearly forgotten his shift. Of course, Awu didn't dare admit he'd been scared silly by Lake and simply tried to brush it off. Luckily, their patrol captain soon arrived, took a head count, and led everyone out on their rounds. As they walked, the captain kept an eye on their surroundings, reminding them as they went. "Starting today, there will be no more daytime, only night. Although the Lord has said that the territory will remain brightly lit for extended periods, there will inevitably be places the light doesn't reach. So, everyone needs to be extra careful during patrols. No matter what you discover or what happens, you must report it immediately. Oh, and one more important thing. Starting today, the number of patrol teams per shift will increase from 5 to 8. There will be 2 backup patrol teams. The shift schedule remains the same, but the extra rest time is temporarily canceled. Everyone, keep track of the time, don't forget." As soon as he heard the words, "don't forget," Ah felt a bit guilty. After all, who knows if others will forget in the future, but he had just forgotten himself. Still, He quickly pulled himself together. After all, Lord Lake hadn't punished him just now. He should remember Lord Lake's kindness. The Lord governs strictly, but the treatment here is excellent. He should remember the Lord's kindness, too. What's done is done. Rather than dwelling on it, he might as well focus on his work and make sure no evildoers have any chance to cause trouble. With that thought, Aw perked up and followed the captain, starting his patrol in earnest. Sunset Territory operates on a 24-hour patrol system. Although it's exhausting, it greatly increases the safety of the territory. Patrol shifts are divided into 3 time slots: 5 a.m. to 1 p.m., 1 p.m. to 9 p.m., and 9 p.m. to 5 a.m. the next day. Each shift is 8 hours, making a full 24-hour cycle. Just as the captain had said, except for special circumstances, there are usually 5 patrol teams on duty per shift, each with 10 to 15 members, depending on the team's rank. That's right, each patrol team actually has a rank. Different ranks mean different pay and, of course, different levels of responsibility. But now, with the onset of the polar night, 5 patrol teams are no longer enough, so the number has been increased to 8, with 2 additional backup teams. However, since the patrol teams hadn't been expanded in advance, after increasing the number of teams, there aren't quite enough for the shifts. So Sue temporarily canceled the extra rest time. This extra rest time referred to giving a team an additional day off if they had to do multiple night shifts in a row. Originally, this was simply to show appreciation for their hard work and help them stay in good spirits. The regular rest time was already sufficient, so the extra day off didn't make much difference. So, even when they heard the extra rest was canceled, no one reacted too strongly. After all, these are special circumstances, and as members of the territory, everyone understood. That understanding turned into gratitude and excitement when the captain mentioned that, after the disaster ended, the Lord would give them all a bonus. Thanks to the captain's words, everyone was highly motivated. One of the best things about Sunset Territory so far is the harmonious atmosphere within. And this harmony is genuine, not just for show. This is also what Sue is most grateful for. The reason she's willing to spend so much money on their welfare is to earn their loyalty to the territory. At critical moments, a loyal person is worth more than several strangers. But back to the main story. Aw's patrol team was assigned to the farm area. They circled the expanded farmland again and again, never showing any impatience or boredom. After all, this was their job, monotonous, perhaps, but one that many people in the territory would fight to have. Every spot on the territory's guard force is extremely important, as they are the most crucial line of defense. That's why Sue has never opened up applications for the guard force. These people were either handpicked by her for Lake to recruit, or Lake himself spotted promising candidates, checked with her, and then recruited them. Although this process is slow, it ensures that the guards don't form cliques, since they were randomly selected by Suyu and Lake and didn't know each other before joining. About 3 or 4 hours later, everyone can take a 15-minute break. Meet back here in 15 minutes, the captain said, pointing to a patch of open ground near the farm before casually sitting down. The others, given the order, scattered to rest. Although it was break time, this was still considered part of their work. It was just a chance to relax, but most people chose to stay in the patrol area, walking around or, like the captain, sitting down to rest. Ah was feeling good today, so instead of sitting down like his teammates, he decided to walk around. The scenery around the farm was nice. The once barren fields, which had only crops, had been upgraded and repaired into neat farmland surrounded by fences entwined with green vines. There were also many flowers and plants growing around the fields. These were the result of Yusin and Lin Mu exchanging planting tips, after which Yusin scattered the seeds Lin Mu had given him, and they grew freely. To ensure the crops could keep growing without sunlight, Siu had the engineer Anjia develop a light machine that simulated sunlight. At the same time, greenhouses were set up on the farm, each equipped with heating devices to prevent low temperatures from stunting the crops. The farm itself also had streetlights, and with the light machines, this area was brighter than most. Ah looked through the transparent greenhouse at the thriving crops inside, and his mood improved. He hummed a little tune as he went to check out the other fields. As a child, he loved playing with seeds and soil, trying to grow things. Unfortunately, maybe he'd offended plants in a past life. Everything he tried to grow died, even though he followed all the right steps. Everyone called him a plant nemesis. At first, he didn't believe it, until one day a friend, unable to watch any longer, took away a dying potted plant of his. Within 3 days, that withered flower came back to life. After that, Ah never dared mess with plants again. Still, he's always had a fondness for them, whether they're crops to eat or flowers to admire. SSSCH. HM? What's that sound? Just as Ah was standing in front of a field, looking at the green wheat, he vaguely heard a faint noise coming from behind him. He felt a bit puzzled and instinctively turned his head toward the source of the sound, only to find nothing but emptiness behind him. I must have misheard. Just then, a gust of wind swept by, rustling the fallen leaves on the ground, making a soft rustling sound. This only made Ah more certain that he'd simply imagined it. Even before the disaster, not many people would come to the farm, let alone now at a time like this. There was a garden within the territory. Compared to crops, everyone naturally preferred to admire beautiful flowers and plants. Hiss, hiss. Ah frowned. He vaguely felt like he'd heard something again, but when he turned to check once more, there was still nothing there. Although he saw nothing, the strange sound had now occurred twice. The first time might have been his imagination, but the second time, he was sure he'd really heard it. Given the current situation in the territory, Ah knew he needed to pay closer attention to anything unusual. He couldn't just ignore seemingly trivial details, so he decided to investigate the source of the sound. But just as he was about to act, he heard a teammate calling from not far away. "Ah? Where are you? Time to gather." Ah hesitated for a moment, but in the end decided to focus on his main duties first. As for the strange situation here, he could just report it to the captain and have everyone check it out together. There was no need to go alone. With that thought, he quickly hurried to the assembly point and told everyone what had happened. The captain frowned, finding it odd, but didn't think Ah was lying. There was no reason for that. Besides, this whole area was within their patrol range, so there was no harm in checking it out. The captain first did a head count, then said, "Someone reported something unusual over there. Let's go take a look." The group arrived at the spot where Ah had just been resting and split up to search, but found nothing. "Captain, there's nothing here." "Captain, I didn't see anything either. It doesn't look like there's anyone else here besides us." Maybe Ah was just too tired and misheard. No one found anything, nor did anyone hear any strange sounds, not even Ah himself. So, the matter was simply dropped. "Sorry, everyone. Maybe I really did just mishear." Although Ah still felt uneasy, the facts spoke for themselves. All he could do was apologize for wasting everyone's time. The captain patted him on the shoulder, not blaming him at all. "Caution is a good thing. You did nothing wrong. Even if only 1 out of 10 strange incidents turns out to be real and the other 9 are just illusions, your caution is still meaningful." Ah was moved by the captain's words and looked at him gratefully. The captain patted his shoulder again, then turned to address everyone. "You all stay alert too. If you notice anything unusual, speak up. But don't get too tense, try to relax a bit." "Yes, sir." With those instructions, they resumed their patrol. In the blink of an eye, 8 hours passed. They completed the shift handover with the next team. Ah and the others were so tired their eyelids were drooping. They couldn't wait to get home and rest, and that's exactly what they did. Although working 8 hours a day wasn't normally exhausting, their duties were different. Long hours of walking and standing were tiring enough, not to mention having to stay vigilant the whole time, which made it even harder. They were on the second shift, which ended at 9 p.m. After work, it was time to sleep. Even though there was no longer a distinction between day and night, everyone still habitually tried to stick to their original biological clocks. When Ah got home, he didn't do anything else. He lit the heater and stove, changed clothes, washed up, and went straight to bed. He was so tired that he fell asleep the moment his head hit the pillow. Late at night, the whole territory was brightly lit, but eerily quiet. Other than the patrol teams, there was no one on the roads. Drip, drip. A sound like water dripping onto the ground echoed close by. The person in bed seemed to be disturbed by it and instinctively burrowed deeper under the covers, trying to block out the annoying noise. But it didn't work. The dripping sound continued relentlessly. Soon, as if the source of the sound had noticed his reaction, it intensified. In addition to the water sound, there was now a harsh noise, like fingernails scratching forcefully against glass. What the hell is that? So annoying. Unable to take it anymore, the person in bed got up, his mind still groggy from sleep and unable to think clearly. The source of the noise seemed to realize he was awake, and the sounds grew even louder, clearly trying to get his attention. Wait, that's not right. Lying in bed, he suddenly shivered. The strange noise sounded familiar. Where had he heard it before? The farm. He'd heard this noise at the farm. That's right, the person in bed was, of course, odd. Earlier that afternoon, while on duty at the farm, he'd heard strange noises twice in a row. The first time he thought it was his imagination. The second time he brought everyone to check, but found nothing, so he'd chalked it up to a mistake. But what was happening now? Why was he hearing the same noise as at the farm? What was making that sound? Ah swallowed nervously. For some reason, he suddenly thought of something ominous. Although there were no ghost stories or folk horror legends on Sunset Continent, that didn't mean people didn't know about the existence of ghosts. Of course, in a world with magic like Sunset Continent, ghosts were actually the least frightening things. What people feared more were dark creatures. But that fear wasn't the kind born of terror at the unknown, it was a loathing kind of fear. Thinking of what the captain had quietly told them earlier today, Ah was almost certain that whatever was outside his house was some kind of dangerous creature, deliberately trying to lure him out. And the appearance of such a creature was most likely related to the disaster. Should I go out now? That was the biggest question in Ah's mind. Although the creature outside was making a racket and seemed to be getting more aggressive, it had never come inside, or perhaps it simply couldn't. If it couldn't come in, then it couldn't do anything to him. So, what was there to be afraid of? If you have time to be afraid, you might as well just keep your ears covered and go back to sleep. Maybe when you wake up, that thing will be gone. But Ah was really curious about what was outside. They say curiosity killed the cat. Everyone knows this, but you just can't help wanting to explore the unknown. Even though reason told Ah he shouldn't go out, that going out might lead to something bad, he still couldn't help but get out of bed. Before he knew it, he'd walked to the door. Suddenly, he realized that the noise outside, which had been bothering him all along, had gone quiet. While he found this odd, that strong urge to go out and investigate gradually faded away. Forget it. Better to sleep than to go out and look. Ah pulled his hand back and darted back onto the bed like a rabbit. He'd been woken up by the noise in the first place, and he'd been really sleepy when he woke up. Now that he was back in bed, sleepiness washed over him again. But just before drifting off, he reminded himself of one thing. Something weird happened tonight. I have to report it tomorrow. Day 10 of the polar night winter, daylight has completely disappeared, and temperatures will continue to drop. Today's sunrise and sunset, none. Eternal night. Although it was technically a new day, because it was now eternal night and there was no sun, no one could tell day from night. So you had arranged for night watchmen early on. In ancient times, the night watchman would patrol at night, but since now it was always night, the watchman would walk the streets every hour, beating clappers to remind everyone of the time. At 3 special times, 6 a.m., noon, and 9 p.m., the watchman would switch from clappers to gongs. With the watchman, even though people could no longer tell time by the sky, they could still keep to their usual routines. Because it was eternal night, no one could go outside. All activities had to be carried out within the territory. Luckily, it was only the first day, so people didn't feel too cooped up after just one day indoors. The atmosphere in the territory was still quite good. But things were different for Suyu. Because early in the morning, or rather, Just as everyone was waking up, she had already received two pieces of bad news. The first was that, upon getting up, she received information about the second random event. Random calamity event unlocked, February 3rd snowstorm, source of fear. Source of fear: as night falls, people's fears will take physical form. The deeper the fear, the stronger the power. So it really is like this. Seeing the second random calamity event, she wasn't surprised. Instead, she felt a sense of realization and satisfaction that her suspicions had been confirmed. Earlier, she had asked Anita for help regarding the calamities, but Anita didn't know anything about the polar night winter. However, Anita did connect her with Elder Baiko, who had some clues. Elder Baiko's hints repeatedly emphasized one word: courage. She kept reminding Sue that as long as she didn't give in to fear, she could safely get through the polar night winter. At the time, Sue had already guessed that the polar night winter might bring crises related to emotions like fear and terror. Now, with this random event, everything made sense. If she was right, besides the eternal night and freezing temperatures, the third danger of the polar night winter would be creatures formed from negative emotions like fear and terror, creatures highly likely to attack humans. The people the ranger had written about in his diary, those who left and never returned, were probably victims of these fear creatures. Sue thought she'd been quick to figure things out, but she hadn't expected that someone else would be even faster. Someone had already encountered a fear creature before she'd cracked the truth. Just now, she'd received the second piece of news from a patrol guard named Ao. While on patrol yesterday, he'd heard something strange, and even while resting, he'd been woken up by the same kind of noise. Now that she knew about the fear creatures, so you could easily guess that both the noise Ah heard on patrol and the noise that woke him up at night were made by those creatures. Their purpose was obviously to attract his attention, lure him over, and then kill him. Fortunately, Ah didn't fall for it. Even if he had gone out, it probably wouldn't have been too dangerous. Since he wasn't especially afraid at the time, he was more puzzled and curious. Fear creatures are born from fear. If the fear isn't strong, then the creatures aren't that powerful either. Besides, today was the first true eternal night. Yesterday, there had still been 2 hours of daylight, and even those 2 hours would have weakened the fear creatures. But now, everyone had to be careful. From today onward, it would be true eternal night, and more people in the territory would start to feel fear. The number and strength of the fear creatures would grow. The frustrating thing is, emotions can't be completely controlled by humans. So even though Sue knew that fear would create these creatures, there was no way she could make everyone stop being afraid. That was obviously impossible. She even wondered whether she should tell everyone about the fear creatures. She worried that if she did, it might actually make things worse by intensifying people's emotions and causing more problems. Just as Elder Baiko had said, those who don't know don't fear. Sometimes, fear comes from the unknown, but if you never know the source of fear in the first place, maybe you won't be afraid at all. After thinking it over, Sue decided to first try some other ways to deal with the fear creatures. The event description said that fear creatures are fear made manifest. Since they have a physical form, do they count as living things? In other words, do they have health bars? If they have health bars, then they're nothing to be afraid of. Anything with a health bar can be killed. Other than the fact that they spawn inside the territory, appear and disappear unpredictably, and cause some trouble, they might not be as big a threat as dark creatures. After all, dark creatures not only attack, but also pollute the environment and people. I can assign someone to keep an eye on this. With that thought, Sue decided to run an experiment. But before she did, she needed to warn everyone about the fear creatures. She couldn't tell them directly what they were, but she could find an excuse. She needed to remind everyone, if you hear strange noises in your room, don't get curious and don't go outside. Considering what happened to Aoi during his patrol, Sue reminded everyone that if they had to go outside, it was best to travel in groups to avoid danger. Although Sue wasn't sure if the fear creatures would really refrain from attacking as long as people didn't act alone, having more people together definitely made things less frightening. This, in turn, could weaken the fear creatures to some extent. After posting the announcement to remind everyone, So you plan to gather a few people to study the patterns and attack conditions of the fear creatures. However, ever since Lingao woke up, the little Martin had been acting absent-minded. So you patted its head and asked what was wrong. At first, Lingao didn't say anything, then it snuck a glance at Suyu, thinking it hadn't been noticed. Nothing. Suyu narrowed her eyes. She could tell Lingao was lying, but she didn't know why. Over the past while, Lingbao's main concern had clearly been the dragon egg. So if there was anything worth lying about, it was probably related to the egg. Almost as soon as Lingao was about to sneak away, Suyu had a good guess at what was going on. You secretly fed it blood again, didn't you? Suyu was only suspicious at first, but after she said it, Lingbao's guilty look confirmed her guess. Eep, yes. In a way, Lingao was still obedient. It didn't keep lying. At most, it had just tried to hide the truth. Lingao had never lied to Suyu before. Suyu knew Lingao wouldn't disobey her for no reason. Most likely, something had happened with the dragon egg again, which was why Lingao had gone behind her back to feed it blood, despite her repeated warnings. Why didn't you tell me? If it really needed it, I wouldn't have stopped you. Suyu wasn't lying. She had already accepted Lingao feeding the dragon egg with blood, so she wouldn't suddenly change her mind. To put it bluntly, it wasn't even her own blood being used. As long as Lingao was safe, she wouldn't interfere. I was busy. Yeah, I didn't want you to worry. Lingbao's answer caught Suyu off guard. She hadn't expected that, but she believed it was the real reason Lingao had kept it from her. Suyu's heart softened. She stroked Lingbao's head and spoke gently. I am busy, but I can always make time for important things. If you don't tell me about this and later something happens to your body or to the egg, I'll just end up even busier and more worried. Lingao looked a little confused, but seemed to understand. It nodded blankly, then snuggled into Suyu's hands, rubbing its head against her palm. Suyu took the chance to pet it a few more times. All right, I'll check on the dragon egg a bit later. Right now, I have other things to deal with. Are you coming with me or staying? Since Lingao had already fed the egg, it was probably fine for now. Otherwise, Lingao would be even more anxious than she was. Since it wasn't urgent, she could check on it later. The most important thing now was to study the fear creatures, what exactly they were, and how to handle them. Lingao hesitated for a few seconds, then leapt onto Suyu's shoulder, curling itself around her neck like a furry scarf. It didn't say anything, but its actions made it clear it wanted to go with her. All right then, let's go together. You might even spot something useful. Lingbao was a treasure-seeking beast with dragon blood. The former meant its senses were sharp, and the latter gave it a natural advantage over other creatures. With Lingbao around, maybe they'd have some unexpected luck dealing with the fear creatures. This is where I heard the noise yesterday, Ah said, wiping sweat from his brow, his nervousness obvious. So you didn't say anything. In situations like this, anything she said would only make Ah more nervous. Everyone, look around. At least 3 people in a group. If anything happens, call for help immediately. At her command, the 20 or so people Siu had brought split up, leaving only 3 behind. The rest spread out to search. As the one who discovered the site, Ah joined a search team. Once he was out of Siyu's sight, he let out a huge sigh of relief. Siu had guessed right. If she'd shown any more concern for Ah, he might have dropped to his knees on the spot. Siyu's status was one reason, but the main reason was that yesterday, Ah had been caught gossiping by Lake. And just now, Lake was standing right next to Siyu. Since the territory soldiers would be responsible for clearing out the fear creatures, and Lake managed those soldiers, of course he was present. If it were just Siyu, Ah wouldn't have felt so awkward. But seeing Lake made him want to disappear on the spot. Do I really seem that scary? Siyu felt Ah's reaction was a bit odd. It was normal for him to be nervous around her, but why did he seem afraid? Lake smiled and explained what had happened yesterday. So that's what it was. Siyu didn't think Ah's comment was a big deal. Surely there were plenty of people who wondered about her decisions. They just hadn't said it out loud, or hadn't been overheard. It's really nothing serious. As long as they follow orders, that's enough. Lake could tell this was how Siyu felt. He knew the Lord wasn't petty. Yes, you're right. But some things still need to be explained. I don't want them thinking something is unnecessary and letting their guard down. So you truly didn't mind what Ah had said, but she didn't want people skipping tasks or slacking off just because they thought something wasn't important. They didn't have to understand, but they did have to follow orders. Yes, I understand. I'll pass the word along, Lake replied with a nod. As they spoke, someone called out, Lord, Sir Lake, we found some tracks over there. They look like human footprints. Lake, human footprints? See you, let's go take a look. Normally, human footprints wouldn't be surprising in the territory. But this was a remote corner that people rarely visited, especially during the polar night. Even with lighting, there were still blind spots shrouded in darkness. The place where they found the footprints was one of those spots, a place almost no one ever went. If it had been any other kind of track, Siyu and Lake wouldn't have been so surprised. Arriving at the spot where the traces were found, Lake lifted his lantern and examined the ground closely. Then he turned back and said, My lord, these are definitely human footprints. Judging by the size, I'd say they probably belong to a man. Siyu asked, Check the tread pattern, can you tell what kind of shoes they are? Lake paused. He honestly hadn't thought to look at the tread before. He crouched down again, studied the prints carefully, and finally came to a conclusion. These footprints, they actually look a lot like the ones our territory guards wear. Lake frowned, a bit unsure, so he called over someone nearby and asked him to take off his shoes. All the guards in the territory have a standard-issue uniform, which includes not just clothes but also shoes. Although the uniforms were all designed and made by Dolly, Lake was the head of the guards, so he was familiar with all the details. That's right, they're guard shoes. I just can't tell if they're from a gate guard or a patrol guard. The uniforms for gate guards and patrol guards are different, but the shoes are the same, so there's no way to distinguish between them by the footprints alone. However, since gate guards are always stationed at the gates, and only patrol guards travel all over the territory, everyone figured the prints most likely belonged to a patrol guard. While Lake was asking the others if any of them had been here, Siyu fell into thought. After Lake finished questioning the 3 people who found the footprints and confirmed that none of them had left them, the spirit treasure wrapped around Suyu's neck poked her. Yip. Egg. Could there be another problem with the egg? Suyu's train of thought was instantly derailed. Seeing that the investigation here wasn't going anywhere, she gave Lake a few instructions, then turned and hurried to the ranch with the spirit treasure. After all, there was nothing more she could do here for now. Lake could handle things. But the dragon egg had already had 2 incidents in a short time. The first was when the spirit treasure secretly fed it blood. Now, with this second issue, she had to go check it out herself. Unknown creature's egg. Status: incubating. Vitality: 7 out of 100. Incubation time: unknown. Hatch probability: 16%. The dragon egg was found on the 2nd day of the disaster. Today was the 13th day, so the egg had been in the territory for nearly 2 weeks. Other than the first day, when she fed it blood, Siyu hadn't really checked on the egg since. No wonder something had gone wrong. With just that tiny bit of blood the spirit treasure had fed it over 10 days ago, it was already impressive the egg had lasted this long. Although the spirit treasure had secretly fed the egg again yesterday, it had listened to Siyu and didn't give too much. As a result, when Siyu checked today, the egg's vitality wasn't even in the double digits. It's really not doing well. It needs more of your blood, Siyu said to the spirit treasure after checking. Feed, the spirit treasure replied without hesitation, nodding firmly. Siyu had expected this, so she'd already taken out the recovery potion she'd used last time from her backpack. Blood feeding successful, vitality plus 12. Blood feeding successful, vitality plus 11. Blood feeding successful, vitality plus 10. Blood feeding successful, vitality plus 10. Blood feeding successful, vitality plus 10. Just like last time, after each blood feeding, Siyu gave the spirit treasure some recovery potion. Only after it had recovered would she let it feed the egg again. Since the spirit treasure had already fed the egg once yesterday, Siyu planned to do it only 3 times today. Any more would be bad for its health. But, frustratingly, the vitality gained from each feeding was much less this time. The first time, each feeding gave 19 points of vitality. Now, each one only gave 10, half as effective. Even after hardening her heart and letting the spirit treasure feed the egg 2 extra times, the egg's vitality only barely made it to the passing line of 60/100. It had only been half a month, and the effect of the spirit treasure's blood had already dropped this much. Incubating this dragon egg would take months, maybe even years. How much would she have to invest to actually hatch it? Was this really a dragon egg? It was more like a money pit. So you noticed the spirit treasure was still eager, as if it realized the egg wasn't full yet. But she wasn't going to let it feed the egg anymore. She wasn't about to risk the spirit treasure's health for an egg, especially one that might not even hatch. Forget it. You got lucky, Siu muttered, frowning. Though she was reluctant, she took out a small transparent bottle from her backpack. The bottle was only about 2 fingers tall, filled with liquid to about 80%. This was the elven spring water Annetta had sent her via the spirit bird. This wasn't ordinary spring water, but the highest quality water from near the source. Siu only had this one small bottle. Aside from giving a little to the spirit bird when she first received it, she'd never used it. She'd planned to save it until she got even rarer ingredients, then have Vivian use it to make a top-grade potion. But given the situation, if she kept hoarding it, the dragon egg was as good as dead. Last time, after feeding blood, the egg's vitality was in the 80s. 10 days later, it was down to 7, even after the spirit treasure fed it again yesterday. That meant the egg lost 8 or 9 vitality points a day. There were still about 20 days left until the disaster ended, meaning the egg would need nearly 200 vitality points to survive, and that was just a low estimate. As the egg grew, its daily vitality consumption would only increase. Before, 80-something vitality barely lasted 10 days. Soon, even 100 points wouldn't be enough for 10 days. To make matters worse, Vivian was busy researching disaster-related potions. Even if she wasn't, there were plenty of patients needing her help. So, the plan to use beast fruit as a substitute for nutrients wouldn't have results for at least another half-month. And even then, there was no guarantee it would work. Thinking this far, Siu didn't hesitate. She opened the bottle and carefully tipped it until, after a long wait, a single drop of spring water fell onto the dragon egg. Elven spring water feeding successful, vitality plus 30. First time feeding high-grade material, hatch probability plus 3%. Suyu. Looking at the result, Siu felt her vision go black. 30 points of vitality might seem like a lot, but you have to remember, feeding the spirit beast blood now gives less vitality than before, but it's still 10 points per feeding. In other words, feeding it 3 times equals 1 drop of spring water. A single drop of spirit spring water is a life-saving treasure at a critical moment. In terms of value, the spirit beast's blood can't even compare. And as for this 3% hatching rate, forget it, not even worth mentioning. It's just something useless at this stage. If the dragon egg can't even survive until hatching, then even a 100% hatching rate is pointless. Anyway, what's done is done. Even if Siu regretted it, it was too late. But she didn't regret it, because she never really had a choice. Lingbao, come here. After comforting herself, Siu had already calmed down. She waved Lingbao over and fed it some spring water as well. The spring water was precious, but good things are meant to be used. If you never use them, they lose their value. Besides, she still had nearly a full bottle left. As long as the dragon egg didn't mutate into a gluttonous constitution, it would definitely be enough. She'd already used the spring water on the dragon egg. There was no reason to let her own child suffer, especially since Lingbao had given so much blood. Lingbao had been a bit listless before. Although it tried hard not to show it, Siu wasn't blind, she could tell it wasn't as lively as usual. It was obvious. This was a side effect of blood loss. Feeling better? Siu squeezed Lingbao's paw pads and, seeing it visibly perk up, finally let out a sigh of relief. Lingbao knew how precious the spring water was, and it also knew how much Siu cared about it. Delighted, it hugged Siyu's wrist tightly. After playing with Lingao for a while, Siu still had important things to do, so she left Lingao there to watch over the dragon egg. Leaving the ranch, Siu found Lake and got a series of updates on what had been discovered while she was away. My lord, I've already questioned all the territory guards. They all say they've never been to that corner, Lake reported. The corner he referred to as where they'd found the footprints. He'd just finished checking who might have left them. Since the shoes had been identified as the guard's standard issue, he'd naturally had each squad leader question their own team. The result was unexpected, but somehow not surprising. That area is pretty remote, and there's nothing there worth paying attention to. They have no reason to lie, so I tend to believe they're telling the truth. Honestly, so you could have guessed this even if Lake hadn't said it. If the footprints had been found near the warehouse or another important building, maybe someone was up to no good. But the farm was isolated. To allow for future expansion, there were no other buildings nearby except for the well and a few facilities. If the footprints weren't left by the guards, then who could it be? It's not like someone would deliberately steal a guard's shoes just to stomp around in that corner, right? That seemed unlikely too. The guards all had assigned housing in the residential area, which was always bustling. Even if someone wasn't home, there were plenty of neighbors around. Breaking in unnoticed was nearly impossible. And even if someone did manage to steal a pair of shoes, what would be the point? Lake could see her confusion. Honestly, he'd felt the same way earlier, but soon he'd uncovered a new clue. Lord, after comparing the prints, we found that one of them matches Oz's footprint exactly. This was new information, but it only made things more puzzling. After all, it was Oz himself who'd drawn their attention there in the first place, and now the footprint matched his. Was he playing the thief crying, "Stop, thief"? Are you sure? Positive. Other guards' shoes could leave similar prints, but only Oz's shoes are a perfect match for that footprint. With Lake's certainty, there was no doubt. Now Sue was even more confused. But soon, she realized something. What had brought them there in the first place? It was the strange noise Oz had mentioned, which she suspected was made by a fear creature. But so far, they'd all been distracted by the footprint and had completely forgotten about that. So, was it possible that the footprint was actually left by the fear creature? Lake had said they hadn't found any other unusual traces nearby, apart from the footprint. I remember Oz also said he was woken up by that strange noise while sleeping. Did you check around his home? Sue suspected the footprint was left by the fear creature, but had no proof, so she decided to look for other ways to verify her theory. Oz had encountered the strange noise twice. If they could find matching footprints in odd corners near his home, it would basically confirm that the prints were left by the fear creature and that it was very fixated. Because the one watching Oz was always the same fear creature. We checked, and there were footprints, but they could have been left by Oz himself. After all, it was his home. It would be strange if there weren't any of his footprints, unless he could levitate. Only Oz's footprints? Sue pressed. Lake nodded. That's right. Oz used to live at the inn, but after joining the patrol team, he was assigned a room. He specifically requested the top floor. Not many people like living up there, so he moved into an empty room and has lived alone ever since. The top floor meant no one would go upstairs without reason, and there wouldn't be random footprints outside his door. If someone lived downstairs, anyone coming down from above would leave prints in the stairwell. Living alone also meant there wouldn't be anyone else leaving stray prints at his door to confuse their investigation. Normally, he should be the only one leaving footprints on that floor. I'll go take a look. Sue seemed to have an idea. Just as she'd thought, if there were only footprints at the farm, it might not prove any connection to the fear creature. But Oz had clearly heard strange noises at home, which meant the fear creature had been near his house the night before. Yet, there were only his footprints nearby. That left only two possibilities. All these footprints were left by Oz. The sounds he heard at night were just hallucinations, or perhaps the noises he heard weren't made by the fear creature at all. The fear creature that's targeted Oz, just like what happened at the farm, put on shoes identical to Oz's and moved around his house, so only Oz's footprints would be left behind. Clearly, the first possibility is extremely unlikely. Oz's mental state is perfectly normal. There's no way he's hallucinating. Plus, he himself said that the sounds he heard at home were the same as those at the farm, so it's highly probable that both were made by the same creature. These footprints aren't right. As soon as they arrived at Oz's front door, Sue immediately noticed that a few of the footprints were out of place. Normally, A person walking would leave a neat trail of footprints, one step at a time. But Suyu spotted several overlapping, messy prints, as if someone in a confused state had been spinning in circles on the spot. Have you been drinking lately? Or have you felt unwell recently, like dizzy or anything? Lake understood what Suyu meant and quickly called Ah over to ask. Ah shook his head in confusion. I hardly ever drink. The last time I had any was over a year ago. And I've been feeling fine lately, nothing wrong at all. Suyu and Lake exchanged a glance, both thinking, just as expected. So these footprints near the window and those in the corner of the farm were left by the same thing. And that thing was most likely the fear creature. So, what kind of creature is this fear being, that it can wear human shoes? And secondly, how did it get hold of Ah's shoes? Where do you usually keep your shoes? Have you ever lost a pair? Now that Lake understood the situation, he called Ah over again to ask more questions. Ah looked even more bewildered than they did. After all, as the person involved, he didn't know any more than they did. He answered Lake's question with certainty. I only have 2 pairs of uniform shoes. I wear 1 pair, and the other I leave out on the balcony to air out, then put in the shoe cabinet. I've never lost any shoes. I air them out on the balcony every day, and the shoe cabinet is right by the door. I definitely notice if any shoes went missing. And Ah frowned, sounding a bit uncertain. I don't know what woke me up last night while I was sleeping, but whatever it was, it shouldn't have been able to get into my room, right? If it couldn't get in, then it shouldn't have been able to steal my shoes either, should it? As for whether the fear creature could enter the house, Lake wasn't sure. He was just as clueless as Ah about what exactly had left those traces. But Suyu was more certain. She was about 80% sure that fear creatures couldn't enter houses. After all, previous information had mentioned that during the polar night, the noises made while people slept were meant to lure humans outside. If the creatures could really come in, they'd just barge in and kill everyone instead of going to the trouble of luring people out. Since the fear creature couldn't have stolen the shoes, then where did its shoes come from? It couldn't have been born with a pair of shoes, could it? And the shoes just happened to be identical to Ah's? Maybe it's not impossible. Suyu seemed to think of something and muttered to herself. Lake vaguely heard her, but since she didn't elaborate, he didn't ask. Lord, how do you plan to handle this? Lake knew there was nothing more they could do about this matter. Even though he could guess from the Lord's attitude that this unknown creature was hostile, simply put, it would attack them. But the enemy was hiding in the dark while they were out in the open. They knew nothing, and the enemy had revealed almost nothing. The investigation had hit a dead end, and he didn't know how to proceed. Suyu gave him a look, and Lake sent Ah and the others away, leaving just the 2 of them. We might have to trouble you tonight. Lake immediately understood she had a plan. It's no trouble at all. This is my duty. What do you need me to do, my lord? It's nothing special. Just the usual. All you need to do is... Night fell. Or rather, there was no longer any distinction between day and night, because now it was only night. In any case, it was time to sleep. Ah lay in bed, trying hard to fall asleep. But because he'd been helping with the investigation today, Lord Lake had given him the day off. He'd seemed busy, but hadn't actually done much, so he wasn't really tired. On top of that, from the conversation between the Lord and Lake, he realized he'd probably been targeted, which made it even harder to sleep. He lay there with his eyes open for over half an hour, not the least bit sleepy. Then he thought about getting up, but was afraid something might be watching him from outside, so he gave up on that idea. I heard counting sheep helps you fall asleep. I tried to hypnotize himself, closing his eyes and counting silently in his mind. Maybe it was psychological, or maybe something else, but when he got to 452, he really did fall asleep. A sliver of silvery moonlight filtered through the curtains. The whole house, inside and out, was silent, with only Ah's soft breathing. 1 hour. 2 hours. 3 hours. It was almost 1 a.m. SSSSSS. Ah frowned unconsciously, then instinctively buried his head under the covers. He didn't wake up, but something still refused to leave him alone. Seeing no reaction from him, it kept on pestering him relentlessly. Huh. Swish, swish, swish. The noises multiplied and grew louder. That familiar feeling returned. Ah was still asleep, but he felt restless. He dreamed he was in a forest. The sky was a deep night blue, with no stars or moon, like a black curtain shrouding the world, stifling and oppressive. Creak. Ah jumped in fright, then looked down and realized he'd stepped on a branch. He breathed a sigh of relief, but as soon as he looked up, his breath caught in his throat. He saw a humanoid shadow. A shadow less than 5 meters away. Help for some reason, even though he didn't know whether it was friend or foe, he instinctively wanted to call for help. But he only got out one syllable before his voice was cut off. Not only that, Ah realized his whole body felt as heavy as lead. He couldn't move his hands or feet, and his neck was as stiff as if it were encased in plaster. He couldn't even control the opening and closing of his own eyes. If he could, he would have loved to shut them tight because once his eyes were closed, he wouldn't see anything. If he couldn't see, he wouldn't feel afraid. But he couldn't do it. All he could do was stare helplessly as that shadowy figure slowly drew closer. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. He had a premonition. Once it reached him, death would be waiting. He was powerless to resist and unable to look away, so all he could do was wait in despair for death to arrive. When the shadow was less than half a meter away, a sudden shaft of moonlight fell from behind him. The shadow, which had been so dark its features were hidden, was suddenly revealed. How is this possible? Ah cried out in shock. Somehow, he suddenly found he could move again. He stumbled back 2 steps, then turned and ran. Behind him, he heard the sound of hurried footsteps in pursuit. He ran for his life, but his mind was filled with the all-too-familiar face of that shadow. Bang! Maybe because he was distracted, he tripped over a vine on the ground as he ran. Ah snapped awake. Even though it was freezing cold, he was drenched in sweat, his clothes soaked through. The fireplace glowed faintly in the darkness. For a long moment, Ah sat in a daze, before finally realizing that everything he'd just experienced had only been a dream. But even though it was a dream, the fall was real. He'd been so startled he'd rolled right off the bed. The bed wasn't high, but he still felt sore all over, partly from the fall, partly from the tension in his muscles during the nightmare. Thank goodness, it was just a dream. Ah let out a long breath. He climbed up from the floor, but then, as if remembering something, his whole body tensed up. He recalled the shadow in his dream. It was a person, someone exactly his size, with exactly his face. Only heaven knew how shocked Ah had been to see a figure that looked exactly like himself. He even began to doubt his own identity. Was he really Ah? If so, then who was that person? But before he could think further, a sense of danger made him instinctively want to flee from that Ah. He did just that, then tripped and woke up from the dream. Was that really just a dream, or is it something more? Ah scratched his head, muttering to himself. But before he could finish his thought, a loud commotion sounded from outside. Unlike the noises he'd heard the previous night, this time the sounds were familiar. They were the sounds of weapons clashing. Someone was fighting outside. He instinctively got dressed, ready to leave the room and check what was going on, but hesitated as he approached the door. Throughout it all, he hadn't heard a single human voice from outside. There were sounds of fighting, but no voices. That was definitely strange. His hand on the doorknob recoiled as if burned. He pressed his ear to the door, listening carefully. The fighting outside grew more intense, but Ah still heard no voices, not even footsteps. That was even more suspicious. No voices could be explained as people not wanting to disturb others' sleep. It was the middle of the night, after all, and this was an apartment building. But not even footsteps? That was impossible. If people were deliberately being quiet, maybe, but who would go out of their way to muffle their footsteps in the middle of a fight? That would just waste energy. Just as Ah was thinking the commotion outside might be a trap to lure him out, he heard hurried footsteps and a familiar voice not far away. Take him. Ah's heart skipped a beat. He peered through the peephole and sure enough saw Lord Lake, whom he'd only met the day before. Having confirmed it was Lake outside, Ah should have gone out immediately to see what was happening. But maybe because of that strange dream, he still hesitated. He wasn't sure if the dream was just a dream or a warning. If he could encounter a shadow in his dream that looked exactly like himself, was it possible he might meet some unknown creature that looked exactly like Lord Lake? Knock, knock. Before Ah could think further, the noise outside gradually faded, replaced by a knocking at his door. The knock startled Ah so much he jumped back. Then he heard that familiar voice again from outside. "Ah, it's Lake. Please open the door. Something's happened outside, and I need you to come take a look." Maybe thinking Ah was asleep, Lake raised his voice. He'd noticed something was wrong, so he had to wake Ah up. He felt a little bad, but there was no choice. At worst, he'd help Ah apply for a few extra days of paid leave later. Ah heard Lake's voice again, and his resolve wavered. All the noises he'd heard so far had been strange, but none of them had included a human voice. Even in his dream, when he'd faced the Ah who looked exactly like him, he'd instinctively asked who the other was. The other just raised a weapon in silence, expressionless. Maybe this unknown creature couldn't speak? If that was the case, then this Lake who could speak must be real, right? "Lord Lake, I'm awake, but for some reasons I can't open the door right now. Do you have a spare key? Could you open it yourself?" Even though he was pretty sure it was Lake outside, Ah didn't want to take any chances. If Lake could open the door and come in, then he'd know it was really him. Everyone in the territory knew that there were always 2 keys to every residence in the district, one for the owner, and one kept by the territory authorities, even if you'd bought the place yourself. The territory kept a key for emergencies. Life and governance here were different from the real world, and most people accepted this arrangement, since it was standard practice in most territories. Still, out of respect for private property, the authorities would never use the key lightly. Even in emergencies, they'd usually get the owner's consent first. If they were ever caught sneaking in, the territory's reputation would be ruined. There had even been a case where a high-ranking official broke into a resident's home for personal reasons. Once it was exposed, a territory of over 1,000 people became a ghost town in 3 days, and the culprit's fate remained unknown. Behavior like this would spark public outrage among all the residents of the territory, so everyone would see it as their duty to punish such actions. The biggest difference between this world and the real world is that anyone can leave their current territory and seek out a new home. There's never a shortage of places to settle here. Because of this, many of the rules are different from those in the real world. Of course, if someone doesn't want the territory to keep a spare key, that's also allowed, as long as they're willing to sign a waiver. In that case, the territory won't interfere with their private property, nor will it be responsible for any emergencies that happen inside their home. Wait a moment, I'll go get the key. Although Lake didn't know why Ah was making this request, after spending a day getting to know him, he understood that Ah never spoke without reason. There had to be a purpose behind this. It was a bit of a hassle, but since he needed to get inside, Lake had no choice but to pay a late-night visit to the Lord and get the key to Ah's house from her. Siu has woken up. She soothed Lingbao, who had also woken, back to sleep, then took the key and got ready to go with Lake. When they arrived at Ah's house, Lake used the key to open the door, while Siu stayed outside to check on the dark, tightly bound fear creature. "Lord Lake, I'm really sorry to trouble you." In fact, when Ah heard that Lake was going to get the key, he became even more convinced that this was real. If Lake hadn't left so quickly, he might have just opened the door himself. Now, as soon as Lake unlocked the door, Ah hurried out of his room and started babbling, explaining his dream and why he had acted the way he did. Lake had already guessed that Ah had a reason for his behavior. Now, hearing that he was just worried the monster might impersonate him and wasn't trying to make trouble, Lake didn't get angry. "It's good to be cautious. It wasn't much trouble for me to get the key, just a bit of a bother for the Lord to come out at this hour." Lake himself didn't mind making the trip, since it wasn't far, but he felt a bit helpless about waking the Lord. What? The Lord came too. Ah already felt guilty for being overly cautious, and now, hearing that the Lord had come because of him, he nearly blacked out. Being careful is a good thing. I wish everyone could be as cautious as you, then we'd have far fewer casualties. Siu praised Ah's actions. To outsiders, It might seem strange to refuse someone entry just because of a weird dream, but to Suyu, this wasn't odd at all. In fact, she thought it showed cleverness. After all, this continent was full of mysterious incidents, and it wasn't uncommon for someone to escape disaster because of a dream. All right, come take a look. Suyu beckoned the two over, then said to Ai, "Your dream was real." Ai was stunned for a moment, then followed Suyu's gesture, and saw a face he knew all too well. Ai was so frightened he fell to the ground. Wasn't that his own face? Honestly, Ai wasn't the timid type. He was a patrol guard, after all. But this time, he'd been truly shaken by his dream. In that terrifying dream, he'd encountered someone who looked exactly like him. Even though he knew he was awake now, seeing that familiar face again dragged him right back into that nightmare, filling him with dread. So you looked in surprise at the fear creature's rapidly rising stats, and then glanced at the shell-shocked Ai, instantly understanding. No wonder these creatures fed on fear. Ai had only been scared for a few seconds, but the stats of the fear creatures had already increased significantly. That's right, Suyu was now certain that these shadowy figures were the unique, dangerous creatures of the polar night winter. They had exactly the same appearance as humans. In fact, they could perfectly copy someone's face. No one knew the rules behind their copying, and while they didn't seem able to speak, their identical appearance could cause all sorts of trouble. And now there was clear evidence that they gained power from fear. Suyu had watched their stats increase by 5% in just a few seconds. 5% might not sound like much, but these creatures could keep growing stronger indefinitely. According to the information panel, the boost they got from fear wasn't fixed. If someone was only startled, the stats might go up by just a point or two, or not at all. But if someone was truly terrified, like Ai, the boost could be much greater. 5% wasn't the limit. The exact increase depended on how scared the person was. Does it look exactly like the one you saw in your dream? Suyu asked Ai. Ai had recovered by now. Although facing someone who looked exactly like him was still unsettling, he nodded and answered Suyu. Yes, it's exactly the same. Only the clothes are different. The Ai on the ground was wearing the same pajamas as him, but in the dream, it had been wearing his patrol uniform. At that moment, Ai realized something. My lord, if I remember correctly, in my dream, it was wearing the same clothes as me too. Ai wasn't sure if this was important, but he mentioned it anyway. Suyu thought for a moment, then said, "Go inside and change your clothes." Since Ai had brought this up, he suspected that this Ai might change to match his appearance. Suyu's request was clearly meant to test that theory. "I'll go right now." With that, Ai turned and went inside. It was cold, and he was wearing several layers, so changing took him a few minutes. After 3 or 4 minutes, Ai came out in his regular clothes. Because the door opened outward and the fear creature was behind it, Ai was hidden at first. But when he closed the door and stepped out, everyone saw that the Ai in pajamas had now changed into regular clothes too. This miraculous transformation left everyone stunned, especially Ai. After all, the creature was still using his face. Even though he tried to comfort himself, he couldn't quite accept it. Suyu said, "I understand now." Suyu glanced at Ai's position, then looked at the fear creature in front of her. "It's imitating you, but imitation requires a model. When you were changing clothes inside, it couldn't see you, so it didn't change. When you came out, the door blocked its view, so again, it didn't change. But as soon as he closed the door and revealed himself, the fear creature saw him and instinctively altered its appearance to match his. Now, the mysterious footprints identical to Ai's shoes finally had an explanation. Clearly, when the fear creature was imitating Ai, it even copied his shoes. On that day, when it was peeping at Ai from the corner, it naturally left those footprints behind. Suyu's explanation made everyone suddenly realize the truth, but some people still had other questions. "My lord, why does it only imitate Ai and not the rest of us?" A patrolling guard standing nearby couldn't help but ask. As soon as he finished, he regretted it. They all knew these creatures were new and unfamiliar, even to their lord. Any information Siu had was painstakingly deduced, and his question didn't really have any clues to go on. How could their lord possibly know the answer? If the lord didn't know, wouldn't that just put her on the spot? Thinking of this, the guard quickly added, "I was just speaking offhand, my lord. Please don't mind me, you have more important things to deal with." He tried to give Siu a way out, but she just smiled and didn't take it because, as it happened, she actually did know the answer. My guess is that these creatures grow by feeding on fear, and their birth also requires fear. This particular fear creature was likely born from Ai's fear, so it naturally changes along with him. When Siu said this, Ah couldn't help but think back to the day before the polar night began, the day Lord Lake caught him gossiping. He really had been frightened then. Could it be that this fear creature was born at that very moment? Thinking of this, Ah felt even more that he should have kept his mouth shut. If he hadn't gossiped, Lord Lake wouldn't have overheard, he wouldn't have been scared, and this Ah in front of them wouldn't exist. So that's how it is. Although the others didn't know why Ah had been frightened, they understood Suyu's explanation. But understanding only made them more uneasy. My lord, I'm not exactly timid, but there's no guarantee I'll never be scared. I'm sure everyone feels the same. If that's the case, wouldn't these things just keep appearing endlessly? Just thinking about the possibility made the speaker shiver, not from the cold, but from his own imagination. Then, realizing he was feeling uncontrollable fear, his face turned pale, then green, looking quite awful. Sure enough, fear is an emotion humans simply can't control. While everyone can try to manage their actions when afraid, they can't control their hearts. Seeing his expression, Siu could guess what he was thinking, but she still knew too little about these fear creatures to offer a solution. That's what she thought, but she couldn't say it out loud. Now that everyone knew fear was the creature's food, even if they tried to control themselves, they'd still feel afraid. There weren't many people present, but many crises start small and grow. How could they be endless? Look at the creature in front of you, there's only one, isn't there? Siu originally meant to comfort everyone, but as soon as she said it, she realized she was reminding herself as well. She suppressed her suspicions and continued, "You can ask Ao, since yesterday, how many times has he been afraid? It's definitely more than once, but there's only this one creature. So it seems that only one fear shadow can be born from a single person's fear." Fear shadow, that was the new name Siu gave these creatures. Before, since they didn't know what it was, they just called it a fear creature, but now that she understood more, she renamed it based on its characteristics. Fear shadow, the fear part is obvious, and shadow has two meanings. First, from a distance, it really does look like a black shadow. Second, it's like a person's shadow. It lives in the night, imitates humans, follows them, like a shadow that never leaves. As for whether only one fear shadow can be born from a person, Siu wasn't completely sure, but based on the facts, it seemed to be the case. I see. The person who spoke earlier let out a heavy sigh of relief at Suyu's words. And not just him, everyone else relaxed too. They couldn't hope that fear shadows would never appear, but compared to the idea of them spawning endlessly, the thought that each person could only produce one was much easier to accept. Unlike everyone else, Siu still felt a trace of worry. She'd considered the possibility that as long as a person's fear shadow was alive, no new ones would appear, but if it died, would another be born? That was unknown. Of course, Siu hoped it would be a one-and-done deal, kill one and that person's emotions would never produce another. But she couldn't rule out the other possibility. Still, this wasn't the time or place to mention it. Siu glanced at Lake beside her, then said, "Now that things are settled and it's so late, everyone should go back and get some rest." As soon as she finished, Lake, catching her signal, started organizing the aftermath. One group took the fear shadow to the black prison, another continued patrolling, and the rest went home. As for Ao, Siu had originally wanted to tell him that a new fear shadow might appear if the old one died, but considering how much he'd been through today, and since she planned to use him as a test subject for further study, she decided to let him go home and get a good night's sleep first, so he'd have enough energy. After Ao left, only Suyu and Lake remained. Siu didn't hide her suspicions from Lake. After explaining her two theories, She asked Lake to start visiting everyone in the territory to ask if anyone else had experienced the same strange sounds as I. If no one else had, that would be ideal. But if there were others, they could help keep watch and catch the shadow of fear that belonged to them. Lake naturally agreed to Sue's plan, but since it was already late and most people were resting, these tasks would have to wait until everyone woke up. When it was supposed to be daytime, Lake got up and immediately began carrying out Sue's instructions. He had his men start from the residential area, going door to door and discreetly asking if anyone had experienced anything similar to I. Since the people doing this were all uniformed patrol guards, the residents weren't particularly wary. Plus, the questions weren't private or difficult to answer, so the patrol's work went very smoothly. After this round of questioning, it turned out that there were already 32 people who, like I, had heard strange noises. Although 33 people, including Au, was only about 1% of the total population, this was just after a single day. If they hadn't discovered Au's case early, in 10 days the number of fear shadows in the territory would have reached 300. And that's just a conservative estimate. As time went on, with the mounting pressure of the disaster, the tense atmosphere of endless darkness, and the various crises caused by the fear shadows, everyone's fear would only grow. That meant more fear shadows would appear each day. Fortunately, there was no if. They had discovered all this in advance, so now they had plenty of time to make arrangements. While Lake was leading people to investigate the territory, Sue took a team to the Black Prison to conduct a series of studies on the fear shadow. She kept experimenting until the fear shadow died, but she still hadn't solved all her questions. Still, this round of experiments had taught her a lot, which was a good thing. Fear shadows can only hide in darkness. They can't appear in the light. They are born from someone's fear and feed on that same fear. They can't enter sealed rooms, so they have to lure people outside to harm them. They can't mimic human voices, but can make all sorts of strange noises to attract attention. They will attack others, but their main target is always the source of their own fear, the person whose emotions gave birth to them. All the information about fear shadows filled an entire sheet of paper. Sue now understood the habits of fear shadows very well. After all, she'd spent a whole day experimenting on one. The only pity was that she'd accidentally killed it during the process. Since they hadn't caught a second fear shadow yet, Sue's experiments had to be put on hold for now. What frustrated Sue was that, although she'd uncovered a lot of information, she still hadn't figured out the answers to the most important questions. The most critical was, after a fear shadow dies, will its source, the person whose fear created it, generate a second shadow if they remain afraid? And what happens if a fear shadow succeeds in killing its source? Are there other conditions for a fear shadow's creation besides fear itself? So Lake arranged for people to keep an eye on these 30-some individuals, and whenever any of them went home, he'd assign guards to watch their houses. Though this method was cumbersome and not very efficient, it was effective. By midday, he and his team had spotted 25 different fear shadows. Of those, they managed to capture 11 alive. Perhaps because they acted so quickly, most of the fear shadows had just been born and hadn't absorbed much fear to strengthen themselves. 8 were accidentally killed during the capture. As for the remaining 6, due to a shortage of manpower, they escaped during the attempt to catch them. Overall, today's operation against the fear shadows was fairly successful. Not only did Sue gain 11 more test subjects, but they also discovered the pattern of how fear shadows attacked, which would greatly help them deal with the threat in the future. However, what was a bit frustrating was that one of the fear shadows caught today was apprehended at the inn. Although they had deliberately avoided the crowds during the capture, a traveler accidentally stumbled upon the scene. His startled cry immediately drew the attention of many people, causing considerable panic. Even though Lake quickly came up with an excuse to explain things and managed to calm everyone down, the panic had already been caused, and the consequences were irreversible. Lord, I'm truly sorry. This was my mistake. I should have chased the shadow out of the inn and caught it outside. Lake stood in front of Suyu, remorsefully reflecting on his blunder during today's operation. Although chasing the shadow out of the inn would have greatly increased the chance of it escaping, compared to causing panic by catching it inside, it might have been better to let it go. At least if it escaped, the total number of fierce shadows in the territory wouldn't have changed. But after today's incident, many people were frightened, so it's easy to imagine how many more fierce shadows would appear in the territory once this was over. Remember this lesson. Just don't make the same mistake next time. So you didn't comfort him with words like, "It's not your fault," because the arrangement was indeed Lake's oversight. Anyone should know that catching someone in a crowded place would cause chaos. Lake had tried to avoid people, but he was still too impatient. He was eager to catch the fierce shadow quickly, which led to exposing himself in front of many witnesses. But what's done is done. There's no point in Siu saying anything more. Since Lake realized his mistake, he just needed to be more careful next time. Lake understood the Lord's meaning, so he didn't dwell on it. What's done is done, and the priority now was to deal with the aftermath. That is, how to handle the fear shadows generated by the people who were frightened today. Lord, I've already had everyone register the names of those present today, 64 people in total. I'll arrange for them to be closely monitored. After the panic, Lake's first reaction was, "Oh no, these people have been scared. There'll definitely be a lot more fear shadows." His second reaction was, "We need to record their information for observation." So, after catching the fear shadow, he had it sent to the Black Prison, while he led the team to register the onlookers. Luckily, since the capture happened in the afternoon, most people were out, so there were only a few dozen people in the inn. If it had happened at night, when everyone was back resting, it would have caused panic among hundreds. You did well on this point, Siu nodded, not withholding praise just because of Lake's earlier mistake. Everyone makes mistakes, but not everyone is prepared to fix them, nor can everyone come up with a solution in time. Hearing Siu's praise, Lake's expression shifted slightly, but ultimately turned into a look of worry. Lord, after today, we're even more short-handed in the territory guard. The thought gave Lake a headache. Actually, it wasn't just because of today. Even without this incident, they were already short-staffed. The patrol teams had increased, and they also needed people to investigate fear shadows, monitor suspects, and catch the shadows. Every aspect needed manpower. They barely had enough people as it was, and in a few days, they'd be short-handed anyway. Today's incident just brought that problem forward. In the past, Siu might have worried about the lack of manpower, but now that the fear shadows had been exposed, she figured it was better to make the matter public. At first, she hadn't wanted to announce it for fear of causing panic. But now, with not enough people to deal with the problem, the result would be the same or even worse if they couldn't clear the shadows in time. Since that's the case, it would be better to tell everyone directly. That way, even if people are scared, they can help catch the fear shadows. Having just a few dozen people deal with 3,000 fear shadows is obviously overwhelming, but if everyone pitches in, it becomes much easier. Having made up her mind, Siu shared her decision with Lake. "I'll issue an announcement before tomorrow. All you need to do is prepare a place for people to report information. People can check for anything unusual around them, and if they find something, they can report it and provide their daily schedule. This way, the territory guards will save a lot of effort. They won't have to investigate everywhere or monitor people constantly. They just need to remember the times and go to the right places to catch the monsters." As for now, Siu planned to visit the Black Prison again. Lake had just caught more than a dozen fear shadows, so she could take the opportunity to run some experiments. With more information, she'd know what to say in the announcement. Her biggest question at the moment was the respawn pattern of the fear shadows. So, she divided the dozen or so shadows into two groups. One group she left alive, the other she killed immediately. She then notified the emotional owners of those shadows to pay attention to any strange sounds around them. To ensure the experiment went smoothly, Siu was careful in selecting her test subjects. She chose people who were capable fighters, smart and alert and observant. After picking the right people, she killed the corresponding fear shadows and waited for results. As for the ones she didn't kill, Siu discovered something important. The conditions for them to absorb emotions and grow stronger were similar to the conditions for them to mimic humans. They needed to see humans to mimic them, and to absorb fear, they needed to be near humans. At first, Siu just wanted to test how much fear could increase their strength, so she had people secretly scare the emotional owners of the fear shadows. Surprisingly, while many of those people were indeed frightened, none of the fear shadows' attributes changed. After several tests, Siu came to this conclusion, which was good news for her. Because she had been wondering all along, should they kill the fear shadows they caught or not? Under normal circumstances, if there were enemies, the best course of action would be to kill them to eliminate future threats. However, since they didn't know whether these things could regenerate after death, not killing them was clearly the safest option. They didn't want to waste their efforts for nothing. But if they didn't kill them, then whenever their emotional hosts experienced fear again, these entities would only grow stronger. Now that Siu had learned there were conditions to how these fear shadows absorbed emotions, she was quite pleased. With this knowledge, all she needed to do was have people capture all the fear shadows and lock them away somewhere out of sight. That way, they would always remain as weak as they were when they first appeared. But things were far from that simple. There were over 3,000 people here, which meant that at least 2,000 fear shadows would be generated. The territory itself wasn't that large. Siu had deliberately reduced its size and the number of buildings to make them more resistant to storms and to maximize the overall average level bonus for the territory. Right now, the territory could hold at most 4,000 people. So where was she supposed to put the extra 1,000 or so? Moreover, the fear shadows couldn't be kept together with humans, or who knew what kind of trouble might arise. After all, although their main target was their emotional host, if the host wasn't present, other humans could become their targets as well. Just as Siu was troubled by this dilemma, another piece of bad news arrived. The territory had been hit by a series of small storms. Upon hearing this, Siu rushed to the scene immediately. Since the crowd had already been dispersed, by the time she arrived, only 2 patrol squads were left maintaining order, along with Ain and his construction workers, who were busy repairing the buildings. Ain, how are the buildings holding up? Siu had already gotten a briefing from the patrol guards. A total of 6 small storms had suddenly spawned, in the territory, all near the trading area. The trading area was just open ground, with only tables, chairs, and other furniture, no actual buildings, so the damage wasn't too severe. Plus, since no one had gone out for a few days, there wasn't much to trade, so there were hardly any stalls set up. There were no casualties, so the loss from this storm attack was minimal. Ain and his team were only here to repair a few buildings that had been grazed by the storm. The damage was about as serious as a small cut on a finger. But since it had happened once, it could happen again, so it was best to repair things quickly while they had the time. Once the storms got worse, they wouldn't even have time for repairs. Because of the storms, everyone was feeling a bit down. No one had expected that even after hiding in the territory and not going outside, they could still be hit by storms. Who would have thought the storms could actually get inside? The good news, though, was that the losses were minimal, almost non-existent. The buildings are in good shape. If it's just this level of storm, all the buildings in the territory can withstand over a dozen hours of continuous destruction, Ain said, feeling grateful that he'd rushed to reinforce most of the buildings to such a sturdy level. That's good, Siu breathed a sigh of relief, then immediately gave a stern warning. Now that storms have breached the territory once, it's likely to happen again. Let your construction team know to stay on alert at all times. Ain understood, and even if Siu hadn't said it, he was already planning to tell his team to rest up and keep their energy up. They might be needed at any moment, and no one knew when the next storm would hit. Don't worry, my lady. Everyone's had plenty of rest lately and is in great spirits. If anything comes up, they'll be able to respond immediately, Ain assured her. Hearing this, Siu felt reassured. Since the buildings had only suffered surface wounds, Ain's team quickly finished the repairs. After reporting to Siu, they left. Once they were gone, the 2 patrol squad leaders on duty approached. Milady, there are 6 piles of debris left by the storms in the trading area. How should we handle them? Asked the first captain. Siu thought for a moment and decided to take a look. The 2 captains led her to the trading area. A storm was still a storm. Even a small one had considerable power and could toss around a lot of stuff, so the piles of debris left behind were anything but small. And this time, there had been 6 small storms. The debris completely filled the trading area and even piled up at the entrance to the academy. Luckily, it wasn't class change time, or the academy would have been completely blocked off. Since you two are here, take your teams and clear out these 6 piles of debris. Send anything you find to the mission hall, where the administrators will appraise it. Half the total value will be a reward, Siu said, making both captains' eyes light up. It was no exaggeration to say that if Siu hadn't been there, they would have cheered and rushed off to tell everyone the good news. Even though they had stable jobs that everyone envied, what others didn't know was that they themselves envied those who could go out treasure hunting. After all, most people never got such a chance in their lives, and there were plenty of opportunities and lucky finds. Just look at how people occasionally brought back something good. But they couldn't leave the territory. Not only did they have work, but even during rest time, the constant threat of disasters meant they had to stay on standby. Still, despite their envy, they didn't regret becoming territory guards. Disasters wouldn't last forever, and when it was all over, a stable, well-paying job would be the best choice. Now that they had a chance to go treasure hunting, they were both especially excited. "Thank you, milady," the 2 captains said in unison, their voices ringing out loudly in the quiet surroundings. The patrol guards in the rear heard their loud thanks and could pretty much guess that something had happened. Unfortunately, no one had caught the earlier part of the conversation, so their curiosity could only be suppressed for now. "All right, I'll leave this to you guys. Go ahead and get to work," Siu said, then turned and left. Watching her departing figure, the 2 squad captains exchanged a glance, then hurried back to their teams to share the good news. "What? All this stuff is ours. Don't talk nonsense, only half of it is ours. The rest belongs to the territory." "Hey, that's still pretty good. By the way, if there are more storms in the future, does that mean we can keep doing this?" "Looks like it. But honestly, I hope nothing else shows up in our territory. Our lives are more important than any loot." The last person's comment won everyone's agreement. The greed that had flared up at the captain's words was quickly extinguished. That's right, while they could make some extra money from the debris left in the territory, these were storms. What if a storm destroyed their home? No amount of money could buy that back. But for now, that was a worry for another day. At the moment, they could dig for treasure with peace of mind. After sorting through the debris, they hauled the useless junk to the garbage zone, a special area Siu had designated for trash, just like the trading area. The system would clean out the garbage zone at regular intervals. As for the useful items, they took everything to the mission hall. Even though these were just remnants from minor storms, there had been 6 storms in total, so the loot was quite valuable. The total value from the 6 piles of debris was 54 gold coins. Half of that, 24 gold coins, was theirs to split. With 23 people in the 2 squads, that meant each person got at least 1 gold coin. To put it in perspective, their daily wage was only 5 silver coins. During the disaster period, wages had been raised by 20%, so they were now earning 6 silver coins a day. A single gold coin was more than half a month's pay. "No wonder so many people like going out treasure hunting," someone said, looking at the shiny gold coin and handful of silver coins in their hand, feeling genuinely delighted. Any doubts the others had were now replaced by understanding. After all, the facts spoke for themselves. With such high returns, anyone would be tempted. Who were they to judge others? "But do you think the other patrol squads will mind us getting this?" someone asked. The money was nice, but not enough to drive anyone crazy, so soon enough someone voiced the concern. The atmosphere in their territory was good, and there were no conflicts between patrol squads, but that was all built on absolute fairness. Once fairness was broken, it wasn't about having too little, but about inequality. That's how conflicts started. The 2 squad captains considered this for a moment, then shook their heads. "Don't worry. If we can think of this, the Lord definitely has too. She won't let anything like that happen," Captain 1 said confidently. He was an old hand in Sunset territory and knew how things worked, as well as the Lord's way of handling matters. Under her leadership, nothing like this had ever happened. Sunset Territory had always only had external threats, never internal strife. That may be true, but don't go around bragging about your good fortune. Just keep it to yourselves. If anyone causes trouble, no matter who it is, I'll be the first to deal with them, Captain 2 agreed, but was clearly thinking further ahead. A little pride or showing off was normal, but they absolutely couldn't let it affect others, especially the whole territory. Otherwise, it wouldn't just be about personal vanity anymore. That would be reckless and ungrateful. Everyone here had been carefully selected by Suyu, so their character was trustworthy. Even if they had other thoughts, they wouldn't voice them now. So after Captain 2 finished speaking, everyone nodded in agreement. Suyu had no idea what they were thinking, nor did she know about their trust in her. If she did, she'd surely feel gratified and happy. After all, who doesn't like hearing good things about themselves, especially when they're true? Genuine praise is always the best, and Suyu was only human. In some ways, she was no exception. But right now, she was unaware of all this, as she was busy collecting experimental results on the shadow of fear. Yes, in less than a day, she'd already gotten the answer to her most pressing question. The shadows of fear, even after being killed, could regenerate. She'd learned this because one of the previously slain shadows of fear had regenerated. Even though she'd suspected this would be the case, so you couldn't help but feel frustrated when she confirmed it. Now, she faced two major problems. One, how to deal with the storms invading the territory, and two, how to handle the thousands of shadows of fear. As for the first problem, Siu already had a vague idea for a solution, but it was risky, had little room for error, and most importantly, since the storms appeared so randomly, she couldn't prepare in advance. Still, she had to try. As for the second problem, Siu frowned. For the moment, she really couldn't think of a good solution. After thinking it over, she decided to seek inspiration from others. Many times, people get trapped in their own fixed ways of thinking and overlook possible solutions. Some are too proud to admit they can't solve a problem and are embarrassed to ask for help. But C wasn't like that. She'd always believed that anyone who could come up with a solution was impressive. If someone could think of something better than her, or solve a problem she couldn't, then they were even more impressive. It's been a while since I checked on the shops. I can take a look, Siu said, checking the business status of each shop and planning a route to visit them one by one. The first place she visited was the tailor shop, the very first business in the territory, and an essential one at that. There, Siu successfully found both Dori and Faya. Although Faya had never agreed to officially join the territory after the natural disaster struck, she still helped Dori design all kinds of warm, cost-effective, and durable clothing. This took a lot of pressure off Dori. Now, Dori and Faya could truly be described as both teacher and friend. If it weren't for Faya's reluctance to join another territory because of past experiences, she would have agreed to join in a heartbeat. She might even have been eager to do so. But there are no ifs in life. Siu had already come to terms with this. As long as Faya was willing to work for the territory, whether she officially joined or not didn't really matter. After all, what she wanted wasn't their allegiance, but their skills. Of course, without officially joining, there would be no stable loyalty value, and it would be inconvenient to invest in her development, but those were minor issues. Faya wasn't a bad person, and she wouldn't leave unless absolutely necessary. Besides, she was talented and had excellent traits. Even without focus training, she could still become very powerful. Thank you for all your help to the territory these past days, Miss Faya. As soon as she saw Faya, Siu expressed her gratitude. Even for residents of the territory, anyone who contributed deserved praise, let alone someone who wasn't even part of the territory. Faya had gone above and beyond, and Suyu felt like she should be handing her a banner of thanks. Lord Su, you flatter me. I'm being paid, so of course I do my best. In the past, Faya might have been flattered by Suyu's attitude. But after spending more time here and learning a lot from Dori, her idealized view of Siu had faded. Now, she could interact with Siu as an equal, just like Dori did. Regardless, I still want to thank you. So you didn't dwell on the matter, and soon turned to Dory to discuss the issue of housing the fear shadows. Since the existence of the fear shadows would have to be revealed sooner or later, and knowing that Faya wasn't the type to gossip, so you didn't hide anything from her while seeking their opinions. After all, one more person meant one more perspective. 2,000 or 3,000 fear shadows. Dory frowned as soon as she heard about them. Although she'd been staying in the tailor shop and hadn't gone out much, the shop was one of the busiest places in the territory, so news traveled fast. She'd already heard bits and pieces from others, just not in such detail. Hearing that there were mysterious creatures that could potentially threaten them made her anxious, but when she thought about the territory's combat strength, her worry turned to confidence. But now, hearing that the fear shadows couldn't be killed, had to be kept alive, and needed to be well cared for, Dory's earlier worries surged back, even stronger than before. "I'm sorry, my lord. I can't think of a solution to this problem," Dory said regretfully. See, wasn't surprised. If it were that easy to solve, she wouldn't be so troubled and seeking others' advice. "It's all right. I haven't thought of a solution either, otherwise I wouldn't be asking you." So you comforted Dory, gave her a few instructions about running the shop in the coming days, and was about to leave when she noticed Faya deep in thought. "Miss Faya, is something on your mind? Is there anything you need help with?" So you asked, though she knew Faya wasn't troubled by a personal problem. If Faya had an issue, she wouldn't have that look on her face now. Clearly, her mood changed after hearing about the fear shadows. Faya thought for a moment, then finally spoke. "Have you considered, my lord, that if we can't house them inside the territory, why not place them outside?" Xi was taken aback, then fell into thought. She had to admit, Faya's idea was unique. She herself had never thought of it, having always limited her thinking to within the territory. It had never occurred to her to send the fear shadows outside. But while Faya's idea was novel, it wouldn't be easy to implement. For example, how would she send the fear shadows out? Where would they be kept once outside? How could she ensure they wouldn't escape? And how could she guarantee the outside storms wouldn't kill them? In short, Faya's suggestion sounded promising at first, but there were many practical issues to consider, otherwise, it would just be empty talk. "I guess I was being too naive," Faya said with a wry smile. She'd thought the problem would be simple to solve, but after hearing Xi raise so many questions, she realized she'd underestimated it. If it were really that easy, Xi wouldn't be so troubled. "No, I should thank you for your suggestion, Miss Faya. I never would have thought of sending the fear shadows outside." Xi exaggerated a bit. After all, while she hadn't thought of it yet, it was only a matter of time. And even though sending the fear shadows out seemed impractical, it was actually the most feasible option Xi could see at the moment. "I'm glad I could help. I don't want anything to happen to this territory either. It's my home, too." Faya didn't take Xi's flattery to heart. She knew Xi just hadn't thought of it yet, but she was happy to be of help. With a preliminary idea for housing the fear shadows, Xi's questions for others changed. Previously, she'd asked Dory, "How can we house the fear shadows?" Now, her question was, "How can we house the fear shadows outside the territory?" Of course, she wasn't set on sending them out. If they could be housed safely inside, that would be best. The territory was safe, the fear shadows wouldn't die easily, and it would be easier to monitor them for any changes. But after asking around, Xi found that everyone thought sending the fear shadows outside was a good idea. If it wasn't safe outside, then they could create a safe place themselves to house the fear shadows. "Lord, do you remember the special place you asked me to build?" When Ian was asked this question, he almost immediately thought of a solution. Xi pondered for a moment and instantly realized that Ian was referring to the cellar and basement. When it comes to surviving a storm, the safest place is definitely underground. Otherwise, Xi wouldn't have had him build those two places for storing important supplies. Since those supplies are important enough to be stored underground, then these important fear shadows can also be placed there. This is a good idea, but are you confident you can build a safe space to house 3,000 creatures within 5 days? To prevent wild rumors, Xi had already announced the situation with the fear shadows yesterday. Although she had arranged for people to calm everyone's nerves, the number of fear shadows had still skyrocketed in the past 2 days. From just a few dozen, they had suddenly increased by over 200. At this rate, even if they squeezed in as much as possible, the black prison could only last another 5 days at most. In response to Suyu's question, Ayan replied confidently, "No problem. If there are no special requirements for the environment, and all we need is a safe space to accommodate 3,000 creatures, then at most it will take 3 days." The 3 days Ayan mentioned already took into account the effects of the polar night. If there were daylight and visibility wasn't an issue, the work would go even faster. But after all, this is outdoor construction. Safety is the biggest concern. Ayan hit the nail on the head regarding the main challenge of building outside. It's not just about working at night. Working at night inside the territory isn't a problem, since the heart of the city's fire provides absolute safety. But outside is a different story. The storm, combined with monsters that spawn in the darkness, makes it extremely dangerous. The cost and risk of construction are much higher. It's obvious they can't be expected to fight monsters and dig at the same time, right? If Ayn could think of this issue, of course Siyu could too. So she said straightforwardly, "You don't need to worry about that. As long as you can finish the project within the specified time, I'll take care of the safety." After all, Ayn was just the architect. Fighting wasn't his responsibility. He only needed to do his job well. Hearing Siyu say this, Ayn nodded decisively. "No problem. As long as safety is guaranteed, I promise I can lead everyone to finish the task." He had just finished speaking when Siyu added, "Don't agree so quickly. Although I said 5 days before, that's just the latest deadline. Since we don't know if any accidents will happen, the timeline might be moved up." Ayan frowned, looking a bit troubled or perhaps deep in thought. Siyu continued, "You can think about it. You don't have to build space for all 3,000 at once. You can start with 1 or 2,000. Manage your time as you see fit, but I hope you can finish within 3 days. If you need anything during this period, just ask." As long as the issue of housing the fear shadows could be solved, the danger from the disaster would drop significantly. After that, she could focus on the problems of low temperatures, surviving the darkness, and the storm's invasion. It's no exaggeration to say that if this problem could be solved, Siyu would provide whatever was needed: money, people, anything. As for money, with the mutual help of Jin Luo and Qi Jin, the territory's available funds had already reached a staggering 7,000 gold coins. If things got really urgent, and they used up everyone else's savings, surplus high-grade materials from the warehouse, and anything else that could be converted to cash, Sunset Territory could scrape together over 20,000 gold coins. But using up all that money would put the territory in a huge crisis. Even if they survived the disaster with money, they'd face an economic crisis afterward. But that was just hypothetical, Siyu would never spend that much. After all, it was just digging a hole. Even if Siyu doubled or tripled their wages, at most it would cost 100 or 200 gold coins, and that included hiring temporary construction workers. As for manpower, that was even less of a problem. Because of the polar night, everyone was stuck inside the territory with nothing to do, just eating, drinking, and sleeping every day. People were so bored they were about to grow mushrooms. If it weren't for the fact that the nights outside were truly dangerous, they'd be itching to go out, even if it wasn't for the money, just for a change of scenery. If there was a relatively easy, not too dangerous job that paid, people would be fighting to sign up. "I'll need people, digging tools, lighting equipment, support structures." With Suyu's assurance, Ayan promised he could finish the task in 3 days. But he also made some requests. Though he called them requests, Siyu knew these were all necessities, so they hardly counted as demands. She wrote down what was needed and had the relevant workshops prepare everything. "These will all be ready by tomorrow. You'll start work then." Siyu was anxious, but she knew that to do a good job, you need the right tools. With the equipment and combat teams not ready, they couldn't start today. So she pushed everyone to prepare, and work would officially begin tomorrow. "All right, I'll go inform everyone." Having received such an important task, Ayan didn't bother with small talk and left immediately. Besides informing everyone, he also needed to draw up blueprints. No matter what the project, you need blueprints before you start, even if it's just digging a hole. With the blueprints, he could organize the work efficiently and figure out the best way to save time, materials, and manpower. After Ian left, Siu got busy posting an announcement, which contained two things. First, recruiting temporary construction workers. Since the job wasn't difficult, just time-consuming, it didn't require much skill. As long as you had strength, you could do it. So as soon as the announcement went out, tons of people signed up, even though Siu hadn't specified the pay. Anyone who knew Siu understood that as long as it was an official territory job, the pay would never be low. In addition to a stable daily wage, there were extra rewards for each monster killed, and you got to keep all the loot from monsters you killed yourself. In the past, this would have been unthinkable. Although territory missions offer generous rewards, if any monsters drop loot, unless there are special circumstances, the loot always belongs to the territory. However, if others need it, they can buy it at a price slightly below market value, a special privilege for them. Many people were dazzled by the generous rewards and signed up almost without a second thought. There were also some who, though tempted by the rewards, knew that if something seems off, there must be a catch, so they hesitated. If the Lord was willing to offer such a rich reward, the task was surely not easy. Compared to money, life was more important. Siu was well aware of their thoughts, which was precisely why she offered such generous rewards. If no one was willing to sign up even with such enticing rewards, how could you expect anyone to risk their life for you for just a little money? Although everyone knew the mission was dangerous, the reward was simply too tempting. So, except for those who lacked the strength, were lazy or afraid of death, or had special circumstances, everyone else signed up. It's true what they say, heavy rewards bring forth brave men. Looking at the nearly 1,000 sign-ups, Siu felt both a headache and a sense of relief. The headache was because her original plan only required 150 people, and at most, no more than 200. With the storm outside, too many people would just get in each other's way and be unsafe. Plus, with the darkness, it was hard for humans to move around. Her plan was to have combat personnel and attack/defense structures protect the construction workers as they completed the task. But now, with 1,000 people signed up, she'd have to eliminate 800 of them, which would take a lot of time. Still, this was a good thing. More applicants meant more choices. To save time, Siu even dragged the idle Qi-Jin to help. Because of the disaster, the territory was closed off, so there was little work for Qi-Jin to do. It was Qi-Jin's first time doing this kind of thing, so she was a bit confused and didn't know where to start. Anyone with a combat level below advanced, no. Less than 500 combat experience, no. Cowards, no. Hot-tempered people, no. So you rattled off a list of selection criteria, then added, basically, just follow these. If you're not sure, ask me. The system could filter by stats, but things like character, personality, and experience still had to be checked manually. So you used the system to filter out those with too low combat power, but there were still over 700 left. These 700 were now her and Qi-Jin's job. Alright, let me take a look, Qi-Jin said, starting to review her assigned batch. The two of them worked late into the night. During that time, Siu had someone bring them a midnight snack and even went out once, because Lake had caught another batch of shadow terrors, over 100 this time. Since there were so many, she had to go arrange things. When she returned, Qi-Jin had finished her batch. Siu promptly handed over the last few dozen on her own list to Qi-Jin, while she double-checked the ones Qi-Jin had already screened. At 2 a.m., Siu had someone escort Qi-Jin home. At 3 a.m., Siu finalized the list of 200 people, posted the announcement, and finally crawled into bed. At 7 a.m. the next day, Duoya, Mike, Vivian, Lyle, and others led 200 people to guard around 300 construction workers, arriving at the location Siu had designated. The combat personnel were divided into 3 teams. The first team, 120 people led by Mike and Vivian, stayed in place to defend. This group included healers and other support staff, and among the fighters, there was an even split between melee and ranged. The second team, 50 people led by Lyle, with support from Anjia and Dishing, the formation master, gradually set up traps, formations, and defensive structures outward from the base. The third team was the smallest, only 30 people, led by Duoya. All 30 were agile and nimble, specializing in scouting the surrounding area. Besides enemies lurking in the darkness, they also had to watch out for storms. After all, ordinary enemies could be killed, but a storm was not something manpower could handle. They had to scout ahead so they could evacuate in time if needed. Once preparations were complete, Ian divided the 300 construction workers into teams. Some handled lighting, some cleared the ground, and others spread out to dig downward, quickly excavating a temporary underground space. They were lucky. After 4 or 5 hours, only about 300 night creatures had spawned, and a few dozen wild beasts from the forest had been attracted. But with their strong fighting force, these enemies were quickly dealt with. The spoils were collected by each team's captain and would be distributed according to individual contributions at the end. Since they were in the wild, it wasn't safe to distribute loot on the spot. 2 hours later, Ian notified everyone that about 6 or 7 meters below ground, they had dug out a space big enough for 200 people. Although it could hold 200 people, they still needed to keep digging, so they couldn't fill it up. But too few people would slow things down, so Ian sent 70 people down, 50 to keep expanding the space, and 20 to set up supports to prevent collapse. Of the remaining 200-plus construction workers, half worked on building defenses, while the other half joined Lyle's team to set traps outside. Since this was just a temporary base, the defensive structures were simple and practical, with no concern for appearance or durability. They'd only be here for 3 days at most. Stone walls, iron gates, arrow towers, street lamps. As these facilities were completed one by one, everyone's sense of security grew. But just as the last street lamp was put in place, an unsettling noise came from the distance, and Duoya returned with 15 people. There's a large storm 1,500 meters to the west. Duoya was panting from running so fast, and the words "large storm" made everyone's hair stand on end. Vivian kindly handed her a cup of water, then said to the others, "Relax. That storm is either not coming our way or it'll dissipate." Duoya looked at her in surprise, caught her breath, and continued, "Good news. The storm has dissipated." "Duoya, bad news." It brought 3 large aberrant beasts with it. Vivian. At first, after hearing the first half, Vivian was feeling smug for having guessed right. After all, knowing Duoya's personality, if that storm posed a threat to them, the very first thing she'd do upon returning would be to order everyone to evacuate, not just to inform them there was a storm to the west. And if they really needed to evacuate, she'd definitely bring everyone back, not just 15 people. Clearly, these 15 had been assigned to keep an eye on something. But after hearing the bad news, Vivian's expression changed slightly, and the others were no different. Aberrant beasts, everyone knew just how ferocious they were. Even the most ordinary aberrant beast could fight on par with elite-level wild beasts. Now there were 3 at once. It was only natural for everyone to be worried and afraid. Prepare for battle. The one who spoke was Mech. Unlike the others, his expression hadn't changed at all. Here, he was the strongest. As long as you had enough strength, there was nothing to fear. All fear stems from a lack of firepower. He'd killed a few aberrant beasts during his travels in the past. The fights had been brutal, ending in mutual injury, but that was years ago, and he'd been fighting alone back then. Now he was much stronger, and before setting out, Siu had stuffed his backpack full of magic recovery potions. He was confident he could go toe-to-toe with an elite aberrant beast alone. If it was just ordinary aberrant beasts, he could handle 2 at once, maybe even injure or kill one. As for the remaining beast, there were still hundreds of people here, all among the top fighters in the territory. With so many people, could they really not take down a single aberrant beast together? If they couldn't, that would just be pathetic. With Mech's words, everyone felt as if a stabilizing force had settled their hearts. They still had a powerhouse here. What was there to be afraid of? So, their initial fear quickly turned into excitement and anticipation. These were aberrant beasts. Many people would go their whole lives without ever seeing one, let alone fighting one. There was even a good chance they could kill it and claim the spoils. Just thinking about it made their blood boil with battlelust. They'd already anticipated the possibility of encountering powerful enemies, so after arriving here, Vivian and Mech had reorganized the 100-plus people left behind for combat readiness. Vivian was one of the people who often went out with Suyu, and she learned a lot by example. Her arrangements might not be perfect, but they were very reasonable. Now that Duoya was back, she helped Vivian assign everyone their roles. As for Mech, he was purely the pillar of the group. Just sitting there, he provided immense reassurance. Once everything was arranged, Lal returned with 70 people and the construction workers who'd gone out to help earlier. By the time they got back, they'd already heard about the aberrant beasts from the others. Since those who'd stayed behind in Duoya's team had already been assigned, Lal reorganized his 70 men into a new unit instead of merging them into the existing teams. He didn't give them specific tasks, just told them to act as a mobile force, flexible reinforcements to be sent wherever needed. A few minutes later, 9 of the 15 scouts Duoya had sent out returned. Captain, as soon as those 3 aberrant beasts landed, they started fighting each other. It was brutal. Plants within 10 meters were all destroyed, and even wild animals gave them a wide berth. The speaker was a short-haired, handsome young woman. As she animatedly recounted what she'd seen, she didn't look nervous at all. In fact, she seemed a bit excited. Her cheerful storytelling helped ease the tension around them. But she'd only spoken a few sentences before someone beside her interrupted. "Aching, get to the point." This person looked somewhat similar to Aching, probably her sister. Seeing Aching freeze, she helplessly pulled her behind her and gave Duoya a concise report. "We didn't recognize any of the 3 aberrant beasts. One was long and snake-like, one had horns like a bull, and the last had long ears, red eyes, and white fur, looked like a giant rabbit. The snake type was the weakest. As soon as it landed, the bull type gored it with its horns, and it couldn't fight back at all, then it passed out. After that, the rabbit type attacked the bull type, and the 2 fought fiercely, until the snake type ambushed both of them, leaving all 3 injured. Though they were all hurt, none of the injuries seemed serious. Didn't look like they were trying to kill each other. The snake type headed west, the bull type went south, and the rabbit type is coming our way to the east. The other 6 went to track the snake and bull beasts. We came back to report." After Aji finished, she returned to her sister's side, waiting for Duoya's orders. Hearing that all 3 had been injured and gone their separate ways, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Though they'd all been thinking about how much they could profit from killing an aberrant beast, it was impossible not to feel pressure or fear. Now, with only the rabbit type left, and it was wounded, this was fantastic news for them. Even though there's only one rabbit type aberrant beast left, everyone stay alert and on guard, Duoya said sternly. Even among aberrant beasts, there are natural counters. The bull could beat the snake, but the rabbit could hold its own against the bull. This rabbit is no ordinary rabbit. Everyone agreed and dared not relax. Some had instinctively thought the rabbit would be the easiest to deal with, but after Duoya's words, they felt ashamed of their assumptions. Duoya could guess what they were thinking, but she didn't bother to address it. She just told everyone to stick to their assigned positions. Even at a normal human walking speed, 1,500 meters would take only a dozen minutes or so. Aberrant beasts would be even faster. It had already been 5 minutes since Aching and Aji returned to report. Unless the rabbit ran into trouble or changed direction, they'd be seeing it any moment now. And sure enough, the rabbit hadn't changed its mind. No creature in this forest dared approach it, so everyone could already see a faint patch of white in the distance, with 2 clear, bright red spots floating within it. That had to be the rabbit. The rabbit was here. "Don't attack yet, let's see what it does." Duoya raised her hand to calm everyone. Aberrant beasts were much smarter than ordinary wild animals. They had the intelligence of a 6- or 7-year-old child, at worst, a 3- or 4-year-old. They might not understand complicated schemes, but they definitely knew how to seek benefit and avoid harm. On this side, the lights blazed brightly, a clear sign that humans or other creatures were present. In such uncertain circumstances, the beast might not attack right away. After hearing Doya's words, everyone simply gripped their weapons tighter, but didn't make a move. In the distance, the rabbit-shaped mutant beast continued to approach. 300 meters. 200 meters. 100 meters. Finally, it stopped about 30 or 40 meters away. The rabbit beast tilted its head, a hint of confusion in its red eyes. It squinted, as if it sensed a glimmer of light not far away. What is that? Curiosity welled up inside it. What Doya's group didn't know was that while mutant beasts did try to avoid danger and seek benefit, they were also bold and trouble-prone, relying on their formidable combat power. Normally, if a rabbit beast was injured, it should find a safe place to rest and heal. But this particular rabbit had a fatal flaw: it was nearsighted. In short, beyond 2 meters, it recognizes no one. Beyond 5 meters, can't tell male from female. Beyond 10 meters, can't distinguish people from animals. Because its nearsightedness was so severe, even though Doya's side was lit up like a 1,000,000-watt nuclear-powered bulb in the darkness, all the rabbit could see was a faint patch of white. It couldn't even tell that the white was light, just a blurry white spot. Although reason told it to find a place to recover, curiosity still drove it to inch closer. As the rabbit's massive form loomed larger with each step, Doya's gaze turned cold. She immediately called out, "Prepare for battle." Since the rabbit hadn't left and was instead coming closer, whatever its intentions, a fight was inevitable. When the rabbit beast was less than 10 meters away, the arrow towers opened fire, and the other ranged fighters joined in. Though the rabbit was nearsighted, it wasn't deaf, and its other senses were sharp. Hearing the sudden whoosh of arrows, it instinctively dodged aside. It was quick, but with the distance so short, its huge size, and so many people attacking, even with a hit rate of less than half, it still took more and more wounds. Ing! The rabbit beast let out an angry cry. Though it sounded almost like a whimper, no one dared let their guard down. Everyone kept up their attacks. But just as the next wave of attacks landed, the rabbit suddenly charged at the stone wall at lightning speed, leapt up, and crashed down hard. This 3-meter-tall rabbit weighed nearly 1,000 pounds. The force of that much mass slamming the ground at such close range made the earth tremble. Everyone staggered. Those closest lost their footing and fell. Whoosh, asterisk. They say even rabbits will bite when cornered, let alone a mutant beast like this. Doya had hesitated to fight, hoping to avoid trouble, precisely because such creatures were so hard to deal with. But since it had come close, and to avoid damage to the construction project, Doya had no choice but to order an attack, drawing the rabbit's attention away from the half-finished tunnel, lest it decide to claim it as its own burrow. If it really destroyed the tunnel, all their hard work today would be wasted. Doya knew how important the tunnel was, and how urgent their timeline. Everyone else fall back. Warriors, hold it off. Keep it away from the construction area. Doya ordered methodically. Those who'd fallen scrambled up, or were yanked to their feet by teammates, and bolted away. Keep attacking. Now that everyone was safe, and the rabbit was surrounded by over 20 warriors, its rage focused on them, Doya felt secure enough to let the fight continue. They could only reach its legs, but numbers mattered. Sometimes even ants can bring down an elephant. Maybe because the rabbit had already fought once and was wounded, its combat strength was down. At first, it could dodge and rampage through 200 attackers, even smashing their defenses, but after an hour, it was clearly tiring. Someone noticed the rabbit's dodges slowing, and their attacks landing more often. Excited, they shouted to those behind, "It's almost done for. Keep it up, everyone." Hearing this, everyone attacked even faster. But just seconds after those words, the rabbit suddenly leapt high. Instinctively, everyone thought it was about to attack again, and scattered. Even the 20-odd warriors fell back several steps. After all, with 1,000 pounds coming down from that height, anyone hit would be crippled if not killed. But to their surprise, the rabbit was pulling a trick. This jump wasn't an attack, but an escape. They watched, stunned for a few seconds, as the rabbit bounded away at high speed. Then they turned to look at Doya. Doya frowned, a little regretful that their prey had slipped away, but she gave no order to pursue. A few of you, follow it and see where it goes. If it heads toward the territory, report back immediately. If not, just come back, don't get involved, and stay safe, Doya instructed. She had no intention of chasing the rabbit, only wanting to know its destination. If it wasn't heading for their territory, then let it go. Their main job was to protect the builders and finish the project. If they risked the workers' safety just to chase the rabbit, that would be a mission failure, even if they caught it later. Yes! The chosen few quickly downed speed potions, grabbed their runes, and shot off after the rabbit like arrows from a bow. Some accepted Doya's order calmly, others looked unwilling. Doya could guess some were unhappy. Normally, she wouldn't care, but out here in the wild at night, with danger everywhere, the last thing they needed was internal trouble undermining the mission. Still, she wasn't good at handling such things, so she glanced at Lyle. Lyle understood, swept his gaze over the group, pausing on those who looked guilty, then spoke. I know some of you don't want to let that rabbit go, especially after fighting it for so long. But don't forget, our main purpose here is to protect them. Lyle pointed to the construction workers behind him, who were wearing hats. When the workers saw Lyle pointing at them, they were momentarily stunned, then hurried back to their tasks under Ain's urging. Why are you worrying about other people's business? Get back to work. You're being paid handsomely, not to slack off. Ain shot them a glare and shooed them back to their jobs. Their curiosity was suppressed, but no one was dissatisfied. After all, the Lord was paying them so well. With such a good job, what was there to complain about? On the other side, Lal paid no attention to what was happening with Ain. He reminded everyone again of their mission and emphasized the consequences of failure. Those who had nearly forgotten about it turned pale. Among the 200 people present, not a single one dared to speak up in protest. After all, those who had been selected were generally of good character. No one is perfect, of course, but as long as things were explained clearly, they wouldn't be stubborn or defiant. And certainly, no one would act recklessly or disobey orders. Seeing that everyone had calmed down, Doya relaxed her brows and nodded at Lyle in thanks. It's what I should do, Lyle replied with a smile. Then, avoiding the others, he began discussing the next steps with Doya and her team. Although Lyle and his group had rushed back after receiving word from Doya's people, by the time they arrived, their own team's tasks were nearly complete. Traps, formations, machinery all had been set up. It's no exaggeration to say that, with their current position as the center, the path leading deeper into the forest was lined with all kinds of traps. Without some extraordinary skills, it would be nearly impossible to get through unscathed. While this setup might seem excessive for a stay of only 3 days, in reality, it wasn't. Lyle and Doya both knew that the Lord had sent them not only to protect the construction workers, but also for other reasons. More than half a day passed. They set out at 6 or 7 in the morning and finished work at 5 in the evening, returning to the territory in a grand procession. The moment they returned, everyone was so exhausted their eyelids were drooping. The enemies didn't spawn endlessly, but moving around at night was difficult, so fighting took extra effort. Plus, the darkness gave these enemies a boost, making them even harder to deal with. It's not that they couldn't win, but by the afternoon, the enemies had clearly become more troublesome. After nearly 10 hours out, with only brief breaks, they'd fought for 7 or 8 hours. There was no way they weren't tired. So, after dinner, everyone collapsed into bed and fell fast asleep. The construction workers weren't much better off. They didn't have to fight, but their work was physically demanding, and, because they were on a tight schedule, they had even less rest than the combat team. At least the fighters could sit and rest, chat, drink water, or warm themselves by the fire when there were no enemies. The workers, on the other hand, never let go of their shovels, supports, or wheelbarrows. For them, the longest break they had all day was the half-hour lunch at noon. But when they returned to the territory and took their proof to the mission hall to collect their pay, all their fatigue, frustration, fear, and complaints vanished instantly. Everyone's pay was a little different, but not by much. The difference mainly depended on what tasks they did and how much work they completed. Digging, being more strenuous, paid more. Setting up supports was easier, so it paid less. But before assigning tasks, Ain always asked everyone's preference, so no one was upset about the pay differences. Those collecting wages at the mission hall were all temporary workers. The official construction workers had their pay sent to Ain, who then distributed it to the team leaders, who in turn paid their team members. How much each team member earned was recorded in Siu's ledger, since she could see everyone's contributions. Ain also kept a ledger, which was made public, so there was no fear of embezzlement or false reporting. Normally, only temporary workers were paid daily. Official workers were paid weekly or by project. If a project finished before a week was up, they'd get paid immediately. But perhaps to motivate everyone, Siu decided to pay everyone daily this time. So, even though everyone was exhausted, they still gathered cheerfully in the construction building to wait for their pay. Once they got their money, they went off to eat or rest as needed. It was the same for the combat team. Since they weren't a fixed group, their pay was also settled daily, and they collected it themselves from the mission hall. While everyone was busy counting their money, Lal and Doya went to report the day's progress to Siu. When Siu heard that they'd already dug out a space big enough for 500 people, she wasn't worried. Technically, they needed to dig enough space for 3,000 people in 3 days, so that would be 1,000 per day. But even though Siu wasn't an expert in construction, she knew that the first day is always the hardest. Especially with underground excavation, the biggest risk is collapse. The slower pace today was surely because Ain had set up lots of supports to prevent cave-ins. The supports aren't disposable. They're like the foundation. Once they're in place, the rest of the work can proceed smoothly. Starting tomorrow, since they wouldn't need to keep installing supports, their speed would only increase. And then there's the matter of those 3 mutant beasts. Doya reported to Siu about the snake, bull, and rabbit and explained that she'd already sent people to keep an eye on their movements. Siu nodded, satisfied with the arrangements, and didn't interfere further. It's just a pity that the rabbit got away. Doya had felt regret when the rabbit escaped earlier, but she knew she couldn't show it. If she did, she wouldn't be able to control the others. If even she was upset, how could she convince them to give up? Only in private, with just a few trusted people, could she let her feelings show. It's fine. Don't forget your other task. As long as you can confirm over these 3 days that it's possible to move around the forest at night, you'll have even more chances to encounter mutant beasts in the future. That's right, the other secret tasks you assigned to Doya and the others was to use these 3 as an experiment, to see what happens in the forest at night. If the danger level wasn't too high, she could organize everyone to go out in the future. Otherwise, with all those supplies left outside by the disaster, Siu was seriously tempted but had no way to get them. Since they had to go out anyway, they might as well use this as a test. If it turned out they could handle the dangers of the nighttime forest, then people wouldn't be so bored later on. It would also prevent the 3,000 people in the territory from sitting around idle all day, eventually causing some huge trouble. 11 p.m., the time when people on Sunset Continent were already deep asleep. That was how it used to be, and now, with no daytime and no entertainment, everyone went to bed even earlier. While most people were sound asleep, a palm-sized figure darted swiftly through the territory. It ran and ran, then suddenly stopped, looking suspiciously in a certain direction. The scent of my own kind. Why would there be one of my kind in a human territory? It was confused, but thinking of its own condition, after prolonged running, blood loss, and hunger, its head was already buzzing with dizziness. Rational thought gone, it decided to take a gamble, dragging its shaky body toward the familiar scent. But as it walked, a wall blocked its way. If it weren't injured, it could have easily hopped over the wall, or even smashed it down with a single jump. But now it was just a weak, pitiful, helpless little bunny, only the size of a palm. With its current size and condition, forget climbing or smashing the wall, it didn't even have the strength to dig a hole to bury itself. Thinking of this, the little rabbit closed its eyes in despair, its body giving out as it collapsed hard onto the ground. Due to excessive blood loss, it completely lost consciousness. What it didn't know was that after it passed out, the door to the left of the wall in front of it slowly opened. A petite, cute girl peeked out curiously, her gaze quickly locking onto a bloody little bundle. Bai Chao jumped in fright, instinctively taking 2 steps back. But she quickly realized that the familiar scent she'd sensed must have come from this bloody little creature, and the smell of blood was coming from it as well. Bai Chao hurried out and picked up the unconscious little rabbit, first checking if it was still alive. Feeling the faintest sign of life, she breathed a sigh of relief, then quickly carried the rabbit into the herb garden. You really are lucky, Bai Chao couldn't help but sigh as she looked at the little rabbit, whose life was hanging by a thread. She used to love living in the herb garden because it was comfortable, free, and full of herbs. The most enchanting scent in the world for a rabbit who loved growing them. But ever since her own little house was built, she'd been completely captivated by the fluffy furniture Siu had specially given her, spending all day curled up in the soft things. Luckily, she'd stayed late working in the herb garden today and was too tired to go home. Otherwise, if she'd gone home, she definitely wouldn't have found this little thing, and it surely wouldn't have survived. I don't know who could be so cruel to torture a little rabbit like this, Bai Chao muttered as she cleaned the rabbit's wounds. Though she was a beastin, she could understand and accept humans eating and killing animals. Just like in her own tribe, there were beastin whose animal forms were tigers, snakes, or leopards, and they would also hunt unintelligent animals for food. After all, beastin and animals were different in some ways. But she couldn't accept humans torturing animals. If you want to eat rabbit, just kill it with one stroke, right? Why leave so many wounds? Bai Chao grumbled as she poured out a second basin of bloody water. By the third wash, the little rabbit's fur was finally white again, and the water wasn't so murky. Bai Chao wasn't a healer, but as someone who grew herbs, her knowledge of plants and medicine was no less than a typical healer's. So after cleaning the rabbit, she fed it some medicine she'd already prepared. But the rabbit was stubborn. When she pinched its mouth, it clenched its teeth and refused to swallow even a drop. The green liquid spilled all over her hand, staining the rabbit's white fur green again. Bai Chao, forget it, since you're one of my kind. She rummaged through the storeroom, pulled out some herbs, boiled a pot of hot water, and tossed the herbs in. When the water was hot but not scalding, she put the rabbit in. If it wouldn't take medicine orally, then an herbal bath would have to do. After all, she'd learned this herbal bath from the skilled healer at the territory's clinic. She'd been sent on an errand by the Lord to deliver herbs and happened to see Vivian preparing an herbal bath formula. Curious, she'd watched for a while. Vivian, seeing her interest and in a good mood after receiving Bai Chao's herbs and restocking the clinic, taught her some basic herbal bath recipes. Vivian had originally developed these herbal baths to strengthen the residents' bodies, but being too busy, she'd only managed to make a simplified version. The simple version was milder and worked slowly, needing frequent use. After discussing with the Lord, she sent all the prepared herbal packs to the bathhouse. Since then, the public bathhouse had 2 extra rooms, originally just male and female baths. Now there were also male and female herbal bathrooms. If you just wanted a regular bath, the ordinary bath was cheap, just a few copper coins for a comfortable soak. Normally, the bathhouse wasn't too crowded, but since the polar night began, it had become second only to the canteen and the charcoal shop in popularity. The herbal baths were more expensive, but after some people tried them and found themselves refreshed, sleeping better, and even feeling physically stronger, the herbal baths became a sensation. Even though the price was several times higher, people were still willing to pay for the herbal bath. In contrast, the cheap and ordinary bath pools barely attracted any customers. Seeing this, the bathhouse owner even considered converting all the regular pools into medicinal ones. If it weren't for the fact that some people still preferred a simple soak, she would have done it already instead of just thinking about it. Still, she discussed with the Lord about expanding the bathhouse. The bathhouse was part of the territory, but shops in the territory still needed to perform well. The higher the revenue, the more money the owner could earn. So, when the bathhouse owner learned about this, She was so thrilled she practically wanted to rush to the clinic and shower Vivian with kisses. This was practically a goldmine. But then, recalling the rumors about Vivian's methods, she quickly dismissed that idea. In the end, though, she still went to the clinic and sincerely shook Vivian's hand in gratitude. Honestly, if Vivian wasn't also a woman and the owner hadn't come just to thank her, never mind hugging or kissing, Vivian would have crippled anyone who even tried to shake her hand. But back to the main story. Here, Baichao was helping the rabbit soak in a medicinal bath. The results were pretty good, at least visibly. The wounds on the rabbit's body were clearly starting to heal. Actually, the effects of this medicinal bath weren't anything special, it was just the most basic kind. The reason the results were so obvious was mainly because magical beasts have strong regenerative abilities. If a human had suffered such serious injuries, the bath alone would have been useless. They'd need treatment both inside and out. Since the rabbit needed to soak for a while longer, Baichao decided to go outside to tidy up the patch of land she'd just messed up and to clean up the pool of blood the rabbit had left at the entrance. After all, this place was close to the Lord's manor and saw a fair amount of foot traffic. If that obvious bloodstain wasn't cleaned up soon and someone saw it, it would be hard to explain. What Baichao didn't know was that not long after she left, the rabbit she'd placed in the basin twitched its eyelids. The basin was actually Baichao's usual food bowl. The rabbit was so small that a human-sized bath barrel was out of the question, and she couldn't find a better container for the medicinal bath, so she made do with the basin. A faint whimper echoed through the empty room, and then the unconscious rabbit in the basin slowly opened its eyes. The moment it opened its eyes, the rabbit realized it was soaking in water, surrounded by all sorts of unknown green leaves. Most importantly, because of the low temperature, Baichao had placed the basin over a pot of water and kept a very low flame going to maintain the bath's warmth. Wisps of steam drifted up around the rabbit. Sensing the unusual temperature of the water and the constant steam, the rabbit suddenly had a bad feeling. Which bold human dares to eat it? And they even prepared side dishes? Just these few scrappy leaves? How could it possibly taste good cooked like this? The rabbit didn't notice how odd its train of thought was, but that didn't stop it from getting angry. Maybe because it had just woken up, its head was still foggy, and the heat made it even harder to think straight. The rabbit, not exactly a genius to begin with, now had the intelligence of a toddler. To be precise, it understood a few things, but only vaguely, like a confused child. Still, it hadn't forgotten that it was in a bad situation, so it desperately tried to climb out of the pot. If it had still been unconscious, so be it. If it got eaten, that was just fate. But now that it was awake, it wasn't about to sit and wait for death. Unfortunately, even though its wounds had been cleaned and were slowly healing thanks to the medicinal bath, it hadn't eaten and was starving, so hungry it had no strength to do anything, including climbing out of the pot. But maybe its will to live was too strong. Even though it couldn't get out completely, it managed to haul half its body out of the basin, with the other half still inside. After making it that far, the rabbit, utterly exhausted, fainted again. Just then, Baichao returned and was startled by the scene. She dropped what she was holding and rushed over. "How did you get over here? Don't move around." Baichao was frantic as she quickly scooped the rabbit off the basin. She had been careful to control the water temperature hot, but not enough to scald. But the pot under the basin was a different story. It was in direct contact with the flame. If the rabbit had accidentally tumbled out of the basin and into the pot, and she hadn't noticed in time, it really would have turned into rabbit stew. Thank goodness your wounds didn't reopen, or you'd be in for more suffering. Baichao gently dried the rabbit with a clean, soft cloth, then carefully checked its wounds. She made sure each one was covered with a thin protective membrane red underneath, but not bleeding. Only then did she breathe a sigh of relief. Strictly speaking, the medicinal bath should have lasted another 10 minutes or so, but since she'd already taken the rabbit out, and judging by how it had tried to escape, it clearly wasn't happy. There was no need to continue. Besides, the bath had already formed a protective layer over its wounds, so there was no risk of them reopening. The bath had done its job. Baichao carried the dried rabbit to the greenhouse in the herb garden. The greenhouse was equipped with a special heater made from a rare metal that radiated warmth over a wide area, but wasn't hot to the touch. Because the metal was rare, Siu had prioritized its use in the most important places in the territory. The available materials were only enough for 3 heaters, 2 large and 1 small. One of the large ones was in the herb garden, where it kept the temperature stable so the plants wouldn't stop growing in the cold. The other 2 heaters were both placed in the beast training grounds. Most of the wild beasts had been tamed by now. Even the slowest learner could follow Lilith's commands. For the quicker learners, Lilith had already started helping them bond with suitable owners, ones they liked and who liked them in return, so they could develop a rapport under her guidance. The temperature in the greenhouse was noticeably higher than elsewhere in the herb garden. Since the rabbit was so small, its fur dried in no time. Staring at the fluffy, snow-white ball of fur, Bai Cao's eyes sparkled. As everyone knows, she's a hardcore fluff addict. If she was snuggling the bunny while it was unconscious, she could still comfort herself with the excuse that she'd saved its life. But now that it was awake, it clearly wasn't appropriate to keep going. Even though the bunny was the same gender as her, both female. Feeling the pressure on its body ease, the bunny let out a huge sigh of relief. After its initial anger, it realized its current situation was dire. It was like a rabbit on the chopping block, completely at someone else's mercy. But this human didn't seem to want to kill it, so the bunny decided to swallow its pride for now. The most important thing was to recover. As for today's humiliation, it would get its revenge once it was healed. "You're awake, how did you get so badly hurt?" Bai Cao had no idea that the little bunny in her hands had just made such grand resolutions, nor did she know about its plan to endure humiliation for the sake of survival. She just knew it was awake and wanted to ask what had happened. Beastkin can communicate with animals, but only with their own kind. For example, rabbits can only talk to other rabbits. Beastkin themselves can speak, so communication isn't a problem. But if the animal's intelligence is limited, even the most talented beastkin can only barely understand its meaning. But clearly, this bunny was a magical beast, much smarter than ordinary animals, so it could naturally understand Bai Cao, and Bai Cao could understand it. Why can I understand what you're saying?" Bai Cao knew she could communicate with the bunny, but the bunny didn't. So when it realized it could understand Bai Cao's words, it was startled. Bai Cao gently patted its head. "Because I'm a rabbit too." "I'm a rabbit, you're a rabbit, of course I can understand you, and you can understand me." You're a rabbit?" To the bunny, this was even more shocking than discovering it could understand Bai Cao. I'm a beastin. I don't know if you know what that is. Anyway, my original form is a rabbit. If you don't believe me, look." As Bai Cao spoke, she set the bunny down on a soft cushion. The bunny was dazed by the sudden feeling of solid ground, and in the next second, it saw a rabbit twice its size, about the size of 2 palms, appear right in front of it. She really is a rabbit. Seeing its dumbfounded expression, Bai Cao laughed and patted its head with her little paw. Then, right in front of the bunny, she transformed back into her human form. The bunny, its entire worldview had just been turned upside down. The one in front of it was a rabbit, but also a human. So rabbit equals human? But it was a rabbit too, so it equals her, so it equals human? Bai Cao had no idea how much she'd just shaken the little bunny's worldview. Right now, she was simply wrapped up in happiness. She was naturally lively and playful, but ever since coming to Sunset Territory, even though Siu gave her lots of freedom and met all her needs, she was still a beastin different from ordinary humans. She was the only beastin in the whole territory, which made her feel lonely. Even though she'd met other kind and gentle humans, she could never truly talk to them about everything. The gap between their races wasn't so easily bridged. In this territory, the only one she could really play with was Lingbao. But Lingbao had been busy taking care of the dragon egg lately, so she'd seen even less of her, making her feel even more alone. Siu had noticed this too, but there wasn't much she could do. The tavern's chance of refreshing a special race was already low, and with so many special races, even if one appeared, it might not be a beastin. There were actually plenty of wild animals in the territory, especially in the beast taming garden, but those were all ferocious beasts caught during beast tides. Lions, tigers, leopards, wolves. Maybe not all at the top of the food chain, but at the very least, they all ate rabbits. Let alone making Baichao approach them, even knowing they existed was enough to scare her. What's wrong? Baichao snapped out of her happy mood. She patted the bunny and, seeing its dazed look, couldn't help but worry. The bunny still hadn't recovered from its earlier existential crisis. It shook its head blankly, then nodded. Baichao looked at it in confusion. Bunny. A few minutes later, Baichao vaguely heard the bunny's stomach rumbling with hunger. So you're hungry. Baichao picked up the bunny and brought it to her little storeroom. Well, storeroom was a bit of a stretch. It was really just filled with medicinal herbs. To be precise, it was filled with imperfect herbs. Even though Baichao took great care of the herb garden and most of the herbs were of high quality, there were always a few oddballs and rejects. Technically, these could still be used to make potions, but the quality would be lower. Vivian didn't like these imperfect ones, since the cost-effectiveness was just too low. Using the same materials and time, but ending up with a potion only half as effective, it just wasn't worth it. So these imperfect herbs were all set aside. Siyu hadn't known what to do with them until one day, Baichao plucked up her courage and asked if she could eat them herself. It was also on that day that Siyu finally learned the real reason why Baichao liked growing medicinal herbs. It was because she liked eating them. For Baichao, what she enjoyed growing wasn't medicinal herbs per se, but rather her own food. And because she'd eaten herbs for so many years, Baichao's constitution had changed. She had transformed from an ordinary rabbit beastin into a herb rabbit. Herb rabbits are a mutant breed of rabbit. Their general temperament is similar to that of regular rabbits, but the key difference is that they have a distinct advantage when it comes to growing medicinal herbs. This includes, but isn't limited to, faster growth rates, higher yields, and better quality harvests. Siyu had always treated her own people well. Once she found out Baichao liked eating herbs and that she'd become a herb rabbit, Siyu immediately allocated 20% of the territory's medicinal herbs to Baichao. From then on, except for extremely rare or urgently needed herbs, Baichao could take 20% of every herb harvest for her own private stash. What she did with those herbs was entirely up to her. If there were any herbs Baichao didn't like to eat, she could exchange them for an equal amount of the ones she preferred. After all, she was the territory's only beastin and a rare herbalist at that. Of course, Siyu would spoil her. If it weren't for the fact that herbs have a shelf life and it would be wasteful if Baichao couldn't finish them, Siyu would have been happy to give her even more. Baichao was one of their own, and investing in her was a guaranteed win for Siyu. Go ahead and eat, see which ones you like. Baichao had plenty of whole herbs, but what she gave the little rabbit were all partial, damaged ones. It wasn't that she was being stingy, but the full medicinal effect of whole herbs was too strong. This little rabbit was injured, and unlike Baichao, it was just an ordinary rabbit, not a beastin. If she oversupplemented it and something went wrong, that would be a disaster. The damaged herbs were only weaker in effect. Their taste was almost the same as the whole ones. The rabbit looked at the lush green pile of plants in front of it, its eyes lighting up like rubies. Its gaze darted around, and then it suddenly dove headfirst into the heap of herbs. Baichao, wow, it really does look hungry. After watching the rabbit eat for a while, Baichao realized it didn't seem picky at all. There were dozens of kinds of herbs here, and it devoured them all without hesitation, munching away with its head buried in the pile. Usually, each bite included 4 or 5 different herbs, all with different flavors, but the rabbit didn't slow down at all. In fact, it only ate faster and faster. At first, Baichao just thought it was starving, but when she saw her half-meter-tall pile of herbs reduced to nothing but scraps, she was completely stunned. Don't eat so much. What if you burst? Baichao scooped up the rabbit, which was now lying on the ground lazily from overeating, and turned its ears this way and that, but she couldn't find anything wrong. This rabbit was only palm-sized. How did it manage to eat so many herbs? And aside from its belly being a little rounder, its overall size hadn't changed at all. How was that possible? Now it was Baichao's turn to have her worldview turned upside down. Are ordinary wild rabbits these days all such big eaters? Even for her, this many herbs would take 3 or 4 days to digest. Baichao was so shocked she was at a loss for words. The rabbit, seeing her reaction, looked a bit confused, but when it saw the mess it had made, its little body tensed up. Oh no, did it eat too much? As a mutant beast, it had high combat power and, naturally, a big appetite. This time, it wasn't just hungry, it was badly injured, so its food intake had doubled and doubled again. Normally, this pile of herbs would have lasted it 3, well, at least 2 meals, but now it had finished them all in one go. Thinking of this, the rabbit felt a little guilty. Eep, I'm sorry. If it were anyone else, the rabbit would never have admitted fault. After all, its injuries were caused by humans, so eating their stuff felt perfectly justified. But this was different. The one in front of it was the same kind as itself, another rabbit, and she had even saved it. Yet it had eaten all her food. The rabbit suddenly wanted to slap itself. But Baichao didn't think too much about it. She wasn't upset about the herbs, they were all damaged ones, and she had plenty more. What she cared about most was the rabbit's health. Are you sure you're okay after eating so much? Baichao asked with concern. The rabbit froze, surprised that she cared not about the herbs, but whether it had overeaten. It instantly felt even more guilty. Eep. I'm fine. Eep eep eep. I was just really hungry, so I ate a lot. Next time, if I'm not starving, I won't eat so much. Baichao, what do you mean, if you're not hungry, you won't eat so much? Does that mean it could still eat a lot even when it's not hungry? Forget it. As long as it's okay. If you want to eat, just come find me. I have plenty of these herbs of food, but you have to remember, once you're full, stop eating. Overeating is bad for your health. Baichao rubbed the rabbit, then couldn't help but yawn. People on the Sunset Continent generally went to bed early, and Beastin were no exception. Baichao had planned to rest 2 hours ago, but she'd caught a whiff of blood and realized something was wrong. Now, after being busy so late, she was exhausted. Come on, I'll take you to rest. Baichao thought for a moment, then decided to carry the rabbit back to the home Siyu had prepared for her. If it were just her, she'd have spent the night in the herb garden's rabbit warren as usual. That had been her plan. But now there was an injured guest, and she couldn't let it stay in the warren with her. Even though that's how rabbits usually lived, she wanted it to enjoy something better. And so, the Sunset Territory welcomed its second rabbit obsessed with all things fluffy. A new day dawned. Just like the day before, everyone got up early, packed their things, and headed out to carry out their tasks. Before they set out, Duoya heard from her subordinates about the 3 mutant beasts. The snake and the ox had already left the territory and probably wouldn't return. The worrying part was the rabbit. Although it was badly injured, it ran so fast that the people chasing it couldn't keep up and quickly lost track of it. But given its injuries and the fact that the area was now covered by a natural disaster, low temperatures and storms, the rabbit's chances of survival were slim. Even if it did somehow survive, it would need time to recover. At least for now, they didn't have to worry about the rabbit seeking revenge. The group arrived at yesterday's location and turned on all the lights. You two, take your teams and head down this way, Ian said, pointing out 2 team leaders. Then he turned to the other 2 and said, you two do the same, take your teams down from the other side. After these arrangements, 200 out of the 300 construction workers went below, while the remaining 100 stayed above to repair the defensive structures that had been destroyed by the rabbits yesterday. Ideally, these defenses should have been repaired immediately, but since it was already late when they encountered the rabbits yesterday, and fighting them took some time, Duoya had ordered everyone to pack up and return to the territory as soon as the battle was over. Because they were in a hurry to get back, they hadn't bothered to tidy up the site. But it wasn't too late to do it now. While Ayn was organizing the construction workers, the combat personnel were, as yesterday, split into 3 groups, still led by Duoya, Lyle, and Vivian and Lyle together. The difference today was that Duoya's team was still in charge of scouting and Vivian and Lyle were still on defense at the original location, but Lyle only brought 50 people this time. His task wasn't to set up traps and formations, those had already been completed yesterday, so at most, he just needed to check on them. His main mission today was to take his men and patrol the outskirts of the forest, to assess just how dangerous the forest was at night, whether they could handle it, and what difficulties they might encounter during their operations. These difficulties might not only be threats from enemies, but also logistical needs. Although everyone always said the forest was dangerous at night, with absolute strength, danger wasn't really an issue. In fact, from the very start, Siu never intended to stay cooped up in the territory during the polar night. Not only would that be stifling for everyone, but more importantly, Siu couldn't bear to leave all those treasures lying around in the forest. If they didn't have the strength, that would be one thing. But since they clearly did, why not go out and collect those treasures? "Let's go," Lal said, looking at the 50 people he'd picked, then led them off in the direction opposite the territory. With the experience from yesterday's mission, they were much more efficient today, no matter what they did. Partly because they were more skilled, and partly because they'd gotten used to operating at night. 3 hours later, Ayn told all the construction workers to take a break and eat. The combat personnel also ate in shifts, since someone still needed to stay on duty. Once everyone had finished eating, Vivian told them to rest for half an hour. She had just checked and heard from Ayn that the lower area was already 60% complete. In other words, in just 3 hours, they'd expanded the underground capacity from 500 to nearly 2,000. If Ayn wasn't being cautious and considering whether to further reinforce the soil below, at this rate, they could finish expanding to a capacity of 3,000 by this afternoon. "Miss Vivian, I forgot to ask the Lord about this, and now there's no time. Do you think I should prioritize speed and keep expanding the lower area, or should I focus on reinforcing it first?" After arranging the break, Ayn hurried over to Vivian to ask her opinion. Normally, he would have just made the call himself, but this time, there were differing opinions among his subordinates. Usually, if someone had a different opinion and he thought it was reasonable, he'd bring it up for discussion. If he thought it was unreasonable, he'd just overrule it. After all, Siu had given him plenty of authority and promised not to interfere with construction matters as long as nothing went wrong and the tasks were completed. But this time was a little different. Vivian glanced at him and raised an eyebrow. "Master Ayn, why are you asking me? I don't know anything about this stuff." If someone else had heard this, they might have thought Vivian was being deliberately unhelpful, since her tone wasn't exactly pleasant. But Ayn had been on the territory for a long time. He wasn't especially close to Vivian, but he knew her personality. He thought for a moment, then explained what had happened. "Some people think the supports we put in yesterday are enough, and there's no need to add more today. That way, we could finish the project today." The reason Ayn hadn't immediately rejected this suggestion was because it wasn't actually unreasonable. At first, Ayn had also thought that as long as the supports were properly installed on the first day, there would be no need to add more later, since the digging point wouldn't be moved. Today, they were still digging from yesterday's starting point. The starting point is the most prone to collapse, but they'd installed more than 20 supports there. Unless there was an earthquake or some other disaster, it was basically impossible for it to collapse. But for some reason, halfway through today's work, as he watched the area expand, Ayn started to feel uneasy. This unease made him want to add more supports in other places. But if he did that, progress would definitely slow down. They'd finish by tomorrow for sure, but definitely not today. Vivian understood the situation and called Mek over as well. Mek wasn't any more skilled at this than she was, but the more people, the better. It was an important matter, whether or not they could come to a conclusion. Discussing it was still worthwhile. Mek was even more laid back about it than Vivian. After hearing the situation, he immediately said, "So you feel it's unsafe and want to add more supports?" I nodded. "Yes. The soil below is looser than I expected. Even though I've already had a lot of supports installed, and we dug deeper on purpose, I still feel it's not quite right. Ideally, if the soil was a problem, they'd just choose another site. But this was the best location you had picked. Other sites might have better soil, but the location would be worse. The main issues with other locations were being too close or too far from the territory, too close to the forest's danger zone, too close to the storm-prone area, too close to water, or too close to resource points. After considering all these factors, Siu had chosen this spot. I knew this, so he wasn't thinking of moving. He just wanted to do his best to ensure everyone's safety through good construction. Hearing Ain's answer, Mek made the decision without hesitation. You're the expert here. If you think it's necessary, then go ahead and do it. Mek's thinking was simple. They were getting paid by the territory, so since they were on the payroll, they should follow orders and obey commands. It wasn't like they were being sent to their deaths. If someone refused to follow orders, they'd just be kicked out. There were plenty of people eager for such good pay and benefits. Even the Lord herself didn't mind paying an extra day's wages to the combat personnel, so why were they the ones getting anxious? Mek's right. Since the Lord entrusted you with this task, it means she trusts you. You should trust yourself too. As long as you get it done within the allotted time, that's all that matters, Vivian said. Her tone was gentler than Mek's, but their attitude was the same. Neither of them interfered with Ain's decision. They just encouraged him to stick to his own judgment. As for everyone else's opinions, that wasn't something they were concerned with. Like they said, if you want to do it, do it. If not, then leave. I understand. It just means you all have to keep protecting us again tomorrow. Sorry for the trouble. Ain was convinced by Vivian's words. He breathed a sigh of relief and smiled at the two of them. Seeing that he'd figured things out, Vivian didn't press the topic further, instead chatting about something lighter. We're paid by the day, so we're not the same as you. The faster you finish, the sooner you get paid. The longer we work, the more we earn. Ain just smiled without saying anything. Sure enough, this young-looking girl had already guessed the root of the conflict. It had been mentioned before that there were many types of pay for construction workers. The most common were daily wages for temps, steady salaries for full-time staff, bonuses for urgent tasks, and a final payment when the whole project was completed. This time, the job was considered an urgent task, so both full-time and temp workers could get 3 types of pay: a base wage, a bonus for the urgent task, and the project payment. The base wage was stable and unchanging, small, but paid whether there was work or not, so no one complained. The project payment was only given if there was a project, and it was usually settled either after the whole job was done or once a week. These two were pretty stable amounts, and not the focus of any disputes. The only real point of contention was the urgent task bonus. That bonus wasn't a fixed amount. To motivate everyone, Siu had set it up as a floating bonus. The faster and better the job was done, the higher the bonus. This time, aside from durability, the project had very low requirements in other areas, so there was no bonus for quality, only an efficiency bonus. If the job was finished within 2 days, the bonus would be double the project payment. Within 3 days, the bonus would be equal to the project payment. If it took more than 3 days, according to Ain's promise to Suyu, it would be considered overdue, and there'd be no bonus at all. The reason everyone was in such a rush to finish was to earn that extra double bonus. But the conditions for getting the bonus were right at the edge of their abilities. Sometimes they'd make it, sometimes they wouldn't. There had been times before when they hadn't gotten the bonus, but no one minded much, since they all knew the requirements were pretty high. But this time was different. They could finish it, they could get the double bonus, but because of Ain's arrangements, they'd only get a single bonus. Who would be happy about that? Even the veteran construction workers who'd been with Ain for ages were a bit disgruntled. Even though they knew Ain was doing this to be safe, they all felt they'd laid a solid enough foundation and that the underground cell was basically impossible to collapse. Why would they want to add another unnecessary layer of safety? It was more work and, more importantly, less money. Ain himself didn't care much about the bonus, but he knew he couldn't ignore everyone else's feelings just because he didn't care. Still, now that he'd made up his mind, he wasn't going to change it. Just like Miss Vivian said, the Lord trusted him to do a good job, which was why she'd given him this task. What he needed to focus on was how to complete the job perfectly, not whether others could make more money. If he really thought otherwise, he could just cut corners and pocket the money, so you barely paid attention to construction matters and had given him full authority. He could fudge things however he wanted, and at least for a while, no one would notice. Even if he was found out later, He could just take the money and run. Ain took a deep breath, calculated the rest time, and then, 10 minutes early, gathered everyone together to announce that the soil would need to be reinforced again that afternoon, and another round of support frames would be installed. As expected, as soon as he said this, several people immediately voiced their opposition. 2 of them had been with him almost since the construction team was first formed, and the other 2 were team leaders under his command. Team Leader 1, Captain, I'm not trying to be difficult, but you know as well as I do that we've already reinforced the soil down there really well. There's almost no chance of problems. Doing this is just wasting everyone's time. Team Leader 2, yeah. We've all been with you for a long time, you know what kind of people we are. If there were really any quality issues, we'd fix them without a word. But there's clearly no problem here, so why go through all this extra trouble? Ain had expected this. They'd already argued about it for over 10 minutes earlier. He hadn't been too forceful before because they were both team leaders, and they did have a point. But before he could reply, 2 more people stepped forward, both construction workers he knew well and was close to. Worker 1, Captain, we know you're not trying to make things hard for us, but since there's nothing wrong with the project, everyone just wants to finish up quickly and go home. Worker 2. Yeah, and it's not just about the bonus. It's dangerous out here. Everyone was on edge working yesterday. We'd all rather get this over with as soon as possible. Ain glanced at them, then at his watch, a handy little thing made by Ange the mechanic, which most people carried when they went out. There were still 7 minutes left in the break. Ain put his watch away and looked back at everyone. I understand where you're coming from, and I get why you feel this way. Whether it's for safety or the bonus, it's only natural. Seeing that Ain wasn't being especially forceful, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. They probably all thought that Ain wouldn't make them reinforce the structure any further, but that wasn't the case. But I want you all to understand, what I just gave was an order, not a request for your opinion. Everyone's expressions changed. Before they could react, Ain continued, the premise for completing any task is to ensure the quality of the work. As long as quality is guaranteed, of course I want to lead everyone to finish as quickly as possible and earn more bonuses. But someone tried to say that the lower levels were already safe enough, but I cut them off before they could finish. Do you really think it's safe down there? I knew very well that among these people, there were some even more skilled than himself. If he could spot the problems, how could they not? They just didn't want the extra trouble and wanted to earn more money. Plus, the issues weren't particularly serious, so they chose to ignore them. Maybe some of you don't quite understand. Let me explain. Ain casually grabbed a handful of dirt from the ground, letting it fall from his hand like sand. Look how loose this soil is. He grabbed another handful, but this time held it tightly in his palm. Which do you think is easier to dig, loose soil or dry, compacted, hard earth? Or is it loose soil that collapses more easily, or hard soil? Although he phrased it as a question, Ain didn't wait for an answer. After pausing for a few seconds, he went on, you all know the answers to these questions. You think it's safe enough and don't want to waste more time, but I think the precautions aren't thorough yet. With that, Ain didn't give them any more time to think. You have 4 more minutes to rest. Use that time to spread the word. This afternoon, we keep reinforcing the underground. Ain actually had a lot more he wanted to say. After all, this was the first time he'd taken such a hard stance, so he felt a bit uncomfortable. As he spoke, he wondered if he was being too harsh, if he should ease up a little, but after thinking it over, he decided it wasn't necessary. He already treated them well enough. If it were someone with a worse temper, regardless of whether the decision was right or not, as long as he was the team leader, the boss of the whole construction crew, no one else would have any room to say no. When Ain finished speaking, everyone stood there stunned for over 10 seconds, then silently turned to carry out his orders, to inform the others about the afternoon's work. As expected, during the notifications, many people showed subtle signs of dissatisfaction. Maybe because Ain was present, they didn't dare voice it openly. But their confused, disgruntled expressions, the way they looked down in annoyance, and their lack of enthusiastic responses all made their feelings clear. While they were spreading the word, Ain wasn't idle either. He appeared to be planning the afternoon's support frame layout, but in reality, he was multitasking, half his attention on his work, half on observing everyone's reactions. Soon, he noticed something. Among those who openly showed their discontent, most were his regular construction workers. The temporary workers, on the other hand, didn't react much to the announcement. Some just acknowledged it and continued resting. At first, Ein couldn't understand why. In his view, the regular workers had been with him a long time and should understand his reasoning. Even if they were unhappy, most should be willing to follow orders. But the temps were different. They were strangers, so any reaction from them wouldn't be surprising. But the reality was the opposite. Ein wasn't stupid. After thinking for a while, he figured it out. And once he did, his mood worsened. The regular workers understood him and his reasons, but with their experience, they also knew what they'd be losing by doing this. The temps, on the other hand, were just there to pass the time. They knew about the bonuses, but didn't really understand construction. All they knew was to follow Ein's instructions, so even if they didn't get the bonus, they didn't care much. They didn't know any better. Of course, there was another big reason, one Ein was least willing to admit. The regular workers thought they knew Ein well, knew he had a good temper, so even if they couldn't change the outcome, they dared to show their dissatisfaction. The temps knew Ein but didn't really understand him. All they knew was that for these few days, they had to do whatever Ein said. They were just there for the money, so naturally, they didn't dare make a fuss. Ein shook his head, not wanting to dwell on it. Right now, his only goal was to perfectly complete the task assigned by the Lord. If there was bonus money to be had, he'd help everyone earn it. But if he knew there was even a 1% chance of a problem, as long as that risk could be reduced and there was still time, he had to act. Break time ended quickly, and Ein told everyone to get ready for work. He thought that since he'd already reminded them, and since no one had caused any trouble, just some internal dissatisfaction, there wouldn't be any issues. But when he saw some people working lazily, the disappointment he'd forced down earlier turned into anger. "What are you doing? I told you to set up the support frames, and look at this mess. Do you really think this crooked thing will hold up the soil?" Ein didn't even use much force, he just touched the frame, and it tilted to one side. Anyone could see that if you so much as nudged it, the whole thing would collapse. The two workers he scolded turned red with embarrassment. No matter how unhappy they'd been before, they didn't dare show it in front of Ein, so they could only mumble apologies. "Sorry, Captain. Captain, it's our fault. It won't happen again." Hearing their apologies, Ein frowned. He knew the others were all watching, some openly, some secretly. Considering how tight time was, he didn't want to waste any more, so he let it go. He turned to leave, but before he'd taken 2 steps, he heard faint muttering behind him. He couldn't make out the words, but he could guess what they were about. Ein suddenly turned his head and caught sight of the 2 people he had just reprimanded whispering to each other. Maybe they thought Ein couldn't hear them, so they didn't even wait for him to leave before gossiping right there. As it turned out, Ein really couldn't make out what they were saying, but he did hear the sound of their muttering. Well, now they'd been caught slacking off and chatting, and neither of them even had the decency to apologize. "I see what's going on. You two weren't just being careless." Ein pretended not to know at first, then put on a look of sudden realization. "The truth is, you never intended to do your jobs properly." "That's not it. You've misunderstood." Ein's words were blunt, and of course the 2 wouldn't admit it, so one of them instinctively tried to explain, but didn't get to finish. "No need to say more. You both know exactly what you were talking about. I don't have time to argue with you, and I'm not interested in your excuses." Ein waved someone over. "Go upstairs and call down 10 construction workers, anyone will do." The person called over didn't know what Ein was planning, but still nodded. "All right." As this person left, the 2 troublemakers instantly went pale. They weren't stupid, they could guess what Ein was about to do. They also knew their behavior just now was out of line. Maybe it was because Ein had always treated them so well that they'd forgotten their boundaries and felt free to vent their dissatisfaction. Ein didn't mind them having complaints, he could understand that. But he couldn't accept them letting their bad mood affect their work. He'd assigned them to set up the scaffolding for safety's sake. But if everyone acted like them, slacking off just because they were unhappy, what would be the point of Ein's arrangements? That would be a real waste of time. Captain, I've brought the people down. Because the rest area was nearby and there were plenty of people upstairs, the 10 workers were gathered quickly. Of the 10, 9 were temporary workers and only 1 was a full-time construction worker. You two, go take over their jobs. The remaining 8 can sit and rest for now, just keep an eye out for anywhere that needs help and lend a hand if needed. As soon as Ein said this, the 2 who'd been gossiping looked like they'd been struck by lightning. They'd guessed Ein was calling people to replace them, but now that it was really happening, they still couldn't accept it. They wanted to say something to make up for it, but Ein didn't give them the chance. He led them upstairs and assigned them to the rest area. If you can't do the job or don't want to, then don't bother. Go home and get some rest today. If there's another opportunity, I'll call you. Ein had them sit down, right next to other resting combat personnel. Everyone recognized Ein as the leader in charge of this construction mission. Seeing his sour expression and the 2 workers looking guilty, they couldn't help but be curious. But soon, they looked away. They were curious, but had no time to get involved. If they really wanted to know, they could ask around later, no need to meddle now. Captain, we know we were wrong. We're willing to do anything, please don't send us away. Seeing Ein about to leave, one of them hurriedly grabbed his hand. Ein had said they could rest and he'd call them next time, but anyone with sense knew that rest meant they shouldn't bother coming back tomorrow. And next time probably meant there'd never be a next time for them. Construction work was tough and tiring, but it paid well, and Ein was a good boss, never harsh, always fair when resolving disputes, never taking sides. If being a soldier for the territory was the most desirable job with obvious benefits, then being a construction worker for the territory was also good, though the perks were more subtle. Not many people knew about them, but these 2 certainly did. That's exactly why they didn't want to lose this job. At this point, Ein's attitude was crucial. As long as he didn't explicitly fire them, there was still hope. We'll talk about it when we get back. Ein didn't give a clear answer, but his attitude felt like a death sentence. When Ein returned downstairs, he found the atmosphere had changed rather than good. It was more accurate to say that no one dared to act up anymore. With the example set upstairs, no one wanted to end up like those 2. Everyone understood. Only 2 people had messed up, so why had Ein called down 10? On the surface, it was to help out, but it was clearly a warning. There was no shortage of construction workers. If anyone else slacked off, there were plenty of replacements. Captain, is it okay if we just sit here? One of the 8 idle workers quietly asked Ein. It's fine. You can sit and rest. You'll still get paid, after all, you'd just be sitting upstairs anyway. Ein wasn't lying. When he'd gone up, all the repairs were done and over 100 workers were resting. These 8 would have nothing to do even if they went back up. All right then. Since Ein said so, the worker didn't press further. Ein glanced at the 8, sighing inwardly. He'd always treated them well, but this time, they'd really overstepped. Why was there only 1 full-time worker among those brought down? Because the people working below were busier, but also earned more, so Ein prioritized the full-timers. The temps were just to make up the numbers, only used when there was a shortage. Repairing buildings was simple, but you couldn't have all amateurs. The only full-timer was supervising upstairs, so he hadn't come down. Sighing again, Ein pushed aside his frustrations and began carefully checking for any other issues below. Meanwhile, the calm upstairs was suddenly shattered. Not long after Ein left, Doya hurried in from outside, followed by a neat group of 30 people. Seeing this, Vivian's face changed, and she immediately shouted for everyone to get up and be on guard. Although Doya hadn't arrived yet and hadn't explained the situation, Vivian knew that if it weren't an emergency, Doya would definitely have left a few people behind to keep watch, just like she did yesterday. But this time, she hadn't done that. Instead, she brought everyone back with her. That could only mean something serious had happened, so serious that she didn't dare leave anyone behind for fear they'd be in danger if separated. There are 2 major storms. One is 500 meters away, and the other is heading toward the territory. The first thing Doya did when she returned was loudly announce this to everyone. The moment the words left her mouth, everyone's expression changed dramatically. Now they understood why Vivian had been so agitated just now. Duoya's words were brief, but anyone who knew her knew she never wasted words. That meant the storm 500 meters away was definitely moving in their direction. Otherwise, Duoya wouldn't have been in such a hurry. "Miss Vivian, what should we do? A major storm is coming. Should we retreat or—" Someone couldn't help but ask anxiously. 500 meters wasn't far at all. Even at the slowest speed, a major storm would reach them in 5 minutes. They didn't have much time to think. Vivian frowned, instinctively wanting to order everyone to evacuate. After all, a major storm could sweep away 3 mutant beasts at once. If even mutant beasts couldn't withstand a natural disaster, how could humans? Natural disasters didn't have health bars. No matter how strong their combat power, it was useless. But if they left, what would happen to the construction project here? They'd only just started, not even 15 minutes in, and progress was basically zero. If they evacuated now, who knew when they'd be able to return? If the storm lingered all afternoon and didn't dissipate, they wouldn't be able to work for the rest of the day. And if the storm was still there tomorrow, would they even make it in time? Vivian opened her mouth, but couldn't make a decision. Duoya was sweating anxiously, and even Mike's heart sank. Just then, a head suddenly popped up from the ground not far away. It was Ein. Ein said, "Split everyone into 2 groups. One group comes down, the other returns to the territory. Make sure they leave the supplies behind." Duoya's eyes lit up, and she immediately began organizing those who would stay. Vivian quickly caught on and started collecting the supplies. At this point, there were about 250 people above ground, 100 construction workers and 150 combat personnel. Besides them, there were another 50 combat personnel who had gone off with Lyle, but that didn't matter for now. Even if they came back and saw the storm, they'd just leave. They wouldn't be foolish enough to come check things out. All 100 construction workers were evacuated. Of the remaining 150 combat personnel, Duoya selected 80 to stay and sent the rest to escort the workers back to the territory. "Mike, you take these people back," Duoya ordered urgently. Mike frowned. "I'll stay. You take them back." Mike always seemed indifferent, not caring much about the territory or the others, but only he and Siu knew that he already considered Sunset Territory his home and the others his friends. He never said it, but in his heart, he was already attached. In this situation, as the strongest one, he naturally couldn't leave and let the 2 girls face danger alone. Duoya frowned, wanting to argue but not having time and not wanting to sound too harsh. Vivian, however, had no such reservations. "What's the point of you staying? You'd be more useful protecting everyone on the way back and notifying the Lord as soon as possible." With time running out and Mike still hesitating, Vivian's tone was sharp. Mike didn't mind her tone, but he still wanted Duoya to leave. Vivian was a healing mage. She'd be most useful in a crisis, so she definitely had to stay. "Mike, you'll be most useful if you go back. If you're trapped down here with us, who will come to rescue us?" Duoya finally found a convincing argument. Mike thought it over and reluctantly accepted. "Fine. Be careful, all of you." With that, Mike stopped arguing and led his group away. While they were deciding who would stay, the other combat personnel who remained had already started entering the underground cell under Ein's direction. Once Mike left, Duoya and Vivian also went down, and Ein temporarily sealed off the passage to the surface. Once everyone was gathered below, the atmosphere was tense and heavy. Before long, the sound of howling wind came from the distance. The fierce roar sent a chill down everyone's spine. But although the wind was intense, it didn't seem to be getting any closer, which allowed them to breathe a sigh of relief. Soon, however, they realized another problem. The wind didn't seem to be moving away either. The fact that it wasn't getting closer meant the storm couldn't reach them underground, so they were safe for now. But since it wasn't leaving, it meant the storm was lingering above them, trapping them all below. They couldn't go up. Doing so would be suicide. "Everyone, calm down and let me say a few things." Although Duoya was a bit flustered, she seemed to have anticipated this outcome and quickly regained her composure. The others, who had been panicking, settled down a bit after hearing her speak. Seeing this, Duoya got straight to the point. First, I want to tell everyone that we don't need to worry about being trapped here. Our Lord will definitely come to rescue us. To back up her words, Duoya explained the purpose of the underground cell. Even if it's not to save us, just to secure the shadow creatures, the Lord will definitely clear a path. Duoya herself was sure the Lord wouldn't abandon them, but others might not be so confident, so she used this reasoning to quickly calm everyone. Sure enough, when Duoya finished her first point, most people still looked uneasy, some not even managing a smile. But after hearing her second reason, many finally relaxed. Duoya continued, second, you don't need to worry about supplies. Before we came down, we collected all the supplies from those who left. There's enough here to last us at least a week. A week was actually an exaggeration, since only 170 people had left and 280 remained. Even if everyone brought enough for 2 or 3 days, it definitely wouldn't last a full 7 days. Actually, it wasn't really a lie. Both Duoya and Vivian had spatial pouches. Aside from their personal belongings, the 2 pouches were packed full of food, herbs, and other essential supplies. So, at least for the short term, they truly didn't need to worry about running out of resources. Seeing the piles of food, runes, potions, and other supplies stacked behind Duoya, everyone's inner panic was completely soothed. With just a few words, someone will come to save us, and we have plenty of supplies. The previously restless atmosphere was instantly calmed. Now that everyone had been reassured, it was time for Duoya to talk about other matters. Actually, we were supposed to leave, but as you all know, we can't. So while we're stuck here, I'm going to have to ask everyone to keep working for a while longer. Once the job is done, you'll get paid as soon as we get out, and then you can take a good rest. Since she'd already calmed everyone down, saying this while everyone was still composed didn't stir up any resistance. In fact, Duoya's words even reignited their fighting spirit. On the one hand, it was because they no longer felt pressured about survival. On the other, Duoya's calm demeanor had a contagious effect, making everyone feel as if they weren't trapped at all, but simply working under normal circumstances. Leave this to me, Ian said after Duoya finished, then began organizing everyone to get back to work. Although there had been an unexpected incident, everything was still well organized, and with plenty to keep them busy, they soon forgot about being trapped and focused on their tasks. While things were peaceful on this side, Mike, who was leading people back to the territory, looked much less at ease. Unusually, he took the initiative to find Suyu and explained the whole situation. Suyu's expression changed as well. You're sure they have enough supplies? Suyu wasn't worried about them being harmed by the storm. The storm couldn't reach them anyway. What she was most concerned about was whether they had enough resources. If they ran out, they wouldn't starve to death in just a day or two, but they might freeze to death. After all, even in an enclosed space, where the wind couldn't get in and there were lots of people to keep it warmer, the temperature would still be limited, nowhere near comfortable for normal human activity. They should have enough. Both of them have spatial pouches, and we also gave them all our supplies. Since everyone was coming back, there was no point in holding on to anything, so they each kept just 1 or 2 items and handed over the rest. At a time like this, no one was foolish enough to quibble over gains and losses. That's good, Suyu breathed a sigh of relief, then immediately got up to leave. She needed to find the alchemists and have them work on improving Vivian's anti-storm potion, aiming to develop a version that could withstand higher-level storms. Although the anti-storm potion was Vivian's invention, alchemy and potion-making shared the same core principles, and Suyu had Vivian's research notes. So even if she brought in other people, there was no risk they wouldn't understand the theory. There were 6 alchemists in the territory, but 2 were only apprentices with limited knowledge, unlikely to be of much help, so Suyu didn't bother with them. Of the remaining 4, 1 was a resident of the territory and a high-level alchemist. 2 were travelers, at the bottleneck of intermediate and high-level respectively. The last was a wanderer, the highest ranked, at the high-level bottleneck. So you called all 4 together and tossed Vivian's anti-storm potion research notes onto the table. Develop a potion that can resist high-level storms before the end of today, and you'll get 5 times the usual reward, divided according to contribution. If you finish by 8 a.m. tomorrow, the bonus will be tripled. If you finish by noon tomorrow, it'll be doubled. Time was tight, so Siu didn't hold back on the rewards, offering 3 to 5 times the normal amount right from the start. The original reward was 100 gold coins. 5 times that was 500, plus the original 100 made 600 split 4 ways. That was 150 gold coins each. That was no small sum. For anyone who wasn't extravagant, that kind of money could let them live comfortably for 30 or 40 years, eating well the whole time. The offer made everyone's eyes light up like bulbs. If Siu hadn't still been there, looking like she had more to say, they would have snatched up the research notes and started working immediately. Looks like you're all confident, so I won't waste any more time, Siu said simply, then added, if you don't want gold, you can exchange your reward for materials from the mission hall. If there's something you want that isn't listed, let me know and I'll have someone check the warehouse. I'm counting on all of you. With that, Siu got their assurances and left the room. The moment she stood up, all 4 of them reached for the research notes at the same time. Luckily, Siu had prepared 4 copies, otherwise, they might have fought over them. With enough copies to go around, there was no need to argue. They weren't really competitors, but collaborators. To finish faster and earn more, they'd have to work together calmly for a win-win outcome. With the potion research in good hands, Siu knew she couldn't put all her eggs in one basket. Although the anti-storm potion could be made by an intermediate alchemist, and she had 3 high-level and 1 intermediate, with 1 at the high-level bottleneck, she couldn't afford to take chances. Time was tight and lives were at stake. She couldn't relax. So Siu went to find Dishing and Anjia, asking if they had any way to affect the storm. One was a formation master, the other a mechanic, both rather specialized professions. But with enough skill and inspiration, their inventions could be nearly omnipotent. In response to Suyu's question, Anjia said he could use existing materials to build a machine that could rotate at the same speed as the storm. Lord, I'm not an expert on storms, but I believe the energy, or rather, the driving force of a storm is finite. The bigger the storm, the more energy it has, but since it's so massive, it also has to move more stuff, which increases the burden. To put it simply, it's like a truck hauling cargo. The bigger the truck, the more it can carry. The more cargo you carry, the more fuel you burn. Here, the fuel consumption is essentially the driving force of the storm. Once the fuel runs out, the truck has to stop. Similarly, when the storm's energy is depleted, it will dissipate. This machine will rotate at the same speed as the storm, which will reduce the damage the storm inflicts on it. That way, it can stay inside for a longer period. At that point, we can load more items into the machine and use it as a medium to deliver these things into the storm. Anjia drew a diagram to illustrate, then continued, large storms have a tremendous amount of energy, and this one is a newly formed large storm. Normally, it wouldn't dissipate for at least 3 to 5 days. So, if we want it to disappear sooner, we'll have to find a way to accelerate its energy consumption. So you more or less understood Anjia's plan. Essentially, by sending objects into the storm, they could speed up the depletion of the storm's energy and hasten its dissipation. As for why they couldn't just throw things directly into the storm, it was because a rapidly spinning storm doesn't just suck things up, it shreds them like a vortex. If you don't use a gentle method to deliver items inside, they can't even get close to the storm, let alone enter and rotate within it. Going against the wind is obviously difficult, but going with the flow is much easier. With the machine Anjia described, it's like using the storm's own force against itself, going with the current. As long as you move with its momentum, the destructive power is greatly reduced. All right, what materials do you need? How many people? And how much time? So you felt the plan was theoretically sound, though its practical effectiveness remained to be seen. But they didn't have time for experiments. Rather than doing nothing, it was better to give it a try. Anjia did some calculations and replied, "No need to worry about materials, my lord. The mechanical shop's warehouse is well stocked. The same team as before will suffice. The only issue is time. When do you need it ready?" So you actually hoped to set out tomorrow, but their departure depended entirely on the progress of the potion making, so she could only settle on a compromise. Before tomorrow, just make as many as you can. Since Anjia said the warehouse had all the materials, it meant the machine wasn't expensive to build, so there was no need to worry about waste. Anjia nodded. Preliminary calculations suggest each machine will take 3 to 4 hours to build.